Chapter 115 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cole McKinnon. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 115. The Return of the Resurrected Man and the Robbery at Anderbury House. The morning after the occurrence that took place in the bone house of Anderbury broke dimly and obscurely over the ocean in the neighbourhood of that town. For leagues away, as far as the eye could reach, there was a haziness in the atmosphere which the fresh wind that blew did not dissipate. There was a white light rising on the horizon, which did not cast a warm glow over the bosom of the ocean as it sometimes does. It was dull, cold, and cheerless. There was nothing that could be called beautiful. The waves dashed about and came tumbling over each other, their crests now and then covered with foam, which was swept off by the fresh breeze that blew over the ocean. It was just daylight. There was naught in the landscape save the water and the sky, nothing else to be seen for miles. Yes, there was one object, and that was a boat washed to and fro by the waves as it sat on the bosom of the sea, wafted hither and thither as the waves impelled the boat, which appeared to be empty, for no oar was used and no human form was visible. But that boat, so lonely and left to its own guidance, or rather that of the waves, contained a living being. It was he who had striven so hard to escape from the Baron on the preceding evening. He sat alone in the bottom of the boat. He was fatigued. He was shivering from the cold. The great exertion which he had undergone were followed by a reaction, but he knew not where he was, or in which direction to pull, or where the shore lay. How long he lay in this helpless condition it is not known, but he occasionally lifted his eyes upward and across the sea to watch which way the vessel sailed, and if any should come in sight. The scene was one of singular desolation and dreariness, in which nothing could be seen that could cheer the eye or gladden the mind of a man. Now and then, to be sure, a gleam of sunlight would cross the dreary water, but it seemed to enliven only a small spot, and that but for a very short time, for it soon again became obscure. There was the dreary ocean, with its leaden-coloured sky, and the boat at the mercy and direction of the wind and waves, both of which seemed in no placid humour, though not absolutely squally. A vessel from Cherbourg with brandies for the port of London was sailing direct for the mouth of the Thames, making for the foreland, where it would have to round the point and then enter the mouth of the river. There were 3 or 4 men and a couple of boys on board. When they came near the boat, "Boat ahoy!" shouted the man on the lookout. "Boat ahoy!" No answer was returned to the shout, and the men on board shouted too, and crowded to the side of the vessel to see what was going on, and who was in the boat. The captain came up. He had been in the cabin, but hearing the shout, he came on deck to see what was the matter. "What is the matter?" inquired the captain, looking around. "Boat on the starboard," said one of the men. "Nobody in it, I think. She seems to be drifting." The captain looked at the boat for some minutes attentively, when one of the men said, "Perhaps some wreck, and the boat has been swept away by the waves, or the crew hadn't time to get into her, or something of the sort." "No," said the captain, "she's not a ship's boat, a shore boat, that's what it is, lad. She got washed out, or somebody's drowned, upset, or rolled out." "Something of the sort, I dare say, sir." "Well, we needn't heave to for her. She's no service to us, and we can't spare the time. I think there's someone in her." "But the boat's drifting," said the captain. "But she's coming this way, and that will be the easiest way to ascertain the truth of our conjectures." They steered the vessel as to meet the boat, which the sea was beating towards them, and in about 20 minutes or half an hour they came within a couple score yards of the boat, when they could plainly perceive that someone was sitting in the bottom of the boat. "Aloha!" shouted the captain. "Boat ahoy! Ahoy!" The man who was in the boat looked up, and seeing the vessel, he answered the cheer. "Throw him a rope," said the captain to one of the men who were standing by. A rope was made fast to the vessel, and then it was thrown by a strong arm to the boat, and came right athwart it, and was immediately made fast by the man who was in it. He then began immediately to haul up the rope, and so draw his boat up alongside of the vessel, and then he came on deck. "How now, shipmate, what do you do out at sea in such a cockleshell as that?" "Nothing," replied the other. "Nothing? Well, you have come a long way to do that. What induced you to come to sea, or were you driven out, or how was it that you came here?" "I was driven out against my will," replied the man. "I was rowing about shore when I fell asleep, thinking myself safe, having secured the boat, as I believed, safely enough." "Aye, aye," said the captain. "And so you found out when you awoke your mistake." "I did. My moorings had broken away, which was only a boat hook and a rope. The tide coming up lifted the boat hook out, and I have been out to sea ever since, and I don't know where I am." "Why, that must have been last night," said the captain. "Last night it was," said the stranger. "You have been to sea all night, then?" added the captain, taking a long gaze at the stranger. "Indeed, I have, and I am quite cold and hungry. I had nothing with me. I rowed sometimes in hopes of getting to shore again." "Well, that is about the fact. You must be about 15 miles out at sea," said the captain. "You are a long pull away from shore, I can tell you, and how you will get back again I don't know, but at all events you are a very queer looking fish, and I suppose your being out at sea all night, and no stores, makes you look as you do, though upon my soul I don't know what to make of you. But you mustn't starve. Here, lad, bring up some coffee and broiled pork. Can you eat any?" "Thank you," said the unfortunate being, "I can. I have been out for many hours." "Well, sit down, or rather go below and eat. When you have done, come up, and we will tell you where the land lies, though I don't know how you will keep it in sight for the life of me." The man went below, where there was some coffee royal made for him, that is, coffee and brandy, and some salt pork was given to him, of which he partook most plentifully, apparently, while the captain muttered to himself, "Well, of all the odd complexioned shore-going sharks as ever I saw, you are the oddest. If I should think he was a wholesome, there's a great deal of the churchyard about him." "There isn't a very agreeable look about him," said one of the men, "but I suppose he has been so much frightened that he looks more like a vampire than anything else." "Aye, or a revived corpse." "Yes, sir." "But that arises from his being so terrified and starved, as well as fatigued. Exposure all night, all added together, has almost changed the current of his blood." The man came up now, having had sufficient provisions below, and had expressed himself much gratified with the coffee royal to the cook, who in his own mind thereupon declared that he must be a Christian after all, though he had obtained by some means the complexion of a white negro. "And now," said the captain, "if you like to go with us to London, you shall go with us, for as I said before, we cannot run into any port before we get there, for the wind is favourable and strong." "I would sooner get back by means of my boat," replied the man, "if I were sure of making land." "You might, if you could keep in a straight course, but there is the difficulty. You cannot do so very well without a compass, and that you have not got." "No, indeed, I have not, though with it I have no doubt of being able to reach the land." "I have," said the captain, "a small one below, a pocket compass. You shall have that, and see what can be done, and if you get ashore it will have done some service at all events." "I shall be greatly obliged for your kindness," said the stranger, "but I am wholly at a loss to know how I shall ever be able to repay your kindness." "Say nothing about that. We who get our bread upon the sea know well the risks we all run, and therefore do not mind lending a hand to each other when in distress and trouble." "I will endeavour to save someone else in your line of life, if I cannot you," replied the stranger, "and if so, if it be possible, make some return." "Aye, that will do, mate. Do a Christian's charity to any one whom you may come across, and I shall be well paid for my trouble." The boat was now brought up alongside the vessel, and before the stranger embarked, the captain said to him, as he held the compass in his hand, "You must place this compass on one of the thwarts of your boat, shipmate." "I will. A precious vessel she is for a voyage out of sight of land, but never mind, you are safe enough, unless the sea was to come and roll you over. But that's neither here nor there. Mind you keep your boat's head to the northwest, and by doing so, you'll make land at the nearest point from where we now are." "Thank you," said the man. "Moreover, you must pull as to keep her head in the direction I tell you. It will be too long a pull for you to get there by rowing. You would get too tired to keep your seat, and you are unused to it too." "I am obliged to you," said the man. "If I get to shore safe, I shall be under great obligations to you. You will have saved my life." I have ordered enough biscuit and grog and cold beef to last you till night. You will get to shore before that time, I have every reason to believe. In 5 or 6 hours you ought to get there, but in case of accidents there is enough to last till night. You have loaded me with obligations. Say no more. Be off with you, and pull away from the vessel as quickly as you can, for we have slackened our speed for you. Farewell. A pleasant voyage to you, said the man. Good-bye, and good luck go with you, replied the captain. Keep to the northwest, and all will be well. Push off, and keep your eye on the compass. The man did as he was desired, laid the compass on one of the thwarts, took the oars in his hands, and began to row away with good will. The crew of the vessel crowded to the side and witnessed the departure of the boat, and when she was a few hundred yards off, the sails were spread, and the vessel ploughed through the waves, leaving the boat behind, a mere speck on the sea, diminishing each moment. But yet while the boat was within hailing distance, the captain said to the crew, "Give him a cheer. He may meet with a score of accidents before he reaches shore, any one of which will be sufficient to destroy him." The crew obeyed, and gave a loud shout to the boat, and the captain added his own voice. The cheering huzzah reached the boat, for the occupant elevated his oar and returned it. The solitary cheer was borne. However, they gave him one cheer more, and then pursued their way over the trackless water. The boat pursued its course for some distance until it was too far from the vessel to be seen, and then, slackening his pace, he contented himself with merely keeping the boat's head in the direction which he had been told, and in which he knew the land lay. There was no hurry and desire to reach the land, but merely to keep where he was, and when any vessel hove in sight, he pulled so as to keep clear of her and out of hail, and there were a great many who passed near him, and would have aided him had he required any, but that did not seem to be his object. Midday was past, and the sun began to decline towards the west, when the boat was gradually brought nearer and nearer in shore. Not only was the shore visible, but the very houses might be counted, and yet he would not come ashore. It was about sunset that the provisions, which were given by the captain of the vessel, were now consumed, and that while they were being eaten, the occupant of the boat sat still with his eyes fixed upon the town, which was every moment becoming hidden by the approaching denseness of the night, and at length could not be distinguished, save by the existence of numerous lights, that shewed the precarious position in which it lay. Darkness now came on, and nothing was to be seen on the ocean whatever, and he remained yet longer at sea. But at length there was no danger of being noticed. He gradually rowed his boat in shore and secured it. Then jumping ashore, he wandered about the town from one place to another, and, finally, he determined to make his way to Anderbury House. "There is at least plenty of everything there," he muttered, "and, though there are plenty of servants, yet in so large a place there is ample room to secrete oneself, and plenty to be had for the trouble of taking it." He came to a small public house, which he entered with the view of resting a short time and of ascertaining what was going on in the town. There were several people seated in the public room, and he now seated himself up in one corner of the room, unobserved by anybody. "Well, well," said one, "there is more than one strange thing of late that has happened. The Baron has given some very handsome entertainments." "Aye, so he has," said one. "And more than that, they say he's going to keep 'em till he gets a wife, though I cannot tell why he should leave them off then, because women like that sort of thing too well to make any objections to its being carried on after marriage. The Baron is very right. If he carried it on then, he would be watched by his wife, who would take good care to rate him for any attention he may pay to any of the ladies, and therefore it would only be keeping up the means for being scolded to keep up the balls. Aye, it would only be getting into hot water, and keeping the kettle boiling on purpose. He would, said another man, merely be keeping the entertainments on for the purpose of showing off his wife and her self-will, as well as her power over him, and showing them all how she could rule a man. A very favourite pastime with married women, who when they have a partner who don't like fighting and quarrelling, and who does love peace and quietness, know how to give it to him. I think better of the Baron, who, I think, is a man who wouldn't stand much of that. Aye, you don't know what a upas tree a woman can be when she pleases. "Well," said another, "the strangest thing that I know of is the loss of Bill Wright's boat." "Oh, what was that? I have heard something about it, though I can't say I've heard the rights of it yet. What was it all about, eh?" "Why, he says when he went to bed he left his boat safe enough moored to another boat and afloat. Bill says he'll swear she couldn't get clear without help, but she did get clear, and there's nothing to be seen of it now, at all events. And poor Bill's in a devil of a way about it too, I can tell you, and good reason enough. Yes, Bill will scarce be able to get another boat unless some good friend should give him one, and that is scarcely likely, I think, as times go." "There's no ball at Anderbury House to-night, I believe," said one of the visitors. "No one that I know of." "No, there is none," said another, "because I know of several who have got leave of absence, so they are short-handed there, and they would not be so if they had anything particular going on, for the Baron does things handsomely." "So he does." The stranger listened to all this conversation very quietly for some time, muttering to himself, "That is well. It will suit my purpose very well. I will go and see how the land lies in that quarter. I have objects in view, and some of the valuables to be found there, at all events, will aid my projects, and assist in my comfort, and I may as well have them from there as anywhere else. Besides, I know more of that place. It suits my taste to do so, and will be somewhat in the shape of revenge." Calling for his reckoning, which he paid, he left the house and proceeded towards Anderbury House. It was now 9 o'clock, or a little later. No one was about, or scarcely any, and those few the moving figure endeavoured to avoid. He turned out of the usual paths, and walked over the fields and unfrequented ways, keeping near the hedgerows until he came to the bounds of the grounds of Anderbury House. Here he paused, and bethought himself the best means of entering the house unseen and unsuspected by anyone, else his object would be defeated. However, after a few moments' thought, he determined to proceed, and, for that purpose, he made for a spot where the fence was low and ran by some trees that had been cut down and grew bushy. Having reached there, he, by aid of the branches, contrived to get over into the grounds, and then made his way swiftly towards a plantation that ran up close to the house, and by means of which he hoped to reach the house, and perhaps to enter it. Silently he made his way into the plantation, and just as he reached it, he saw the moon rise in the east. It was just rising above the horizon. "Thanks," he muttered, looking towards the luminary. "Thanks you did not appear before. But now you are welcome, for I can keep under the cover of trees, and the deeper the shadow, the safer I am from observation." This was right enough. The moon rose full, but not bright, for some clouds seemed to intervene, or rather some thin vapours, which gave her a strange colour, and at the same time increased her apparent size. But she rose rapidly, and as she rose that would wear off, and she would resume her silvery appearance and usual diameter. He was now safe in the plantation, but at the same time it would require some caution not to be discovered, for at times even the plantation formed beautiful evening walks, in which many of the inhabitants of Anderbury House had indulged at various times, and especially when there was what was termed a family party. On a moonlit night, when there were several members of the family who knew the grounds well, then they would find ample amusement in wandering about. However, there was no such parties on this evening, and as it followed, he ran no danger. Lightly, therefore, he crept forward, making no sounds, save as such it was impossible to avoid: the footfalls upon dry leaves, the crackling of sticks, and the rustling of the smaller undergrowth when he came in contact with it. "How shall I be able to pass the open spaces, I know not," he muttered, "but I have passed worse spots than this, and I may be pretty confident I shall succeed in escaping detection on this occasion. However, it shall be tried. There are few who are about. All is quiet and still. The very watchdogs are quiet and asleep." He crept onward now until he came within some 150 yards of the house itself, when he paused and listened, but hearing nothing, he again came forward, and approached within a few score yards of the house, when he was suddenly arrested by the sound of voices. He paused and listened. It was a female voice spoke near. She was evidently speaking to a man. "Now, William," she said, "do you believe you can get into the house without making any noise?" "I am sure of it, providing you leave the window open and the rope there." "Yes, yes, I will." "Well, that room is empty. Pull off your shoes and creep out of the door. Don't let it bang together, or it may alarm someone." "Yes, yes, I'll take care." "Well, then, remain in the passage or room until I come to you. But should you be disturbed, you can hide yourself in any of the closets, or go upstairs, which will bring you to the floor on which my room is." "I will take care, but don't forget the rope, and leave the window open." "I'll not forget. I'll throw the rope on one side so as to hang among the vine leaves, so it will not be detected by any one accidentally coming this way, though that is very unlikely indeed." "I understand. For the matter of that, I think the vine is strong enough to bear me without the rope." "I would not have you make the attempt, lest you fail and are killed, William. Be sure you do not make the trial. What a thing it would be if you were discovered, and all were to come out! I should be ruined." "Never fear that. I will take care, both for your sake as well as my own." "Then good-bye." Some words were then uttered in a whisper, the import of which he did not hear, but it continued for a minute or two, and then the female said, "Wait here a few minutes, and you will see me come to yon window, and let down the rope, and then be gone as quickly as you can." "Never fear for me. I will wait here until I see you at the window, and then I will leave." The female figure he saw glide quickly away, and he watched until she was out of sight, and then he watched for the signal also. He could see the form of the male figure, who stood within about 3 or 4 yards from the spot where he was concealed. Then after a time he saw the female figure come to the window indicated by her, and then throw the rope out of it, and cause it to hang down by the side, or among the leaves of the vine, so that it could not be seen, except if it were looked for. When this was done, and the figure saw the female had withdrawn, he turned from the spot and walked hastily away further in the plantation. And when he was quite out of hearing, and the stranger could no longer hear his footsteps among the dried rubbish in the wood, he walked cautiously forward to the edge of the grounds, and then gazed up at the house and listened carefully to ascertain if there was any sound at all indicative of the vicinity of a human being. Hearing none, he assumed another attitude and prepared to make a dart forward for the window, as he muttered, "The coast is clear, and it will be hard, indeed, if I do not now succeed. Once in the house, I will soon secure myself and the contents of some of the Baron's drawers, and some of his gold will be mine." Again taking a cautious survey, and being perfectly satisfied that he was unobserved, he dashed across towards the root of the vine, and in a moment more he had seized the end of the rope. But he heard the sound of footsteps. What to do he could not tell, but he sprung up a few feet and buried himself among the leaves of the vine, which were very luxuriant. The footsteps were heard closer and closer, until he could perceive the very female who had thrown the rope out of the window stop within a few inches of him, and then seize hold of the rope he had been about to seize. Her object was to ascertain if the rope was low enough to be reached, and when she had adjusted it to her mind, she exclaimed in a low voice to herself, "Ah, that'll do. He will find it easily, I dare say, and it will be all right. Nobody will see it." Having satisfied herself of that, she left the spot and returned the very same way she came. It was an awkward situation, as anyone could well indulge without discovery. "It was a very narrow escape," he muttered. "I had no idea of her coming back in that way. I never dreamed of such a thing. But no matter, I believe I am quite safe now. If not, I shall have some other escape. She must have been next to blind not to see me." However, he got down, and then pulled down the rope straight, and, by the help of that vine, he then pulled himself up to the window, into which he speedily got, and found himself in an empty room. Here he paused, to ascertain if he could hear any one moving about, but he heard nothing, and at once proceeded to feel his way cautiously along to the door, which he approached with cat-like step. Opening the door, he paused to listen, before he ventured into the landing to which it opened, but finding the coast clear, he went through that, and then into the next room, which was apparently a storeroom, being filled with a variety of things of miscellaneous character, and which were only of occasional use in the house. This he closed, and went upstairs, where he came to a suite of servants' bedrooms, and thence he walked about from room to room, until he came to a portion of the house he recognized, and then he made direct for the Baron's own room. There he muttered, "I am likely to meet what I want, and the carpets are soft and give no noise. I can sleep for a short time if I will." He made at once for the Baron's sleeping room, which he opened and entered. It was empty, and he at once closed the door, and then made an instant search about for a place of concealment, and having found one, he began to make a search for some other matters that were not of the same but a more valuable character in the market. However, he found out the drawers and depositories, but he was unable to open them because they were locked, and he must wait until the Baron had gone to sleep, and then, taking his keys, he would be able to help himself without any difficulty to what he most desired. He had scarcely made this determination before he was alarmed by the footsteps of the Baron as he ascended the stairs. This produced a necessity for instant concealment, and he immediately flew to the spot which he had chosen, and scarcely had done so before the room door was opened, and in walked the Baron himself, who brought in a light with him. He remained walking about some time, examining a variety of matters, but appeared as though he never intended to go to sleep. There was every probability of his discovering the place of concealment, which was easily done, had he but turned his head or moved his hand under certain circumstances. But as fortune willed it, the Baron did not. It was near an hour before the Baron sought the repose he might have taken, but for the dominion of the spirit of restlessness, and it was even then some time before he fell into a sound slumber, apparently being engaged in deep thought. However, he did fall asleep, and the tongue of Morpheus spoke loudly, like some human beings, through the nose, and then it was the hero of Anderbury churchyard stole from his concealment, and began to examine the chamber. "Where are his keys, I wonder?" he thought. "He must carry them about him, but he must have left them somewhere in his clothes. And if I can obtain and use them without making any noise, it will be fortunate." He found the keys, though not without making a slight jingle with them, but that caused no motion on the part of the Baron, who lay snoring in his bed. He stole to the drawers, and the key fitted. He quickly unlocked it and drew it open. "Fortune befriends me," he muttered. At that moment the Baron turned in his bed and heaved a deep sigh, and appeared for a minute or two restless, as if on the point of waking up. The intruder, however, stopped short in his depredations and paused, and then crouched down, lest the sleeper might open his eyes and by momentary glance detect him. Suddenly he spoke, but indistinctly, very indistinctly, and yet loudly enough. The stranger stared. He thought himself detected, but he found that the Baron was only dreaming. He drew nearer to him and listened to what he said. "Ha!" sighed the Baron. "She is very beautiful, very beautiful. Ha! Her form and face are perfection." He paused, and again went on, but too indistinctly. A word or two was heard plain enough now and then, but it was impossible to form any sense of them. They had no connection with one another. "She is very beautiful," again muttered the Baron in his sleep. "She is lovely, amiable. What a wife!" Then he fell into a train of half mumblings, from which nothing could be gathered. "Heavens, what a prize!" exclaimed the Baron, and again he relapsed, but appeared more composed and quiet. "I would he were 9 fathoms deep below the level of the sea," muttered the robber, "and then I should not be bothered by him. Sleep or let it alone," he exclaimed between his teeth. "It would be almost safest to kill, and yet one cry might bring the whole household upon me." Turning to the door, he ascertained that it was locked. He turned the key, and in doing so made a noise with the lock, which had the effect of causing the Baron to start in his sleep. "What was that?" he muttered in sleepy accents. "I thought I heard the door go, but it can't. I locked it. I remember very well I locked it." After this speech he fell fast asleep. "Another escape," muttered the intruder, who rose from his crouching posture, and setting the door open, so that he could, in case of an accident, make his escape from the room. Then he again turned toward the drawers, and began to help himself to the contents, when he accidentally struck the keys, which fell with a clash to the floor. In an instant the Baron started up on his elbow, and pulled aside the curtain to see what was the cause of the disturbance. In a moment the light was put out, and the intruder had assumed a motionless posture, but it was too late to escape the quick eye of the Baron, who instantly jumped up, exclaiming, as he laid his hand upon a pistol which he had under his pillow, and cocked it, Ah! Robber! Assassin! Stand or I fire! The sound of the cocking pistol was quiet enough. It came distinctly to the ear, and suggested the idea of more than ordinary danger with it. And he dashed past, heedless of the command of the Baron, who called upon him to stand. The Baron fired, and in an instant the house was filled with a stunning report, which echoed and re-echoed from room to room, filling the inmates with wonder and alarm. The sensation produced by the sound was of that description that can hardly be described. To be awakened from a sound sleep by such a dreadful, stunning report, which carried such a sense of danger with it, that they remained in an alarming stupor for nearly the space of a minute, until indeed they were aroused by the shouts of the Baron, was rather terrifying. Hardly had the stunning and deafening report died away, when the Baron leapt from his bed to ascertain if the shot had taken effect. The intruder heeded not the commands or the shot of the Baron, for he dashed out of the room at his utmost speed, making his way towards the lower portion of the house, that offering great facilities for escape. The Baron, as soon as he had recovered from his first surprise, jumped out, and seizing a heavy cane that was lying across one of the chairs, he rushed after the flying figure, shouting and calling to his people to get up. "Robbers! Thieves!" he shouted. "Here! Help! Help secure the robbers who are in the house!" The intruder made for the lower stairs, but was closely followed by the Baron, who could just see the dusky form of the object of his pursuit before him. But now in the lower rooms, where there was no light at all, the shutters being up, he missed him. The robber had taken advantage of the darkness, and doubled upon his pursuer, and hastened upstairs, with the view of reaching the place where he entered. In doing this, however, he was met by one of the men who was coming down. There was no time for deliberation, and he dashed up, regardless of the blow the man aimed at him, who said, "Here you are! Here goes one for 'em!" As, however, the battle is said not always to be with the strong, so in this instance was he unable to accomplish his object, for the blow, by the agility of the robber, was evaded, and the result was, that the serving man was suddenly whirled down the stairs, and being once on the descent, he did not stop until he got to the bottom. "Murderer! Murderer!" shouted the unhappy individual, as he rolled down the stair after stair, until his cries were stilled by a violent concussion of the head. In the meantime the stranger rushed upstairs at a headlong speed, until he attained the landing which led to the room, at the window of which he entered. Securing the door behind him, and then getting out of the window and seizing the rope, he began to descend very rapidly, fearing he would be intercepted by those below. He slipped down the rope rather than let himself down, and before he had got half-way down, he met with an impediment, which, however, quickly gave way, and they both came plump down to the earth together. "My God! My God!" exclaimed a man's voice, in great terror and tribulation. "What's that? What's that? Mercy! Mercy! I didn't mean to do any wrong." The stranger heeded not the words of the terrified swain, who, it would appear, had begun to ascend to reach the dormitory of his fair but frail one, when his flame was so unceremoniously quenched in the way we have related, but dashed away from the spot, and was speedily lost in the plantation, whither the unfortunate individual, when he had sufficiently recovered his senses and released his head from the imprisonment of his hat, soon after betook himself, thankful the affair was no worse. End of chapter 115. Chapter 116 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cole McKinnon. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Priest. Chapter 116. Jack Pringle falls in love, and has rather an unhappy adventure with a bull dragon. Jack Pringle, like other men, was subject to the vicissitude of the passions, which placed him under a certain string of circumstances that produced results quite at variance with those which are usually anticipated when an individual enters upon the pursuits of the tender passion. Indeed, Jack could see nothing at all unhappy, or in the least degree unfortunate, in the black eyes and rosy lips of Susan, who was most certainly the maid of the inn, though not in precisely the same rank as the one alluded to by the song. He had taken up his residence at the inn, had Jack. Indeed, he was partial to inns in general. There was usually a greater latitude permitted there than elsewhere, not only each one being allowed to accommodate himself as he pleased, but he could always have what baccy and grog he chose to order, as long as there was a shot in the locker. This being the state of affairs, Jack found another inducement to stay where he was, and that was the existence of the before-mentioned Susan, who appeared to be as kind as she was good-natured. She never refused to answer Jack's call, and when she came, she always said, "What did you please to want, Mr. Pringle?" Mr. Pringle, thought Jack. Well, that sounds pretty from such a pair of lips. Jack scratched his head, and turning his quid in his mouth, was often lost in admiration and forgot all his wants at that moment, and it was not until the question was more than once repeated that Jack was aware that he really did not want anything, especially as his grog was not all gone. "Well," exclaimed Jack, looking at the glass, "I forgot. But never mind, Susan, I'll have another can whilst this is going. So I shan't hurry you. I wouldn't hurry you, Susan. No, that I wouldn't." The course of true love never did run smooth. That is, we know, a rule that is as old as the hills, but then it is of constant reoccurrence, and one that may be fairly presumed always will, to the end of the world, and possibly after. However that may be, Jack was not without a rival, and one of a very formidable character. Not that Jack valued him a piece of rotten yarn. No, he never did think anything of a landsman, especially a soldier, for it was to that class this rival belonged. "Susan," said Jack, as he sat in the kitchen, watching the various evolutions to which the hands of Susan were applied, in the performance of her multitudinous duties. "Well, Mr. Pringle," said Susan. "Ah," said Jack, and there was a pause, during which Jack forgot to even chew his quid, and was quite abstracted in a manner and thought. He had intended to say something, but it had quite escaped him, and it was difficult for Jack to hold his thoughts, as it is for countrymen to hold a pig by the tail when this latter member was well greased, and when it was of the description usually denominated a bobtail, a common occurrence. "What did you say, Mr. Pringle?" said Susan, bustling about. "I am sure you were about to say something." "Well, I suppose I was," said Jack, "but I don't know what it was now. Perhaps you do." "How should I know that? I can't tell what you're thinking about. What made you think that?" "Because your black eyes seem to go through me, Susan, like a 42-pounder. I tell you what, you ought to know what I want to say, because I'm always thinking of you." "Are you, though?" "Yes, I am," said Jack. "You're a light craft, a rare pretty figurehead you'd make." "Lor, Mr. Pringle," said Susan. "Well, you would, though, and I'll take 3 dozen and never wink, if there's one to be found half as handsome in the whole British Navy or in any other." "To think," said Susan, "that I should be called a figurehead! Well, I declare, I never heard the like. Why, what will you say next? I never thought that of you." "Why," said Jack, who was very much bewildered, and didn't know precisely what to say. The turn the compliment had taken was one he couldn't understand. "Why, you see, Susan, the figurehead is the beautifulest part of the ship, except maybe her rigging, her portholes, her sides, and her trim. But then, you see, them things ain't no matter of likeness to anything human, especially you, Susan." "Ain't they, Mr. Pringle? Well, you know best, but I dare say it's all right, for you must know best. But my cousin says I am more like the Venus de Medici than anything else." Jack stared. "Who?" he inquired, with his eyes opening very wide. "The Venus de Medici," said Susan, speaking in a very slow, emphatic manner, for Jack's behoof. "Don't know her," said Jack. "I'll go bail there ain't such ship in the Navy. There never was such a thing heard of unless some of them French craft. But your cousin ought to be well caught for saying you were like anything French. Why, you are true blue, and no French about you. Is there, Susan? I don't know. But I never heard there was, and I don't know if there is. But that's what he said, and he's been a long way." "Who is he?" said Jack, laying emphasis upon the last word, to indicate that the sound was displeasing. "Oh, my cousin." "Well, but who is your cousin?" inquired Jack. "Have you seen him very lately?" "Yes, I saw him this morning. His regiment is quartered only a few miles from this place." "Oh," said Jack, "he's a soldier, then?" "Yes, he is. A horse soldier," added Susan. "A horse marine. Ah, I know 'em afore to-day. They are a rare lot to lie and gallop away, but Lord bless you, they never lay alongside an enemy till you've beaten him. No, no, they can't do that. He'll be here to-night, said Susan. You shall see him, Mr. Pringle. He's coming all this way to see me. To see you? Said Jack Pringle, who was much displeased with this piece of particular attention in the cousin, and he could not help saying so. But he is my cousin, said Susan, and you know one cannot refuse to see one's friends and relations. Besides, he has been at all times very kind and good-natured to me, so that I cannot do otherwise than to receive him kindly. Oh, to be sure, said Jack. By all manner of means, only we must understand each other, Susan. There can't be more than one captain aboard at a time. How very odd you do talk, Mr. Pringle. My cousin will ask you what you mean. Will he now? Said Jack. Well, he may do so if he like, but my lingo will be as good as his, I am sure. But we shall see him, however. But, Susan, you don't care anything about him, you know. Not a bit, Mr. Pringle. Only as a cousin, you know. Oh, very well, said Jack. I don't care about that a bit. But if it so be you're going to carry on any games, you know, why, I won't stand it. Oh, Honor, said Susan, looking tenderly at Jack. Honor, you know. Do you think I could be capable of doing so? No, I never do anything unbeknown to a person. No, I say, let all be fair and no preference. Well, said Jack, but I want all fair. But I should have no objection to a little preference, too. Don't you give no preference to me over a soldier, Susan? Don't know, said Susan, but she gave a look towards Jack that made him suspend the libation he was about to pour down his throat. Oh, I see how it is with you, Susie, said Jack, becoming more familiar and pleased, for Susan's black eye had a magical effect upon Jack, and he felt as if Susan must love him as much as he loved Susan. Her eyes told him more than her tongue. Jack was quite sure of that. When is he coming? Said Jack. To-night, said Susan, and you must promise me you will be very quiet and civil, and then you shall see him. Only you won't take any notice of what he says or does. No, no, said Jack. It's all right. I understand. I won't quarrel with him. No, not even if he were to, but splinter my mainmast, if I could stand that. Stand what? inquired Susan demurely. Kissing of you, said Jack, striking the table with his fist so as to make the glass that happened to be there tremble. I couldn't. I could stand the cat first. Lor, Mr. Pringle, who asked you to do so? I am sure I would not do such a thing. What? said Jack. Why, to let him kiss me, to be sure. Jack looked, perhaps felt, electrified, and after a moment's pause, took his quid out of his mouth, hitched up his trousers, and then seized Susan by the waist, and gave her a kiss. It was a kiss, such a one only as a man-of-war's man could give. It went off like the report of a pistol. Lor, Mr. Pringle, said Susan, I thought you were quite another sort of man. What would my cousin, the dragoon, have said if he had seen you? Dear me! You must have alarmed the whole house. I didn't think you were going to make so much noise, though. A footstep approached, and the landlady thrust her head in, but Susan was busy, and Jack was chewing his quid, as grand as an admiral. Susan? Yes, ma'am, replied Susan. What's the matter? Don't know, ma'am. Didn't know there was anything wrong at all, ma'am. I thought I heard a plate smash just now. Are you sure you haven't broken anything? Yes, quite, ma'am. Oh, said the landlady, I certainly thought I heard a smash. But I suppose it was a mistake altogether. However, I am glad of it. There, said Susan when she had gone, I told you how you had alarmed the place. Well, said Jack, who felt much abashed at what had happened, I didn't make so much noise either. But never mind. The evening came round, and with it came the dragoon, as fine a specimen of military dress, discipline, and riotism as can well be let loose upon a decent community, and Susan met him in the passage. Ah, my pretty Susan, said the son of Mars, the star of my destiny and the hope of my heart, while I wear spurs I will love you ever dearest. Oh, come, none of that nonsense, you know, Robert. It won't do. You say too many fine things, you know. Of course I do. But I can say them without occasion. No, As well might you want day without daylight, the moon without moonlight. You inspire me, you see, and without you I couldn't say anything." "I dare say not," replied Susan. "You are such a man that you make one believe what you say." "You ought, since I speak the truth and nothing else. But come, come, we'll go in. I want to talk to you, Susan. I came on purpose to see you. There's the barmaid in the plough and gooseberry bush, quite sulky because I didn't stop there. But I know I promised you I would come, and so I would be as good as my word." "Are you sure she was sulky?" "Certain, because she would not say good-bye." "Well, but now I want to speak to you about something I want to explain." "Explain, my dear. I'll explain anything that can be explained. I don't mind what it is. You'll never find me backward in coming forward with any amount of explanation that you can by any possibility require." "That is not what I want. I have a cousin here." "I'm not particular. I will pay her every kind of attention. I am sure you will acknowledge I am not wanting in any attentions to you." "Oh, dear, no! But it is not a female cousin that I want to speak to you about." "Indeed! I can't tolerate another." "Yes, but you must. He's just come from sea, and is a very odd man, but an uncommonly good-hearted man. So don't take any particular notice of what he says or does." "I don't mind him a bit. Not the value of a pinch of snuff." "Yes, but you must do that. Only don't do anything to vex him. You can be pleasant company when you please, I know." "And so I will." "To please me you will. For though I don't care anything for him more than if he were my brother, yet he's very fond of me." "That's no recommendation to me," said the dragoon. "A spoony anchor buttons, I suppose." "You must be civil to him, or I will never see you any more." "Well, then, my charmer, I will say anything you like to this saltwater fish of yours, but he mustn't lay hands upon you. If he should do so, why I should be obliged to chastise him." "But he's a man-of-war's man, and I'm a man-of-war myself, my dear." "Lor!" said Susan. Upon which she turned her eyes and face towards the dragoon, who could not let such an opportunity slip, and he immediately saluted her in true military style. But he did not commit the same offence that Jack Pringle did, for the former told no tale by the report. It was all quiet, and he followed Susan until they came to the room in which Jack was sitting. "This is Mr. John Pringle," she said. "Aye, aye," said Jack. "Here I am, Jack Pringle, a floater on shore, all the same. And this," continued Susan, "is Mr. Robert Swabbham." "How do you do?" said Jack. "Mr. Swabbham?" "I dare say it is so, but since we are to be shipmates, we may as well be friends. How do you do?" "Pretty well, I thank you, Mr. Pringle, very well indeed. Hope I see you quite well, and at home?" "Yes, quite so, both ways, well and at home." "The devil!" "Yes, we call him Davy Jones, but then I suppose you have one on purpose, in your line." "Why, there's a little of the devil in us, that is pretty well admitted on all hands, and that's as much as we have any wish to have in way of connection with the gentleman whom you name." "Aye, aye, maybe you'll know more of him afore you are done. But no matter. Sit down, messmate. We can discuss a can of grog, I reckon." "Yes, easily. I can do my duties in any point, friend, you may best please. Facing an enemy, drinking a can, or kissing a lass, what more can you say?" "I can do the same myself, as some I know can testify, if they chose to speak," said Jack, who gave a sly look at Susan, but at the same time she nearly fell a-laughing, when reminded of Jack's tremendous smack, which the landlady mistook for a smashing of crockery. "But howsomever," cried Jack, who had relapsed into a grim smile, "we'll have a can together." "Very well. Susan, will you do what is needful for us? If the landlady would allow me, I'd wait upon you and do all your work." "And a pretty boobery," said Susan, "she would make of it. You would soon get discharged for tasting the grog on its way from the bar to the parlour." "Ah, well, I might get in trouble if I did that." "What do you say, friend Jingle?" "Pringle," said Jack. Ringle. I have it now distinctly." "Why, you swab," said Jack in a rage. "I ain't got so nickshaw names as them. Mine's quite different altogether. So say what you like. My name," said the soldier, "ain't Swab, but Swabbham, at your service." "Ah," said Jack, "whether swab or swab 'em, it don't much matter. We all must fill our place. Some are luckier than others, though they might be cousins." "Cousins? Curse cousins, say I." "Same here," said Jack, and then they both stared at each other, believing each other's cousins to Susan, though not to each other. "I am glad you are here," said Susan. "I have the grog for you. It's extra strong. I know, because I put some more into it. I turned the tap on into each, and she didn't see me do it." "Ah, Susan, I see you have a great regard for me, but it's not more than you ought when you come to consider how I respect you," said the soldier. "The same here," said Jack, who thought this pretty good for a cousin. "I admire Susan. She's got such eyes and such cheeks." "So she has. They are like diamonds set in roses, that they are." "Yes," said Jack, "and it's soft as velvet." "Damn!" said the soldier, "you beat me a hollow. I say, messmate, where did you learn to fire your great guns off in that manner, eh?" "Where?" said Jack, putting the can down. "Why, where there were men to fire into us again. I'll warrant you it was none of your field days, where people are tearing their hearts out to look fine. No, no, the lee scupper ran with the blood, and every heart was a true British sailor's." "Well, that was good. But when I served on foreign service, there was no getting out of the way of danger, behind a wall, stone, brick, or wooden. No, nor even laying on the ground. We had not even that, for as we fought we destroyed the very building which supported us, and we had the spirits of the sea to contend against us, as well as the dangers of the fight." "Oh, it's all very well," said the soldier, "but danger's danger, and there's an end of that matter. Only I wish there was no such thing as bad grog. That's a great evil. Why, what do you think we did at Portsmouth the day after we landed? The landlord gave us bad grog, and how do you think we served him? Why, we made him drink it till he was so drunk he couldn't lay down without being afraid of falling, and then we cut his hair all off. Well, I recollect a place in Portugal where they brought us some wine which we couldn't drink. It was horribly thin and sour. We had in vain asked for better, but none was to be had in our building. Indeed, we felt sure there was better, and we determined to have it. We called our landlord and told him we were resolved to ruin him if he didn't bring it up. We would have better wine, but he protested he had not got any. Now, we were resolved to search, and accordingly we did search until we came upon some beautiful wine, some of the best port ever I tasted, and we made free with it. At all events, we drank as much as we could drink, and then fell fast asleep, and forgot to punish our landlord for the rascality. But I suppose he was well aware of what he deserved, for he endeavoured to excite some of the peasantry about to murder us while we were slept, and when we awoke we found ourselves surrounded by a dozen men. There was but 3 of us, but we were armed, and the peasants had nothing but miscellaneous description of weapons, old guns, swords, and clubs, but they were not the men we were. Well, it came to a hard fight. More blows were struck, however, than did any mischief, because we could make use of our tools, and fought so hard that they were glad to leave us victors. "Lor!" said Susan, "you don't mean that, do you?" "I do indeed, but that was nothing. I frightened a whole regiment of the enemy." "Eh?" said Jack. "What's a whole ship's complement, eh? Well, that will do. Go ahead. You beat all the cousins as ever I've heard of. If you don't, never mind me. That is all about it. A good yarn, well spun, is worth a glass of grog at any time." "Well, I'll tell you all about it. It's sooner told than done, I can tell you. But never mind. Susan, don't be frightened. It's all past now, though it was true. But the best things must have an end, some time or other, and this had one too. I was serving in Spain. I fought against the French then, and though I say so, you may depend upon it I took my chances as well as any other man. However, I had many inclinations to go a step or two beyond my strict duty, and do more than I was obliged. But what of it? If you succeed, you are sure to be rewarded, and I wanted, if I could, to capture a pair of colors, which would give me a step in my regiment. "Charge, my brave boys!" shouted the colonel, as the enemy appeared coming down upon us. There were 3 or 4 to 1, besides a reserve at a short distance, but we thought nothing of that. We had every reason to believe we were outnumbered, but that was all, and we drove hard at them. It was a glorious sight to see us full tear at the heavy armored cavalry, in squadrons, but they had the advantage of weight and number of men. Yet our shock was so great that many of the enemy were thrown out of their saddles, and many more were killed. We hewed and hacked at each other for some time, until, in fact, the enemy began to give way. As soon as we began to find out that, we urged our horses on, and ourselves to strain our utmost, and we forced them back, and they began to turn about in right earnestness, and show us their heels. Unfortunately for us, there were no other troops at hand to support us. I say unfortunately, for while we were engaged in beating a larger force than our own, and which even then outnumbered us, we were taken in the rear by the reserves, and many men were cut down before our men could be called off. Among those who were taken prisoner was myself. I had received 1 or 2 severe wounds, which were indeed considered mortal, but which were not so dangerous as they were believed. However, as I kept my saddle, I was taken prisoner. Indeed, I was unable to offer any resistance. My eyes were filled with blood. "Lord, how dreadful!" said Susan. It was dreadful to think of it then, but I did not. I was too much occupied with my desire to do my duty, so heated and excited, to think of anything about it. I was dragged away. Then what became of me, I don't know, but I have some recollection of having a cloak thrown over me, and I rode away in company with them. I know we went away very fast, for they dreaded another charge of our men, and they had succeeded in escaping and reforming, and they were hovering reinforced upon our march. Well, that night, as I was deemed too badly wounded to give them any trouble or attempting to make an escape, they let me lie in a stable. I fainted away, and, after several attempts to restore me, they left me as a hopeless case. But it was no matter to them, they didn't grieve. I wondered in my own mind as to the reason of their doing so much, but I suppose it was that prisoners were at a premium with them at that time, and they were anxious to return as large a number of prisoners as possible, and, upon the principle which induced the elderly dame to attempt emptying the sea with a teaspoon, that every little was a help, they thought that if I lived I should be one more, and where the numbers were small, one was of importance. They gave me up as a bad job altogether, and after they had racked up their horses, they sat down for the evening to their meat and their wine. They had been all conversing together, but they were about to lie down and have some sleep, when suddenly I woke from my trance, and walked out without at all knowing what I did. The men stared at me, and shook like so many aspens, but did not stir till one of them said, "A ghost! A ghost!" This had the effect of clearing the place, for they all jumped up and ran away from the spot, leaving me master of the place, and judging that I was alone, I very soon made my way back to the quarters of the English, and got to the quarters of my old regiment, where I was kindly received, my comrades having given me up and lost. "Well," said Jack Pringle, "you were very nearly gone certainly, though you weren't quite a ghost, but that ain't half so bad as a fire ship, especially in towing a fire ship among the enemy. I was once on an expedition of that sort when I was in the Mediterranean." "Lor, a fire ship! What's that?" inquired Susan. "A shipload of fire, with lots of combustibles," said Jack. "It's a thing that won't do for a plaything. Well, the enemy had several, and as we came up to them, we found they had the wind in their favor, and the first thing they did was to put out several of these fire ships. But the wind was not direct for them, it was shifting. Well, we were ordered to man the boats, and tow the fire ships back again amongst the enemy. Well, you may be sure that they didn't like that, especially when the fire ships blew up. They did so with a dreadful explosion, setting fire to friend and enemy, and blowing them out of the water. This we did, and as we towed the vessel along, we were fired at a pretty smart rate, I can tell you. Why, the very sea seemed to boil around us." "Lor," said Susan, "how dreadful! Why, it's horrible here when the pot boils, and heaven knows what it must have been there. Why, I am sure I wonder how you escaped being scalded to death." "Why, some on 'em did get killed," said Jack. "My starboard man was shot through the head, and 1 or 2 more went on an errand to Davy Jones." "It was lucky for them," said Susan, "that they were set out of the way when there was so much danger going on around you. I am sure I should have been glad." "Maybe so," said Jack, turning his quid, "but I know this, them as was sent up on the errand never came back any more. They stayed away altogether, many of them becoming food for the sharks. However, we towed away, and the breeze shifting, we got pretty well among them, and then we left the fire ships where they ought to be, among the enemy. Well, we had a hard pull to get back, there being 5 or 6 ships firing broadside after broadside at us, but they never hit the boat. The other boat they did hit, and a shot went clear through her, and she went down in the deep water." "And what became of the poor men that were in it?" inquired Susan, horrified at the detail. "Some on 'em were drowned, and some were saved," said Jack. "But we had scarcely reached our own vessel when the fire ships blew up, setting fire to and damaging several of the enemy, who were near at hand, and covering the sea with bits of burning timber, and many fell into the ships, setting fire to their rigging, and knocking men on their head, and doing a world of mischief besides." "Goodness me!" said Susan, "what a dreadful thing, to be sure! I should not like to be near a fire ship. At all events, Mrs. is quite a fire ship here." There were but a few observations to make. Jack thought he had quieted the dragoon, and had given him a dose of salt water, and moreover Jack ogled the maid of the inn in such a way that speedily brought the military hero to a sense of his danger, so curling his mustache with his finger, he said, "Well, it's all very well talking of the dangers of the sea, but it's nothing to a storming party." "A storming party? What's that?" inquired Susan. "Why, I'll tell you, my dear, and then you'll know all about it. You see, when we were at the siege of Bangpowder—" "Never heard of such a place," interposed Jack. "What's the bearing of that outlandish place?" "Oh, never there, eh?" said the dragoon contemptuously. "Then you don't know it. Talk of danger, you should have been there, and you would have known what danger was. However, I'll enlighten your ignorance. You must see, Susan, my dear, that at Bangpowder we were very little use in the way of assisting the siege, except that we acted as outposts, foraging parties, and kept off the light troops of the enemy when they shewed themselves, while the infantry set to work in the trenches to work the guns. They did work them above a bit, too. For weeks together there was firing day and night, on our side and on theirs, so the air was never without a strong smell of gunpowder, which you might smell for 12 leagues, quite strong." "Lor!" said Susan. "Smash my timbers," said Jack Pringle, "if ye ain't a comin' it strong this time." "Well," continued the dragoon, taking no notice of what was said, "well, that was nothing. That was a mere trifle. After some weeks' firing, we made a hole in the wall, which increased day after day until big enough for a man to enter. After that a storming party was ordered. But after more than one attempt our men gave it up as a bad job. Our captain, being a daredevil sort of fellow, and not liking to see men beaten back, said the breach was practicable and could be entered. This was denied by the officers and men who had been defeated, and he said if his own troop would volunteer, he would undertake to enter the place. This was told us, and we all at once volunteered to follow him to the devil, if he chose to go. He at once informed the commander-in-chief, and we were ordered to mount the breach. To do this we of course dismounted and went on foot. There was some little excitement upon this matter, but we were cheered as we passed, and when we arrived within a few yards of the wall, we were met by a tremendous fire of all arms. This, however, did not daunt us, though it thinned our ranks and we were less in number. But up the breach we went, one man at a time. 6 of them, one after another, were knocked over dead as herrings. Well, the men began to look blue over this. They wouldn't have minded rushing on in a body, and giving and taking till they all died. But to get on top of a brick wall, one at a time, to be shot at, why it was more than they liked, especially as they had not struck one blow, or fired a single shot in return. "Hurrah, lads!" said I. "I'll have a shine, now. Come on, follow me quick." I jumped up and cleared the wall, though 1,000 bullets were fired, and got over clear without a shot, save one that shaved some of my whisker off. We all got over, and soon after were followed by some of the other regiments, and the place was our own. But we were nearly stripped naked." "Oh, Lord! How was that?" inquired Susan, interested. "Why, we had so many narrow escapes that our clothes were all shot to shreds." "Goodness!" "Oh, but it is true," said the dragoon, rising and going out of the kitchen. In a few moments afterwards Susan left it also, and Jack, after turning his quid and squirting the tobacco juice on the floor, rose and hitched up his trousers with a preliminary "damn," left the kitchen also. But he hadn't gotten far when, oh horror! he perceived Susan in the arms of the dragoon, whose moustached lips more than once met hers. "Sink the ship!" muttered Jack. "Here's a pretty go! The black-looking piratical thief!" But Jack's peace was soon held, as he listened to the assignation which Jack was determined he would keep himself, to the discomfiture of the dragoon. Having made up his mind upon this point, he returned to the kitchen, and Susan also, in a very few moments. But Jack pretended to be asleep, and wouldn't speak to her, because he thought she hadn't behaved well in this affair of the dragoon. He was resolved, however, in substituting himself for the soldier, or at all events of making a row. The time came, and Jack stationed himself upon a position where he could with ease lift the dragoon into the water butt below, in case he offered any opposition to the substitution before named. The moment came round, and the dragoon was seen slowly and cautiously mounting the way to the window of Susan. It was a kind of leads just above the water butt, accessible by means of some wooden steps. "Avast there!" said Jack, when he got up to the level with the top. "What do you do there?" "What is that to you?" inquired the dragoon. "A great deal," replied Jack. "But you don't come here. I heard all about it. But I tell you what, you ain't coming here at all events." "But I am." "Don't attempt, or I'll sink you. I will, by all that's good. So keep back and go away." "I'll see you dead first," said the dragon. "I have mounted a worse breach than this before today, but I suspect there isn't much danger here." He ran up and soon faced Jack, who seized him round the waist, would have lifted him up in his arms, and could have thrown him into the water butt, only Jack's foot suddenly slipped, and he fell down, the soldier upon him, who in an instant regained his feet, and rolled Jack over and over, until he came to the water butt. Into this Jack went, head first, and kicked and floundered about, and if the water butt had not been very rotten, and gave way, letting all the water escape, it is very doubtful if Jack would not have found a watery grave in the confined space of a water butt. As it was, he was more than blind and breathless, and sat down in the midst of the water on the stones, to recover himself from the immersion he had undergone. End of chapter 116. Chapter 117 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cole McKinnon. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 117. The Proposal of Jack Pringle to take Anderson to the Wedding. A circumstance now occurred which soon enabled Jack Pringle to console himself for the misadventure he had had, which he was delighted to think was not known to any of those persons with whom he came ordinarily into contact. The pleasant circumstance to which we allude was the reception of a letter from the Admiral, and by the mere fact of his writing such an epistle to Jack, it would seem to be perfectly true that he really felt unhappy without the companionship of that worthy. The letter was to the following effect: "Jack, you mutinous rascal, your leave of absence has expired, and you know you ought to have a round dozen when you come back to your ship. But as it turns out, you may stay where you are, for a reason that I am going to tell you. There is to be a wedding at the very place where you are staying, between some odd fish, a baron something, I don't know who. But as we have been all invited, we are coming down the whole lot of us, and shall arrive on Thursday. so you may look out from the masthead as soon as you like, and you will see us coming with all sails set. No more at present from your vagabond, you know who." "What an affectionate letter," said Jack. "I know the old fellow couldn't do without me long. He's quite an old baby, that's what he is, and if I wasn't to take a little notice of him, he would be as miserable as possible. Halloa, what cheer! Have you come back?" These last words were addressed to James Anderson, who at that moment made his appearance in the cottage of the old seaman, he having just left the house of the Williamses, after the painful interview which he had recorded took place between him and Mrs. Williams, during which she had succeeded in convincing him that all his hopes as regarded Helen were crushed completely. The appearance of deep dejection that was upon his countenance was such as to convince Jack Pringle the nature of the business he had been upon, and he cried, "Come, come, cheer up, man. I guess now you have been looking after that sweetheart of yours, who is no better than she should be." "I have indeed," said James Anderson, "been to extinguish all hope. Nothing now lives in my breast but despair. I shall proceed to London at once, to make a report to the Admiralty, as it is my duty to do so, and, after that, I care not what becomes of me." "Stuff, stuff," said Jack. "I have got some news for you. My old Admiral, that I take care of, has had an invitation to the very wedding, as I take it to be, of your old sweetheart." "What! Is it possible? Do you mean an invitation to Helen Williams's wedding, with the Baron Stolmer of Salzburg?" "Yes, I do. That's just what I do mean, and no mistake. Here's the letter which he has written to me to go, and I think I shall let the old fellow, for it will amuse him. Just read that." Jack handed the Admiral's letter to James Anderson, which he read with a great deal of interest, and when he had concluded, he said, "Mr. Pringle, a sudden thought strikes me." "About ships?" said Jack, and begin again. "I told you before not to call me Mr. Pringle. I cannot stand it. Call me Jack, and then go on telling me what your sudden thought is." "Well then, Jack, my sudden thought is this, that your friend the Admiral might be induced, upon your representation, to let me join his party, and I would take care to conceal my features and general appearance, so that I should not be known, while I had the mournful satisfaction of taking a last look upon that occasion of her who I have loved, before she becomes irrevocably the wife of another." "If you wish it," said Jack, "it shall be done. I'll undertake there shall be no objections on the part of the Admiral. And as for the Bainsworths, they are a good sort of people, and would do all they can for anybody, I am sure. I should take it as a peculiar favour, for although I feel now that my hopes are blasted, and I can have no possible expectation of beholding her with eyes of pleasure, I still wish to look upon her, that I may see if anything of regret is upon her countenance, of if she has quite forgotten the past." "Say no more," said Jack, "but consider it as done. I'd take care, though, if I were you, that she did not find me out, for I wouldn't let the finest woman that ever breathed, no, not if she was 7 feet high and as big as a hogshead, fancy that I cared so much for her as to go to her wedding after she had jilted me." "She shall not see me," said James Anderson. "She shall not see me, you may depend, for without doubt the guests will be very numerous, so that I can easily keep myself in the background, and look upon her face without her being at all aware of the presence of such a person at the ceremony." "Yes, you can manage that, and, if I were you, just as I was going away, I'd give the Baron a jolly good kick, and tell him you wished him the joy of his bargain. I wouldn't do anything violent, you know, but a little quiet thing like that would just show them all what you thought of the business." "A sense of my wrongs," said James Anderson, "should not extinguish a sense of justice, and I have no means of knowing that the Baron is at all in fault in this matter." "Oh, you are too nice by 1/2. If a fellow takes away my sweetheart, hang me if I care who is at fault." "Oh, but it is necessary that we should be just at all events. But still, Jack, accept my sincerest thanks for placing me in the way of looking upon Helen. I'd rather see that she was happy and contented with her lot, than I would observe evidence upon her face of any passionate regret. The former would reconcile me, by making me think I had made a great mistake in the object of my attachment, while the latter would leave in my heart a never ceasing pain." "Come on," said Jack. I fear I tax your patience, Jack Pringle, when I talk in such a strain as this." "I'll be hanged if you don't. What do you mean by it? There is a lot of women in the world. I have no patience with a fellow that, because one girl uses him ill, goes sniffling and crying about his feeling, and his agony, and his chest, and all that sort of thing. I should recommend a bottle of rum." "Well, well, Jack, it may happen some day even with you, and then you may feel some of the mental agony of knowing that another has posed himself of her whom you thought all your own." This was hitting Jack rather hard, although James Anderson did not know it. So he said, "Ah, well, to be sure, there is something in that, after all, and I don't mean to say there ain't. But however, keep up your heart, my boy, and there is no saying what may happen yet. Alas, there can nothing happen that give me pleasure. All is lost now, and the only hope I can have is to forget." Jack would have written a letter back to the Admiral in reply to the one which he had received, only that somehow or other he was not a first-rate penman, and as he said it was such a bother to know where to begin, and when you did begin, it was such a bother to know where to leave off, that, taking all things into consideration, he rather on the whole declined writing at all. And as the appointed day was near at hand, on which the wedding was to take place, he thought it would do quite as well if he kept the lookout which the Admiral had suggested for the arrival of the Bannersworth. As for the scheme of James Anderson to be present at the wedding, the more Jack thought of it, the more he liked it, because he considered that it afforded a chance, at all events, if not a good prospect, of a general disturbance as any that had ever existed. "Lor, what fun," he said, "if he would but kick the Baron, and then if the Baron would but fall foul of him, and the girl scream, and old Mother Williams go into hysterics, that would be a lark, and no doubt about it. Shouldn't I enjoy it above a bit? I'd give them a helping hand somehow or another, and then, who knows but the girl may have been regularly badgered by the old cat of a mother into the match, and may wish for all the world to get out of it. There can be no doubt but that if Helen Williams, even at that last moment, chose to make any appeal, it would not be made in vain to Jack Pringle, who, with all his faults, and they were numerous enough, had in his heart a chivalrous love of right, and a hatred of anything in the shape of oppression, which nothing could subdue. And such qualities as these surely are amply sufficient to atone for a multitude of minor errors, which were more those of habit and defective education than anything else. It very much delighted him to think that the Admiral and the Bannersworth were coming down to Anderbury, because such a fact not only prolonged his stay there, which he was pleased it should do, because he was really very much delighted with the place, but it at the same time threw him again into the company he so much liked, and his attachment to the Bannerworth family had really become quite a strong feeling. He waited quiet with impatience until the Thursday came on which the Admiral had announced his arrival, and instead of being in the town or on the outskirts to watch for him, which would have been but a tiresome operation, Jack walked boldly on to meet them by the high road which he knew they must traverse. After he had gone about 4 miles, he had the satisfaction of seeing, in the distance, a travelling carriage, manned, as he called it, with 4 horses, rapidly approaching, and Jack immediately produced a large silk handkerchief that he had purchased, which was a representation of the national flag of Great Britain. This he fastened to the end of a stick, and commenced waving it about as a signal to the Admiral of his presence in the road. At this moment, too, it happened, fortunately for Jack Pringle, as he considered, that a man came across the still in the immediate vicinity where he was, with a gun in his hand. "Halloa, friend," said Jack Pringle, "just let me look at that gun a minute." "I'll see you further first," said the man. "You seem to me as if you were out of your mind." So saying, he levelled the piece at some birds which were flying overhead, and fired first one barrel and then the other in rapid succession. "Thank you," said Jack, "that was all I wanted, and it will answer my purpose exactly. There is nothing like when you display your flag, firing a gun or two. It's all right. He sees me. He sees me." The Admiral had actually been looking from the window of the carriage, although he had not expected to see Jack quite so soon. but the appearance of the handkerchief, which was made so much to resemble a flag, convinced him of the fact that Jack had come that distance to meet them, and when he heard the gun fired twice he was quite delighted, and leaning back in the carriage he cried, "Ah, Flora, my dear, it is a great pity that Jack is so given to rum, for he is a remarkably clever fellow. You would hardly believe it, now, but he has contrived to hoist a flag just because he sees me coming." "Indeed, uncle?" "Yes, my dear, he has. And didn't you hear that he actually managed to fire a couple of guns, some way or another?" "I certainly did hear the report, but I had no idea that we were indebted to Jack Pringle's management for them. Oh yes, I can see him a short distance ahead. He is lying to now, and if the wind wasn't against us we should be upon him in a few minutes. But don't you feel it blowing in your face?" Notwithstanding the Admiral considered, which he certainly did, that the wind was a real impediment to the progress of the carriage, they did in a few moments reach to where Jack Pringle was waiting, when the Admiral called out from the window in a loud voice, "Alloa! What ship, and where are you bound to?" "The Jack Pringle," was the reply, "from Anderbury, and to fall in with the Admiral Bell, convoy of the pretty Flora." "There now," said the Admiral, "didn't I tell you what a clever fellow Jack was? What shore-going humbug, who had never been to sea, would have thought of such a thing?" "Well," said Jack, as he walked up to the coach window, for the postilions had been ordered to halt, or as the Admiral had expressed it, to heave to. "Well, here you are, all of you." "Yes, Jack," said the Admiral, "and I was just saying I thought you a very clever fellow." "I am sorry I can't return the compliment." "You poor old creature," said Jack. "I hope you haven't gotten yourself into any trouble since I have been away from you. What a miserable old hulk you do look, to be sure. There you go again. Now you are getting into a passion as usual. What a dreadful thing temper is, to be sure, when you can't manage it." Jack scrambled up behind into the rumble before the Admiral could make any reply to him, for indignation stopped his utterance a moment or two, and when he did speak it was to Flora he addressed himself more particularly, saying, "Now, did you ever know a more ungrateful son of a gun than that, after I had just told him that I thought him a clever fellow, for him to burst out abusing me at that rate? Now I have done with him." "Oh, you may depend, Admiral Bill," said Flora, "that he doesn't at all mean what he says, and I am convinced that he entertains for you the highest possible respect, and that he is only jesting when he uses those expressions which would seem as if it were otherwise." "Let's just wait," said the Admiral, "till the wedding is over, and then I'll let him know whether a boatswain is to make a joke of an admiral of the fleet." End of chapter 117.
Chapter 118 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 118. The Baron's Preparations for the Marriage and the Wedding Morning. During this time neither Mrs. Williams nor the Baron Stolmuir were idle spectators of the progress of the hours, but, on the contrary, they made the best possible use of the week which was to elapse before the marriage ceremony took place after Helen had given her consent to it. £500 in the hands of such a person as Mrs. Williams will go a long way, and produce an amazing amount of show and glitter, so that she managed, before the day on which the ceremony was to be performed arrived, to make quite certain that herself and her daughters would present a most dazzling appearance, and she thought it not at all improbable that even at the very church some meritorious individual might be dazzled into thinking of matrimony with one of her other daughters, upon seeing what a brilliant appearance they managed to present upon the marriage of Helen. "I am quite sure that no harm can come of it," she said, "if no good does, and at all events if no good is done at the church, the Baron will soon be giving parties enough to bring out the dear girls to perfection, particularly as I fully intend we shall all live at Anderbury House." Mrs. Williams considered this as a settled point, whether the Baron liked it or not, and, knowing as she did the gentle and quiet disposition of Helen, she did not doubt for a moment of being permitted to rule completely over the domestic affairs of her establishment. All this was amazingly satisfactory to such a lady as Mrs. Williams, and the very thing of all others she would have liked had she been looking out for what would please her in the marriage of her daughter. We shall shortly see how these views and opinions were verified by the fact. All the other preparations were left to the Baron, and when he wrote a letter to Mrs. Williams saying that he would be ready by 10 o'clock on the morning which had been named for the nuptials, and would send one of his carriages for the bride, Mrs. Williams was perfectly satisfied that all was quite correct. There was no very good excuse for calling at Anderbury House, but if she had then called, she certainly would have been astonished at the preparations which the Baron was making for that day which was so near at hand. It was quite terrific the expense he went to and the gorgeous manner in which he fitted up one of the largest apartments in the house for a dance looked really like expenditure of the most reckless character, and such as indeed it must have required an immense fortune to withstand. The walls of that apartment were hung with crimson draperies of a rich texture, and such beauty of design that they were the admiration of the very workmen themselves who were employed upon the premises. Then the magnificent order he gave for a feast upon the occasion and the wines he laid in really almost exceeded belief, and such proceedings were indeed highly calculated to give people most exaggerated versions regarding his wealth. He had indeed mentioned to Mrs. Williams that he had silver mines on some of his estates abroad, and that fact to her mind was quite sufficient to account for any amount of money he might possess, because to her ideas of geology and mineralogy the discovery of a silver mine meant finding a hole of immense width and depth crammed with the precious metal. But be this as it may, and whether the Baron Stolmüer of Salzburg owed his wealth to silver mines or to other sources, one thing was quite clear, and that was that he had it. And that was the grand point, for in a highly civilized and evangelical country like this, the question of how a man got his money is not near so often asked as, has he got it? And it is quite amazing what liberality of feeling and sentiment is immediately infused into people by the fact of successful speculation of any kind, while failure immediately incurs the greatest of opprobrium and contempt. And now the day was so close at hand that Mrs. Williams got into a terrible flutter of spirits, and began really to wish it over, for she was completely ready, and each minute became an hour of impatience to her. She was continually bothering the Baron with notes and messages upon different subjects, and he had the urbanity to answer 2 or 3 of them, but he soon left that off, and the last half-dozen, at the least, were, to Mrs. Williams's great mortification, taken no notice of at all. Some of these notes were upon the most nonsensical points, and several of them, although they did not actually ask it, pretty strongly hinted that more money would be a very desirable thing. The Baron would not understand any hint, however, upon the subject, so that Mrs. Williams became fully convinced that she must make the best of it she could, and put up for the present with the £500 she had already received. But when the day had actually dawned on which the suspicious event was to come off, and upon looking around her she found herself surrounded by gay apparel and jewellery, she almost dreaded that even yet it would turn out to be some delusion or a dream, for she could scarcely believe in the reality of such glory and magnificence belonging to her. But facts are stubborn things, and, whether for good or for evil, are not likely to be got over. So, when she looked out of the windows and saw that a bright morning sun was shining, and that the life, animation, and bustle of the day was commencing, she told herself that it was, indeed, real, and that she had reached very nearly the summit of her desires and expectations. "Yes," she exclaimed, "I shall be mother-in-law to a baron, and I dare say I shall have at least 20 servants in Anderbury House to command and control continually." A more gratifying reflection than this could not possibly have presented itself to Mrs. Williams, for if any one thing could be more delightful than another, it certainly was that kind of petty power which gives an individual a control over a large establishment. After she had arisen on that eventful morning, she did not allow her establishment many minutes' repose, but in the course of half an hour all was bustle, excitement, and no small share of confusion. And while she was thus energetically pushing on her preparations, let us see what the Bannerworths are about, now that they have fairly arrived at Anderbury, and are in readiness, probably, to be present at the ceremony. By Flora's intercession, a peace was established between Jack and the Admiral, and the former took the latter down to the old seaman's cottage in order to introduce him to James Anderson, and on the road he made him acquainted with the particulars of the young man's story, at the same time informing him of the wish that Anderson had expressed to be permitted to join their party. "Oh, certainly," said the Admiral, "certainly. let him come by all means, although I must say that he ought to leave for London at once with his dispatches, or at all events with the news that he had lost them. However, I am not on active service, and therefore have no right to do anything more than advise him in the matter." "Oh, he will go," said Jack, "as soon as he has seen his sweetheart, and perhaps kick the Baron, for though he said he wouldn't, I live in hopes yet that he will be aggravated enough to do it." The Admiral liked James Anderson so much that he not only promised him he should go to the wedding under cover of the general invitation which he, the Admiral, had received, but he proposed, likewise, that he should come home with him at once and be introduced to the Bannerworths, and by home he meant the inn at Anderbury where they were staying. The young man expressed himself highly gratified at this invitation, and at once accepted it, so that they walked towards the inn together and began to make preparations for their appearance at Anderbury House. Flora and the Bannerworths, as well as Charles, received young Anderson very graciously, and they each expressed to him their sympathy for the painful situation in which the Baron's marriage was placing him. Flora and Charles Holland, as may be well supposed, could both feel, and feel acutely too for any one crossed in his affection, as poor James Anderson was, and it certainly much damped the satisfaction they had in going to what everybody told them would certainly be the most brilliant wedding that had taken place in that part of the country for many a year. "Let us hope," said Henry Bannerworth, "that you will find some other Mr. Anderson who will be more worthy of your esteem than she who has treated so lightly your affection and her own faith." "I know not," said Anderson, "whether to accuse her or not, for who knows but after all she may be the victim of treachery, notwithstanding the apparent powerful evidence that has been given to me by her mother." The Bannerworth family were determined, and so was the Admiral, that they would bestow what credit they could upon those who had so kindly invited them, and, accordingly, when they started for the Hall in the handsome carriage which had brought them down to Anderbury, they certainly presented a rather showy and attractive appearance. But still, when they reached the entrance to Anderbury House, they found that theirs was by no means the only equipage of the kind that was there to be seen, for although both the entrances were open for the reception of guests, they had to wait a considerable time before they could get up to either of them. 150 guests, 60 or 80 of whom kept equipages, were calculated to make some little degree of confusion, but when the Bannerworth family fairly got within the house, everything else was forgotten in their admiration of the brilliant arrangements within. The richest carpets were laid down that money could purchase, and servants in gorgeous liveries ushered the guests into an immense hall in which the marriage ceremony was to take place, and which was decorated with a splendour that was perfectly regal. And here a new set of domestics glided noiselessly about with various refreshments upon silver salvers, and the place began rapidly to fill with such an assemblage of wealth and beauty and rank as perhaps scarcely ever had been congregated in one place before. But among those whose beauty attracted much attention we may need well reckon our friend Flora Bell, as she was now properly called, and whose sweet countenance was the cause of many a passing observation, couched in the most flattering terms. It wanted yet an hour to the time of the ceremony being performed, and the Bannerworths, as they saw that their companion, young Anderson, was in a painful state of excitement, all sat down in the deep recess of a large window to wait the coming of the bride and bridegroom. "I don't think, Mr. Anderson," said Henry, "that your coming here at all was a well-advised step, but since you are here you should muster up resolution enough not to betray any feeling." "I will not betray it, although I feel it," said Anderson. "Rely upon it that I shall look much firmer and act much firmer when she whom I wish to see is actually here than I do at present. I am enduring suspense now, and that is the worst of all." "I do wish," interposed Flora, "that you had seen her whom you love before the ceremony, for in that case, although you might have endured the pang of finding that she was willing to call herself another's, you would have been spared the pain of this day's proceeding." "I wish to heaven I had seen her, but I knew not how to arrange such a meeting, and when I was shown in her own handwriting, which I knew too well to doubt, a consent to be the wife of another, I no longer had the spirit and the perseverance to ask to see her, and it was an afterthought that made me wish to look upon her face once more before I left her forever." "What?" said Jack Pringle, suddenly making his appearance. "Is he gammoning you with his feelings?" "Oh, so you have got in, have you?" said the Admiral. "So I have got in. Why, what do you mean by that? Of course I have got in. Wasn't I invited? I do think you get a little stupider every day, and in a course of time you won't know what you're about. I should not be surprised to see you take out your handkerchief to blow your eye instead of your nose." Latterly, Jack, when he made one of these speeches, always walked away very quickly, leaving the Admiral's anger to evaporate as best it might, so that he escaped the retort which otherwise he might have received. End of chapter 118. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 5 May 2009.
Chapter 119 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 119. A rather strange circumstance at the Baron's wedding. At length the hour came, so anxiously looked for and expected by all the Baron Stollmeyer's guests, and the great clock which was in one of the turrets of Anderbury House proclaimed that the minute had arrived when all was presumed to be ready for the union. All eyes were directed to a large table that was placed at one extremity of the hall, and covered with crimson velvet, and at which the ceremony was to be performed. The Bannerworths were a little forward, so that they commanded a good view of everything, and James Anderson was completely hidden from observation behind the bulky form of the Admiral. Now, a small door opened, and an Archdeacon somebody, who had been engaged, as you would engage a celebrated performer at some theatre, to perform the ceremony, made his appearance, accompanied by several ladies and gentlemen, whom he had brought with him to partake of some of the Baron's good things. In a few moments, from another doorway, came the bride, accompanied by 6 bridesmaids, but she was covered with such a massive lace veil from her head to her feet, that not the slightest vestige of her countenance was visible. But still, Flora thought that, as the bride first came in, she heard from beneath that veil a deep and agonized sob, and she remarked the circumstance to Charles, who confirmed her opinion by at once saying, "It was so, and I don't think it at all likely that we should both be mistaken." There was a slight murmur of applause and admiration among the assembled guests, as the bride took her seat by the table; for although there were many there who had never seen her face, there were likewise many who had, and even those who had not, could not but perceive, by her graceful movements and the delicate outline of her figure, that they were looking upon a creature of rare beauty and worth. It was astonishing that the bridegroom should be late, and the audience who were present began to be indignant at such a fact, and whispered together concerning it in language not very flattering to the baronet, who, had he heard it, would have found that he must mind what he was about, or his rapidly acquired popularity would soon be at a discount. Minute after minute thus passed, and Mrs. Williams, who was attired in a richly flowing garment of white silk, embroidered with flowers, began to be in a most particular fidget. "Where could be the Baron? Good God, where is the Baron?" and some one or two said, "Damn the Baron!" when suddenly the door at which the bride had entered was again flung open, and 2 servants in rich liveries made their appearance, one standing on each side of it. Then there was heard approaching a slow and measured footstep, and presently, attired in a court suit of rich velvet, the Baron Stollmeyer of Salzburg appeared in the hall and marched up to the table. He had but just time to execute half a bow to the assembled multitude, when Admiral Bell called out in a voice that awakened every echo in the place, "It's Varney the Vampire, by God!" Yes, it was Varney, the bold, reckless, audacious Varney, who had thus come out in a new character, and, with vast pecuniary resources, acquired heaven knows how or where, was seeking to ally himself to one so young and beautiful as Helen Williams. We do absolutely and positively despair of giving an adequate idea to the reader of the scene that followed. Ladies shrieked, the bride fainted, Mrs. Williams went into strong hysterics, and kicked everybody. Jack Pringle shouted until he was hoarse, while Varney turned and made a dash to escape through the door at which he had just entered. James Anderson, however, by springing over a table, succeeded in clutching him by the collar behind; but Varney turned on the instant, and lifting him from the ground as if he had been a child, he flung him among a tray of confectionery and wine, and from thence he rolled into Mrs. Williams' lap. Following close, however, upon the footsteps of Anderson in pursuit of Varney had been Henry Bannerworth, but he accomplished nothing, except to strike his head violently against the door through which Varney escaped, and which was dashed in his face, and immediately bolted on the other side. "He is a vampire!" shouted the Admiral. "I tell you all he is a vampire! Varney the Vampire, and no more a baron than I am a broomstick! Stop that damned old woman from making such a noise!" "It's the bride's mother," said somebody. "What's that to me?" roared the Admiral. "It don't make her a bit less of a nuisance. I offer £100 reward for Varney the Vampire, and there might be some people here that know the house well enough to catch him." "Do you mean £100 for master, sir?" said a great footman with yellow plush breeches. "Yes, I do, you hog in armour," said the Admiral. The footman rushed through another doorway in a moment, and then Jack Pringle jumped upon a chair, and waving his hat, cried, "Hurrah! hurrah! hurrah! 3 cheers for old Varney! I'll tell you what it is, messmates, he is the meanest fellow as ever you see, and as for you ladies who have been disappointed of the marriage, I'll come and kiss you all in a minute, and we'll drink up old Varney's wine, and eat up his dinner like bricks. My eye, what a game we will have, to be sure! I am coming—" At this moment the Admiral gave such a kick to one of the hind legs of the chair, that down came Jack as quickly as if he had disappeared through some trap door. "Hold your noise, will you?" said the Admiral, "you great brawling brute." "I'll settle him," said Mrs. Williams, who had suddenly recovered, and had not Jack suddenly made his escape, it is highly probable she would have made him a regular scapegoat in the affair, and that he alone, for Anderson had pretty quickly escaped her, would have felt the consequences of her deep disappointment. The confusion now became, if anything, worse than at first, for many of the guests who had looked on apparently quite stunned and paralyzed at what had taken place, now recovered and joined their voices to the general clamor. Some, to rush out of the place, took the opportunity of going through the different rooms, while a number, who had heard of the widespread fame of Varney the Vampire, and who were utterly astonished to find him and the Baron one and the same person, joined in the pursuit, with the hope of taking prisoner so alarming a personage. No one knew for some time what had become of the clergyman, until Jack Pringle saw a human foot sticking out from under the table, upon which he took hold of it, and with a pull dragged the Archdeacon somebody fairly out, to the great horror of some of the very religious old ladies who were present, who considered that an Archdeacon must be somebody very wonderful indeed. "Hilloa, Mr. Parson!" said Jack. "I suppose you thought it was your old friend the devil come for you before your time. But cheer up, I know him. It's only a vampire, and that's nothing when you're used to it." Jack did not seem at all to think that it was necessary he should assist in the capture of Varney, and probably the real fact was, he did not care whether Varney was captured or not, so he walked to one of the tables which were loaded with refreshments, and knocking the neck off a bottle of champagne, he gave a nod to Mrs. Williams, saying, "Come, old girl, take something to drink. That red nose of yours looks as if you knew something of the bottle. It's only me, so you needn't be shy. Ah, it's devilish good wine, though. I do give old Varney credit for getting up the thing decently, which he certainly has, and no mistake." "Who has seen my daughter? Where is my daughter?" cried Mrs. Williams, as she looked about her in vain for Helen. "You needn't trouble yourself, ma'am," said the Admiral. "She has just walked off with a little fellow of the name of Anderson, who, although he was no match for Varney the Vampire, I think will turn out to be the one for your daughter." Mrs. Williams was thoroughly thunderstricken, and she sat down in a chair, and commenced wringing her hands, and muttering as she did so, "Oh, that I should have lived to see this day! Oh, that I should have existed to be so—" "Jolly well humbugged, ma'am," said Jack Pringle, "with a vampire instead of a baron! Why, Lord bless you, ma'am, nobody in their senses would have taken old Varney for a baron. Why, he is a regular old bloodsucker, he is, and a nice family you would have had. But, however, if you are fond of him, you can marry him yourself, you know, now. And I shouldn't at all wonder but he will consent, for a man will put up with any damned old cat, when he finds he can't get a better." "Good God!" said Mrs. Williams. "I think I know your voice now. Ain't you Admiral Green?" "Avast there!" said Jack. "I ain't nothing of the kind. They calls me Colonel Bluebottle, of the Horse Marines." "The what?" "The Horse Marines. Ain't you never hear of them, ma'am?" "I certainly never did. But don't try to deceive me, sir. You are Admiral Green, and if you will, my dear sir, spare me a few minutes of your valuable time, I shall be able to explain to you—" "What?" said Jack. "Why, that really, you will scarcely believe it, but really, Admiral Green, my daughter Julia is, although I say it, one of the best of girls." "Oh, I dare say she is, ma'am, but I don't know as that much matters to me." "Excuse me, Admiral Green, but it really does, and you must know—of course it's quite between ourselves, this—that she happened to see you when you did me the honor of calling upon me." "Did she really?" "Yes, my dear Admiral, and, do you know, ever since then she has been positively raving about you, and as you were good enough to say, the Baron should not stand in the way of your affections, allow me to recommend Julia to you." "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Jack. "Well, ma'am, I should not have said no, only that you ain't half particular enough for me." "Not particular? Oh, good God!" "No, ma'am, you ain't. Here you would have married one of your daughters to a vampire, and how do I know what other sort of odd fish you might bring into the family?" "But, my dear Admiral—" "Oh, gammon! I tell you what, now, I will do. I don't mind standing something devilish handsome, if you will marry old Varney yourself." "What! The Baron that was, and the vampire that is? I marry him! Oh dear no, I really could not. That is to say, how much would you give, Admiral Green?" "Ah!" said Jack, "I knew it. Who says, after this, that women won't marry the very devil himself, if they only have the chance? And now, Mother Williams, I'll just tell you what you have done. The fact is, I took a fancy to you myself, and that's why I came here at all today. I meant to have proposed to you, and if you had only said you would not have the Baron Vampire for any money, damn it, I would have had you myself, and settled a matter of £15,000 a year upon you." "Oh, gracious Providence! What do I hear?" "Just what I says. I'm a man of my word, ma'am, and would have done it." Mrs. Williams was so affected at the chance she had lost, that she quite forgot to look after Helen, but was actually compelled to indulge herself with a glass or two of something strong and powerful, which she said was sherry, but which somebody else said was brandy, in order to recover from the faint feeling that would come over her. After this, Jack thought that he had had about the bitterest revenge upon Mrs. Williams that it was possible to achieve, and he was quite right as far as that went. The old Admiral, too, who overheard some part of the colloquy, was quite delighted with it, and again told himself what a clever fellow Jack was, and quite a wonderful character in his way. "Ah," he said, "one would have to sail a tolerable lot of voyages before finding anybody as was exactly Jack's equal, and I'll be hanged if I don't forgive him for the next piece of mutinous conduct he is guilty of, on account of the way he has served out that horrid old Mother Williams; for in all my life I never saw a woman I disliked more. Stop, what am I saying? Did I really forget Mrs. Chillingworth, the doctor's wife? That was too bad." End of Chapter 119. Chapter 120 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 120. The Hunt for the Vampire in the Subterranean Passage. The information that had been given to Mrs. Williams respecting her daughter and James Anderson having together left the great hall of Anderbury House was perfectly correct. The voice of Anderson whispering words of affection in the ear of Helen was sufficient to arouse her from the state of syncope in which she had fallen; and when she recovered and looked in his face, the expression of joy which her countenance wore at once dispelled all his doubts. "Helen, dear Helen," he whispered, "are you indeed still in heart mine?" "Still as ever," she replied. "Come with me, I have much to tell you, and we need not heed the thoughts and feelings of the throng that is here. If you can walk, place your arm in mine, and lean upon me, and we will get out of all this trouble and confusion." Helen was but too glad to avail herself of such an offer, and she accordingly at once did so; and leaning for support upon that arm, which, of all others, she most loved to bear upon, they together passed out of the great hall, through one of the numerous doorways leading from it. Being both of them quite ignorant of what may be called the topography of Anderbury House, they went on till they came to a small but very elegant apartment, in which a table was laid with wines, and some costly refreshments, which, from the fact of an extremely clerical looking shovel hat being upon one of the chairs, there was no great difficulty in coming to the conclusion that this had been a reception room, got up purposely for the reverend gentleman who was to perform the ceremony of marriage between the Baron and Miss Williams, and in which he had refreshed himself prior to the performance of that dreadfully arduous task, for which, no doubt, as all persons are, he was so very insufficiently paid. A glass of wine which James Anderson poured out for Helen, tended much to recover her, and when he said to her in accents of the greatest affection, "Helen, Helen, is it possible that you really so far forgot me as to promise your hand to another?" she burst into tears as she clung to his arm, saying, "I know you cannot, you ought not to forgive me. I did promise. But I did not forget you. And if you know the cruel persecution to which I have been subjected, you would pity, perhaps, as much as you condemn me. You did not know that some days since I wrote you a note." "Me a note? Oh, heavens! No, no! What became of it? To whom did you entrust it? Oh, James, had I but thought you were near me, do you think that for one moment I would have yielded even to the representations which were made to me?" "I see it all," he said. "Your mother has carried on this matter with more tact than candor and honesty of purpose. I do not condemn you, dear Helen, and no one shall ever disturb you in your possession of a heart which is wholly yours." "And can you forget—" "All but that I love you I can and will forget, Helen." "I do not deserve this noble generosity, for I ought not to have yielded, James. I feel that I ought to have clung to the remembrance of your affection, and found in that an abundant consolation, as well as abundant strength, to resist the whole world." "Say no more, dearest, upon that head, but let us, to the full, enjoy the happiness of this meeting, without the drawback of a single doubt." "We will never part again." "Never, never." But, James, what was the meaning of that sudden exclamation from one of the guests as regarded the Baron? "You allude to Admiral Bell proclaiming him to be a vampire, and, I must say, it fills me with quite as much astonishment as it can you. I did hear a strange story of that sort from a sailor a short time ago, but I looked upon it as a mere superstition and paid no attention to it. You know what it means, I presume, and that a vampire is supposed to be a half supernatural creature who supports a spurious and horrible existence, by feeding upon the blood of any one whom he can make his victim." "If this horrible superstition," said Helen with a shudder, "be true, what a dreadful fate have I escaped!" "It surely must be some error of judgment. But still, dear one, you have escaped a dreadful fate, a fate worse than any vampire would have inflicted upon you, the fate of being united with one whom you cannot love." "Yes," said Helen, "that is indeed an escape. But how came you, of all persons in the world, a guest here?" "I came, Helen, under cover of a general invitation, with a most worthy family, to whose kindness I feel myself much indebted, and which empowered them to bring with them whom they pleased. My wish and object was to take one last look at the face I had loved so well, before I left you forever." "Oh, heavens!" said Helen, "and I was so near being sacrificed while you were by. Even now I shudder at the dreadful chasm. I feel that you ought not to forgive me." "Say no more, say no more. All that, Helen, is now past and forgotten, and I can well imagine how your mother would torture you with supplications, because she believed this man to be rich, and consequently the sort of person, above all others, as most desirable for her to have as a son-in-law. We will only consider that a great anxiety and a great danger has passed away, and we will not stop to ask ourselves what it was." "Ever good and ever generous," resumed Helen, as her head reposed upon her lover's breast. "Oh!" said Jack Pringle, as he popped his head in at the door. "I beg your pardon, you are better engaged, but we are going to have a grand vampire hunt through the house, and I thought you would like to join it, perhaps." "Stay a moment, stay," cried Anderson. "Do you mean to tell me, really, that this is the person who gave your friends, the Bannerworths, so much trouble and inconvenience?" "Yes, I do," said Jack. "Lor bless you, he is quite an old acquaintance of ours, is old Varney. Sometimes he hunts us, sometimes we hunt him. He is rather a troublesome acquaintance, notwithstanding, and I think there are a good many people in the world a jolly right worse vampires than Varney." "I have no cause to hunt him," said Anderson, "and so therefore I feel certainly more inclined to decline than otherwise engaging in such a transaction." "Don't mention it," said Jack. "You are a deuced deal better engaged, and there needs no excuses." Jack was quite right as regarded the projected hunt for the unfortunate Varney in Anderbury House; for the liberal offer of reward which the admiral had made to any one who would secure him, was calculated to stimulate every possible exertion that people could make upon the occasion; so much so indeed that the Bannerworths, after a brief consultation among themselves, thought that for the protection of Varney it would be much better that they should find him, than now leave him with the character that had been given him as such a dangerous member of society. The servants, and some of the guests even, had gone very systematically to work for the purpose of taking Varney prisoner; for, in the first instance, they had secured all the outlets from the house, so that, as the footman with the yellow plush continuations remarked, he must jump over a cliff if he wanted to get away. The admiral and Henry agreed with each other that they would be foremost in the search, in order to protect Varney from any violence; for although this conduct of his might be considered as very bad, and an outrage upon society in passing himself off as a baron, and endeavouring to effect an alliance with a young and innocent girl, yet they, the Bannerworths, had nothing to complain of in the transaction whatever. Consequently was it that they felt an inclination to defend Varney from personal violence. And this was, to a certain extent, to be dreaded, because Anderbury being so short a distance from Bannerworth, it was not to be supposed but that some news of the mysterious appearance of the vampire had reached the ears of almost everyone who happened to be present at the baron's wedding. And although these persons might be supposed to belong to a class of society not likely to commit acts of violence, yet there was no knowing what, in the excitement of the moment, might be done. While the search went on, Flora was introduced to Helen Williams, and remained with her, commencing a friendship which lasted afterwards, to the great advantage of Helen, for many a year. The Bannerworths would have been pleased and interested at going over Anderbury House under any other circumstances than the present one, for truly the baron had made it a most magnificent abode. By judicious additions to the antique furniture which had belonged to it when he took it, he had made some of the apartments look gorgeous in the extreme; and while he had not disturbed the character of the decorations, he had certainly shown a very fine taste in adding to them. But their minds were by far too much occupied with considerations connected with Varney to pay much attention to his house; and as they traversed room after room in search of him without finding him, they began to think that, with his usual good fortune, he had contrived entirely to escape. The servants, who knew the place well, perhaps better than Varney did himself, searched for him in almost impossible places, until it began to be the general opinion that he must have escaped. They were standing by a large bay window, which commanded a view of the gardens, when one of the servants suddenly exclaimed, "I see him! I see him! There he goes!" and pointed into the garden, where, for one instant, Henry Bannerworth, as well as the admiral, saw Varney, in his rich suit of wedding apparel, dart from among the bushes towards a summer house that was in the garden near at hand. "'Tis he, indeed," said Henry. "Let us get down instantly, or he may yet effect his escape." "No, no," cried one of the servants, "he cannot do that. The garden wall is too high, and the men are stationed at the gate. It's quite clear to me what he is about. Look at him! He is going towards the old passage that leads to the seashore." "Then he will escape, of course," said Henry, "for no one can hope to overtake him." "Don't you be afraid of that, sir," cried the servant. "One of my mates has gone round to the beach to watch, and he won't let the door be opened that leads out on to the sands, so he cannot get away by that mode." "In that case, then, we have him completely entrapped, and, as you say, he cannot escape. It must be the madness of positive desperation that induces him to go to that place." "Let us be off at once after him," said the admiral. "That is our only plan. Come on at once. The sooner we get hold of him the better, for his own sake as well as for ours." Thus urged, they all proceeded towards the garden, in which was the mysterious, well-like entrance to the subterraneous passage, which formed so great a feature in the estate of Anderbury, on the moment, and which, at the time that Varney had taken the mansion, had evidently formed to him one of its principal attractions. To the Admiral and his party, as well as to several of the guests, who joined from motives of curiosity in the pursuit for Varney, this place was perfectly new, and it certainly, to look down it, did not present by any means an inviting prospect; for although it sloped sufficiently to take off the absolute appearance of being a downright hole in the earth, yet, beyond a few feet in depth, the gloom had something positively terrific about it. "Well," said the Admiral, "I've been into the hold of many a ship, but never one that looked half so gloomy as this, I can say. What do you say to it, Jack?" "There's no use saying anything to such places," said Jack. "The only way, if we want to catch old Varney, which I suppose we do, is to pop down it at once and done with it. So come along, I won't flinch if it was 10 times worse. Come on, Admiral, let's go down after the enemy." "I cannot say it's exactly the kind of place I admire," said the Admiral, "but, howsomedever, if one must go down it, who shall say that Admiral Bell flinched from it? Come on, all of you, let all who will follow." The passage did not look a very inviting one, and it was found that the courage of the guests began to cool down wonderfully when, instead of rushing from apartment to apartment in search of Varney the vampire, they found that they had to encounter the gloom and darkness of that underground abode. Out of the positive throng which had been pursuing Varney, only 4, in addition to the Admiral and the male portion of his party, ventured to descend into that black-looking place. "What!" said Jack, "have we got such a bunch of skulkers whenever we come to close quarters with the enemy? Well, shiver my timbers if I didn't expect as much from a lot of landlubbers, who don't know what they are about any more than a marine in a squall. But who cares? Come along, Admiral, and if we have to do all the fighting, we shall, at all events, have all the glory." "I hope there will be nothing of the one, at all events," said Henry, "for my intention is rather to save Varney from injury than to injure him." "We must have lights," said the Admiral. "I don't mind going down into a queer place to look for Varney, but I must have the means of seeing what I am about when I get there." "They will be here, sir, directly," said the big footman, who from the first had made himself conspicuous in the pursuit of Varney, that is to say, ever since the reward of £100 had been offered by the Admiral to anyone who would take him prisoner. And in a few moments some of the links, which were always kept in the kitchen of Anderbury House, for the express purpose of descending into the subterraneous passages with, were produced and lighted. By this time, too, the 4 guests had decreased to 3, and 2 of those seemed to hang back rather a little; while one of them seemed disposed to make up as much as possible for any deficiency of courage on the part of the others, by declaring his intention of ferreting out Varney, let him be hidden where he might. "I am with you, sir," he said to the Admiral. "Let this place lead where it may, for I have heard so much about vampires, and really am so curious to know more about them." "You don't believe in them, do you?" "I can't say that I do, sir; but, at the same time, when we hear such well authenticated cases brought forward about them, it is very difficult indeed to say at once that one has no belief in such things." "Well, you are right enough there, and if you knew as much about Varney the vampire as we do, I think you would be a little puzzled to know what to say about him; for I'll be hanged if he don't puzzle me above a bit, and I don't know now what to think of him." Chapter 120.
Chapter 121 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 121. The Death of the Inquisitive Guest, the Escape of Sir Francis Varney. The guest, who was so valorous and so very impatient for the capture of Varney, would have preceded everybody in descending to the passage cut in the cliff, but Henry Bannerworth thought not only was it more particularly his concern to do so, but that as he knew Varney better, it was desirable that he should go first. He thought there would be less likelihood of any mischief by adopting such a kind of procedure, for he did not anticipate that Varney would willingly do him any injury, while, as regarded what he might do if any stranger should attempt to seize him, that was quite another affair. "You do not know him as we know him," said Henry to the guest. "He is a dangerous man, and in all respects such an one as your prudence might well induce you to keep clear of. Allow me to precede you, therefore, for the sake of preventing the probability of the most unpleasant consequences." This argument appeared to have its effect, and to damp a little the ardour of this individual, which it might well enough do without casting any imputation upon his courage whatever, for, after all, he could have no strong motive in the pursuit of Varney, since he was in a line of life which would have prevented him, even if he had been the sole captor of Varney, from taking the reward which the Admiral had offered for his apprehension. The sudden change from the daylight and all the noise and bustle which had animated the scene above, to the silence, the darkness, and the strange atmosphere which reigned in the underground region, could not fail of having some effect upon the imagination of every one present. This effect would, of course, vary in different individuals, being the greatest in those of a highly excitable and imaginative turn of mind, and the less in those who were of a more matter-of-fact kind of intellect. Probably Henry Bannerworth felt more acutely than anyone else the full effect which such a scene was likely to produce, and he was profoundly silent upon the occasion for some time. Under even the most extraordinary circumstances, the descent into such a place must have affected the mind to some extent, for it seems like leaving the world altogether for a time and bidding farewell to everything which we have been in the habit of enjoying and thinking beautiful. No one ever thought of accusing Admiral Bell of being very imaginative, but upon this occasion, although he was first to speak, what he did say showed that he had felt some of those sensations to which we have alluded. "How do you feel, Henry?" he said. "I'll be hanged if I don't seem as if I were going into my grave before my time." "And I too," said Henry, "but I rather like the solemn feeling which such a place as this inspires." "Gentlemen," said the tall footman with the yellow plush what-do-you-call-ems, "gentlemen, I think, after all, that I somehow will go back again. I don't seem actually, in a matter of speaking, to care to catch the Baron somehow. So, if you please, gentlemen, I rather think I'll go back." "Why don't you say you are afraid at once, John?" said the Admiral. "Who, me, sir? I afraid? Oh, dear no, sir. It would take a trifle, indeed, to frighten me, I rather think. Oh, no, no, sir, you mistake me. It's my feelings, sir." "Why, what the deuce have your feelings to do with it?" "Everything in the world, sir. Haven't I drank this beer, sir, and haven't I eat this beef, and his bread and his tatoes, sir, and shall I now hunt him up among his own ice-wells? No, perish the thought, perish the blessed idea, perish the... Goodbye, gentlemen." With these words the chivalrous footman gave up all idea of continuing the chase for Varney the vampire, and turning quickly, so as to stop the possibility of his hearing any further remonstrance, he went from the place with great speed. Still, however, with the departure of this individual, whose courage from the first had about it a very suspicious colour, they were in a quite sufficient strength to have accomplished the capture of the vampire, if they could get hold of him, and always provided he was not sufficiently armed with powers of mischief to their number, by taking perchance the life of some one of them. There was one circumstance connected with a search for anybody in that strange region which spoke much in favour of a successful result, and that was that the passage was narrow and that there were no hiding places except the ice-wells, to explore which, at all events, could not be a very difficult task, and as they proceeded they felt certain that they must be driving Varney before them. Before they had got very far, Henry Bannerworth thought it would be advisable to announce to Varney the precise intentions of himself and the Admiral, always provided he were equally peaceably inclined, and within hearing of what was said to him. He accordingly raised his voice, inquiring, "Sir Francis Varney, you no doubt recognize by my tones that it is Henry Bannerworth who speaks to you, and therefore you may feel convinced that no harm is intended you. But you are implored to come forth and meet your friends who, from former circumstances, you ought to know you can trust." There was no reply whatever to this appeal, and when the echoes of Henry's voice had died away, the same death-like stillness reigned in the place that had before characterized it. "He will not answer," said the Admiral, "and yet, if the other end of this passage be guarded as it is said to be, he must be here. Let us come on at once. I have no wish of my own to stay in this damp, chalky hole a moment longer than may be absolutely necessary." "Nor I," remarked Henry, "so let us proceed. And it will be necessary that we keep an accurate watch upon our progress, for I am told that there are ice wells here of great depth, down which you may fall and come by an awful death when you least expect, unless you are very cautious in looking where you tread." "There's no doubt of that, sir," said one of his guests. "This place is considered to be one of the most curious that Andorra can boast of, and I have been told that there are ice houses in which all kinds of provisions may be kept with ease and safety in the most violent heat of the summer months." After a few moments they came upon one of the ice wells, which yawned terrifically before them, and had they not been very careful and watchful upon the occasion, one or more of them might have been precipitated down the well, and the loss of life must have been the result. "I scarcely think," said Henry, "that ordinary caution can be used in the construction of these places, or they never would have been left in such a state as they are now in. The ice well, you perceive, lies directly in the very pathway?" "Yes," said the Admiral, "it does seem so, Master Henry, but if you look a little closer you will perceive that at one time there has been a wooden bridge exactly over this chasm." "Ah, I do indeed now perceive such has been the case." "Yes, and that made the place both safe and convenient, for no doubt there was a means of lowering down any baskets of wine or other matters that required a low temperature." The Admiral was perfectly right in his supposition, for that was just the way in which the ice wells of Andorra House were constructed, and now, since the bridge had been broken down, there was but a very narrow pathway indeed by which the well could be passed, unless it was jumped over, which might be done by any active person. They could not pass this ice well without an examination of it, and that was accomplished by lying down upon the rough pathway of the passage and holding a light at arm's length down it, when the bottom was clearly visible. "He is not there," said Henry, who was the person who made the experiment. "He is not there, so we must pass on." They accordingly did so until they came to another such ice well, and then the guest, which had shown such eagerness in the chase, and accompanied them so far, went through the process of stooping down the chasm to ascertain if it contained anything unusual beyond the debris of broken bottles, old flint stones, etc., which might fairly be expected to be there. "Do you see anything?" inquired Henry, as the guest seemed to be looking very intently over the precipice. He was about to reply something, for some sound came from his lips, when he suddenly, as if he had been impelled to do so by some unseen power, toppled over the edge and disappeared, torch and all, into the abyss below. "Good God!" cried Henry, "he has fallen!" "Good night," said the Admiral, with characteristic coolness. "I suspect, my friend, that your career is at an end." "Listen! For God's sake, listen!" cried Henry. "Does he speak?" There was a strange scuffling noise, and then a low deep groan from the bottom of the ice pit, and then all was still, and from the character of the sound, Henry was of opinion that this well was of much greater depth than the former one, which he had so successfully examined. "He has met with his death," said Henry. "Don't be too sure," said the Admiral. "We must have a good stout rope, and somebody must go down. If nobody likes the job, I will go myself." "If ropes are wanted," said one of the other two persons who were present, "I can show you where they may be found, for I was at the inquest of the body of the man who was found dead in this place some time ago, and I marked that the ropes by which his body had been got out of one of the ice wells were left where they had been used." "That, then," said the other, "is further on, and nearer the beach. Yes, lend me the light, and I will get the rope as quickly as I can, for I don't think, as well as I can remember, that there is another well between this one and that which is near the beach entrance." This was done, and for a few moments Henry and the Admiral were left in the darkness, while the ropes were being searched for. It was a darkness so total and complete that it did indeed seem like that darkness which it requires but a little stretch of the imagination to fancy it can be felt. "Henry," said the Admiral. "Henry!" "Yes, I am here." "Were you ever in such a confounded dark hole in all your life?" "Scarcely, I think, ever. It is certainly tremendous, and it is a grievous thing to think that a life had been sacrificed, as it no doubt has, in this adventure. Ah, well, we must all go to Davy Jones's locker some day. But don't lay hold of me so." "I lay hold of you? I am not near you, sir." "Damn it! Who is it, then? Somebody has got a hold of me as if I were in a vice. Stand off, I say! Who are you?" "Varney the Vampire," said a deep sepulchral voice, "who warns you and all others that there is abundance of danger in visiting here and nothing to be gained." Almost as these words were spoken, Henry suddenly found himself whirled round with such force that it was only by a great effort that he succeeded in keeping his feet, and he felt convinced that someone had passed him. Who could that one be but Sir Francis Varney, the much dreaded vampire? In the next moment the light glanced upon the walls of the subterranean passage, and the Admiral cried, "He has escaped, unless someone stops him above. But let us think of nothing else at present but to find out if the poor fellow who fell down here be alive or dead." Henry descended by the assistance of the ropes, and found the adventurous guest quite dead. They raised the body from the well, and conveying it as best they could among them, they arrived, after some troubles on account of their burden, in the gardens, and finally in the great hall of Anderbury House, on a table in which they laid the corpse. It was quite evident now to the Admiral and to the Bannerworths that Varney had escaped, so they could have no desire to remain at the house, over which Mr. Leake was running like a madman, wondering what he should do. Flora had invited Helen Williams to accompany her to the inn, so that the whole party of the Bannerworths went away together, with the one addition to it of that poor girl who had so narrow an escape of becoming the vampire's bride. Horrible destiny! End of chapter 121. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 30 April 2009. Chapter 122 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 122. Mrs. Williams visits the Bannerworths at the inn. The marriage of James Anderson with Helen. Let us fancy now, after all these singular circumstances had taken place, the Bannerworth family, with James Anderson and Helen Williams, seated in a comfortable room at the inn at Anderbury, where they had put up when they came to that place, in pursuance of the invitation they had received from Mrs. Williams. And that lady, probably could she have foreseen what was about to occur, would have taken most especial pains to prevent such an invitation from ever reaching such a destination. But she had fallen a victim to her own love of display, and not being content with inviting people whom she did know, she must forsooth give them a carte blanche to bring with them people whom she did not know at all. And this it was that she had been horrified by what had taken place, and had had all her brightest visions of the future levelled with the dust. When Jack Pringle told Mrs. Williams that he believed she would quite willingly have sold her daughter to a vampire, he was right, for she would have done so, always provided that the vampire, as aforesaid, had a good property, and was able to convince her of that most important fact. The only person of all the little party that was assembled at the inn who looked pale and anxious was poor Helen, and she certainly did look so, for when we come to consider her novel position we shall not wonder at it. She had thrown herself completely upon the consideration of strangers, and was severed from all those natural ties which ought to have for ever held her in their gentle bondage. But this conduct, or rather the conduct of that one who ought to have protected her through all trouble and anxieties, her mother, had been such as to deprive her of the feeling that she had a home at all. Flora saw that her guest, as indeed she considered Helen, looked sad and dejected, and she made every effort within her power to rescue her from such a state of things. "Do not despair of much happiness," she whispered to her, "but rather thank good fortune, which, at the last moment, rescued you from one whom you could not love. Be assured that now you will enjoy the protection of those who will soon be able to prevail upon your mother to look with a favourable eye upon any new arrangement." "I am very much beholden to you," said Helen, "very much beholden to you, and I feel that I ought to congratulate myself upon my escape. But my heart does feel sad, because the state of things, to avoid which I made myself a sacrifice, may now ensue in all their terrors." "My dear," said the Admiral, who overheard her, "don't you believe any such rubbish as all that. I have no doubt you have been regularly persecuted into the match with the supposed Baron, and you would, perhaps, have found out afterwards that one half of the things you were told to induce you to consent had no foundation but in somebody's active imagination. "Do you think so, sir?" "Do I think so? To be sure I do. Now, I dare say you were told how, if you married the Baron What's-his-name, you would be doing something wonderful for all your family." "Yes, yes." "Oh, of course, I can see through all that clearly enough, and I tell you, my lass, that you have had a most fortunate escape, and that there is, and shall be, no reason on the face of the earth why you should not be married to the man of your choice. He has been to sea, and so, of course, he has finished what may be called his education. If he had been on shore all his life, you might have doubted about the prudence of having him, but as it is, it's quite another matter." "Sir, I thank you for your kind advocacy of my cause," said James Anderson, "and I shall ever consider, as one of the most fortunate accidents of my life, the meeting with Admiral Bell." "Oh, don't say anything about that. I know some of the people at the Admiralty, and when you go to make the report of how you have been shipwrecked and how you lost your dispatches, I will give you a letter of introduction which, I dare say, won't do you any harm." "Indeed, sir, this is more kindness than I ought to expect." "Not at all, my boy, not at all. Don't put yourself out of the way about it. Only I tell you what I would do. You need not take my advice unless you like, but if I were you, I'd be hanged if I moved an inch anywhere till I made Helen Williams my wife." "Can you suppose," cried James Anderson, while his eyes sparkled with delight, "can you suppose, my dear sir, that such advice could be other than most welcome to me?" "And what do you say, Helen, to it?" whispered Flora. "What can I say? You can say yes, I suppose?" said the Admiral. Helen was silent. "Very good," added the Admiral. "When a girl doesn't say no, of course she means yes. And you can make sure of your prize now you have got her, Master Anderson. Let's see, you manage these affairs with what you call a special licence, don't you?" "Yes, uncle," said Flora, "that is the way. You seem to know all about it, and I almost suspect you really must have had some experience in these matters." "I experience, you little gypsy? What do you mean? I never was married in all my life, and I don't intend to be." "Don't make too sure, uncle. But, despite all that, no one could more warmly second your advice to Mr. Anderson than myself." "Very good. For that speech I forgive you. And now, Mr. Anderson, just come along with me, for I want to say a few words to you which nobody else has anything to do with." When the Admiral got James Anderson alone, he said to him, "Of course you are without funds, so it's no use making any fuss of delicacy about it. I have no doubt but that, with my interest, I shall be able to get you into an appointment of some sort. But in the meantime, I beg that you will not cross me in my desire to serve you, and mind, I take your word of honour to repay me, so, you see, there is no obligation." "Sir, this noble generosity—" There, that's quite enough. For the fact is, it ain't noble generosity at all, so hold your tongue about it, and be so good as to let me consider that as settled. Here are £50 for you, which will enable you to go to London like a gentleman, and to conduct your marriage either here or there, as you may yourself think proper, and as your bride may consent." "Sir, I would fain make Helen my own here." "Very good. I don't pretend to understand how to manage these things, but set about it as quickly as you can, and don't be deterred by anybody." This short but, to James Anderson, deeply interesting conversation, because it relieved his mind from a load of anxiety, took place a few paces from the inn door only, so that they returned at once, but scarcely had they joined the rest of the party, and were considering what they should order for dinner, when one of the waiters of the establishment came to say, "If you please, there's a lady who wants to come in. I asked her name, but she won't give it, but she says she must see everybody." "The deuce she must!" cried the Admiral. "What sort of a craft is she?" "Sort of a what, sir?" "My fears tell me," sobbed Helen, "that it is my mother." The Admiral whistled, and then he said, "I suppose we shall have a breeze, but the sooner it's over the better. Let the lady come in, and don't you be afraid of anything, my lass. Why, you look as pale as if you expected— Here she is." The door was flung open, and Mrs. Williams made her appearance. Anger was upon her face, and it required but a small amount of penetration to perceive that she came fully charged with all sorts of reproaches. Helen trembled and shrunk back, for she had an habitual fear of her mother, which the imperious conduct of that individual had induced in the mind of so gentle a creature as Helen from her very childhood. "Well, madam," said Henry, stepping forward, "to what are we indebted for the honour of this visit from one who has not the courtesy to wait for an invitation?" "Oh, I expected this," said Mrs. Williams, with a shivering toss of her head. "I quite expected this, I can assure you. Of course. But I'll pretty soon let you know, sir, what I came about. I have come for my daughter, sir. What have you to say against that?" "Nothing, madam, if your daughter chooses to comply with your request." "Helen!" screamed Mrs. Williams. "Helen! I command you to come home this moment." "Mother, hear me," said Helen. Consent to my happiness with one whom I can love, with the same readiness that you would have seen me the bride of one for whom I never could hope to feel anything in the shape of affection, and I will accompany you home at once. Oh dear, yes, of course. Consent to ruin, consent to nonsense, consent to your marrying a scapegrace who cannot even keep himself, far less a wife. No, Helen, you cannot expect that I should ever consent to your marrying such a poor wretch. But don't you think, said Henry, that any poor wretch is better than a vampire? No, I do not. Oh, very good then, said the Admiral. If that's the lady's opinion, what can we say to her? And as for commanding Miss Helen here to go home, I command her to stay. You command her? Yes, to be sure. Ain't I an admiral? What have you got to say against that, I should like to know? I shall take good care that James Anderson is no poor wretch by getting him some good appointment, and as your daughter is of age, old girl, and so can choose for herself, you may as well weigh anchor and be off at once, for nobody wants to be bothered with you. Do you mean to say that you are a real admiral, and have nothing to do with the horse marines? Nothing whatever, ma'am. Good day to you. We are all waiting for our dinners, and don't feel disposed to talk any more, so be off with you. Mrs. Williams seemed to be considering for a moment, and then she said, Oh, gracious, a mother's feelings must always be excused. I almost think that, just to please you, Admiral, I will consent. You will, mother? Exclaimed Helen. Why, in a manner of speaking, said Mrs. Williams, I should not mind, but it's quite, you see, a dreadful thing to think of, when we consider what an expense I have gone to in all these matters, and that I have not had so much as 1 farthing from the Baron, although he did say he would pay all the cost I might be put to. From resources which, in course of time, industry may procure me, said James Anderson eagerly, you shall be repaid all that you can possibly say has been expended for Helen. Ah, well then, if Admiral Bell here will say that he will see me paid, I consent. Very well, said the Admiral, I'll see you paid. If you had acted generously in the matter, you should have been a gainer, but as it is, you shall be paid, and we decline your acquaintance. Mrs. Williams began, from the tone and manner of her daughter's new friends, to suspect that it would have been more prudent on her part if she had behaved in a very different manner towards them, and complied with a good grace with their wishes, for, as regarded the Baron, anything in the shape of a more extended connection with him was clearly out of the question. But she had gone almost too far for reconciliation, and, although there was no such thing as denying the genius of the lady, she was, for a few moments, puzzled to know what to do. At length, however, she thought it would not be a bad plan to be suddenly quite overcome with her feelings and make a desperate scene. Accordingly, to the surprise of everyone, and the consternation of the Admiral, she suddenly uttered a piercing scream and commenced a good exhibition of hysterics. "Damn it!" cried the Admiral. "What does she mean by that? Come, come, I say, Mother Williams, we cannot stand all that noise, you know, it is quite out of the question." "Let us all leave the room," said Henry, "and send Jack Pringle to her. I have heard him say that he has some mode of recovering ladies from hysterics by throwing a pailful of salt water over them and then biting their thumbnails off." "The wretch!" exclaimed Mrs. Williams, suddenly recovering. "The wretch! I'd let him know soon enough what it was to interfere with my nails." "Oh, you are better, are you?" said the Admiral. "What's that to you?" shrieked Mrs. Williams. "I'll go at once to a lawyer and see what can be done with you. I look upon you all with odium and contempt." "Ah, words easily spoken," said the Admiral, "and just like the young chickens they commonly go home to roost." Mrs. Williams darted an angry look at the whole party, which she intended should be expressive at once of the immense contempt in which she held them, and of her determination to have vengeance upon their heads, which double-dealing look, however, had no effect upon them of an intimidating character, and then she bounced from the room. "My dear," said the Admiral, turning to Helen, who he saw was affected at the proceeding, "my dear, don't you fret yourself. Your mother cannot make us angry, and as far as regards her own anger, it will all subside, and then we will forget that she has said anything at all uncivil to us. So don't you fret yourself about what is of no consequence at all. You may depend," said Henry, "that such will be the fact, and that in a very short time you will find that your mother has completely recovered from her anger, and will be as pleasant with us all as possible. I grieve to say so to you, but the fact is, what you must perceive, namely, that as regards your mother, your marriage is merely a matter of pounds, shillings, and pence, and when she finds that the Baron's fortune cannot be had, she will content herself with reflecting upon the prospects of Mr. James Anderson, who, if he do well, will soon be quite a favourite." It was humiliating to poor Helen to be forced to confess that this was the correct view to take of the question, but she could not help doing so at all, and after a time she did not regret having sufficient moral courage to resist the command of her mother's to return home. in the society of him whom she loved, and upheld and encouraged too, as she was, by Flora, who was just about the best and kindest companion such a person as Helen could have had, the minutes began to fly past upon rosy pinions, and the remainder of that day, she confessed, even to the Admiral, was the happiest she had known for many a weary month. The Bannerworths and James Anderson fully expected another visit from Mrs. Williams on the morrow, but she did not come, and although they had expected her to do so, her not coming was no disappointment, but, on the contrary, a matter for some congratulation. But no time was lost, and as James Anderson was really most anxious to get to London to report himself at the Admiralty, and as that was an anxiety in which the Admiral much encouraged him, so that as it was quite an understood thing among them all that the marriage of the fair Helen should take place before he again left her, a special licence was procured, and the ceremony arranged to take place at 9 o'clock in the morning, on the second morning after the strange and exciting occurrences at the Anderbury house. This marriage was conducted in the most private manner possible, because, as it had been so well known throughout the whole of Anderbury that Helen Williams was the chosen of the great and rich Baron Stolmuir of Salzburg, who had turned out to be such an equivocal character, the news of her marriage with anyone else would have been sure to have created a vast amount of public curiosity. All this they escaped by fixing the hour at which the ceremony was to be performed at an early hour in the morning, and trusting no one out of their own party with the secret. Of course, from what the reader knows of the gentle and timid disposition of Helen Williams, he may well suppose how glad she would have been to have had the countenance of her mother at her marriage, notwithstanding the conduct of that mother was certainly not what should have entitled her to the esteem of any one whatever, not excepting her own child. But this was a feeling which, when she came to consider the new tie she was forming, was likely soon to wear away, and although, while she pronounced those words which were irrevocably to make her another's, the tears gushed to her eyes, they were far different from those bitter drops she had shed when they considered that, beyond all hope of redemption, she was condemned to become the bride of the Baron. When the ceremony was over, they all went back very quietly and comfortably to the inn, and after a good breakfast, and many healths had been drank to the bride, James Anderson, according to arrangement, took his departure for London, leaving Helen in the care of the Bannerworths until he should come back to claim her, as he now could do, despite all the plots and machinations of Mrs. Williams, who, as yet, was in a state of blessed ignorance as to the fact of her daughter's wedding, and who had not quite made up her mind as to what she should do next in so delicate and troublesome a transaction. End of chapter 122. Read by Richard Wallace. Liberty, Missouri, 1st of May, 2009.
Chapter 123 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 123. Mrs. Williams takes the initiative and nearly catches an admiral. Mrs. Williams, when she reached home after what must be called her very unsuccessful attempt to make a disturbance, and to do the grand at the inn where the Bannerworths were, set herself seriously to think what would be the best course for her to adopt in the rather perplexing aspect of her affairs. The few words she had used at the inn, indicative of her censure of all the proceedings, had been of rather a strong and energetic character, so that she had a very uncomfortable suspicion upon her mind that she would find it rather a difficult task to pacify her daughter's new friends. The offer which the Admiral had made, to repay to her any expense she had been at, impressed her with a belief that he surely must be in possession of what, to her, was the most delightful thing in the world, and comprehended all sorts of virtue, namely, money; and of course her feelings became instantly most wonderfully ameliorated. "I am very much afraid I have been too precipitate," she said. "I really am afraid I have, and that ain't a pleasant reflection by any means. What can I do to get good friends with them all, and particularly the dear old gentleman who promised to pay me?" This was the problem which Mrs. Williams presented to her mind, for the captivating idea of actually having been paid £500 by the Baron, and thus sending in a bill of the same amount to the Admiral, took wonderful and complete possession of her. This was, indeed, she considered, a master stroke of policy, and all she had now to consider was, the means of getting on such good terms with the admiral that he should neither question items nor amount of the account she intended to send him in. "If he only pays the £500 as well as the Baron has paid his, I shall not come out of the transaction so badly," said Mrs. Williams. While she was in this state of perplexity, she was sitting by the window of her dining room, which commanded a view of the street, and as she sat there, she was much surprised to see Jack Pringle, who she still had a lingering suspicion might, notwithstanding his disclaimer of the title, be Admiral Green, on the other side of the way, making various significant movements of his hands and head, as if he had something of an exceedingly secret and strange mysterious nature to communicate to her, Mrs. Williams. This was quite sufficient to call for that lady's most serious attention, and accordingly she walked graciously so close to the window that her aristocratic nose touched the glass, and nodded to Jack, after which she beckoned him across the way, after the manner of the ghost in Hamlet, upon which Jack, with a nod, came across the way forthwith. In another moment Mrs. Williams opened the street door herself, and said, "Mr. What's-your-name, have you got anything to say to me?" "Rather," said Jack. "What is it, then? Pray what is it, Mr. What's-your-name?" "Don't call me What's-your-name, ma'am, any longer. My name is Jack Pringle." "Mr. John Pringle, I suppose?" "No such thing. Nothing but plain Jack, ma'am. So you see you are mistaken. But I have got something to say to you, ma'am, as you ought to know." Anyone who had known Jack would have seen, by a certain mischievous twinkling of the eyes, that he had on hand what he considered one of the most excellent of jokes in all the world, and was about to perpetrate what he thought some famous piece of jollity. What it was we shall quickly perceive, from his communication with Mrs. Williams. "Well, ma'am," he added, "you know Admiral Bell, I believe?" "Oh, yes, certainly I do." "Well, I don't know as I ought to tell you, Mrs. W., what I am going to tell you; but first of all, the old admiral, what with prize money, pay, and one thing and another, is so immensely rich, that he really don't know what to do with his money." "How dreadful!" said Mrs. Williams. "I think I could really suggest to him some few things to do." "Oh, he is so desperately obstinate, he will listen to nobody; and, you see, as he never married, who has he got to leave it to? At least that's what we have been all wondering, for I don't know how long. But now what do you think we have found out, Mrs. Williams?" "Well, that's very difficult, of course, for me to say. Perhaps you will be so good as to tell me." "You ought to know. He has fallen in love, ma'am, actually in love, for the first time in his life. Yes, he has actually fallen in love, Mrs. Williams, there's a go." "And with one of my daughters! It's with Julia. I did mention her to him, and I thought I saw a curious expression come across his face. Of course I'm quite delighted to hear it; for, with the feelings of a mother, I like to get my girls off hand as well as I can, and, as Admiral Bell is so very respectable a person, I can have no sort of objection in the world." "There you go again," said Jack. "You are quite mistaken, I can tell you. You never made a greater blunder than that in all your life, Mother Williams. Excuse me, ma'am, but that's my way." "Oh, don't mention it. But where's the mistake, my dear sir?" "Why, just here, ma'am, just here. The admiral is not so young as he was 25 years ago, and he ain't quite such a fool as to think that a young girl can care anything for him. But he is in love, for all that. Only you see, ma'am, it happens to be with somebody else." "Good gracious! Who is it? And why do you come to me about it?" "Because it's you." "Me! Me! Oh, gracious Providence, you don't mean that! In love with me! The rich old admiral! He cannot live long. How much money, take it all together, do you really think he has got? I declare you have taken me so by surprise that I don't know what I am saying. Of course, he will propose a very handsome settlement." "You may depend upon all that," said Jack. "But the odd thing is, you see, ma'am, that although he is quite over head and ears in love, he won't own it, but walks about like a bear with a bad place on his back, doing nothing but growl, growl, from morning till night." "Then how can you tell," said Mrs. Williams, "if he never said so?" "Oh, he does say so. He mumbles it out to himself, and we have heard him say, 'Damn it all, that Mrs. Williams is the craft for my money, but what's the use of me bothering her about it? She wouldn't have an old hulk like me, so I won't say anything about it to anybody." "What an amiable idea!" "Very, ma'am, very; and what I have come to you for now is to say, that if you have no objection to the match, you might as well make the old man happy by letting him know in some sort of way that you wouldn't be so hard-hearted as he thinks, but would have him if he would say the word." "How can I express how obliged I am to you, Mr. Wingle?" "Pringle, if you please, ma'am, is my name; and as to being obliged to me, you ain't at all; and I'll tell you how. You see, I and the admiral have sailed with each other for many a voyage, and I have a sort of feeling for the old man that makes me, when I see that he has a fancy, try my best to gratify him; and without thinking of anybody but him, I've come to you just to tell you what I know about the affair, and I must leave it to you to do what you like." "Still, I am very much obliged to you. What if I were to call and ask for a private interview with the old man?" "A good idea," said Jack. "It was only the other day I heard him say you was his pearl, and the main chain of his heart, I can tell you, and ever such a load more. He will be taking his dinner at 4 to day, and after that he usually takes a sleep in an arm chair, in a room by himself, and if you like to come then, you will catch him." "Be assured, my dear sir, I shall be there punctually to the minute. You will be so good as to receive me and introduce me to him, and perhaps it would remove some of his timidity if I were to let him know that I was aware that he called me his pearl, and the main chain of his heart." "Of course it would," said Jack. "You put him in mind of it, ma'am, and if you find him back'ard a little, don't you mind about giving him a little encouragement, because you know all the while he really means it, so you need not care about it." "Well, Mr. Bingle, all I can say is, that I feel very much obliged to you indeed, for letting me know this matter; and my great respect for you and for the old admiral will, I assure you, induce me to consent to what you propose. Ahem! Of course, I have many offers, as you may well suppose, Mr. Cringle." "Damn it!" said Jack, "I've told you before that my name is Pringle, and if you can't recollect that, just call me Jack, and have done with it. You won't forget Jack, I'll be bound. Call me that, and I shan't quarrel with you about it, ma'am, but don't be inventing all sorts of odd names for me." "Pray excuse me, my dear sir, I certainly will do no such thing; and at 3 o'clock I hope I shall have the pleasure of seeing you. I believe it's the Red Lion where you are staying?" "Yes, the Red Lion Inn; and at 3 I shall be on the look out for you, ma'am, you may depend. And I only hope you won't mistake the admiral's bashfulness for anything else, because, I assure you, he is mad in love with you, but won't like to own it, ma'am. So just you bring him out a little, and don't you mind what he says." Mrs. Williams duly promised she would not mind what the old man said, and, from what we know of that lady, we are quite inclined, for once in a way, to give her credit for sincerity in that matter, and the greatest possible amount of candour. As for Jack, when he left her house and had got fairly round the corner and out of sight, he laughed to that excess that several passers-by stopped to look at him in wonder, and had he not ceased, he certainly would have had a crowd around him in a very few minutes longer, that would have perhaps thought him out of his senses. But after a few minutes, the explosion of his bottled-up mirth had subsided, and after giving a boy, who was nearest to him of the admiring spectators, a good rap on the head, he walked to the inn. Jack would have been glad to have told some one of the capital joke he was playing off at the admiral's expense, but he was afraid of being betrayed, so he wisely kept the secret of the forthcoming jest all to himself, although Henry Bannerworth and Charles Holland might both, after such a thing happened, or even during its progress, have a good laugh at it, it is not to be supposed, entertaining as they did so great a respect for the old admiral, that they would have lent themselves to the perpetration of such a joke. As may be supposed, Mrs. Williams was all flutter and expectation, and the idea of at length mending her decayed fortune by an union with the old man, who was reported to be immensely rich, and who had already reached an age when his life could not be depended upon one week from another, was one of the most gratifying circumstances on record to her. No possible plan could have been devised which was so likely to chime in with her humour as this, and if she had been asked in which way she would like to make money, it would have been that which she would have undoubtedly chosen. "Now," she thought, "I shall, after all, make an admirable thing of this affair. There can be no doubt." I shall, of course, soon be a widow again, for the old sea monster cannot live long. I shall insist upon a very liberal settlement indeed, and then I suppose, while he does live, I must keep him in good humour, so that he may leave me, at all events, the bulk of his property when he dies, and then I can live in the style I like, and make everybody die of envy." To excite an extraordinary amount of envy was the very height of felicity to Mrs. Williams, as, indeed, it is to many people of far greater pretensions than that lady; and we cannot help thinking, when we see gaudy equipages, and all the glittering and costly paraphernalia of parvenu wealth, that the great object of it is to excite envy far more than admiration and pleasure. "There are the Narrowages, and the Staples, and the Jenkinses," thought Mrs. Williams. "Oh, I know they will all be ready to eat their very heads off when they hear that I am married, and that, too, so well. Oh, they will die of spite, and particularly Mrs. Jenkins. I am quite sure she will have a serious illness." These were the kind of triumphs upon which Mrs. Williams felicitated herself, and pictured to her imagination as the result of her marriage with the admiral, which she now looked upon as quite a settled thing; because, if he were willing, she felt perfectly sure that she was; and therefore what was to prevent the union from taking place? What pleasant anticipations these were! Really, we can almost consider them, while they lasted, as sufficient to counterbalance any disappointment which was likely afterwards to take place; and the hour or two which Mrs. Williams devoted to the gorgeous dream of wealth she so fully expected to enjoy, were probably the most delightful she had ever passed. And certainly, so far she had to thank Jack Pringle for giving her so much satisfaction, although, as will be seen, she did not feel towards him any great amount of gratitude on the momentous occasion. Mrs. Williams, no doubt, still thought herself quite a fascinating woman; and when she had failed in guessing that it was to herself that the admiral was, according to Jack's account, devoted, it was not that she entertained a modest and quiet opinion of her own attractions, but from the force of habit, seeing that so long a period had elapsed without her having an admirer, that she could not believe she had one then, until actually assured in plain language of the fact. And now, about half an hour before the appointed time, the lady arrayed herself in what she considered an extremely becoming and fashionable costume, and started to keep her appointment with Jack Pringle, who, in her affections, now held quite a pleasant place, and towards whom she considered herself so much indebted for the kind information she had received at his hands. The distance from any house in Anderbury to any other was but short, so that Mrs. Williams was within the time mentioned when she reached the door of the Red Lion; but she was gratified to find that Jack Pringle was there, apparently on the look out for her, because it showed that nothing had happened to alter the aspect of affairs, but that the chances of her becoming Mrs. Admiral Bell were as strong as ever. "I'm glad you have come," said Jack. "They got over dinner rather quick, and that's a fact; and the old man is fast asleep as usual, so you can commence operations at once." "A thousand thanks, my good friend, and you may depend upon my gratitude." "Hush, never mind that," said Jack. "I don't want nothing. This way, ma'am, if you please." Chapter 123. Chapter 26, which immediately follows Chapter 123, of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Note: Chapters 124 and 125 do not exist in the text. Chapter 126. The Admiral in a breeze, a general commotion, and Jack Pringle much wanted, but not to be found. To say that Mrs. Williams was on the tiptoe of expectation is to say very little that can convey a good idea of what was her real condition, nervously speaking, as she followed Jack Pringle up, not the principal, but a back staircase of the inn, toward the room where the Admiral took his nap, which was "his custom always of an afternoon." The fact is, that Jack had a great dread of Mrs. Williams being seen by any of the Bannerworth family, because they all knew her; and the nice little plot that he had got up for the purpose of holding out the Admiral to ridicule, while at the same time he enjoyed the immense satisfaction of having some revenge upon Mrs. Williams. Hence was it, that, like many a great politician, he went up the back staircase instead of the front, in order to avoid the unnecessary observation and remark. By good fortune, as well as good management, Jack met nobody, but succeeded in reaching the room door, within which the Admiral was sleeping, in perfect safety. "Now, ma'am," said Jack, "don't you be back'ard about going for'ard, 'cause, as I tell you, the old man is dying by inches for you, and I don't see why you shouldn't have his $500,000 of money as well as anybody else. Ah, and a good deal better, too, when one comes to consider all things." "Thank you, Mr. Pringle, thank you. I really don't know how to express my obligations to you, upon my word. You are so very kind and considerate in all you say." "Oh, don't mention it, ma'am. Walk in, and there you will find the old baby. I shouldn't wonder but he's disturbing his old brains by dreaming of you now." Jack opened the door, and Mrs. Williams glided noiselessly into the apartment, where, seated, sure enough, in an easy chair, with a silk handkerchief over his face, sat the Admiral, fast asleep, enjoying that comfortable siesta, which he never for one moment imagined would be disturbed in the manner it was about to be. "Well," said Mrs. Williams, "there he is, to be sure, just as Jack Pringle said. Asleep, and no doubt dreaming of me. I must make sure of the old fool in one interview, or he may slip through my fingers, and that would not be at all pleasant after counting upon him, and taking some trouble on the matter." But although she made up her mind that nothing should be wanting, upon her part, to make sure of him, yet she debated whether she ought to awaken him or not, for she well knew that many old people, especially men, were very irascible if they are awakened suddenly, and from what she had already seen of the Admiral, she could very well imagine that such might be the case with him. This was getting rather a quandary, out of which Mrs. Williams did not exactly see her way, and yet the proposition that the Admiral was to be, and must be, awakened in some way, remained as firmly as ever fixed in her mind. And then, too, the idea, a very natural one under the circumstances, came across her that each minute was fraught with danger, and that, for all she knew, the yea or nay of the whole affair might depend upon the promptitude with which it was concluded. What if, she asked herself, some of the odious Bannerworth people were to come in and find her there? Of course they would awaken the Admiral at once, and in consequence of their presence, she would lose all opportunity of exercising those little blandishments which she meant to bring to bear upon him. This was positively alarming. The idea of all being lost prompted her at all events to attempt something, so Mrs. Williams thought that the mildest way of awaking the Admiral was by a loud sneeze, which she executed without producing the least effect, as might have been expected, for the man who had many a time slept soundly in the wildest fury of the elements was not likely to awaken because somebody sneezed. "Dear me, how sound he sleeps! Ahem! Ahem! Achoo! Ahem! Achooey!" The Admiral was proof against all this, and Mrs. Williams might just as well have spared herself the trouble of exciting such an amount of artificial sneezes, for the Admiral slept on, and it was quite clear that something much more sonorous would be required for the purpose of awakening him. "How vexatious!" she thought. "How very vexatious! But there's no help for it. Awakened he must be, that's quite clear, and if fair means won't do it, why, foul must." Acting upon this resolve, Mrs. Williams hesitated no longer, but, approaching the sleeping Admiral, she dragged the handkerchief off his face, and its passage over his nose, no doubt, produced the tickling sensation that induced him to give that organ a very hard rub, indeed, and start wide awake with an exclamation that was much more forcible than elegant, and that consequently we need not transfer to our pages at all. "Oh, Admiral!" said Mrs. Williams, assuming a look that ought at once to have melted a heart of stone. "Oh, Admiral, can you indeed forgive me?" "The devil!" said the Admiral. "Can you, indeed, look over the fact, that in my anxiety to see that face, I took from before it the envious, and yet fortunate handkerchief that covered it? It was my act, and upon my head fall all the censure, my dear good kind Admiral." The old man rubbed his eyes very hard with his knuckles, as he said, "I suppose I'm awake." "You are awake, my dear sir. It is indeed no dream, let me assure you, that disturbs you, but a living reality. You are awake, my dear sir." "Why, what do you mean? I begin to think I am awake, with a vengeance. But who are you? Hang me if I don't think you are old Mother Williams." "Oh, my dear Admiral, you are so facetious! So very facetious! But can you for one moment fancy, my dear sir, that I am insensible to your merit? Can you fancy that I could look with other than indulgent eyes upon a belle?" "Upon a what?" "A belle, an admiral belle; indeed, I may say, with a slight but pardonable alteration of a word, an admirable belle. My dear sir, your pearl speaks to you." The admiral was so amazed at this address, accompanied as it was by most languishing looks, that, with his mouth wide open, and his eyes preternaturally distended, he gazed upon Mrs. Williams without saying a word, from which she inferred that he was beginning to see that she was aware of his attachment to her, and was thinking of how he could best express his gratitude for her taking the initiative in the matter. Thus encouraged, then, she spoke again, saying as she advanced close to him, "Oh, my dear sir, what a thing the human heart is! Only to think now, that from the first moment I saw you, I should whisper to myself, 'There, yes, there is the only human being for whose sake I could again enter into that holy state from which the death of Mr. Williams released me.'" "Why, good God!" said the admiral, "the woman's mad!" "Oh, no, no, the world, the horrid, low, workaday world, may make invidious remarks about us, but your pearl will recompense you for all that, and in the sweet concord of domestic life we shall never sigh for more than we shall have, which will be, of course, if I understand rightly, a large income. I don't know how much a year, and if I ask, it is only out of curiosity, my dear sir, and nothing else. Love, absolute and beautiful love, is all I ask." "Hilloa!" roared the admiral. "Charles! Henry! Jack! Where the devil are you all? Damn it, you are all ready enough when I don't want you, but now, when I am going to be boarded by a mad woman, you can't come one of you. Hilloa! Help! Charles! Jack! You lubber! Where the deuce have you taken yourself to, and why don't you tumble up when you are sent for?" "But, my dear sir, why need you trouble yourself to call so many witnesses to our happiness? Let us be privately married in some rural church." "Privately damned first, I'd be," said the old admiral. "Oh, then, it shall be a public alliance if you wish it," exclaimed Mrs. Williams, as she made up her mind to clinch the affair at once by a coup de main, and advancing to the admiral she flung her arms around his neck just as a door at the other end of the apartment opened, and Charles and Henry, with Flora, made their appearance, and looked with the most intense astonishment at the scene before them. "Well, uncle," said Charles, "I certainly should not have expected this of you. I am astonished, I must confess." "Nor I," said Henry. "Why, admiral, I had no idea you were so dangerous a personage." Mrs. Williams, when she saw what arrivals had taken place, gave a faint scream, and released the admiral, and then she added, "Oh, admiral, how could you hold me so when you hear somebody coming? How shall I ever survive such a scene as this? My character will be gone forever, unless I am immediately married to you, and I have no doubt but that all your friends will at once see the propriety of such a step." "I do," said Charles. "And I," said Henry. "And I, of course," said Flora. Mrs. Williams burst into tears when she saw this unanimity of opinion, but the admiral's face got the colour of a piece of beetroot, and he was only silent for a moment or two, while he was made the subject of these cruel remarks, until he could sufficiently recover to speak with the energy that did characterize him when he really began. We are not exactly in the vein to transfer to our pages the violent expletives with which he garnished his outburst of passion, and our readers, if they recall to their minds a large amount of nautical oaths, can have no difficulty in supposing that the admiral uttered every one of them with a volubility that was perfectly alarming. "Damn it! Do you mean to kill me, all of you, or to drive me mad?" 5 oaths in a string came in here. "Do you want to cut me up, you—" 3 horrible epithets. "What do you mean by setting this old woman upon me? Whose precious idea was this, I should like to know, to put an elderly she-dragon upon me, whom I hate, and be—" 10 oaths at least, "when I was enjoying a comfortable nap?" "Hate!" exclaimed Mrs. Williams. "Did you say hate, you old seducing villain, when you knew you said I was your pearl, you hoary-headed ruffian?" "That's a thundering crammer," cried the admiral. "You said it yourself, and as for hating you, damn it, if I don't do that with all my heart." And this is the way I am to be treated before people? Oh, you wicked old sinner! I understand you now. Your intentions were not honorable, and now you find that my virtue is proof against your horrid old fascinations, you want to pretend that it is all a mistake." "Really," said Charles, "we must confess, uncle, that we found Mrs. Williams and you, rather loving, you know, and the gentleman on these occasions is usually asked to account for such things, I take it." "Of course," said Mrs. Williams. "I'll bring an action against the admiral, and I shall call upon you all to be witnesses for me. Oh, you old sinner, I'll make you pay for this." "We certainly can all be witnesses," said Flora, "that the admiral called for help, and when we came in we found Mrs. Williams holding him fast round the neck, to which he seemed to have the greatest possible repugnance." "That's right! Hurrah! That's the truth, Flora, my dear. That's just how it was. This horrid old woman came all of a sudden and laid hold of me after awakening me, and then I called for help. That's how it was." "But these gentlemen," said Mrs. Williams, appealing to Henry and Charles, "will swear quite different." "Oh, I beg your pardon, Mrs. Williams," said Charles. "If we are brought forward to swear anything, we must be correct; and therefore we shall have to say just what this lady has stated, and perhaps your best plan will be to go away and say no more about it; but consider that you have made a mistake." "A mistake!" screamed Mrs. Williams. "How could I make a mistake, when Mr. John Pringle, who knows the admiral so well, told me that he was dying to see me, and in love with me to never such an extent, only that he was afraid I would not have anything to say to him on such a subject." The admiral drew a long breath and sat down; then clenching his hand, he shook it above his head, saying, in a voice of deep and concentrated anger, "I thought as much! Damn it, if I did not! It's all that infernal scoundrel Jack Pringle's doings, I find. It's one of that lubberly, mutinous thief's tricks, and it's the last one he shall ever play me." "A trick!" screamed Mrs. Williams. "A trick! You don't mean that! Ah me! What compensation shall I get for the dreadful circumstance which has made me confess the secret of my heart? What shall I do? Oh, what shall I do? When shall I hope for consolation? What sum of money, even if you, my dear admiral, were to offer it to me, would be a sufficient balm now to my wounded heart?" "Madam," said Henry, "it seems as if you have been imposed upon, and made the victim of a practical joke, which we nor the admiral can have nothing to do with; and the only consolation we can offer to your wounded heart is, that we will keep the secret of your attachment most inviolate." "What compensation is that to me? I'll bring my action for breach of promise of marriage, if I don't get something, and that something very handsome too. It's all very fine to talk to me about your mistakes. I'll be paid; ah, and paid well too, or I'll make the whole country ring again with the matter." "Madam," said Charles, "I dare say the admiral don't care one straw whether the country rings again or not, and you can do just as you please. But since you have commenced threatening, you will, I hope, see the obvious propriety of at once leaving his place." "I will leave this place, but it shall be to go direct to my solicitor, and see what he shall say to a lone woman being treated in this way. I'll swear that he called me his pearl, and if that don't get me a verdict and most exemplary damages, I don't know what will. We shall see what we shall see, and in the meantime, you wretches, I'll leave you all to contempt. Yes, contempt." "Stop a bit, ma'am," said the admiral. "It's quite plain to me that you don't mind how you earn a trifle, so that you do get it; and now I'll tell you, that if you find out that rascal, Jack Pringle, and give him a good trouncing for his share in the business, you may come to me for a reward." Mrs. Williams, whatever might have been her personal feelings on this head, did not deign to make the least reply to this intimation, but suddenly cried, "I want to see my daughter." "She's not here at present," said Flora, "and if she were, she is Mrs. Anderson now, and therefore would of course decline accompanying you to your home; and she is only waiting some arrangements of her husband's, prior, most probably, to going to London with him." This speech brought to the recollection of Mrs. Williams that the admiral had promised her all the expenses that she had been at contingent upon the broken off marriage of her daughter with the baron, and she began to consider that her action for breach of promise of marriage against him might fail, and that, if it succeeded, it might not bring in half so much as the amount of the bill she could by fair means get out of him. These considerations were of great pith and amount, and they had their full effect upon Mrs. Williams; so, instead of bursting out with any further reproaches, she sat down and commenced a softening process by a copious flood of tears which she had always at command. "Oh," said the old admiral, "you may well cry over it, old girl. I suppose you really thought you had hooked the old man at last, eh? But never do you mind, you may make a good thing of it yet, if you get hold of that scoundrel Pringle, and serve him out well. I'll pay for that job more willingly than for anything else I know of just at present." "Don't speak to me of that brute, my dear sir," sobbed Mrs. Williams. "It's a very cruel thing, of course, to be used in this way; and, as it's all a mistake on my part, I hope you will excuse and look after what has happened. I am sure I should be the last person in the world to trouble anybody with visits who did not want to see me; and so, I dare say, we shall only meet once again in this world." "Once again, madam! What is the use of our ever meeting again?" "It would look decidedly disrespectful on my part if I were not to hand you the bill myself for the little matters that you were kind enough to say you would pay for on account of what I had expended on Helen's projected marriage with that vampire baron, you know, Admiral." "Oh, ah! I recollect now. Well, well. I don't want to go back from my word, and as I did promise you, why, I will pay you; but as I don't want on any account the pleasure of your company again, you will be so kind, ma'am, as to take this £20 note, and keep the change." This the admiral thought liberal enough, for his idea of matrimonial preparations consisted of a new dress or two, or so, and which £20 ought fairly enough to cover; and he thought he would do well enough by overpaying Mrs. Williams, as he believed, with that amount. When Mrs. Williams recovered from her surprise, not unmingled with indignation, into which this most audacious and, to her, extraordinary offer threw her, she spoke with a kind of scream that made the old admiral jump again, as she shouted in his ears: "What! £20? Are you in your senses? £20! Why, my bill will be at least £500. "What!" roared the admiral. "Are you in your senses? Damn it, ma'am, you may swallow your bill, and you had better do so for all the good that it is likely to do you; for, if I pay a farthing more, may I be hung up on my old yardarm. Why, you must think that a British admiral is another name for a fool." "Then I'll tell you what," said Mrs. Williams, "I'll tell you what, you stupid, old, atrocious sinner, I tell you I will bring my action against you for breach of promise of marriage, and I'll swear that, before your gang of people here came in, who, of course, will swear black as white, and white as crimson for you, because I believe you are the father of them all, that you first asked me to live with you, and when I refused, you said you would marry me by special license tomorrow." "Madam," said Charles, "now that you think proper entirely to forget that you are a lady, allow me to beg of you to retire, because it is quite impossible, after all that has happened, that I should hold any further conversation with you." "Yes, Mrs. Williams," said Henry, "I hope you will perceive the propriety of at once leaving." At this moment a note was handed to Henry, who, upon opening it, read aloud: "The Baron Stolmoyer, of Salzburg, presents his compliments to Mr. Bannerworth, and begs to state that Mrs. Williams has received from him the sum of £500 for expenses to be incurred on account of the wedding of her daughter, and he hereby fully empowers Mr. Bannerworth to demand of Mrs. Williams that sum, and to devote it to the service and uses of Mr. James Anderson, of whose existence the Baron was not aware when he made his proposal to Mrs. Williams for her daughter, whom she sold to him, the Baron, for that sum." "Hilloa!" cried the admiral. "What do you think of that, Mrs. Williams? I don't know what you will say to it, but I know very well that I should consider it a shot between wind and water." "I trust," said Henry, "that you will now still further see the propriety of leaving here, and of letting this matter completely rest; because it strikes me that the more you investigate it, madam, the more it will turn out greatly to your disadvantage." "I don't care a pin's head for any of you, nor half a farthing," cried Mrs. Williams. "The Baron gave me the money, and he has no power to get it back again, as you know well enough. I'll bring my action, and my principal witness shall be Mr. Pringle, who came to my house, and who, if put upon his oath, will be obliged to swear "That it was all a lark," said Jack, popping his head just within the amazingly short distance that he opened the door, and then he disappeared before a word could be said to him. Mrs. Williams, who, notwithstanding all her threats, seemed to have a lingering impression that she was victimized in the transaction, had all the ire of her nature aroused at once by the sight of Jack, and she at once rushed after him, leaving the admiral and the Bannerworths not at all lamenting her loss. Jack had no idea that he would be followed by anybody but the admiral, and to distance him he knew there was no occasion to run; so, when he had got down to the hall of the hotel, he subsided into a walk, until he heard a tremendous scuffling of feet behind him, and upon looking round, saw Mrs. Williams in full chase, and with an expression upon her countenance which plainly enough indicated that her intentions were not at all of a jocular character. "The devil!" said Jack, "if here ain't Mother Williams, coming full sail, and at 14 knots an hour too, with a fair wind, I'll be bound. Never mind, a stern chase is a long chase, so here goes." As Jack uttered these remarks he dashed onwards at tremendous speed, but the sight of him again had inflamed Mrs. Williams' wrath to madness, and she made the most incredible exertion to come up with him, so that it was really wonderful to see her. But Jack, being less encumbered by apparel than the lady, would have distanced her, but for an unlucky accident that gave her a temporary mastery. The fates would have it that a baker with a tray upon his head, containing sundry pies, was coming up the street, and as people do sometimes, when they are mutually anxious to pass each other without coming in contact, they dodged from side to side for a few seconds, and then of course ran against each other, as if they really meant it, with such force, that down came Jack and baker and pies in one grand smash. In another moment the enraged Mrs. Williams reached the spot. To snatch up the only whole pie there was left, was to the lady the work of a moment, and to reverse it upon Jack's face was the work of another moment, and then, in the vindictiveness of her rage, she stamped upon the bottom of the dish until his head was embedded in damsons, and he was nearly smothered. From the window of the inn the Bannerworths and the admiral saw all this take place, and the delight of the old man was of the most extravagant character, exceeding all bounds, while the Bannerworths, for the life of them, could not help laughing most heartily. "Now, you wretch," said Mrs. Williams, "I hope this will be a lesson to you. Take that, and that, and that, you sea snake, you odious tar barrel!" As she spoke she hammered on the dish till it broke, and that was for Jack the best thing that could have happened, for it gave him a little air, and by a frantic effort he scrambled to a sitting posture, and commenced dragging the damsons out of his eyes and mouth. Mrs. Williams then thought it was high time to leave, and so, muttering threats, to the immense amusement of a crowd of persons who had assembled, she walked away, leaving Jack by no means delighted with the end of the adventure, and to settle with the infuriated baker as best he might. There was no small additional mortification to Jack to look up and see the admiral and the Bannerworths at the window of the hotel, enjoying his discomfiture, and laughing most heartily at his expense. Chapter 127 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 127. A Change of Scene and Circumstances, an Event in London. The recent events which followed each other so rapidly were strangely concluded by the sudden and mysterious disappearance of Sir Francis Varney. That he should thus have eluded all was aggravating to a very large class of people, who seemed to insist that he should have come to some notable catastrophe. Had he only been killed, they argued, we should have known the last of him. Of the truth of this there could be no doubt. When a man is dead and buried, you do, as far as human nature serves, know the end of him; but this great fact does not always come within the knowledge of men, who sometimes, contrary to expectation, drop off themselves, and instead of knowing the end of somebody else, why, somebody else knows the end of them. It is a well-known fact, that as some die before others, that it does sometimes happen that those who wish to see another out may be seen out themselves, Besides, taking the question of longevity aside, it does not follow, because we so wish to come to the conclusion of an affair, that its author may but change the scene, and transport it elsewhere, and the good and curious lieges become defrauded of their self-satisfying knowledge, viz. the end of the affair. Of course it was an aggravation to know that there was an interesting and highly exciting affair gone off, and they were not allowed to peep into that mystery, the future. But so it was, they were not gratified. Some were of the opinion that he had departed this life in a mysterious and unsatisfactory, because secret manner, and that was why nobody could tell anything about it. But there were other opinions afloat, and among others that of the admiral, which was pretty general, which was, that he had very likely disappeared from that part of the world to seek in some other place the renovation his system required, by means that were natural to him, but hideous in others to contemplate or think of. This was generally the received opinion, for it was universally admitted by the wise people thereabouts, that he must at certain times recruit himself. The opinion thus entertained by all who lived thereabouts became less and less absorbing, other matters began to be thought of, things began to flow into their usual channel, and a subsidence took place in the turmoil and excitement consequent upon the presence of the vampire. About this period, while these parts were regaining their original serenity and calmness, and while the vampire was looked upon as an awful and fearful episode in the life of those who lived there, there happened in London a circumstance that it is necessary to relate to the reader, inasmuch as it is very important, and bears strongly on our story. Not far from Bloomsbury Square, which, at the period of our story, was a very fashionable place, and in one of the first streets thereabout, was the house of a widow, whose name was Meredith. She had been the wife of a man in good circumstances, but at his death she was left with a house filled with furniture, some little loose cash, and several daughters, marriageable and unmarriageable, this being all Mr. Meredith had to leave. There could be but one way of obtaining a living, at least but one that suggested itself to her, which was to turn lodging-house keeper of the better sort. Her children had been well educated, that is, sufficiently so to pass off in life, in decent society, without any particular remark. As she was well calculated for the object she had in view, it was no wonder that she succeeded in her undertaking, and appeared to do very well. About this time an arrival occurred at an hotel not very far from this spot, which caused a communication to pass to Mrs. Meredith, who had been recommended lodgers from the hotel, when any of the inmates desired to be accommodated and wished for a place with all the comforts of a home, and domestic attention. "Mrs. Meredith," said the head waiter of the hotel, "I wish to have a word in private with you." "With greatest pleasure, Mr. Jones," said Mrs. Meredith, who was extremely civil to the waiter. "Will you be pleased to sit down?" "I have not the time. I thank you, I have not time. But I have run over to you to inform you we have an old invalid colonel at our place, who seems as if he did not know what he wanted. He wants some kind of lodging, he don't like the hotel, whether there is some genteel family whose kind attentions would soothe his disorders, and, I suppose, his temper." "Oh, poor gentleman!" said Mrs. Meredith. "How unfortunate he should suffer! Is he rich?" "Yes, I believe so, very rich. He's a colonel in the India service. He's been a fine man, but he has had some hard knocks. I have seen more rickety matters than he before to-day, and he will do very well. I told him I knew where there was a lady who occasionally admitted an inmate to her house, which was a large one, but she must be satisfied that her lodger is a gentleman. Has she any family, he inquired, because I hate to go where there's nobody but the lady of the house, because she can't always attend upon me, read to me, and the like of that." "Goodness me, what an odd man!" "Yes, but he pays well, a retired colonel, large fortune. You know that these East Indians expect I don't know what, they are even fed by beautiful young black virgins." "The wretch!" "Oh dear no, it's the custom of the country. So you see, he's been humoured, and it will be necessary yet to humour him, if you mean to have him for your lodger. I expect he'll only be troublesome, but when they pay for trouble, why, it's all profit." "Very true," replied Mrs. Meredith. "Is he a single man?" "Yes, oh yes. I believe he has never been married; has had so much to do in India, that he had nothing to do with marriages." "Where does he come from?" "India. I believe he had a very fine palace of his own, at Putitherapore, so I am told. Lord, he seems to think nothing of these parts. But he's an odd man. However, he pays well. He'll make a good lodger anywhere." "Well, you may tell him, Mr. Jones, that we have a fine suite of rooms for his accommodation on the first floor, and bedrooms, every attention he can wish. You know our terms, Mr. Jones, I think, but I may as well tell you, 5 guineas a week." "5 guineas a week, eh?" "Yes, that is moderate when you come to consider what a trouble and an expense it will be to get such things as will please the palate of an Indian." "It is a trouble, certainly." "And besides that, he will have such a place and furniture as he seldom meets with in London; besides, from what you say, there will be little trouble in attending to him by myself and daughters; and you know I have several." "Exactly, exactly. That is the thing he seems to desire. You will therefore have a preference over any one else who may have anything he wants; a kind of domestic hearth. He has none of his own, you see." "Has he no friends?" "None living, I dare say. Besides, he would hardly like to trust himself along with relations, who would poison him for the sake of his money; and if he have any living, he may know nothing of them, where they are or anything else, and they would be as strangers to him, for he would not be able to recognize them. But I must go now. 5 guineas, that includes all?" "Yes, all, except wines and liquors, you know." "Very well, I'll let him know. And perhaps you'll be in the way, in case he should come around this evening to examine the place." "Do you think there is any chance of his coming in to night?" "Really, I cannot tell. He may, or may not, just as he pleases. He is an odd fish; but, good Mrs. Merideth, I will talk to him." The waiter left, and Mrs. Merideth sat in her parlour, which was her own private apartment, which she and her daughters usually retired to and received their own friends. Here they remained, in some degree kept in continual expectation. Nothing was said, for some time, by either mother or daughter, for there was but one at home at that time. "Do you know, Margaret," she said, "we are likely to have a new lodger?" "Indeed, ma?" "Yes, my dear. He is a fidgety old man, a colonel from India. He is vastly rich, I am given to understand, and will require all the attentions of a relative. He will pay very handsomely; in fact, my dear, he will keep us all with a little care and management." "Well, ma, the men ought to do so, the creatures. What are they for, if they don't? I'm sure, if ever I come to marry, which I am sure I shan't, and if I found that he didn't find me in all I wanted, wouldn't I lead him a life! I rather think I would," said the amiable child. "I'd never let him know peace night nor day. It would be useless for him to tell me misfortune had deprived him of means. That would do for me. Oh dear no! A married man has no right to meet misfortunes. Indeed, he deserves to be punished for having a wife at all under such circumstances." "A very proper spirit, my dear; but you must never let such a thing as that pass your lips, because it would be very likely to cause you to lose a chance. The men are so fastidious nowadays, and they think they win us, when we angle for and catch them." "And this lodger, ma?" "Oh, he's, as I told you, a rich old East Indian." At this moment a coach drove up to the door, and a tremendous double rap was played off upon the door, as if it had been committed by a steam engine, so loud and so long was the application for the admittance, that both mother and daughter started. "Dear me, that must be him," said the mother. "Yes, a coach and all. There, there, I declare." "What, ma?" "Why, look at that girl next door out in the balcony. There's Miss Smith. That girl is always trying to attract some person or other, and the men affect to believe that she is beautiful. For my part, I think a girl of 17 ought to have more modesty." "The hussy!" said the young lady, contemptuously. The servant now entered to inform her that a gentleman had called about the apartments. "Ask him upstairs," said Mrs. Merideth, and she prepared to follow the colonel so soon as she heard he was ascending the stairs, which was a slow job to him, as he walked lame, with a gold-headed cane. When Mrs. Merideth came to the room, she saw a tall gentleman. His height was lost on account of him stooping. He wore a green shade over one eye, and had one arm in a sling; besides which, as we have before related, he was rather lame. "Not so bad as I thought for," muttered Mrs. Merideth to herself, as she curtsied to his salute. "I have been recommended to seek here a lodging, ma'am. I do not know if I am correct in believing you have such as I want." "This, sir, is the sitting room. It is a very handsome one, and above what is usually offered in a lodging house. The fact is, sir, the house was never furnished for letting, but but for our own private occupation. Therefore it has all of the comforts of a private residence." "That is what I chiefly want. You see, I do not care to undertake the trouble of setting up an establishment myself. I am alone, I may say. Therefore it is I seek such a lodging as comes nearest to what I should myself choose if I were to make a home of my own." "Precisely, sir. There is the back drawing room, and a bedroom upstairs." "Oh, very good. I need, I presume, make no inquiry as to what kind of table you keep. The best, I dare say. I was informed of the price you asked." "Yes, we consider that quite moderate, sir." "I dare say," said the Indian, looking about the place with an air of curiosity. "I dare say." "Yes, sir. You see the advantages we offer are much above the usual run. Besides, you are an invalid, and will require extra attention." "Yes, there is much truth in that. I have used to it, and therefore you will see that I bargain for it. But at the same time, you will not find me difficult to please, I flatter myself. But we shall know more of each other the longer we are together." "Certainly, sir. I can assure you, that should you take the apartments, nothing on my part, or my daughter's, will be wanting to make your stay agreeable." The stranger examined the appearance of the room and the others, and then, after much conversation with them, he agreed to take the lodgings, and to come into them on the morrow, as he was extremely particular as to well-aired beds, and should require them all to be re-aired. "And now, madam, before I finally agree to come in, will you show me the means of escape, if any, in case of fire? I am anxious about that. I have read so many calamities arising from that cause of late in London, that I am somewhat nervous about it, though I am so much of an invalid that I should hardly be able to avail myself of it." "You shall see, sir," said Mrs. Merideth. "We have ample and safe accommodation in that respect. You see, here is a pair of broad steps that lead up to that door, a trap door, and here is another that opens upon the leads at the top of the house." The colonel made shift to walk up, and to look over the housetops. There was a sea of chimneys and pantiles, at the same time they were all easy of access on this side of the street. So there was no danger from fire, and each house there was similarly provided. "Well, madam, I think I may say that this affair is concluded. I will leave you my card, and, if you think proper, you can obtain what information you desire of me at the hotel." "I am quite satisfied, sir," said the landlady, as she took the card that was proffered her, and also a bank note which he offered her, in token for his taking possession of the lodgings. Mrs. Merideth curtsied, and the colonel left the apartment, and descended the staircase with great deliberation, for he could not go very swiftly. He was lame, and one arm was up in a sling, and therefore he had not the free use of his limbs. As he came down the stairs, and when near the mat, Margaret, the eldest daughter, came out and passed into the back parlour, for no other ostensible purpose than that of seeing the stranger, whose eye was instantly, but only momentarily, fixed upon her. But it was enough. They both saw each other, and had a glance at the features, and Margaret disappeared. The stranger stepped into the coach, and, as the door was being shut, he looked up to the windows of the next house, where the young lady, nothing daunted, still sat at the window, and so little was she interested with her neighbour's affairs, that she barely bestowed a momentary glance upon the coach or its occupant, whose solitary optic took notice of her, and then the Jehu drove away with his rumbling vehicle. "Well, I never saw such impudence in my life," said Mrs. Merideth, as she came to the parlour windows, which happened to bow outwards and give her a better opportunity of watching her neighbours to the right and left of her. "What is the matter, ma?" inquired her daughter. "Why, there's that minx, still up yonder. I declare if she didn't stare at the colonel. He saw her, and noticed her too. Well, I wouldn't have had her there to-day for a trifle. He will think he's got into a bad neighbourhood, seeing her so bold. Really now, she lays herself open to all kinds of imputations. I do not mean to say any evil of her, but really, if she will do that now, what will she not do by and by? I am sorry she has no one to advise her better." "I am sure she is old enough to know better," rejoined the daughter. "I am quite sure she's no beauty; and if she wants to catch any of the men, she won't be successful in that manner, unless indeed she doesn't care whom she picks up with." "Oh, that is, I fear, too often the case with young girls with weak intellects. But did you see our new lodger, my dear?" "Yes, mum." "And what did you think of him?" inquired Mrs. Merideth, with an amiable whine, and a gentle rubbing of hands. "Think, ma, think. What can I think of a man whom I have hardly seen, ma? He only passed me. I could not recollect him again if I tried." "Ah, well, my dear, you know best. I can always recollect people whom I have once seen. He is a very fine man; at least he has been; he has lost much of his height, for he is lame and stoops much; but still he has been a handsome man." "One eye only, ma, I think." "Yes, dear, one eye as you say; but I think a remarkably keen one too. He's quite the gentleman too; he's been used to command, you can see that. These military men have an air about them that you cannot mistake; and even this gentleman, though, you see, wounded and lame, yet he has the air of an officer about him." "He may have, ma; but you know, if he gave the air of a general, with nothing else, it would buy a very poor dinner." "So it would, my dear. You certainly are an extraordinary girl, Margaret, a very extraordinary girl, and will be the making of your family. Only suppose you should marry this rich colonel; what then, eh? I only say, suppose you were to marry him; because it isn't certain, yet. Well, wouldn't that minx next door think you were lucky? She would bite her nails in anger." "Yes, she would, ma; but it may never happen. But, if she thinks to get a beau that way, she's much mistaken. I am sure she will get insulted." "No wonder. But, Margaret, my dear, you must do your best to please this gentleman. He wants to have people about him just as if he had his own home. He has no friends or relatives. Who knows what may happen yet?" "No, ma, we don't know what may happen. And I will do my best to please him; but I shan't court him, you know, ma. He must do that." "Yes, certainly, my child, he must. No, you mustn't appear anxious about it; but merely say you are pleased to have his good opinion, and you must be a little coy of everything else; for there are times when such old gentlemen are easily entrapped. But I must set about having things aired and put into order for his arrival to morrow." CHAPTer 127.
Chapter 128 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Varney. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 128. The New Lodger, a Night Alarm, a Mysterious Circumstance. It was not until late the next day that Mrs. Merideth heard anything of her new lodger. All she had heard was that he would be there during the day, but whether to breakfast, dinner, or tea, she could not tell which, and now she was waiting with expectation, if not anxiety. But at the same time she knew she was quite sure of her lodger, because she held his bank-note. It had been a dull day. There are many such in London, and therefore that was no singular circumstance. It was one of those dull, leaden-coloured days, of which you can predict nothing with certainty, or even a chance of being right. It was rather squally at times, and at others a west wind blew, not cold, at least not particularly so, but yet, notwithstanding the heavy appearance of the sky, there was a clear white light that made every object look more disagreeable than ordinary. The landlady and her daughter were both on the qui vive, as it was called, looking out for their new lodger, whom they expected the more immediately as the evening drew on, for there was less likelihood of his coming in the middle of the day than towards the evening, and less after evening had set in than before, for he was an invalid. It was, they thought, just about the time when he must arrive, when there could only be the uncertainty of a few minutes. The whole house was in order. Nothing was left to chance. Mrs. Merideth herself had gone over the whole place, and took especial pains to find all sorts of fault with the unfortunate drudge who did the work, of course aided by the mother and daughter, but such aid was distressing, because she had to wait upon both and do her own work as well. However, all was in readiness, and they were looking out at every coach from between the blinds. The sound of wheels was enough to cause them to start, when suddenly a coach drove up to the door, upon which had been carefully packed several leather boxes and portmanteaus.
"Here he is," said the daughter. "Here he is."
"Yes, and as I am alive," said Mrs. Merideth, as she cast her eye upwards towards the next house, "as I am alive, there is that girl again. I do believe that she does it on purpose. It is done to aggravate me, and to attract attention from the men. The hussy!" There was now no time to lose.
the knocker at the door giving pretty clear indication that instant attention upon their part was requisite, and up jumped Mrs. Merideth and her daughter Margaret. Immediately the servant opened the door into the passage, the coach door was opened, the steps let clattering down, and Colonel Deverill entered the house. "Will you walk into the parlour, Colonel?" inquired Mrs. Merideth, "until your boxes are all let in, and you see they are all correct. There is a good fire." "Thank you, madam," said the Colonel, with some difficulty walking along. "I am scarcely so well able to walk as I was yesterday." "Ah, Colonel, you must have suffered much, but I am glad the parlour is so handy. It will save you the walk upstairs at present, until you are quite recovered from your fatigue. Pray be seated, Colonel, by the fire. The man shall bring them in and lay them before the door." "Thank you," said the Colonel, and he sat down in a large easy chair, having first dropped his cloak, which was a large blue military cloak, lined with white, with a fur collar, and looked extremely rich and handsome, beneath which he wore an officer's undress frock, covered over with a profusion of braid. The boxes and portmanteaus were brought in, and laid down so the Colonel could see them, and when that was done, the coachman made his demand, which excited an exclamation of horror from Mrs. Merideth, and a declaration that she thought hackney coachmen were the greatest impostors and extortioners under the sun. There never was such a set as hackney coachmen, never. "Saving lodging-house keepers, mum. Axing your pardon for saying so. Not that I means any offence, only I lived in one once, and ought to know summat." The Colonel, however, made no remark, but pulling out an embroidered purse, which appeared to be full of gold, he paid the man his demand. "Thank you, your honour. You are one of the right sort, and no mistake." So saying, the coachman walked away, jinking the money as he walked along the passage, until he came to the door where the girl was standing, and then, giving her a knowing wink and jerking his head backwards, he said, "They are a scaly lot here, ain't they, Mary?"
"Mary!" screamed Margaret. "Yes, miss." "Shut the door, and come away from that insolent fellow."
Slam went the door, and then the servant went downstairs, and the parlour door was immediately closed, and the Colonel was given into the tender mercies of the lodging-house keeper; for though she pretended that she merely offered a genteel and presentable house for such as desired it, and could afford to pay for it, she was, in every sense of the word, a lodging-house keeper. The Colonel, however, sat very composedly in his chair, and gazed at the fire in silence, and from time to time he gazed at the mother and daughter with his one eye. He had not lost the entire use of the other, but had a green silk shade over it. He watched what went on, and replied cautiously to what was said to him, but appeared inclined to silence, and occasionally abrupt in his conversation, but this they attributed to the habit he must have been in when abroad of commanding. "Will you take tea at once, Colonel, or at what hour do you choose to have it?" "I will take it at once. I am tired."
"What will you take, sir?"
inquired Margaret at one end of the table, and placing herself in an enticing posture, she awaited the answer, expecting to be looked at. "Coffee," said the Colonel abruptly. There was a pause, but Margaret said nothing more, and set about doing such little matters as appeared to be in employment, but it was a mere deception. It was all done. Nothing had been left undone. They had taken care of that, as the servant knew full well. However, there was little that passed of any peculiar character on that occasion, for the evening passed off very calmly and comfortable, the Colonel giving his opinion somewhat dogmatically, but that of course was submitted to, as he was a military man and had much experience, and moreover he was a rich man, quite a nabob. It is astonishing, as a general rule, what people will submit to when it comes from those who have riches at command. That fact alone seems to stamp all that is foolish and absurd coming from such a quarter with sense and worth. It is in vain for any one not blessed with property to talk. His talking is nothing in comparison with what falls from the lips of the man who has property. You are talked down, and if you are obstinate and won't be talked down, why you are a disagreeable fellow, a dissatisfied man, and your neighbours ought to set their faces against you. Thus through life, he who does not submit to the wealthy is always run down, and there is every disposition, if possible, of running him off the road altogether, no matter how great the injustice against him, and the enormity of the conduct of others. They are, as they think, justified, because he is not a genteel person. In fact, he is not evangelical. The evening passed over, as we have said, in calmness and quiet, and Mrs. Merideth appeared to be well pleased with her lodger, and at a moderately early hour they separated and went to bed. The Colonel retired, after taking leave of them, to his own room, complaining he was in great pain and scarce able to walk, and so cold he was nearly benumbed. "This climate," he said, "is so cold, so moist, and altogether so uncomfortable, that I cannot understand how it is people ever endure it. Indeed," he continued to Mrs. Merideth, "there must be some great difference between rich and poor in their conformation, else they couldn't stand it." Of course Mrs. Merideth assented to the proposition, as she would have done to any other, no matter what proposition, that had been so urged by such a person. Thus it was with the Colonel, who appeared very well satisfied with his lodgings, and all parties for so short a time were well pleased with each other. The night was dark. That is to say, it was one of those nights in which neither moon nor stars showed themselves. No sound was heard through the streets, save the heavy step of the guardian of the night, or the midnight reveller, who might be finding his way homeward boisterously, and with scarce enough sense to enable him to take the right path. There were clouds enough to have intercepted the moon, but there was a kind of light that was spread through them, that you saw when you looked up, but which aided not the traveller below. But then there were countless lamps that illumined the streets. At that time there was a man creeping over the housetops. He had gained the housetop of Mr. Smith, the house in which resided Miss Smith, who had given so much offence to Mrs. Merideth by sitting so much out in the balcony. He stooped in the gutter, and looked cautiously around. No human being was within sight. He was alone, and no soul saw him. Cautiously he crept towards the trap-door. It was bolted, but that was soon obviated. No sound, however, could be heard. The soft but rotten wood gave way under the steady pressure exerted upon the door, which at length opened. He paused a moment or two, and listened carefully for several minutes. Then he entered the loft, slowly and noiselessly, keeping as low as possible, so that he might run no risk of being observed by any one who might be passing the house, or who might be up by accident in any of the opposite houses, in consequence of illness or any other cause. There was a lower trap-door through which the figure passed. There could be no difficulty in passing, because that was always kept open, as it was considered to assist in ventilating the house. And then the intruder stood within the house. He then drew himself up to his full height, and paused for some moments, as if considering the next step he would take. But then he descended to the second floor, on which were placed what are called the best bedrooms. He paused at one, gently tried the handle, and finding it turn and the door open, he gave one look towards the stairs that he had just descended, and then he entered the apartment. All was yet still. No sound met his ear, save the breathing of the sleeper within, who lay in a sweet sleep, and was as calm and unconscious as the blessed. Perfect rest and forgetfulness had steeped the senses of the young girl, who lay in ambrosial sleep. One arm was thrown outside the clothes, and revealed in all its symmetry a snow-white bosom, heaving gently to the throbbing of the heart. The intruder gazed at the young girl for some moments, and clasped his hands with trembling eagerness, and a ghastly smile played upon his terrible features, while a fearful fire shot from the eyes of one who thus disturbed the slumbers of the living. He approached the bed, and took the hand within his own, and then the sleeper awoke. It would be impossible to describe the look of terror and horror that sat on the young girl's face. She could not scream. She could not utter a sound. Her whole faculties appeared to have been bound up for a short time. She could not even shrink from the horrible being who approached her. She was so perfectly horror-stricken, with that truly horrible countenance, the glance of which seemed as if it would destroy the power of speech forever. She shrank now, but could not move. The creature crept closer. It seized her hand, and held it within its own, but even that could not awake her from the trance she was in. She felt a horrible sinking feeling, as though she must sink through the very flooring of the house, and yet she could not stir. It appeared as though, so long as the hideous face was opposed to hers, so long she was unable to move. It was a species of fascination, however great the horror felt, yet there was no help for it. She could not ever shut her eyes. That boon was denied her. What she saw cannot be described. It is by far too horrible for pen to describe. The wild, horrible insanity that appeared in the eyes of the creature, with their peculiar cast, was indescribable. The only light that entered the room, at that moment, came from a lamp below, and illumined only the upper part of the room above the window sills. The creature then stood in relief against this light, a horrible, dark object, whose glaring eyeballs were too terrible ever to be forgotten. Then again, while he with one hand held hers, he passed his other hand up her arm, and then felt along the soft white flesh with its cold, clammy fingers, as if it were feeling for something, or greedy of the velvet-like substance. Still keeping the eyes fixed upon the hapless and helpless girl, he drew the arm towards him, and, leaning upon the bed, suddenly plunged his face on the arm, and held and seized it near the middle with his teeth, and then it made an attempt to suck the wound. This, however, broke the charm, horrible and complete as it was, for the creature's hideous countenance was lost to her sight as he plunged his face to her arm. Shriek followed shriek in quick and rapid succession. The whole house was alarmed by the terrible shrieks that came from the apartment. She struggled, and by a sudden effort she disengaged herself from the grasp of the fiend, and rolled, wrapped up in the bedclothes, to the other side of the floor. The monster still pursued her with greedy thirst for blood, and had picked her up, and again placed her on the bed with more than mere human strength, and again sought the arm he had been deprived of by the sudden effort of the young girl. "Help! Help! Mother! Father! Help! Help!" The shouts rang through the house, awaking the affrighted sleepers from their repose in a manner that may be called distressing. It is distressing in the midst of a large city to be awoke, in the dead of the night, by loud and urgent cries of distress. It is such a contrast to the dead stillness that reigns around, and when the first cries are heard, it creates a terror and surprise that takes away all power of action. It was not till the cries had been heard a second time that the inmates aroused themselves. The fact was, they were fearful of fire. The moment that idea floated across their minds, then indeed they started up, and the father of the young girl, hearing the fall, at once rushed to the room of his daughter. He arrived but in time. The hideous monster, being affrighted by the footsteps approaching him, turned from his blood-stained feast, and hid himself beneath the drapery as the father entered the room. "Mary," he said, "Mary, Mary, what means this? What can be the matter? Are you hurt? How come you in this disorder?"
"Oh God! That thing from the grave has been sucking my blood from my veins. See yonder, he moves. Watch him, note him, father."
Believing she raved, her father paid no attention to what she did say, but continued to regard her with sorrow and regret, for he believed it to be a sudden attack of mania. But seeing the curtains move, he turned his head, and at once divined it to be the cause of his daughter's alarm. The glance was but momentary. but he saw the figure of a man who was escaping from the apartment by the door by which he had at that moment entered. "Help!" he shouted. "Help! Thieves! Murder!" And as he shouted, he rushed after the figure that was flying towards the top of the house. By this time the house was filled up with people, and the noise upstairs had caused the servants below to rise, confused and thoroughly terrified by the sounds they heard, and the cries of their master. At that moment one of those watchful guardians of the night passed by the house, and was immediately hailed by the unfortunate people below, who were afraid to go upstairs to offer any assistance, lest they might be knocked back again, which fear stopped all aid from below.
"Hillo! What's the matter now?"
inquired the worthy guardian of the night.
"Oh, I don't know. Goodness knows. You had better go up and see. I'll come up after you. Don't be afraid, I'll come up after you if you'll go first."
"Stop a moment while I spring my rattle,"
said the worthy functionary, who thereupon gave an alarming peal upon his instrument, and then he entered the house, with instructions to the servant to run downstairs and let any of his party in that might come up. Then the guardian of the night hastened upstairs with all the haste he could, and came up just in time to pick Mr. Smith up, who was lying stunned at the foot of the stairs. The fact was, Mr. Smith had pursued his adversary too quickly, and finding he could not get off, he turned round and felled him to the earth like an ox. It was just at this juncture when the Charley came upstairs, and in another moment Mr. Smith recovered.
"What's the matter?" inquired the watchman. "Is the house on fire?"
"No, no, the vampire, the vampire."
"Eh, what? Never heard of him before, never seed him."
"Quick, quick, he has gone upstairs. Quick, after him," said Mr. Smith, as he ran up the stairs, and was quickly followed by the watchman and some others who now crowded about, having had time to dress themselves and come to Mr. Smith's aid, and they now crowded to the house-top, for they saw the trap-door was unfastened, though it had been hastily pushed to. This they opened, and then looked on the house-top, first one way and then another.
"He ain't here," said the watchman, "and we mustn't expect to find him here. He wouldn't wait for us, you may depend upon that. We had better search along the housetops till we see him, or find some of the other traps open, and then you may guess where he has gone."
"The difficulty is, which way did he go?" said Mr. Smith.
"Oh, I saw him go that way,"
said another watchman, who came upstairs, having been first attracted by the sounds of the rattle, and then, looking up at the house, he saw the figure of a man stealing with great rapidity of motion across the housetops.
"There I lost him then," he said. "I didn't see him after that spot, but he may have gone further for all I can say to the contrary, but we shall soon see."
"This trap-door is open,"
said the other watchman, as he pulled aside Mrs. Meredith's trap-door, which had only been pushed to.
"We had better go in here, and see if he isn't gone somewhere into the house, and hiding himself till all is quiet, and then he will make off if left alone."
End of chapter 128. Recording by Varney. Chapter 129 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Varney. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 129. The Unsuccessful Pursuit, Mr. Smith's Disappointment, and the Testimony of Mrs. Meredith. Mrs. Meredith and her daughters had long sunk into deep sleep before the events just narrated took place in her neighbour's house. There was a perfect stillness. The whole house appeared as though there were no living soul within it, all was so still and quiet. Presently, however, there was a terrific sound. It was like that of a human being falling and bumping downstairs, and then there was a great deal of shouting and calling, and Mrs. Meredith opened her eyes and trembled in her bed, while her daughter Margaret, who upon the occasion slept with her, was likewise as frightened.
"What is that?"
she stammered with some difficulty.
"Oh, here, I cannot think. Thieves, murderers, I dare say. Oh, merciful heaven, what shall we do? Where shall I go? We shall be murdered."
Both females trembled in their beds, and were quite unable to move, breaking out in a profuse sweat from fear. And yet the noise came nearer and nearer, and there were many persons evidently in the house. Their numbers were so numerous that they evidently didn't care to conceal themselves. The fact was this. When Mr. Smith and his party found the trap-door open, they descended into the house, the watchman leading the way. But in going down the ladder his foot slipped, and he came with a dreadful thump on the landing. And fortunately he rolled up against the servant girl's door instead of downstairs. The door flew open, and the girl was too terrified to speak for some moments. At length, the watchman having got up, he made for the bed, upon which the girl jumped up and began to scream out for help in piteous tones.
"Come, come, don't be frightened," said the watchman. "Get up and show us over the house."
"Well, I'm sure,"
said the girl, who had recovered some of her assurance, for the coat, stick, and lantern of the watchman at once assured her that she was in no immediate danger whatever.
"Well, I'm sure, to think of coming in a female's room in this manner! You ought to be ashamed of yourself, you old wretch, you ought."
"No names! If you don't get up and show us over, and call your master—"
"I ain't got a master."
"Well, your mistress, then. We will go ourselves, and we'll soon make short work of it. Come, come, no nonsense. We will dress you ourselves."
"You monster! Go out of the room, can't you? Have you no decency left you? I'll get up, but I'll lay a complaint before the Lord Mayor, and he shall tell you a different tale to this. I am ashamed of you, and so you ought to be of yourselves."
However, during this energetic remonstrance, she contrived to shuffle on some things, and when she was ready, she came down to her mistress's door, and then began to hammer and kick at it, saying,
"Oh, Miss Meredith, there's such a lot of men in the house. Do come out, ma'am. I don't know what's the matter, but they'll break into your room as they broke into mine."
"What do they want, Mary?"
"Don't know, ma'am."
"There is some one escaped into your house that has broken into the next house, and your trap-doors on the roof were open."
"Gracious me!" said Mrs. Meredith. "Gracious me! Show them over the place, Mary. We shall get up in a few moments and come to you. Margaret, my dear, get up. Some housebreakers have gotten into the house, and we shall all be murdered in our sleep if we don't find them. Oh dear, dear, what will become of us? What will our new lodger say to this disturbance?" Margaret made no reply, but began to dress herself, while the party began their search, and Mr. Smith hastened back to his daughter, to understand the nature of the attack that had been made upon her, and whether she were any better than she was when he left her. However, when he came to hear what was the real cause of her terror, to find the marks upon her arm, and the certainty that nothing had been lost or moved, he was perfectly staggered, and hastened back after the party he had left, to make some further attempt to follow the miscreant, and to discover, if possible, his retreat, and bring him to justice for the vile attack he had made. When he returned, he met Mrs. Meredith coming out of her room, she having hastily dressed herself, followed by her daughter.
"Oh, Mr. Smith! Mr. Smith, what is the meaning of all this disturbance? Here are a number of strange men who have forced themselves into my house, and whether their object is our property or our lives we cannot tell. What can I do, Mr. Smith?"
"You have nothing to fear, ma'am."
"Nothing to fear, sir? Why, is not such an occurrence something to be feared for its own sake alone?"
"Yes, ma'am, it is very disagreeable, I am willing to admit, but I presume you would not give refuge to a vampire."
"A what, sir?"
"A vampire, madam. I know not how to explain it to you, but I have to assure you my daughter has been attacked in her sleep by the midnight bloodsucker from the graves. Oh God, that such a thing should happen in my family! I would not have believed it had the same been related to me from anybody else."
"It must have been the nightmare," suggested Mrs. Meredith.
"Would to heaven it had been so! But I came to her assistance, and saw him as he fled from my daughter's bedside, and I followed him to the roof, and he was lost on your house, and your trap-door was open, and we presumed he went in here."
"The door was bolted when we went to bed last night," said Margaret.
"Yes," responded her mother, "we always have that bolted every night, for it is our only protection from that side of the house. But no one can be here. We have no man in the house save our lodger, an invalid and quite a gentleman."
"Can we see him?" "I should think not, because he is an invalid. He is a colonel in the East India service, and will, no doubt, be very angry at such a disturbance, and much more so when he finds he is wanted. I am really much shocked at this disturbance, which is the more unfortunate as it is the first night he has slept here." "I must see him." "Must, Mr. Smith, must! I cannot permit anything of the kind to be said in my house. I give you permission to look for him over the house, but I can't give any such permission with what my lodgers possess. It is not in my power to do so, if I had the inclination." While this was going on, the house had been rummaged over and over, and then a party of them, with Mr. Smith, came to the Colonel's bedroom. A close travelling cap and a dressing gown were found on the mat before the door. "Oh," said Mr. Smith, as he picked it up, "this appears very much like what I saw the figure was dressed up in, something like robes, and this would serve the purpose." "Ah," said the watchman, "we shall have him now." "But the gentleman is an invalid. He can hardly walk upstairs, much less can he be scrambling over housetops," said Mrs. Merideth. "You must surely all have been dreaming. Something has disagreed with you, and the result has been visions of which you can of course find no trace." "Not quite that either," said one of the watchmen, "for we saw him getting away, and he made for your trap door, where I missed him. I could not see any more of him among the chimneys, or something of that sort, but I thought he came in here, and found your door open." "And you saw him come in?" said Mrs. Merideth. "I can't say I saw him come in," said the man. "I couldn't see through a brick wall and a stack of chimneys which were in the way, but I felt certain he must have come in here." "Well, this is very strange, very singular." "The dressing gown, too," said Mr. Smith, "is dusty and dirty all over, at least in places where it appears to have come in contact with anything dirty, possibly the roof of the house. Certainly something of that sort has happened. It looks very much like it." "And the cap sits close to the head. That is dirty." "But it is dry dirt," said Mr. Smith, "and of the same character. We had better see this lodger of yours, Mrs. Merideth, and with your permission I will knock." As Mr. Smith spoke, he gave 2 or 3 loud knocks at the door, which were not answered for some time, but they were speedily repeated, and then a peremptory voice exclaimed, "In the name of goodness, what is the meaning of all this disturbance? Is the house broken into, or is it a resort for thieves? Be it as it may, if I am disturbed in this way, and you don't instantly get out of the way and make less noise, I'll fire through the door. I have loaded pistols by my side, and I will not submit to this shameful disturbance." At the sound of these words, the 2 watchmen were much disturbed, and immediately stepped back so hastily as nearly to overthrow Mrs. Merideth and her daughter. But Mr. Smith, after a step or 2 backwards, resumed his place by the door, and exclaimed, "I have not come here, sir, to be frightened. Some strange circumstances have just happened, and I must beg you'll open the door to explain them." "And who the devil are you?" "My name is Smith, sir. I live next door, and my daughter has been attacked by a vampire. I know not what nature the creature must possess, but it has shocking propensities. There are evidences at your door which make it appear he has got into your room." "It would be very foolish in him to do anything of the sort," said the Colonel. "For in the first place, I will not suffer annoyance in any shape, and besides, I have loaded pistols for his reception. Wait till I am dressed, and then I will come out to you."
"I am sure the Colonel will be very much offended by this conduct, which is very shameful. People's houses broken open and entered in this manner, and people's rest broken so. I am quite ashamed of my neighbours, quite."
"Really, we have strong suspicions, strong grounds of suspicion, too, against that lodger of yours. Look at that dressing gown and cap, the open trap door and all. Really, I can't help thinking there is something very suspicious in all this."
"Yes," said the watchman, "I know there's nobody else in the house. I've been all over it, and it's very strange to me if he ain't the man."
"Well," said Margaret Meredith, "it seems as if you are most willing to accuse those who are quite incapable of doing what you accuse them of. This gentleman was barely able to get upstairs without assistance. Besides, he could not have gone upstairs without someone being awoke by the noise. It's my opinion that this is a piece of impertinence altogether." "So I think, my dear," said Mrs. Merideth.
"I am a father, Mrs. Merideth," said Mr. Smith, and I have my daughter's safety and happiness at heart. I am sure there's much too very suspicious. You wouldn't like your daughter's blood sucked out of her arms. I am sure I don't, nor does she."
"Oh, botheration!" said Margaret. "Who ever heard of such stuff? I'm sure I never did, except in some book of improbabilities, and nothing more. But here is Colonel Deverill."
At that moment Colonel Deverill opened the door, and then retired a little into his room, saying as he did so in a very angry voice, but at the same time endeavouring to be courteous,
"You can come in now, but I am quite at a loss to understand the nature of this disturbance. The house doesn't appear to be on fire, and that is the only contingency in my mind that will justify such a disturbance. What is the matter, Mrs Meredith?"
"I can hardly tell you, sir. I have been disturbed by finding a party of people in my house. It is most amazing to me how they came in."
"I will tell you, sir," said Mr Smith. "My daughter has been terrified by the appearance of someone in her bedroom, who attempted to suck her blood from the veins of her arm. I don't know what to say about it." "I am sure I don't," said Colonel Deverill, "but I must say it's a most unpleasant affair for those who have nothing to do with it. It is a pity your domestic affliction should call you out in this manner. Take my advice, sir, go home, else you'll catch cold." "You may repent making a jest of this." "I never repent anything, sir. I regret I am so unnecessarily disturbed, and it appears to me your intrusion here is most unwarrantable."
"Is this your dressing gown, sir?"
"Yes, it is."
"Well then, how did it come here, and in this state?" inquired Mr Smith triumphantly.
"I don't know. I didn't put it there, but I suppose it must have fallen accidentally. It would not have been thrown there willingly," said the Colonel deliberately.
"Well, I don't know," said Mr Smith, "but it strikes me you've been on the tiles this evening."
"My good sir, if you don't leave my apartment, it may happen I may forget my pains and lameness, and fling you out of the window. If this had happened in India, instead of here, you would have had a particularly sharp knife inserted between your ribs, or have been thrown into a well. But I know nothing of this matter, which appears so strange as to be beyond all reason. Neither experience nor common sense at all throw any light upon the matter. Be advised, sir, and retire, and allow honest people and invalids to sleep the night out."
Mr Smith looked very blank, and unable to comprehend all that had passed, he could not tell what to think. He could not urge the matter further, for he was met by real contempt and perfect self-assurance on the part of the Colonel, who moved about the room very lame, while his hand was in a sling, and a green shade was placed over his eyes. "You see," said Mrs Meredith, "you must be very entirely mistaken. Colonel Deverill, we are sure, is quite unable to run about over housetops, even if he had the inclination to do so, which is really absurd. It must be at least a great mistake on your part."
"Yes, I am sure too Colonel Deverill could not have left the house without our knowing it. Indeed, it is a very silly affair, and has been a great nuisance, to say the least of it. I wonder Mr Smith doesn't know better than to break into peaceable people's houses."
"But I did not do so."
"How came you here, then?"
"I followed someone else. The place was open, and yet you say it was shut at night, and usually kept so. How do you account for that?"
"I cannot do so, unless some neglect took place, or else you must have forced it open."
"Oh no, ma'am," said the watchman, "I can swear Muster Smith didn't do that. It was open, and I found it so there's that to be accounted for. And then there's the togs a-lying outside here, that's to be accounted for. So you see it's a wery suspicious case." "You are a very stupid fellow," said the Colonel, "a very idiot, if you imagine people are to be held responsible because a dressing gown happens to fall down. I do not know but I shall proceed with this matter myself. It seems to me you have committed a trespass, to say the least of it. I can pledge my word, as a man of honour and a soldier, I have not left my room. Indeed, these ladies know I could not do so, and their testimony would be ample in a court of justice, and to a gentleman."
"Yes, that is no more than the truth," said Mrs Meredith, who was by no means pleased with the disturbance, and because she had no sympathy for the young lady who sat in the balcony, to the annoyance of herself and her daughter.
"And I can bear witness to the same," said Miss Meredith. I think it is quite time Mr. Smith returned to his own place, and see what is the matter there. Perhaps the person he saw may have passed him and gone back again into his own house."
Mr. Smith lingered, looked wistfully as if his doubts were not cleared off, but yet the testimony was so clear and so strong that he could not dispute it, and however unwillingly he was compelled to acknowledge, there were some matters that he could not dispute, though he was unable to solve them, and he and those with him returned from their unsatisfactory search. End of chapter 129. Recording by Varney.
Chapter 130 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 130. A Breakfast Scene, a Matchmaking Mother. The next day there was some anxiety on the part of Mrs. Merideth to ascertain how far her new lodger might have been disturbed by this event, and in what temper of mind he felt upon the occasion. It is usual in all lodgings to have some little regard to the lodger's comforts for some days, perhaps a week or two, and then things are allowed to take their chance; and if the lodger complains, he gets for an answer that they take a vast deal of pains to oblige him, and intimate that he is a peculiarly lucky man for having become a lodger at that place, and you would have been worse off if you had gone elsewhere, which, of course, you don't believe, though they tell you so. It is an old and favorite saying that a new broom sweeps clean, and, in time, an old one becomes very nearly useless. So it is with lodging-house keepers. The longer you remain, the more inattentive they become, until you get wearied and are compelled to leave, and then you get some scurvy insolence, and your landlady eventually believes she is an ill-used woman. But in the present instance, Mrs. Merideth had other hopes and fears than those of a mere lodging-house keeper. Not that she had formed any plan in her own mind, but she had some floating idea that there was seldom such a chance turned up, because the Colonel had evidently no relations, and who could tell what, in the chapter of accidents, might happen? "I am quite grieved," she said to her daughter. "It should have happened this night. What could be the meaning of the disturbance, I can't think. Now, it's very tiresome things will happen so cross as this, that I don't know what to think of it. It really appears as if it was done on purpose." "It does, but I am sorry for it, because it would seem as though we were liable to some kind of interruption at all times, for they generally expect attention at the first, if at no other time, and he may think this is a bad beginning, at all events." "But we shall convince him that we shall not treat him neglectfully, Ma." "No, my dear, but these Indians are strange-tempered people, and when they once take a fancy, there is no knowing what they may do, and there is no knowing what a dislike taken at such an occurrence might produce, and likes and dislikes are taken without rhyme or reason." "Yes, Ma, so they are, and that is the reason why you took such a dislike to young Willis, for he was as nice a young man as I have seen." "Nice, my dear, nice! I don't see why he was nice, unless it was because he was presumptuous and had no money," said the amiable parent. "He was not rich, Ma—" "He was positively poor, Margaret," interrupted the mother, "and therefore it was absolutely necessary to discourage such persons, for, if they do no good, they are sure to be productive of mischief; for their hanging about, you know, deters others from coming forward who have means." "He was very handsome." "Handsome is as handsome does, my dear. You'll find that is a motto through life, that will carry weight at any time. All the good looks in the world would never put a gown on your back or a sixpence in your purse, recollect. Besides, he was not handsome." "You are prejudiced against the young man. Not that I care anything about him, though he was a very agreeable and nice young man. So it's no use in saying that he wasn't." "Well, my dear, it doesn't much matter. This is a matter of opinion. What do you think of our Colonel? He is a fine man, and a rich one besides." "He is tall, I admit, but stoops a great deal; is very lame. One eye much worse than the other, and one arm in a sling. Well, I can't see much beauty in all that, much out of repair, you must admit, Ma." "Yes, Colonel Deverill has seen some service, and his misfortunes are so many points of honor. They are like so many medals which speak of his worth. Besides that, he is a most gentlemanly and pleasant man. I don't know that I ever spoke to a more fascinating man." "That might be at times, but then that was evidently a constraint upon his natural temper, because he every now and then broke out abruptly about something or other, which proves that he has an abrupt and imperious temper, not to say savage and snappish." "There you are clearly unjustifiable, my dear Margaret. The Colonel, you see, is a military man, and used to command, and therefore it is a very usual occurrence, and not a matter of disposition at all. But what can that matter when you come to consider his wealth?" "There is certainly room for congratulation there," said Margaret. "Indeed, my child, there is room for congratulation; and I am convinced there is happiness where there is a fortune, for that will obtain all you want, and, when you obtain all you want, what can you be otherwise than entirely happy? Therefore, riches are happiness." "Yes, there is much truth in all that, Ma," said Margaret, "and all I hope is, that I might obtain a fortune; then I would make you comfortable, Ma." "I'm sure you would, Margaret. My whole life has been spent in shifts, to maintain you and bring you up in a manner that would enable you to become a fortune; which, thanks to my care, example, and precept, you are fully equal to at any moment it may become your lot." "Yes, Ma, I feel that I was born to command, and the lady of a colonel would not be a bit too high in rank for my ambition or deserts." "Indeed it would not, my dear; but now listen to me. You know, my dear, I never plan anything but what is for your benefit. Now, I am given to understand that Colonel Deverill has no relatives at all, and I think hardly any friends, and that we can make ourselves quite necessary to him; in fact, perfect friends to him. He will look upon us as his nearest relatives, and he may take a fancy to you, as you may easily induce him. Old men like flattery, there is no doubt, and that kind of flattery which is called attention. Wait upon him most assiduously, and read to him, and all that kind of thing, my dear." "Yes, I know, Ma." "And then, dear, if you mind what you are about, the colonel and all his wealth may be yours before 6 months are over, or I'm no witch." "Hush! I hear him stirring." "He's coming downstairs; there he is in the drawing room; I hear him overhead. Go upstairs, my dear, and inquire when he will choose to have his breakfast." "Yes, Ma," said the young lady, who betrayed an extraordinary desire to obey her parent, a matter not equally to be said of all young ladies, nor of this one upon many occasions; but then, this was one that was quite agreeable to her own feelings, which explains the secret. Colonel Deverill had, indeed, descended, and was seated in the drawing room, with his feet on the fender and his head leaning on his hand, and his elbow on the table, when Margaret entered. He appeared to be thoughtful and unwell. He had, perhaps, passed a bad night, or the interruption had robbed him of his sleep, which to an invalid was the more severely felt. "Good morning, Colonel," said Margaret, advancing. "I hope the disturbance that so inopportunely took place did not have the effect of destroying your night's rest." "Indeed, it did do so to a very great extent," replied the Colonel, "though not entirely; but still it makes one very poorly, gives one the headache, and causes a sense of lassitude and fatigue to oppress the body, which, added to the weariness incident to such cases, makes one very uncomfortable." "I am sorry you have been so discomposed, and so is my ma. She really is grieved. But you see, sir, it was a matter so entirely beyond any control that she cannot be blamed for it, though it happened, most unfortunately, at a time when it was least wanted, or most to be avoided." "True, very true. I can imagine all that. I am not unjust enough to blame you for it. I could no more help it than you could, and I dare say you were none the better for such a disagreeable disturbance. I am not, I am very certain." "No, sir, I am not. When would you please to breakfast?" "As soon as I can have it," replied the Colonel. "You can have it at once. "Then be pleased to let me have it. I have the use of but one arm entirely. May I beg your aid in making tea for me?" "With pleasure, sir." Margaret immediately left the room, and informed her mother of what had passed upon the occasion; and when the breakfast was laid, and all things ready, Margaret Meredith sat down with Colonel Deverell to breakfast. Before, however, they had gone far, he inquired if she had breakfasted. "No, I have not." "And your mother, has she breakfasted?" "No, sir, she has not." "Then give her my compliments, and I shall be glad to take breakfast in her company too, for I am very poorly this morning, and company is agreeable." This was soon effected, and in a few minutes more they all sat down, the Colonel being duly waited upon by Margaret and her mother, the latter being employed in aiding the former to pay great attention to their host, for they breakfasted at his expense as a matter of course. "It was really a most unfortunate occurrence, that of last night," said Mrs. Meredith. "Very unfortunate; because some people have a difficulty in sleeping in a strange bed, and when once awake, they cannot easily, if at all, get asleep again, and that I had great fears might have been your case." "Not precisely," said the Colonel; "but the fact is, I have seen so much hard service, that I can sleep anywhere without any effort of mine; but when one has suffered from wounds, the heats of climate, and the terrors of imprisonments in Indian prisons, one's health becomes so shattered, that one's rest is not so good as it ought to be; but that is no one's fault." "It is a grievous misfortune," said Mrs. Meredith. "Yes," added Margaret, "and I think there is not enough gratitude in the country towards those who so nobly defend us in our homes, to do which they must not only brave danger and death in the field of battle, but all the evils that spring from climate, insidious diseases, brought on by the exposures and hardships of a soldier's life; and then when they see them return to their own country, with wounds that ought to bring honor, glory, and sure profit, they are omitted and neglected." The Colonel sighed deeply, but said nothing. "My dear Miss Meredith, will you fetch me my keys? I left them in the bureau." "Yes, sir," said the amiable young lady, who arose and left the room. "Your daughter is an amiable girl, Mrs. Meredith," said Colonel Deverell. "She reminds me of one who is now dead, and at whose decease I left England for India. The country became insupportable to me at that time, but she now recalls all the feelings and aspirations of youth." "Ah, she is an amiable and good girl, though I am her mother. Yet I must not do her less than justice, because it is usual to consider it partial or silly of a parent praising her own child, but she does deserve all that can be said of her." "It is a blessing. There was the same class of beauty, and the same amiable and sensible deportment. Oh dear! those days are gone by, indeed." "Who knows but they may return?" "It is doubtful, more than doubtful, certain. I am an old man now, Mrs. Meredith, an old man. Yes, I have deserved some thanks at the hands of my country, and I am rich, yes, Mrs. Meredith, I am rich, very rich, I believe I may say." "That is some reward." "It is, but I cannot recall the past. I am no longer young. I have no young wife by my side, to soothe my pillow, to attend to my wants. No, I am an old man, as I said before, and I cannot expect the attention of the young and beautiful." "But, Colonel Deverell, you are not an old man, and as for your wounds, they are honorable." "But my shattered constitution—" "May be mended by care and attention, doubtless; and I am sure, while you are here, you shall want no attention we can possibly bestow." "I thank you, Mrs. Meredith, I thank you," said the Colonel. "I only regret the disturbance you suffered last night," said Mrs. Meredith. "I am afraid want of proper rest has made you melancholy. I knew not of such a thing, neither was I at all aware of the fact of the trap door being open. Indeed, I can't understand it." "Nor I, ma'am. I do not clearly understand what they said. They talked of some young lady being strangled or assaulted in her sleep." "Yes, Colonel, it was in her sleep, and I cannot help thinking it must have been a dream. However, if it were not, I do not know what to think of it." "Nor I," said the Colonel, thoughtfully. They talked about a vampire, and said Miss Smith had been seized by the arm, and the creature had attempted to suck the blood from the veins." "Dear me, what a strange affair!" "Very, sir; but I never heard of such things only in books; but goodness help us from such strange unearthly beings. Have you seen any in your travels, Colonel Devereux? You have traveled in hot countries, and have seen them, I should imagine." "Not I, Mrs. Merideth. I have seen strange things, but I never saw a vampire, though I have heard of such things. Indeed, there are many disgusting things in creation, and that is one of them. But what could be the reason they should come to that young lady above any other, I cannot conceive." "Nor I, sir." At this moment Margaret returned, having recovered the keys, which were not wanted; only the watchful mamma thought there was an opportunity for a little tender gag relative to the amiability of the young lady, and therefore it ought not to be omitted. Moreover, she saw that there was no necessity for leaving them alone yet; there would be plenty of time yet for that, and she felt assured there would be ample opportunity for the progress of the suit she now confidently anticipated must take place; for she saw, however prompt and ready the colonel might be from habit, yet there was a good deal of the willing mood about him. "His health and weakness," she thought, "causes that; and now, while his health lasts this way, he may be secured; or at least, the foundation laid upon which we may build our hopes. He shall want no aid of mine to help him on that way." "Have you been long in England, Colonel?" she inquired. "Not very long." "The voyage homeward must have been very tedious." "It would have been, but I did not come that way. I crossed into Egypt and came to the Mediterranean, and thence to Italy; so I varied the scene, and travelled at leisure, and got here a month before the vessel I was to have come by." "Oh, that was much more pleasant." "Decidedly so; and then I came to the hotel; not that I had not all proper attention paid me, but then there was no sociality there; men only surround you with whom you can hold no converse whatever." "Certainly not; they are menials." "And of the lowest class. However, I sought out such a place as this, where I wished to have some of the domestic comforts around me, that I might have had I a home of my own; some one to whom I could speak more seriously; for I am debarred the affectionate regard of near and dear female relatives." "You must look upon us in that light, Colonel Devereux, as persons who are anxious and desirous of causing you to forget these wants by our assiduity and attention. I can speak for my daughter as myself, she will do all in her power to render your stay comfortable." "She is young and beautiful." "Ahem!" "And doubtless will change such occupations to those of a more endearing character. Well, it is as it should be, and I am selfish to feel jealous. I wish I was young myself. But, enough of this. I have to express my obligation to you for the ready manner in which you came forward to speak of my being in my room last night, when that man was here and the watchman." "Mr. Smith?" "Yes, that was the man. They would not have taken my word for it. However, I hope to be able to remain here until I find myself sinking to the grave; and those who act as you have began to act for me, I must and will remember at my death and afterwards." "I do not act with such a motive, Colonel Devereux." "No, no, I am well aware of that; but that renders it a duty in me. However, we will say no more now. I am even wearied out." Chapter 131 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 131. Mrs. Merideth's Friend. Exchange of Services and Compact. There could be no doubt in the minds of both mother and daughter that there was something much resembling a moral certainty concerning the fate of the retired colonel. That he must marry was evident. He was to all intents and purposes resolved to do so. He talked of a home and domestic comfort, and all that kind of thing. Therefore it would be easy to entangle him in the meshes of love; the snares of passion might be successfully set, and they would be sure to be productive of some sport, and even a stray colonel might be caught, one who, having had enough of wars of man, might now be considered to become a fair object of attack in those of Venus. However, there appeared much in the colonel's circumstances and disposition that laid him open to the attacks of designing matrons and maidens. He seemed to appreciate female company, was particularly well pleased with female attentions, perhaps his health required their aid more than that of any other, and he had evidently been in love, and lost the object of his earliest affections. One great thing in Margaret Meredith's favour was, the colonel had taken it into his head that she much resembled this lady, whoever she was, and this fact, no doubt, had opened his heart towards her, and he felt a kindly and perhaps a warmer feeling towards her. This, they calculated, would greatly assist them in their efforts to circumvent the colonel, and cause him to capitulate upon matrimonial conditions. "There was never so good a chance," said Mrs. Meredith, in the course of a day or two after the above scene. "There never was such a chance as the one you now have." "What, with the colonel, ma?" "Yes, my love, you may depend upon it, that is a very safe speculation. Why, he must be immensely rich. I am sure that some of the jewels I have seen on his fingers must be worth thousands of pounds. He is a very rich man, there can be no doubt." "Yes, ma, he is very rich." "And you will have many fine things that you have never dreamed of. Why, you will have a carriage. I should think he would never refuse you that trifle." "He has not one now." "Yes, that is true; he would never use it himself, and that accounts for it. But when he has a wife it is quite another matter, and one which you can easily manage when you are a wife. You can do more then than you can now. Besides, you'll see how the money is spent, and it must all go through your hands, you know; that can't be helped." "No, I dare say not. But, ma, don't you think when he dies, there will be a loss of the pension? And that would be a serious loss." "It would, but then you will have a pension as an officer's widow, besides all his vast property, without any trouble whatever; with nobody to contradict you; that is, if he were to die. But I think he will not do that. He does not, at times, appear so old as one would think; and yet, he is very pale. But that, I suppose, is caused by his long residence abroad in hot climates, and being exposed to the weather of all kinds, attended by wounds and sickness." "No doubt he has suffered much; but he has obtained a handsome fortune, which pays for a great deal, you know," said Margaret. "Undoubtedly, my dear. By the by, have you heard how that affair of Miss Smith has ended, and why they came in here in such a manner?" "Oh, it was a very shocking affair. There were some marks in her arm, which I cannot understand. It does seem very extraordinary to me; but she says she was awoke in the night by some monster sucking her blood." "Dear me! Who ever heard of such nonsense?" "I cannot but think there must have been something in it; and yet, what could have been the reason for them all to utter a falsehood, I don't know. There was, you know, the father, then the watchmen, all of whom said they saw it. At all events, they appeared to have some idea that it must have been done by some one in our house; the dressing gown and that appeared to bewilder them." "Did they say they thought so still?" "No, they did not do that; we spoke so positive; and I saw when I went in to see her, she was much terrified at what had occurred, and could not get up; she had a physician to attend her, who will not hear of anything that she says." "Well, I think he is right." "But the whole family appear to side with her, and insist that it was no robber who made the attempt, for nothing was gone, nothing was attempted in the shape of robbery; nothing was touched or moved; therefore there could be no common motive, they said. Well, at all events, they have made somebody very disagreeable in the family, and they had better have been quiet, but they are a disagreeable set, and I shall not go in again." "You are right, my dear; they would be glad to push that minx of theirs in here, and get an acquaintance with the colonel. No, it will be safest to keep them apart. We will have as few female visitors, my dear, as possible. Not that I think you run any chance of rivalry, but you know men are such uncertain things." "To be sure they are, ma," replied Margaret. "Well, then, if we have no female acquaintances, you see we cannot possibly run any risk, and the matter will not be so protracted, because everything depends upon things being smooth and uninterrupted. He will be the more ready to propose and push the matter to a point." "Do you think him a likely man, ma, to marry?" "Certain of it, my dear, quite certain of it. I know a marrying man as soon as I see him. The Colonel is decidedly a marrying man. He talks of home, domestic comfort, and all that sort of thing; and when men do that, you may be sure, if you are cautious, to catch such an one." "Well, I will try." "Do, my dear, it will be worth your while; it will make all our fortunes. I wonder what his money is invested in?" "I should like to know that," said Margaret. "And so should I. Do you know, I have been thinking of that myself more than once. It will be necessary to find it out, and yet it is so delicate a matter, that I think you had better make no attempt to work it out of him. Let the affair take its own course at present." "But I can hear all." "Then you will act wisely, my dear, very wisely, prudently; but do no more; hear and see all, and say nothing. Of course, I mean upon that subject alone. Now, if we proceed cautiously, we shall be sure to gain our object. I will take some method of obtaining the information I want at some future time, because it will be well to have him caught before we begin to pull tight the line; or, at least, before we begin to make any inquiries respecting his means, he must give us some cause to do so." "I dare say we shall know something by accident some of these days. Perhaps at the hotel where he comes from, something may be learned by inquiry." "Possibly there may, my dear, but I do not like to go there. At all events, they can know but little, for he has not been long in England, and would hold but little communication with such people. We must have some better plan than that to go upon, else we shall never be successful, except at the cost of some cross in our hopes we would rather have avoided." "Well, ma, you shall do as you like in this affair. I am sure you will do what is right and best for the occasion. Besides, one plan is better than two." "You are right, my dear. I am, however, resolved to have a visitor." "A visitor, ma?" "Yes, my dear, only Mr. Twistle, the attorney." "Oh, I know who you mean now; but why do you have him? He is a very funny sort of acquaintance, especially if he is to meet the Colonel." "I wish to meet him, my dear, for that reason. He will be able to get out of him, by some means, what he has got his money locked up in. A hint will serve him, and he can make inquiries, and learn it all, and then he will, if we are successful, have a good thing of marriage settlements, and so forth. Besides, I will make an agreement with him that he shall receive a sum of money for his trouble." "That will be a very good plan, certainly." "Exactly, and you needn't be seen in it at all. So I think we shall be all very fairly put in the way of doing well. I shall go out this morning and call upon Mr. Twistle, and have some conversation with him. He used to have some business of your father's to do, and has had much of his money, as well as a good word now and then." "Dear me, who is that? There is a double knock at the door, ma. How vexing it will be to have any one come here. I shall hate the sight of any one coming in now." "Can't you see from the window who it is, my dear?" "No, ma." "Then we must wait until the servant comes in." The words had hardly been uttered before the servant entered, and said that Mr. Twistle wanted to speak with Mrs. Merideth if she was at home. "God bless me! Send him in," said Mrs. Merideth, after the first surprise was over; and then, turning to her daughter, she said, "Talk of what's his name, and you are sure to see some of his friends. If I had wanted him to come, he would not have been here." "Very likely, ma; and yet you do, and he is here." At this moment Mr. Twistle made his appearance, and entered the parlor. Having saluted the ladies, he proceeded to lay his hat and cane upon the table, saying, "Mrs. Merideth, I dare say you are surprised to see me, after so long an absence." "My surprise is not greater than my pleasure, Mr. Twistle. I am very glad to see an old friend of my husband's. Pray sit down, sir." "Thank you, I will. I am glad to see you look so well. I need not ask how you are, and your amiable daughter too. She appears charming." "Yes, Mr. Twistle, we are in tolerable good health, not often better." "Do not let me disturb you, Miss Margaret," said Mr. Twistle, as she rose to leave the room. "Oh, no, sir, not at all. I have something to attend to, if you will excuse me." "Certainly, certainly. I hope I shall not be any cause of putting you to any constraint and inconvenience. At the same time, I shall not detain Mrs. Merideth long." "Oh, we don't intend to lose you suddenly," said Mrs. Merideth. "Anything I can oblige you in, I shall be very happy to do so, if you point out the how." "Then I shall proceed to do so at once," said Mr. Twistle. "I will do so at once. You see, when your late husband died, or before, he gave me several debts to collect." "So I understood," said Mrs. Merideth. "Exactly. I see you understand me. Now, those debts I was to collect myself for my own benefit, he having, when he died, owed me a considerable sum of money. He assigned them to me, and I accepted them as payment of his debt due to me." "I understood such to be the case, and at that point the matter was considered as settled, was it not, Mr. Twistle?" said Mrs. Merideth. "It was so, and is so now, as far as I know now. But I want some few papers which it is possible may be somewhere in your possession, to enable me to secure the payment of them; and without these papers I shall not be able to enforce attention. Now, I want to know if you will oblige me with them if you have them by you?" "I will certainly look and make any search I can for them, and if I find them you shall have them, certainly. But, now I have disposed of that, will you do me a favor?" "Certainly, with pleasure." "Well then, Mr. Twistle, you see, there is a certain rich lodger of mine who pays certain attentions to my daughter Margaret," said Mrs. Merideth. "I see," said Mr. Twistle. "Well, then, he had made no positive offer yet; but we have certain expectations, you see, and in case those expectations become realized, I want to be in such a situation as to know at once what I shall do in such a case; what ought to be done." "Very good, my dear madam, very good. Now, we only know from report and from appearances that he is rich. We feel quite convinced of that. He could not well be otherwise," said Mrs. Merideth. "But we are anxious to know in what kind of stock or property he is likely to have invested it." "Yes, I see. Well, then, all you have to do is learn what you can from himself or his friends, and then make inquiries respecting the truth of what you hear. I should be very happy in assisting to make such inquiries, or in any way you may point out." "I am very much obliged to you. But, Mr. Twistle, it is a very delicate subject for females to touch upon, and, moreover, it is worse, considering how my daughter is likely to be in connection with him." "It is a delicate matter, certainly." "Well, now, what I wanted was this: if you would on some occasion, I would let you know beforehand, call in and take some tea, or whatever meal happened to be at hand, and get into conversation with the colonel, and get this matter from him—" "Oh, he is a colonel in the army, then?" "Yes, but returned, in bad health, from the Indies. He has come only recently." "Ay, ay, I see. You have a nabob, I see. That will be a very handsome settlement for your daughter, my dear madam, a very handsome settlement." "Yes, it will." "Well, it is handsome, but there are drawbacks, you see." "Oh, age and ill health." "Exactly. They are drawbacks, you see, that are not always to a young female's taste." "No, no, but then my daughter is a reasonable young woman, Mr. Twistle, and would not object to a good fortune because there was a kind, though, perhaps, elderly gentleman for a husband. Oh, dear no, sir, I have no apprehensions of that character. She will be good and obedient, especially when she knows that it is all for her good. Besides that, you see, the colonel, though an invalid, is not so very old, and is a most pleasant, and I must say, fascinating gentleman to converse with; so that she can have no personal objection; and, besides, from what I can observe, I have reason to believe that the colonel is by no means disagreeable to her." Then I am sure it is a very handsome prospect for her, and one that might have been long in happening to one who had a better fortune to aid her." "Yes, indeed, it might." "Well, then, if I can aid you, command my services." "In this respect you may do me much good; but I do not, as it will be some little loss of time to you, desire you should do so for nothing. If we succeed, and all is comfortable, you shall have £100 soon after the marriage, say 3 months." "Very well, I am quite willing to accept the terms, and should I be wanted at any time, perhaps you will let me know as long before as possible." "I will do so." "And then, when I next come, perhaps you'll be able to hand me the papers, and be ready to sign some agreement which I will get ready for the purpose." "Very well, I will do it." "I am much obliged to you," said Mr. Twistle. "However, I suppose, when I am introduced to the Colonel, I am only to come in as an old friend of the family?" "Exactly so. That will be by far the best character to assume, because you may be anything; besides which, when matters come to a point proper for interference, you can do so the more easily, and with more effect, and he also will be less inclined to quarrel; and at the same time he can have less objection to do so, which, you see, is a little better." "I see," said the attorney, rising. "And now, as we have settled this business so far, I will bid you good afternoon, as I have some business elsewhere this evening, which I must get finished." After exchanging greetings, the attorney quitted the house of Mrs. Merideth without further remark. End of Chapter 131. End of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2 of 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 132 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 132. The Explanation and the Proposal, a Tête-à-Tête. A week or more had passed away since the visit of the attorney to Mrs. Merideth, and yet the latter saw not a sufficient reason why she should send for her friend. Things were not ripe yet. The Colonel had, it was true, been melting gradually; but then to progress ever so little was a great point in anything, no matter what it is, something gained. Mrs. Merideth, however, by no means lost sight of her object. She had that steadily in view, and worked for it every day; and her daughter was no less assiduous; she was attentive and humble, waited upon Colonel Devereux with the affectionate assiduity of a daughter; while, on his part, he sighed and said, what a happy man he must be, who should have her for a wife. It was arranged one day, when he appeared to be more than usually tender, that the mother should be out that evening, and see some of her friends, and break the news a little to some of them; a pardonable vanity in the lady, for it was not in accordance with her position in society that her daughter could expect such an offer as the one she daily expected. The lady did as she had agreed, and left the house, while Margaret went to the Colonel's sitting room when his bell rang, and hoped he'd excuse the absence of her mother, as she had gone out to see some friends whom she had not seen for some time. "I am happy in having you attend to me, Miss Margaret. I cannot be attended to better. I am afraid, as it is, I am a terrible annoyance to you." "Annoyance, Colonel! Far from it, very far from it, and I do hope you do not mean what you say, else I shall fear I have unwillingly given you some cause for your opinion, which I shall the more regret, as you are yourself so kind. I assure you it gives me great pleasure when I know I can do aught to alleviate the misfortunes, or satisfy the wishes of any of my friends." "And do you reckon me one, Miss Margaret?" "I hope Colonel Devereux will not consider me too presumptuous in looking upon him as something more than a mere casual friend or acquaintance." "Casual acquaintance, Miss Margaret, casual acquaintance." "Well, friendship, if you allow me to say so." "Friendship!" repeated the Colonel, with a deep drawn sigh. "I would I could claim a yet warmer title than a friend. I could then hope for some of those pleasures which are denied a solitary man like me. I should then have those whom I loved to soothe my deathbed, and whom I could benefit by worldly wealth, could I, Margaret, think I could claim a feeling stronger than that of friendship." "Oh, Colonel Devereux, how can you talk in this strain? Indeed you are too good. Dear me, I do not know what I was about to say." "Miss Meredith," said the Colonel, taking her hand with gentleness, and tenderly pressing it, "I am seen to a great disadvantage. I have been many years fighting for my country, and I have not had time to cultivate those sweet and tender emotions such as I feel at this moment." "Yes, you must have suffered much," said Margaret. "And now, when I return again, I am somewhat the worse in appearance; but my heart is as warm as ever it was, and I am more than ever alive to the charm of female society. It is that unreserved interchange of thought and good offices which attaches me to life, and makes me live even with hope. Do not dispel this daydream of mine, Margaret." The Colonel paused and pressed her hand to his lips, while she appeared confused and irresolute, and was unable to withdraw her hand from his, but at length she sank trembling into a chair. "My charming creature, may I suppose this emotion is caused by excess of feeling, in short, I am not wholly indifferent to you?" "Oh, Colonel, I'm really unable to speak." "My beloved girl, I am loved, yes, I see it. Oh, happiness!" Amidst these broken sentences, the Colonel contrived to slip his hand round the young lady's waist, and he pressed her close to him. For a moment she forgot his proximity, and remained passive; but suddenly and quietly disengaging herself, she said, "Pardon me, Colonel Devereux, I had forgotten, I was unconscious, a weakness came over me, and—" "You love me!" "If you have become acquainted with that which was a secret, sir, you must use it as such. But you must not talk in this strain to me. Promise me, Colonel, and—I will see about the tea immediately." "May I speak to your mother?" "Colonel Devereux can do as he pleases. I have no secrets from my dear mamma." I will, and heaven bless you for saying so much. I may say you are not averse to me, and that, with her consent, I shall not despair." "We will say no more, Colonel Devereux," said the cautious maiden. "You shall command me. You are the arbitress of my fate," said the Colonel, who had become warmer and eulogistic to a degree. Much more, however, passed between them. The ice was broken, and they conversed more freely; for when they began the tea, much was said that did not partake of so warm a character as that which had already passed; but it, nevertheless, partook of the same purpose. "When I am married," said the Colonel, "I should like a carriage. I have no use for one now, as I could but very seldom ride; but when I had a wife, then I should wish for her accommodation as well as my own. But which do you prefer, country or town life?" "There is much of comfort and quiet in a country life," said Margaret, "and yet I am not entirely wedded to country life. There is much of pleasure in London." "So there is; and where you have no resources of your own, or in your own house, it is preferable; but when such is the case, London loses all its charms, or a great part of them." "So it does," said Margaret. "However, I am partial to both. I should like a partial town and country life." "That, indeed, would be the very greatest delight one could experience, to live sometimes in one place, and sometimes in another." "So it would. By the way, if we kept a carriage, which I would do," said the Colonel, after a pause, "it would be a very excellent thing to enable us to travel about in." "Perhaps you have been to some parts, and like them better than others." "Yes, I have been to a good many parts, but I cannot at this moment speak of them; but we would look out for some place that would be more agreeable than others." "Perhaps you have some place of your own you would like to live in?" "No, not exactly. These things are not of one's own choice, and not empty, and, therefore, are useless as residences." "Certainly. Besides, you must be near enough to come to town for business purposes." "Yes, I must, but that needn't be often," replied the Colonel. "But where there is plenty of means, there is no fear of not getting what we want." "No, indeed, there is not." And one thing alone would repay me for the hardships I have endured, the misery I have suffered, and the misfortunes I have experienced in all my marchings and countermarchings, my sleeping in the open air by night, and scorched by the sun by day. And what may that be, Colonel? Why, the power it gives me of conferring happiness and wealth upon you; for, in the natural course of events, you will outlive me. Oh, for mercy's sake, don't talk of that, sir. But it is a matter that I can think of calmly enough, and, as a soldier, I have ample occasion, I can assure you. Indeed, I dare say you must have. I can remember on one occasion especially, which I will relate to you, if I do not weary, said Colonel Devereux. Oh, no, no, I cannot be weary, said Margaret. Then I will tell you. I was ordered to march some troops to attack the stockade of Puddithampur, a very strong place. Was it a town? No, merely a place of strength, where the enemy had gathered together in great numbers, and here we were determined to attack them. The stockade was a very strong place, and there were strong and high timber fences, with large mounds of earth and bags of sand, all tending to make the place one of great strength, said the Colonel. What a place it must have been! Yes, it was very strong. Well, my party did not amount to more than 1,500 men strong, while the enemy, with the advantages of the defense, were more than 3,000, giving them a vast superiority over us. But we were not to be daunted by that. We were determined to make a dash, and from the character of the men I commanded, I had no fear of the result. We were sure to make our way among them, and then we were sure of the result. How dreadful! Well, the men were divided into 3 bodies, 500 each, and these into divisions of 100 each, the one to support the other. We had no guns, and were therefore compelled to depend entirely upon our luck in the assault. Goodness me! I wonder how you could think of it with anything like ease or comfort. It would make me all of a freeze. Oh, Margaret, when the soldier is in the field of battle, he must get the better of all feelings, save those of honor. It is too true, said Margaret with a sigh. And then, said Colonel Devereux, we, having arranged our plans, and settled who was to take the command if I had the mischance to fall. Good heavens! Well, I say, having done all this, we were resolved to make a dash at the point, and take the place by assault. To do this the more effectually, we were resolved to make the attempt in 3 different places at once, so as to divert the enemy's attention, and to place them in a crossfire, and thus take them more easily. This plan was carried out to the letter, and we made the attack, but the enemy defended their stockade so vigorously, and what with the strength of the place and the determination of the enemy, we were for some time repulsed, at least held at bay. This would never do, I thought. I must mount the breach myself, for if my division was held at bay, I had fears of the rest. They might meet repulses also, which would occasion the loss of our whole party, which would have been sure destruction. Not defeat alone, but imprisonment, and possibly death from ill usage, or from malignant disorders. What fearful scenes! I ordered my men to keep close and follow me. We made a dash at the stockade, 3 abreast, and up we went. By Jove, it was fine work, a brave sight, a sight I can never forget while I have remembrance left me. We got up the stockade heaven knows how, and were over it in the space of a minute. But the impetuosity of those who came first was not seconded by those who came after. It was easy enough to get down among the Indians, but it was very hard to get up. And while our friends were getting up, we were exposed to the strength of hundreds, only 4 men to as many hundreds for several minutes. Goodness, how dreadful! Were you not all killed? Except for myself, they were all killed. Each received a dozen wounds, and I should have met with the same fate, but for an Indian officer who, seeing me surrounded and thrown down, saved my life from the fury of his men. But in a minute after, I was free, my own men came down by dozens, and the blacks were swept off by the 100. At that moment, too, there were our other parties just appearing over the other parts of the stockade, so we had now plenty of assistance. The blacks now on all sides fell in numbers before the fire, and the place was our own, and a hearty cheer was given that made the woods re-echo again. "Were you not glad the danger was over?" The danger was not over, though we thought it was; for suddenly the earth heaved up with a tremendous explosion, and many of our poor fellows were blown up into the air, and I myself was completely knocked over and smothered in dirt. However, it was dry, and we were soon put to rights again. I was picked up, and nothing more happened." "What was the cause of your disaster?" "Oh, a mine the scamps had sprung as they were retiring, hoping to do us more mischief than they did. However, we beat them off, and they lost many men on that occasion, and did not show themselves again, but made the best of their way through the woods and jungle by some paths that we did not know, and hence we did not follow them further." "It must have been dreadfully dangerous." "Yes, life was the game we played for, and it was won and lost often enough during that war; but we must expect it should be so." "But you are now safe." "Yes, I am now safe, and, I may say, happy. I have had some knocks, and am none the better for them bodily; but then I have had them well paid for, so I must not complain. I have now but one object to attain before I die." "And what may that be, Colonel, if it be no secret?" "It is not to you, Miss Meredith," said the Colonel. "It is an early day, a day on which I may claim you as my own; then, indeed, I shall have lived and accomplished something; an object worth living for, and, may I say so, worth dying for." "Ah, I hope you may live many years yet, Colonel, many years of life and happiness, to enjoy the fortune you have so gallantly won. Indeed, I think no fortune ought to give so much joy as the soldier's." "And why, Miss Meredith?" "Because there is none so arduously won often with bloodshed, and even life. It ought, indeed, to give great and lasting happiness." "If I obtain my wishes, I shall be the happiest man in the universe; and I would go through all I have gone through over; aye, twice over, and that is no little, to have such a reward as the one I now seek. It is the crowning happiness of my life." "You are very kind to say all this." "Aye, but I mean it; it is no common compliment," said the Colonel. "I mean what I say, most earnestly. Do you believe what I say? I am not used to the pretty speeches of young men who make love; perhaps I ought, but I am an old soldier, and am but little used to these ways. However, I have spoken my mind, and I hope you will not allow anyone else to injure my cause." "Anything you have said, Colonel Devereux, has been of too serious a nature for me to think of anything save the object itself. Your conduct has been that of a gentleman, and I should be wanting in respect to myself, and courtesy to you, to think otherwise than seriously of it," was the wily reply of Margaret. "You have my own thoughts," said the Colonel. "There is my ma," said Margaret, as the knocker and bell sounded. "You will do your utmost with Mrs. Meredith for me, and I will beseech her myself," said the Colonel. "I hope she will take things in a favorable light." Chapter 133 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 133. Mrs. Meredith's Consultation with Mr. Twistle, and Her Resolve. Mrs. Meredith's arrival was very opportune, for it broke off the interview; and Margaret descended to the parlor, where her mother she knew would repair the moment she had freed herself from her dress. Margaret was now left alone for a few moments. She felt all the exultation of success in a strategy, and all the exhilaration of spirits that such a prospect of wealth and riches floating before her eyes, and all the natural consequence upon such possessions, would give rise to. "I shall be rich," she thought. "Aye, I shall not only be rich, but very rich. I know I shall. Well, he is old. No matter, better be an old man's darling than a young man's slave. Yes, I shall know how to use wealth. I shall be able to spend a little of his countless hoards, and he will not thwart me, I am sure. He will be too fond, too doting by far. I shall be indulged like a spoiled child, I am sure." Margaret smiled at the thought of what length the Colonel might not be induced to carry his fondness for her. "He will not set any value upon what will give me pleasure. I am sure he will give me all I ask. I have but to ask him for what I want, and he must comply. I am sure he is too easy, too quiet and generous to make a moment's hesitation." The Colonel, too, was left to his reflections, but as to what they were we know not. He sat long, silently gazing at the fire. Mrs. Merideth now entered the apartment, and, looking at her daughter, she said: "Eh, something's been said, Margaret? I can see by your eye that the Colonel has said something to you. Am I not right, my dear?" "Yes, Ma, you are right." "Well, my love, what did he say? I am dying with curiosity." "It will be quite impossible to do that, but he has been quite explicit enough, without any hesitation at all, or any reserve; quite candid and open." "He has offered?" "Yes. He wishes for your consent; for I told him I could not possibly decide without your consent and countenance. He did not disapprove of that, only he wished to propitiate you in his favor, and begged me to let him have the satisfaction of knowing that he had my good wishes, and that I could look upon him in a warmer light than a mere friend." "Which I hope you did?" "Yes, Ma. I let him imagine that I was not indifferent to his good opinion; but, at the same time, I would not commit myself, but left him to infer a good deal. I think I know, Ma, how to manage such an affair well; I may say, very well." "Exactly, my love. I was sure you would." "Yes, Ma, I should think I did; for when I found he had proceeded a certain distance, I was resolved that he should speak out plump at once, and when I found he paused, I paused too, and he was compelled to explain; but he betrayed no unwillingness, or anything like hesitation at all, but he has fairly proposed himself to me." "And you have not committed yourself?" "Not in the least." "Very well, I must be cautious too not to do so; because I must have some conversation with Mr. Twistle, so that we may proceed in a safe manner, and not commit ourselves in any way as we shall repent of afterwards." "How do you mean?" "Why, child, you would not marry the Colonel if he was not a rich man." "Not exactly, though I must admit, Ma, he is a very nice man, and I should be entitled to a widow's pension if nothing more, and that I might not have under some circumstances. Even you yourself have been left worse off, you see." "Yes, my child, but circumstances alter cases. I had a better prospect when I first married, else I would not have done so, you may depend upon it. However, we can always retrace our steps, and he cannot. But I will get Mr. Twistle to come and see into matters a bit for us." "Well, Ma, you shall do as you think fit. Only, take care not to throw away a good chance because you have greater hopes." "Has he said anything about his property?" "Not a word, except to intimate it was large, and he had won it very hardly, with great danger. But he did not say what it consisted of. Of course I could not ask." "Oh, dear, no." "But he intimated he would keep a carriage, and a country house, as well as a town house, besides several other matters, which makes it plain enough he has been used to plenty. Besides, as he spoke to me in describing some scenes in India, he appeared so much animated that I am sure he must be what he appears to be, and what he says he is." "Ah, well, I think myself it is all quite right, and that we shall have nothing to repent here; but we will let all go on but the naming of the day. That must not be named, for, if we do, we shall not be able to retract." "Oh, no, we shall not have any occasion to do that, I think; but I dare say he will speak to you to night, if there is time at supper especially." "No doubt. You may as well retire early so that you may be absent, and that will give us greater liberty to talk than if you were present, my dear. I wish Mr. Twistle were here, but it can't be helped; and when he does come, I must have some conversation with him, and I must, in the meantime, learn what I can for him to inquire about afterwards." Thus resolved, Margaret went to bed early, leaving her mother to attend upon the Colonel, who sat looking at the fire without any change of posture since the last time he was seen by the girl. But Mrs. Merideth caused him to break the steady gaze and deep thought he was indulging in. "I hope you have been quite well, Colonel, since I left?" "Yes, quite well, Mrs. Merideth." "What would you choose for supper?" "Margaret." "Eh?" said Mrs. Merideth, amazed. "I beg your pardon, I did not know you were near, at least I did not know I spoke at the moment. But pray what did you desire to know?" "What you would have for supper, sir." "Oh, whatever you have at hand, some of what we had for dinner. I think I should like it, as soon as you feel disposed to have it. I am ready, quite ready." "Then it shall be had at once, sir," said Mrs. Merideth. "I will order it up immediately, for it is later than I intended to have stopped out; but the hours so soon ran away, and there were so many motives to forget the time that was flying so fast." The supper was soon laid, and the Colonel and Mrs. Merideth alone sat down to it, at his earnest request. Indeed, they used to have meals much in common, for the Colonel professed to be very fond of female company, and was desirous of their company, which they translated into a desire for the presence of Margaret herself. The supper was laid and over before the Colonel said anything, but appeared to be absorbed in deep thought, from which it was difficult to arouse himself; but at length, after looking around once or twice, and not seeing Margaret at table, he said to Mrs. Merideth: "I hope I have not driven your daughter away." "Oh, no, sir; she complains of headache, and has gone to bed somewhat earlier than usual." "I fear I must lay the blame on myself." "She did not say you were the cause," replied Mrs. Merideth, "of her ailment, and therefore I think you must be free from blame; for she would have said so, if it had so happened. She generally speaks the truth in such matters, at least, and, I believe, in every other." "No doubt; but I have been speaking upon a subject that concerns my own happiness to her, and perhaps the excitement may have caused her some evil of that sort. She would not, perhaps, name it to you, Mrs. Merideth, but I will. You have been a wife yourself, and know that a few candid words are better, and more to the purpose, than a long desultory courtship." "Yes, sir, it certainly is so." "There is some difference, too, in our ages," said the Colonel. "I have not overlooked that matter, at all events; but I hope that will be of no cause of impediment or objection." "It cannot be, sir, in such a case as your own, for instance." "Well, then, I have proposed for her husband. I wish to make her my wife. I am yet hale and hearty, and have some few years yet which I could wish to pass in happiness, and which I will use to make her happy; and if I die early, I have ample means of providing for her, of leaving her a most handsome and ample fortune. Not more than she deserves, but probably more than she might have thought of seeking." "Certainly, sir." "Then I wish for your consent to our future happiness." "You may have my good wishes," said Mrs. Merideth. "You are very good," said the Colonel, "and I trust your daughter will live long to make you happy by making her own apparent to you." "Of course," said Mrs. Merideth, "it is rather a sudden affair. You will not think of hurrying it to a conclusion, but permit her to become acquainted with you, and to know her own mind." "Certainly I do wish it pushed on to a conclusion, but not so much so as to cause any dissatisfaction. I am anxious to call her wife. My feelings are those of an ardent lover." "I do not dispute it." "Still you and she must be the best judges of all this. You will not, I hope, punish me by compelling me to a longer probation than you are compelled to put me to. I am not like a young man who has a fortune, or rather a living to earn; but I have one ready, a handsome one, and my wife will be a lady of fortune when I die." "Do not think of dying at such a moment, sir." "Why, it is not desirable," said the Colonel, who did not deem it necessary to carry the conversation on any further that night, thinking, possibly, enough had been said for the first occasion of revealing his passion, and he, no doubt, considered his success signal. The dinner then passed off in the usual style, and Mrs. Merideth left the Colonel, and wished him good night, with feelings somewhat akin to triumph, and returned to her own daughter's room, there to cogitate and sleep upon what had that evening taken place. The next day she determined to send to Mr. Twistle and arrange the meeting she desired; and, at the same time, she resolved that she would not push matters to the extremity of making a point of knowing what his property were, for she might lose all. She was convinced that the Colonel must be a man of large property. How could such a man live if he were not? It was a speculation she could not help indulging in. She knew that a man in Colonel Deverell's line of life was quite able to support himself. Besides, the jewels he had about him were worth a large sum of money. Putting all things together, she considered it was not worth while to lose so good, so excellent an opportunity as the present for making a brilliant, at least an excellent settlement for her daughter, and a home for herself. "There can be no fear," she muttered. "There can be no fear. Her widow's pension will be a better support to her than the livelihood of some." Mr. Twistle was sent for, and the papers she desired to find for him, she was fortunate enough to discover, and laid them by at once. The attorney came willingly enough, and was well pleased when he was informed of the success of the search after the papers, and produced the bond, by which she agreed to give him £100 for his assistance in the marriage affair. However, he did not seem to agree with her, that she should not be over particular about the Colonel's property. He thought that there must be some inquiries made respecting it, to ascertain if there were any or none. "But," suggested Mrs. Merideth, "the Colonel is a kind but a proud man, and he would, probably, take great and deep offence at any inquiry being made into his pecuniary affairs." "Hardly, my dear madam. Don't you see, love would be strong enough to counterbalance that. He would make some allowance for paternal anxiety and love." "There is much reason in all that. Yet I have heard so much of these nabobs, that one is afraid to lose a good chance by inadvertently touching their weak points; for, the kind of society and company they have, theirs is so indifferent to what they find here." "Yes, that is very true; but we should like to know that it is true. What service has he been in? I think, though, you said in the East India Service?" "Yes." "Well, then, I will make some inquiries at the house. They will answer my inquiries, and no one will even be the wiser for it. They will, at least, tell me if there is such a person in the service; and, perhaps, I can learn something more." "Very well, that may be done. Will you come round with me to tea this evening, as I will contrive to bring you in the presence of Colonel Deverell, whom you will then see and converse with? I am not sure of it, but I will try to do so." "I will be here," said the attorney, "and in the meantime I will make the necessary inquiries." They parted upon this mutual good understanding, and the attorney in high spirits, for the papers were of great value to him, and the promised reward was a stimulus to a greater exertion on behalf of Mrs. Merideth and her daughter, for he thought he could do business for the Colonel, after this affair was settled. Such an opportunity of increasing his connection did not offer every day. Mrs. Merideth redoubled her assiduity about the person of Colonel Deverell, and, at the same time, lost no opportunity of putting her daughter forward; nor was that daughter a bit disinclined to take such opportunity as was offered her, of making the most of herself on this occasion to appear amiable, and in some new and languishing position, or to perform some new service for the Colonel. Chapter 134 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 134. The Introduction, The Attorney's First Feeler. When the attorney had left the house, he proceeded upon some business of his own, and then he proceeded to the India House for the purpose of making inquiries after the Colonel for his friend Mrs. Merideth. In the course of the day he did go to the India House, and, upon making some inquiries, he was sent to a particular department of the house where he saw two gentlemen. "Pray, sir," said one, "what do you want?" "I wish to make some inquiries concerning a Colonel Deverell, who is employed or was serving in the Honorable East India Service." "In what part was he serving?" "In India," said the attorney. "But to what presidency did he belong?" "That I do not even know. He has been many years away from England, I understand, and some of his friends have not heard from him for many years, and they were desirous of finding out whether he is dead or alive, and if so, where he is." "There is a Colonel Devereux returned this year from India." "Indeed! Do you know anything of him?" "Nothing more than he has retired from the service on his half pay, some time before he came home, on account of his wounds." "Is he rich?" "I can answer no such question." "I am a solicitor, and do not ask the question from an improper motive." "You may not, sir, but we cannot answer such a question. We have no inquisitorial knowledge of the private circumstances of these gentlemen who have served in the company's army; but, you put it to your own sagacity to consider how far it would be probable for a man so placed, as regards rank and opportunity, in India, without making money." "I see. Certainly. He must." "And yet, you know, there are means of getting rid of money." "To be sure. I see." "Not that I have any idea that such can be the case. Indeed, I should be disposed to believe the contrary, seeing the Colonel must have been wounded long since, for the last engagement must have been some few years since." "Thank you. I will report what I have learned. Do you not know where he can be found at this time?" "No, indeed. We have no information." This being all he could learn, he left the India House, and as it was now about time to return to Mrs. Merideth, he at once went back, and having seen all his business transacted, he had now leisure to go there, and in a short time he arrived, and at once related to her all that he had heard respecting the Colonel, from the first to the last word of it. "Well," said Mrs. Merideth, "that, at all events, is very satisfactory." "Yes, it is something," said the attorney, "to know your man; but, as the clerk said, he might have spent it, that is to say, dissipated it." "Oh, it's impossible. He's been an invalid a long while now." "Ah, there's no knowing what might be done in these cases. Who knows what he may have done, gambled and diced it away, and entered into extravagant speculations, which may have turned out ruinous bubbles." "Well, well, Mr. Twistle, we won't say much about what might be," said Mrs. Merideth. "We don't care about them. But I am very much obliged to you for this trouble. It is, however, a very satisfactory thing to know he is what he represented himself to be." "Yes, that is a very great point gained." "His veracity having been found unimpeachable in one point, may be presumed to be so in another," said Margaret. "It appeared to me to be extremely probable, if not quite certain, he is what he appears to be. I am glad that all is so far good." "Be that as it may, it will be more satisfactory to know what his property really consists of, and how much there is about it." "No doubt; but it would not be worth while to risk anything on that account. He might imagine we were mercenary, and that would disgust him altogether." "That is what I am fearful of," said the mother. "We may not yet have occasion to ask him any question, or to make any inquiries of him at all, for we may be able to worm it all out of him." "That is true," said Mrs. Merideth. "Dear me, there is the bell. Go, Margaret, and say we have an old friend come to tea. Perhaps he will excuse you. He may give the invitation we desire." Margaret at once departed, and proceeded to the Colonel's room, and began to wait upon him as usual. But he saw there was but one cup placed. "Are you not going to take tea with me, Margaret?" he said. "Am I to be a prisoner, and put in solitary confinement for the evening?" "Why, Colonel, Mr. Twistle has called to take tea with my mother, and he was a very old and particular acquaintance of my father's. I do not like to put a slight upon him." "He is a gentleman, I presume?" "Oh, yes, Colonel, he is a member of the profession of the law." "Oh! Well, will you ask him to tea with me? As we shall be both united, I hope your friends will soon be mine. There can be no great objection to our acquaintance beginning earlier. I am not fond of being entirely alone." "If we shall not be intruding upon you, sir," said Margaret, "I dare say my mother will. I will tell her of your kindness immediately." In a few moments Margaret returned to her mother and the attorney, to whom she related the invitation she had received from the Colonel, and instantly clutched at the idea of going to the Colonel to tea, the thing of all others she most desired to do, and, at the same time, she had calculated upon it; for the Colonel appeared to be wholly dependent upon them for society, which he appeared to be passionately fond of there, especially Margaret. "That is just fortunate. Now, Mr. Twistle," said Mrs. Merideth, "you will be cautious, and do not make any open attempt to discover what may be the peculiar species of property he holds. It may do much mischief, you know." "I am at your mercy," said the lawyer. "If you say so, I will not make any attempt, though I must tell you, Mrs. Merideth, that you will be to blame if you allow your daughter to marry without some inquiry being made, and if he mean well, he will take no offense." "You may do what you can without broaching the subject to him. Still I think we have heard enough to set all doubts at rest." "I'm a professional man, my dear madam, and I know what the world is, and have had much experience in these matters. However, as I think there is much probability in all he says, why, you shall see I will not do anything that will offend the nicest delicacy." "That will be all we want, Mr. Twistle, and now come upstairs." "Mr. Twistle, Colonel Deverell. Colonel Deverell, Mr. Twistle, an old and dear friend of my late husband, sir, who has called to visit us." "I am very happy to see the gentleman," said the Colonel, but with the air of a man who is conscious of his own superiority, and that he is committing a condescending act. "Will you please to be seated. Excuse my rising, sir. I am an invalid, and am lame, but you are welcome." "I am much obliged," returned the attorney, bowing. "My good friend Mrs. Merideth has made me intrude upon you, else I had not done so." "You are welcome, sir," again repeated Colonel Deverell. "Pray be seated. I have seen but little company, and am glad now and then to converse with any one. Will you oblige me, Mrs. Merideth, with making tea for us? Your services are really invaluable." "Ah, Colonel, you are really too good." "Not at all. I'm afraid I'm too much in the rear of the march of courtesy since I left England, as our habits and manners in the East are very different to what they are here." "Ah, I dare say they live in a style of regal magnificence and splendor," said the attorney. "Yes, more so than you may at first imagine, and more so than in appearance; so much so that it is difficult for the law at all times to take its course. It becomes a mere dead letter, and the matter usually ends in some indignity being offered to its servants." "Indeed, sir, that was dangerous." "Not at all. It was an attorney, who having deputed some one to serve a process, and finding that he could not, imagined that it was the fault of the process server, and he determined to make the attempt himself, being well assured that he could succeed. However, he found himself mistaken; for, after several disasters, that he was led into purposely, he was well pumped upon by some slaves, and thought himself lucky in escaping with life." "That would never have been permitted here," said the attorney. "No, possibly not; but there are not the distinctions between classes here that there are there, and things are not on the same scale, either living or attendance." "And yet, people who have passed their lives there, come to this country at last, they do not like it well enough to remain there; they come back to the land of their birth, where none of these things exist to fascinate them." "Yes, they many live and die there, very many; but, at the same time, those who do return, do so because it is the land of their birth; because they love the country, and because they go there merely to make fortunes to come here and spend them." "They don't like the kind of investments, perhaps?" "They usually do so, and it fetches a high price; a very high price, and is considered equal to the stocks of the Bank of England." "That is first rate stock, and on dividend days the place is usually surrounded with strangers, who come to town for the purpose of receiving their incomes. Indeed, it is quite an interesting sight to strangers. Have you ever witnessed it? It is well worth the while to go and see it." "I never trouble myself anything about it," said the Colonel. "But I must be going there, by the way, to morrow. I must have a coach." "Do you know the routine of the banking business? It is confusing to one not used to it." "I know enough for my own purpose." "Didn't you find London much altered?" inquired Margaret, anxious to give a turn to the conversation, as she thought the attorney's conversation would appear as if it were much too pointed. "When you first returned to England, and came to live here again?" "I cannot say much about that," said the Colonel, "because I was not in a condition to twist about like many men. I am lame." "Exactly. That must have deprived you of much of the pleasure one feels in surveying old places and well remembered spots." "It was," replied the Colonel. "But in a place like London, alterations and additions are not so extensive as to cause any alteration in general features, so as to make it perceivable at once. It is only when you come to examine localities that you notice it. You improve and alter parts, but the town is the same, and there is no doubt this appears the work of steady growth, and not any one of sudden effort. Indeed, the very additions to it have a character which stamp it as being London." "There is much truth about that," said the Attorney. "It is the same all over the world, and only in those places where the extent is but small, then any great alteration makes a conspicuous and general change, and gives a new character to the place." As this conversation passed between them, the Attorney making one or two delicate allusions to property, and asking his advice respecting some purchases he wished to make. To all which the Colonel made but short and direct answers, and of such character, that it was difficult to carry the conversation upon that topic at least, and both mother and daughter looked beseechingly at him, so that he was compelled to resist, and found himself completely baffled by what appeared the Colonel's pride. "Well, Mrs. Merideth," said Mr. Twistle, "I have done my utmost with this Colonel Deverell, and I can make nothing of him; nothing at all, I assure you." "You cannot form a bad opinion of him?" "No, no. He is at one moment one of the most agreeable men to converse with, and the next moment he is frigid and severe; perhaps pain, or perhaps contempt for any one else, may induce the alteration in his manner, and no allusion to himself does he make." "Don't you think he is quite the gentleman, and a man used to good society?" "Yes, I cannot doubt. He has the air of all that he says. But he is going to the bank to-morrow. Now, I wonder if it is to receive dividends?" "I dare say it is," said Mrs. Merideth. "I have very little doubt of that, and yet I should very much like to know. It would settle one's mind; not that I would run any risk about the matter. I would not have him offended for the world. It would be wilfully destroying a chance that is so good, that we can never expect it to again occur, therefore we must not lose it." "Certainly not. I will undertake the matter myself," said the Attorney, "so that there shall not be any risk in a miscarriage whatever. I shall take care that nothing shall be done that will be at all likely to reach his ears, or that will be displeasing to him." "We will trust to your prudence, Mr. Twistle." "You may do so safely, and depend upon my caution in this matter. Now, I will be at hand in the morning. If I am not here before he goes out, send for me, and let me know the hour. If there is not time to reach here, send me the number of the coach. I will post off to the bank, and there await until I see him come there." "I will send to you then," said Mrs. Merideth. "I think that a very good plan." "But what will it do for you if you do see him enter the bank? That will tell you nothing, and I cannot see the utility of it," said Margaret. "Many people go into the Bank of England, who do not go there to receive any money for themselves, so that would be inconclusive." "It would," said the Attorney, "but you must remember I can enter too, and ascertain to what portion of the building he goes, and I can learn how much he received, if any. But I must bid you good bye, for the present. Do not forget to send to me at the first blush of the affair, and then much subsequent trouble may be saved." Chapter 135
of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 135. Mr. Twistle's Misadventures. The consequences of being found in the bank without giving a satisfactory account of your business there. An unpleasant dilemma. The peculiar position of Mrs. Merideth and her daughter Margaret, in some measure and to some degree, tied their hands, and caused a corresponding desire to know more than was told them. At the same time they were fearful of giving any offence to their new and wealthy lodger. They were both avaricious and designing. To make a good settlement was the grand object of their lives, and to that object they would sacrifice themselves, at least sacrifice Margaret, who, by the by, would consider it no sacrifice at all, but a great stroke of good luck. However, they could do nothing of themselves. They saw there was a great and glorious chance for the future. They felt they had entangled the Colonel. They felt he had become a victim to their snares, and they were unwilling that they should run any risk of a failure of their plans. If we offend him, he may consider us avaricious and designing, they argued, and that might prove too strong an antidote to even an old man's love, and the prize might be snatched out of our hands, and we might not only lose a rich husband, but a good lodger also. These considerations induced them to act more warily and cautious than the attorney, Mr. Twistle, who was anxious at once to seize the bull by the horns and come to an explanation, and thus save himself much labor and time, for the sooner there was an explanation the better, and he did not apprehend the result that they did. He believed it would only appear proper caution on the part of a mother. They had different opinions, and between the two there was an indecisive policy adopted which occasioned delay and uncertainty. There was no doubt but the Colonel meant matrimony. His infirmities were of no consequence. It was not the man, but the money that was wanted, and which was sought with perseverance and constancy. They appeared negligent of money matters before the Colonel, and when he paid them, which he did regularly, he always appeared to have money about him, which of course increased their respect, and gave them increased confidence in him. "It is all very well, Ma," said Margaret, "but Mr. Twistle must not offend Colonel Deverill. He is evidently a man much above him. His actions and manner are such that at once stamp him immeasurably his superior. Now, as regards this property, there can be no doubt but he must have enough." "I think so too, my dear, but it would be a dreadful thing if it should turn out otherwise in the end. It would really be very dreadful. I should never survive it." "Nor I, mother." "What is to be done? I declare I am at my wits' end." "There is no fear, Ma. Do you not remember that Mr. Twistle himself has found out that he is Colonel Deverill, and that he has retired from the army of the company?" "Indeed, my dear, that is correct. I had forgotten that, quite forgotten it, but it may so happen he has no money at all. He may have spent it." "He does not appear to be extravagant," said Margaret. "He has retired upon his half pay, which you know must be a very good living, and I am sure of a widow's pension if nothing more, and besides I am sure, from what he has said, there must be money." "Well, I think so too, my dear," said Mrs. Merideth, "and I think it will be better that things should go on as the Colonel desires. To lose him would be horribly aggravating." "So it will, Ma, because I am sure he will do justice. It is not like as if we had money too, and were as willing to have our affairs investigated as we are to investigate his." "That is very true, my dear, very true. And Mr. Twistle does not seem to know that. That I will tell him when I see him. By the way, I must send to him to tell him the Colonel is going out in about an hour. If he can find out anything, without compromising us in the affair, why he may do so, and welcome, for you must acknowledge it will be all the more satisfactory." "Yes, yes, I admit that, but I would not wilfully lose a good opportunity." "I must now send off to him. Mary must go, and that too, as quickly as she can, for I shall want her back again very soon, so she must run." "Then the sooner she goes the better," said Margaret. Mary was sent to Mr. Twistle, who happened to be at home at the time, and judging that Mary had been a good time on the road, that there would be no time to go to Mrs. Merideth's house, then follow the coach, so he determined to go to the bank at once, so that he would be there in time to see the Colonel descend and enter the bank, into which he would follow him. He sent word back to Mrs. Merideth that he would go on and see her as soon as he could, and then he made the best of his way towards the bank, where he arrived in good time, indeed, half an hour before the Colonel, who did not set out so soon as he intended. Now, thought Twistle, if he were to turn out all right, why, I shall be in good fortune, but if bad, it would be laid upon my shoulders. They shall not say that I have not given them attention enough for their money, and if I don't do something, they will say I haven't earned my money, and though I can enforce payment of the bond, yet it may hurt my future prospects with regard to my future connection with the family, which I hope to make a profitable one in the long run. Filled with these thoughts, he determined to watch with due caution for the arrival of the Colonel on the other side of the way. It was some long time before the coach drove up, which it did after a considerable lapse of time, and then Mr. Twistle crossed over and placed himself in a position by the lamp-post where he should obtain a good view of any one passing in and out of the coach. "'Tis he muttered as he saw the Colonel step out of the carriage and walk into the bank very leisurely and quietly, leaning upon his stick and walking lame. He watched him into the bank. He saw him go some distance down the passage, and then he muttered, "Now I will follow him up closely." And, after a moment's pause to permit someone to pass him, he then darted down the passage into a kind of yard. But no, he could not see him. He was not there. And yet he was so lame, he could not have got out of sight so soon as all that. "He's gone to the dividend office," he muttered. "I shall find him there." And away he posted to that department, but he could not find him. He was not there. Then what could have become of him? That was a point he could not solve. "Well, this is very odd," he muttered, "very odd." He paused to think over the matter, but that did not aid him. He was in the dark, but thought it was no use in waiting in any one place, so wandered about from office to office until he came to the body of the place, when he waited until someone came up to him and touched him on the shoulder. He turned around, and at once perceived it was an officer. "What do you want with me?" inquired Twistle. "What is your business here?" returned the officer, by way of reply. "I am here upon my own business. I am at a loss to understand what you mean by asking me such a question in a public place. What can you mean by it? I was never asked such a question before, and cannot see why you should do so now." "Excuse me, sir, I have ample warrant for what I am doing." "Have you? Then state it." "Easily. I have followed you about this last half hour, and you have been wandering about the place for some time, and looking about you in a manner that has excited a good deal of suspicion, to say the least of it, and I must have some satisfactory explanation." "You can have that," replied Mr. Twistle, very much annoyed. "You can have any explanation you require. I am very sure I came here on my own affairs. What other explanation can you require?" "Your affairs may be ours also, and the explanation you have given will be just enough to justify my taking you into custody. So if you have no more to say, I must request the favor of your company. That's my card of invitation. Do you hear, sir?" "Yes, I do. I am an attorney at law, and you may depend upon it I will not be content without punishing you for this indignity. I came in here because I saw a friend call to whom I wanted to speak." "Where is he?" "I don't know," said Twistle. "I have missed him." "Very likely, and your friend will miss you for a short time, for you must come with me. You have been found here without being able to give any account of yourself." "I tell you I came in here to see Colonel Deverill." "Well, what do we know of Colonel Deverill? We don't know anything about him, nor you either. You must come with me. We are obligated to be very particular when we see strangers walking about with no object whatever in view. It is very suspicious." "But I tell you I am a respectable attorney, a professional man. I had no bad object in view." "That may be as you say, but you must come with me." Seeing there no help for it, Mr. Twistle resigned himself into the officer's hands, and followed him to the station house, where he was examined by the inspector at the place where he was taken. "Well, sir," said the inspector, "this may be all very true, but we must have some proof of what you assert. Then we can let you go." "I'll have a complaint against you." "You may, but you must prove not only that what you say is true, but that there was no cause for suspicion, and that you were not loitering about the bank, as the officer asserts you were." The attorney thought it would be quite unnecessary to get into the public prints, because it would not do for him to make use of Colonel Deverill's name, and that he had already done. What was he to do? He had got into a very disagreeable scrape, out of which he must now get in the best manner possible, and which he could not see his way clear to do. "What do you want me to do?" "Give us some proof that you are the person whom you represent yourself to be," he replied, "and then we can let you go at once." "Then I will give you my card," said Twistle, producing his card case. "That is no proof," said the constable. "A man might have robbed you of your card case, and you would have some one passing himself off for yourself." "What shall I do, then?" inquired Twistle. "Send for someone who knows you, or send for your own clerk. That will do." "That I can do at once," replied Twistle, and he at once wrote a note to his clerk, and gave it unsealed into the hands of the constable, and asked if there was anyone who would go with it. "You can send a messenger. There are many who will do that if you pay them for it," replied the constable. And in another minute, for the sum of half a crown, a messenger agreed to take the letter to his office, and deliver it to his clerk, and wait for him. This was done, and until that time he was locked up in a cell, where he had a light certainly, but in which he had no other comfort at all. But in about an hour and a half there was a prospect of a relief, for he saw his clerk come into the station house, and with him the messenger, who came to the constable, and said that this was Mr. Twistle's clerk. "Do you know Mr. Twistle?" inquired the constable. "Yes, I do. He is my employer." "Then point him out," said the constable. At that moment Mr. Twistle was brought in, and he at once pointed him out to the satisfaction of the constable, who, with an admonition, consented to the enlargement of Mr. Twistle, and in answer to his threat of future investigation, said to him, "You see, sir, the bank is such a place, that we are compelled to keep all persons out who have no business there, and it must not be a place where people meet who have no particular bank business to transact. Do not wait about, then, for the future, sir, else you may run the same danger." Mr. Twistle left the station house with a feeling very much akin to anger, and he walked home with a very disagreeable feeling. He felt that he had been baffled, and had been also much ill-used and very much affronted. "Where could he have got to?" he murmured. "He must have turned in some of the offices. Confound him! I wish he had taken it into his head to tumble. I am sure he ain't no good. If he were, I should not have been placed in such an unpleasant position." Suddenly he recollected that there was no necessity for his going home, unless there had been anything happened since his departure, and upon being informed that such was not the case, he determined to alter his course, and proceed to Mrs. Merideth, and relate the misfortunes that had befallen him. "And if that don't satisfy her I have her interest at heart, why nothing will." And he left his clerk, after giving him some directions, and then turned off towards Bloomsbury Square, where he arrived just before tea time. End of chapter 135. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 4 March 2010. Chapter 136 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 136. An Evening with Colonel Deverill, The Stratagem of Mrs. Merideth. Mr. Twistle seated himself by Mrs. Merideth's fire, not at all pleased with what he had anticipated and expected on that day, and yet well pleased that there was an end to it, but at the same time he had conceived a dislike for the Colonel, of which the reader can easily guess the reason. The Colonel had received him rather haughtily, and he was annoyed at it, and he was resolved that he would do him no service, and now the indignity he had received was so vexing that he knew not on whom to wreak his anger. At all events it gave him a great dislike to the Colonel, which would require a considerable time to overcome. He sat there waiting for Mrs. Merideth, who was then engaged somewhere else, but it was not long before she entered the apartment in which Mr. Twistle sat meditating upon his misadventure, and considering in his own mind what would be the best course to pursue. "Oh, Mr. Twistle," she said, "I hope you have not been waiting long for me." "Not long, ma'am." "And how have you got on today, Mr. Twistle?" "Rather indifferently indeed," said Twistle with a groan. "I may say very indifferently indeed. I have had plenty of incident, I may say of adventure, I ought to say misadventure, which appears to have dogged me step by step in this affair." "Indeed, I am amazed at that," said Mrs. Merideth. "You would be more so if you knew all." "Tell me what has happened, Mr. Twistle," said Mrs. Merideth. "I am anxious to hear what can have happened to you of this character. I hope it did not happen in consequence of your doing anything in this affair of Colonel Deveril's." "Indeed it did, Mrs. Merideth," said the attorney solemnly. "I have been sedulously engaged in this affair, and I have been seriously inconvenienced by it. I regret it very much." "But you could not have helped it, Mrs. Merideth," said Twistle. "You could not have helped it at all. I know that very well. Therefore there is no blame attached to you. You are free. But I have suffered nevertheless. I have suffered." "Dear me, how sorry I am, to be sure." "Yes, ma'am, but it can't be helped. I was taken into custody as a suspicious person, and had some difficulty in getting my release from custody." Mrs. Merideth lifted her hands and her eyes to express the amount of astonishment she felt. "Yes, Mrs. Merideth, I followed the Colonel into the Bank of England, and there I saw him enter, but by some wonderful means he suddenly disappeared. I missed him, and could not again obtain the slightest clue to him. I did not again set eye upon him, and, while endeavouring to regain the track, I was taken into custody for loitering about." "Indeed? Then you have learned nothing about the Colonel?" "Nothing at all. I missed him. I saw him going into the bank, and that was all." "Well, he has come back, and appears to have received money. I should think that there could be no doubt as to where he got it from." "It is a mystery." "Indeed, I should hardly think it possible, as you saw him go in. What would he go there for but for money matters? It seems clear enough to me. I have no doubt in my own mind. Everything appears to be straightforward and plain." "Indeed," muttered the attorney, "there is much truth in that. I have had a straightforward intimation that I have been considered a suspicious person. I regret it very much, but here's Margaret." At that moment Margaret entered the apartment in which her mother and Mr. Twistle were seated. There was an air of triumph in her eye when she entered, and her mother at once divined the cause. But she said nothing, and waited until Margaret spoke. "Ma," she said, "it is tea time, and the Colonel expects you upstairs, and if you had any friends, he hoped you would not deprive him of your company on that account, but bring them upstairs to tea. He is particularly good-humoured tonight." "Curse him!" involuntarily exclaimed the attorney, as he heard of the good humour the Colonel was in, and he had so much cause to be vexed himself. "Will you come with us, Mr. Twistle?" "I will, thank you, ma'am. I am very tired," said Twistle, as he thought it would afford him some opportunity of discovering something that would enable him to be revenged, and at the same time do a seeming service to the other party. "At all events," he muttered, "it will give me a chance of making a more intimate and useful acquaintance with him. I must do something or other, and I may as well make a good thing of it as well as a bad one. That wouldn't be bad policy." "Then you had better come up at once," said Margaret, "for the tea is waiting." Thus urged, Mrs. Merideth and Mr. Twistle followed Margaret, and walked up to the drawing-room where the Colonel was, as before, seated in an easy-chair, with the green shade still over one eye, and his arm carried in a sling, though he did not appear to have lost the entire use of it, and by his side was a stick, a valuable Malacca cane, with which he walked, and his lame foot was supported by an ottoman. "Well, sir," said the Colonel, "I have the extreme felicity of meeting you again. Be seated. It is a very charming day, the most comfortable that I recollect since I have returned to England." "It is remarkably fine," said the attorney, shrugging his shoulders, and giving a suspicious glance towards the Colonel, as if he thought there was a latent smile lurking upon the Colonel's countenance, but he could not detect it, and yet he felt very much aggravated. "There is, even in this climate," continued the Colonel, "some decent weather, but then, when matters go on happily and cheerfully, then the climate appears more genial and kind." "Strange that it should be so," said Mr. Twistle, "but I can't help thinking he looks more provoking than ever I saw in my life." As he muttered, the Colonel said, "What did you say, sir?" "I merely said that we, who are used to it, look upon it in some other light than that of a merely negative character. That is, we look upon some of it as positively good. Nay, we are apt to call it beautiful, especially when it continues fine." "Continues fine," said the Colonel. "Does it really continue fine in this climate?" "Why, one would think, Colonel, you have never been in this country before to hear you talk, and yet you are a native of this country." "Yes, I am. That is, I believe so, but I have spent so many years in Asia that I am more a native of India than this country. However, I believe what you say to be correct, but, you see, the slightest change of weather affects my wounds, when you could not believe any change that had taken place, or, at all events, the change would be so slight as to cause no difference to you, and yet, even before that comes, I feel the approaching change. I dare say you do, sir, but it must be unpleasant in the extreme. It certainly is, and I have found it so. Mrs. Meredith, I hope you enjoyed your walk. Did you go far? No, Colonel, I did not, else I had not been back so soon. By the way, how do you feel after your walk, or rather, ride? I had not time to ask you before. Oh, I am very well. I enjoyed it much, but I must take another the day after tomorrow, said the Colonel. That is, another ride, for I cannot walk far. Do you intend going far? To the South Sea House, replied the Colonel. To the South Sea House, repeated the attorney to himself, as he sipped his tea. He has some of the stock on his hands. Well, I dare say that is likely. People belonging to these companies generally prefer them to any other stock. However, I will follow him there, and see if I can't do better. I will tread upon his heels, but what I will find out something this time, at all events. Are you acquainted with that stock? He inquired, after a pause. What, the South Sea stock? Inquired the Colonel. Yes. Not much, but I believe it to be good steady stock, a very good investment. It will pay you a better interest than the funds. But is it as secure? Well, that is a very difficult thing to answer, said the Colonel, but I think is safe enough. I have that opinion of it that I do not object to hold it. That, of course, is the best answer one can have to its presumed security. Yes, I have a good opinion of it, and do not object holding it, as I said before, and that is the best opinion that can well be offered. Have you any? None, sir, but I have a friend who wanted to purchase stock of some kind, or to place money out to advantage, and I wish to learn a little more concerning it. I do not mean to say that there is no better, but when you have once invested your money, you do not like to change the stock. Certainly not. It is unadvisable, said the attorney, unless you have some specific reason for so doing at the best of times. You are the loser by the expenses. Well, said Mrs. Meredith, I am very glad to see you are so well after your journey. Journey, do you call it? Why, ma'am, I cannot call anything less than some few hundred miles a journey. Anything less is a mere bagatelle. Dear me, Colonel, what journeys you must have travelled. Indeed I have, ma'am. Some of them beautiful and romantic, and some of them dreary, and some terrible from the obstacles that opposed us, and others from the nature of the ground that we had to go over, and the dangers attendant from fatigue, climate, and enemy. It must be a terrible thing. Females in those parts are out of the question. Oh, dear no, there are ladies, and English ladies too, who live there for years, and who follow their husbands, movements with the camp, and who undergo all the dangers and fatigues merrily and cheerfully, and even put some of the best of us to the blush for fortitude. Well, I am glad we have a good character, even so far off as India. It cannot but be expected the mothers of such men can bear fatigue and hardship, else their sons could never be what they are. However, we have many examples of heroism in India, not of men only, but women also. Then there are many interesting points for us to hear explanation about India, said Margaret. I love to hear such things, especially from those who have been there, and mixed up among the people who live there, and who have had much experience with them. I hope we shall have ample time to talk over many such matters, returned the Colonel, for to me it is pleasant to speak of the past, and relate all I have seen, known, and taken part in a place so distant from us all, as our Eastern Empire. Indeed, I love to hear them, said Margaret. I am afraid she will keep you pretty constantly employed in relating all that you have ever seen, Colonel, said Mrs. Meredith. She's a strange girl, and has many fancies that way. She's fond of the wild, irregular life that you describe. She would have made an excellent soldier's wife, I am sure. She's so fond of that kind of thing. I hope she will do so now, madam, and that she will have less of the fatigue and danger that fall to the lot of a good many. For I candidly tell you, it is one thing to hear these things talked of, and another to bear with them. Plains of burning sand and want of water, mountainous regions covered with snow, and no means to obtain warmth and shelter. These are things exciting enough in a narrative, and yet heartbreaking to experience. Oh, said the attorney, there can be no doubt it's much better in perspective than it is to experience. I can easily imagine, when you hear of battles and sieges, how they wish they had been there, and how much would have been done by our individual exertions. But, dear me, that's as different from being shot in the evening, and so seeing none of the fun that was to follow. Lord bless my heart, being put out of the way in that manner positively makes me nervous, I do believe. I could be hanged before I marched up to the breach." "Fortunately, all men are not of that opinion, else we might all of us be murdered in our beds, and no one to protect us," said Margaret contemptuously. "It is necessary," said the Colonel, "that some men should be born for one purpose, and some another. Some are poltroons from their birth, and require better men to take care of them, while others win honour and profit on the field of death and danger, and snatch triumph from the hands of death." "Exactly," said the attorney. "Half a loaf is better than no bread, and half a man is better than no man at all, and I believe that many of them leave the field of battle, leave it in a very little better state. Now, I should not care for the life upon such terms. It must be such as is worth living for, and such I do not consider life when one is rendered a cripple all one's life." "Well," said the Colonel, "we all have our different ideas upon that subject, but I rather think the state would be nothing without the profession of arms, and the lawyers would grace the lamp-posts if I might judge from popular opinion." "Popular opinion is nothing in this country upon such matters," said Twistle contemptuously. "It amounts to something," retorted the Colonel, "and you would say so, I imagine, if you felt it clinging to your throat in the shape of a halter administered by the canaille." "Why," said Mrs. Meredith, "I dare say it isn't always expressed so forcibly, and Mr. Twistle does not hold it of any importance, so long as it is not expressed so loudly as that." "Certainly, Mrs. Meredith, that is my meaning, for an illegal act committed by a contemptible portion of the population becomes of importance." "So it does," said the Colonel. "That is easily verified." "But still, we may be thankful to those who bravely fight and die, that we may be here in ease and quiet, and free from danger, and able to enjoy our lives and homes in peace." "That is true," said the attorney. "The one part of a nation cannot do without another. All are necessary, and produce a powerful kingdom, and not only powerful, but rich and intelligent." "No doubt of that," said the Colonel. Tea was now cleared away, and some wine was placed upon the table, and the Colonel took a few glasses of some rare wine, of which he offered the attorney to drink, and the latter willingly accepted, and found it some of the best he had tasted, and he continued to taste it until he got quite talkative, and, to the pain and mortification of Mrs. Meredith, began to talk in a strain that would, in a short time, have done them much discredit and mischief. Mrs. Meredith, however, always full of expedient, soon devised one that had the effect of putting an end to a scene she feared would come to an unpleasant act, if continued in, and therefore left the room for a few minutes, and then when she returned she said, "Mr. Twistle, you have been sent for. You are wanted immediately." I? Sent for?" "Yes, sir, you are wanted." "Nobody knew I was here." "Oh, yes, I told my clerk as I came along, confound him. Just as I was so comfortable, too." "We can finish this another time," said the Colonel, pointing to the bottle. "Yes, thank you. Good night, Colonel Deverill." "Good night, Mr. Twistle." Mr. Twistle quitted the drawing-room, vowing vengeance to himself against the brute of a clerk of his, who should dare to come and interrupt such an agreeable evening. It was most horribly provoking. He could have called down the vengeance of the universe upon the head of the offending mortal who had come for him, and in this mood of mind he entered the parlour. "Where is he? Where is he?" "Where is who?" inquired Mrs. Meredith. "My clerk, the man who came for me." "Listen, Mr. Twistle," said Mrs. Meredith. "I have called you out. No one has been for you, but I had no other means of calling you out, as I wanted to speak to you." "Well," said Mr. Twistle, half surprised and half vexed, "what do you want to say to me now I am here?" "I want to impress upon you the fact that the habits of the Colonel lead him to retire about this time, and I feared you, not knowing this, might stop beyond the proper moment, and so took this method of telling you what I am sure you would like to know." Mr. Twistle could not object. There was something reasonable in it, and yet he was at heart vexed, and could not help saying, "I should have thought the Colonel would not have been so pleasant and so talkative. If he had not been comfortable, he would have said so." "Oh dear, no, he would not have done that, even if you had remained till daylight. He has too much courtesy towards a stranger to do so." "Very well," said Twistle, "I will be gone. However, I will take care and not forget the South Sea House the day after tomorrow. You must make the best of it you can, and let me know when he is likely to go, so that I may not lose any chance." "Certainly not. I'll do as I did before," said the lady. "Do so. And I hope you will meet with better luck than you met with before." "I hope so too," said the attorney gravely. "However, here I am, and I'll do all that I can do for you. Good-bye, Mrs. Meredith. Good day. Good night." "Good night," said Mrs. Meredith, and the attorney left the house, to their inexpressible relief, for he was growing very talkative and very troublesome too, for the misfortune was, he more than once touched upon forbidden topics. End of chapter 136. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, February 10th, 2010. Chapter 137 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 137. The difficulties to be encountered in the choice of a bridesmaid. "Well, Margaret," said Mrs. Merideth, when they were alone in their own apartment. "Well, and how have you got on with the Colonel?" "Oh, very well indeed, Ma." "I am glad of it. Has he proposed anything new to you, my dear? Or has he said anything more to you of a particular character? Has he said anything respecting property? That is what we want to know pretty well, and that is the only point that can be more than usually interesting to us." "No, Ma, nothing about property. I could not expect he would say anything to me, and I hardly expect he would say to any one at all. You see, he is no doubt a rich man." "Well, and he would not consider it at all necessary to say anything about it to anyone. That it is so peculiarly private, and has nothing to do with anyone, and he does not imagine that we require anything of the kind. I am sure if the thought entered his mind he would at once satisfy us upon the subject. I cannot speak to him about it, because, having none, I am really not entitled to do so. That's my opinion upon the subject, though Mr. Twistle, I dare say, has a different one to me. Indeed, he generally has one of his own. Yes, you may depend upon that, but I have been thinking the matter over, and I am sure he is what he says he is. But what did he say, my dear?" "Why, he insists that I shall name an early day." "Insists, my child! What does he mean?" "Merely in a good-natured though urgent manner. Indeed, he wishes me to make up my mind and have him at once. If I'll consent to have him, he'll obtain a special license to solemnize the marriage here in this house, or at church, which I like best. Which shall I consent to, Ma?" "Well, my dear, I think you may as well be married at home. It will be so much more fashionable than going to church. It will be much more trouble, and will hardly seem like a marriage, I think, if it is not done at a church. What do you think?" "It will make more noise," said Mrs. Merideth, "if it is done at home, and yet nobody can say a word about it if it takes place at church." "So I think, now, so I think." "Well, what did you decide?" "I did not decide upon anything," said Margaret. "I declined to do so upon the moment, but said I would think about it, and after a few words I promised I would let him know the next time he spoke to me about it, which should not be before tomorrow afternoon." "Very well, my dear. A becoming reluctance will never hurt your cause. You have done quite right, and I have no doubt but he will feel more pleased with you than if you had at once consented upon his first asking." "So I thought, Ma," said Margaret. "But you must not carry that too far, or it may defeat its own object. When next he asks you, you must affect a great deal of emotion, trembling and blushing and all that kind of thing, which you can do very well, or if you should distrust yourself, you can practice it a bit before a glass. I did it when I was your age, and I did it well." "Yes, Ma, I can manage all that well enough, but what time shall I name?" "Well, that must in some measure depend upon the humor you find him in. If he be very pressing, you may shorten the period. If he appear distant, lengthen it. But if there is any danger, take him at his word at once and have no delay. It will not do to lose a chance. He must not be allowed to get off in that manner, and you must declare your confusion to be so great that you hardly know what you say, but, as he is so very pressing, you will give in to his wishes, and you may name any day you like best, and then he is caught, you see." "I understand that clearly, but what time would you, as a medium time, give which I ought to lengthen or shorten as occasion may seem to require. Well, my dear, about a fortnight. Ah, that was on my own tongue too. Well, then I should not have done wrong in naming 3 weeks or a month, which I felt disposed to say at first. No, but you need not make it more than 3 weeks, unless you see any fitting occasion, or any necessity for so doing, said Mrs. Merideth. After an amiable council the mother and daughter held, having for its object the entanglement and speedy marrying of the unfortunate East Indian colonel, they both indulged in balmy sleep, and slept till morn. The colonel himself said no more about the object of the previous day's conversation, when the amiable mother left the daughter alone with the colonel, who appeared as if actuated by clockwork. When the hour of his forbearance had passed, he again spoke of the matter. Miss Merideth, he said, my impatience will, I hope, be excused, on the score that my love is ardent, and I have already waited as long as I promised. You know to what I allude. I am afraid I must say I do, Colonel Deverill, said Margaret. But will you not grant me more time to consider this matter over? Remember, it is a serious matter. Of that there is no doubt, said the colonel, but I do not feel the same doubts you do, for I only feel how much I can do for your happiness, and how willingly I will do it. Of that I can have no fear. Then why not consent at once? Consent to have the man who loves you, who dotes upon you, and who will do all that an ample fortune can enable him to do for your welfare, and your future prosperity and comfort. Consider all that. I have considered much. I don't know that I need consider more than my present happiness. The future will take care of itself at all events. We can do no more than to deserve to do well, and to succeed in all our undertakings, to deserve to be happy. And do more you cannot. And who is there that can do as much? We all endeavor to do so. I hope we do, though I am sure there are many who might do better. But to return to my hopes, when will you consent to become mine? Say the day on which I am to be made happy, and if you really love me, make it as short as you can. Margaret appeared to hesitate, and hung her head, trembled, and the blushes mounted her cheek. The colonel caught her in his arms, and pressing her to his bosom, he said, Come, my own Margaret, say when shall I be made happy? Oh, Deverill, she sighed as she hid her face, what shall I say? You are so urgent. Shall I say a fortnight, and yet that is too soon. No, not at all, not at all. Thank you, dear Margaret, thank you. I fear I have said too much. Forgive me. Nay, no more about it. I will be content. Tomorrow I will go to the city, and then I will purchase the wedding ring. I will obtain a license, and then we shall be ready against any contingencies. And on our wedding morning I will have some jewels ready for you. I have given them some orders, but they take a long while in getting ready. Oh, you are too good. Not a bit. Only just, said the colonel, and he appeared as though he were quite satisfied with his conquest, and looked very well pleased with the success he had met with in the prosecution of his suit. It was a settled thing now, and he was, or professed to be, in ecstasies. Mother, said Margaret as she entered the room, it is all settled at last. I have given my consent, and the day is named. Indeed, I am glad of it. When will the day arrive? What day is it? This day fortnight. This day fortnight. Well, that will be a very good time indeed. We shall have a very busy time of it, for we must make the most of our arrangements between this and then, for we must get you in a fit out. But if you have a dress to appear in, that is as much as I shall be able to afford, for my means are so short. I know all that, but he has promised me jewels, which he has ordered, but which will take some time in making. But he expects them to be ready by our wedding day. Come now, this seems to me to be a very handsome provision. Very, my dear, very fortunate too, because you see the furniture was becoming somewhat less new and fine than it was. That would have compelled me to lessen my terms, so we should have gone gradually back, and perhaps been obliged to seek some other mode of living. But you have some money by you? That was reserved in case of extreme misfortunes, and I cannot realize that immediately. However, it would only put off the evil day. But we are saved that, now. We have caught a rare good fish. We have only to land him, that is, get some little to be done before we can pull him ashore. We must keep up the farce, but I tell you, we must not be guided by Mr. Twistle, though he is of great use. No, Ma, we must not. I have thought on that. And yet I do not like to give up the idea of finding out first what he may have in the shape of property, though I am sure it would do no good. Yet to have one's curiosity satisfied is something gained. Still, I am not so curious that I must be satisfied at the expense of our prospects. No, Ma, I am sure I want badly enough to know all about it, but I will restrain my curiosity until I find out by means and at a time when no offense can be taken, or, if it be, why it's of no consequence, and I don't care anything about it, because I shall have a right to speak for myself. Certainly, my dear, that is a very proper spirit indeed. But then he won't interfere with you much, except it is to want you to always be at his elbow. Ah, I won't mind that, because you see, he may make a will, but I'll take pretty good care that nobody comes in between him and me. Exactly. You have no relatives on his side to tease you, or give you any trouble. Therefore you have all plain sailing before you. I have, and now, I suppose, it will not be too much to speak to one's bridesmaids? Ah, my dear, said Mrs. Meredith, with a shake of the head. What's the matter, Ma? Ah, my dear, there is the difficulty. You know how easy the Colonel has fallen in love with you, how sudden that has all come about, and how short a time the courtship has continued. So much the better, Ma. Certainly, my love, but it should make you cautious, very cautious, how you act with bridesmaids, because you don't know what may happen with such old people as the Colonel. They are dreadful, sometimes, and you don't know what they will do. They will fall in love with anybody. It is quite shocking to think of it. But it don't so much matter, only you see he may take a violent fancy to someone, and then you may lose by the whole affair. How so, Ma? Why, suppose he takes a fancy to one of the bridesmaids. You don't know what may pass between them. Certainly not. Very well, then he may make a will to reward her, as he would call it, and then you would lose so much, which is clear robbery, as I call it. So it would be, Ma, and yet, after all said and done, I cannot tell what else we are to do. Some female friends we must have, and the only precaution we can take will be to get someone as ugly as I can, and then keep her away as much as possible. The latter is the only effectual method, for ugliness is not always a safeguard. For men have got such tastes, and what we think extremely plain, they, by a perversity of taste, will persist in believing to be interesting, at least, if not pretty. I have known so many instances. Besides, I do know that even ugliness itself is no safeguard. Indeed, Ma? No, I had an instance of that. I may say two, even with your father, who took a fancy to two of the servants, one after the other. I am sure there was nothing in the hussies to attract any attention, but then men will be men, and you can't help it. We must get rid of them. Yes, that is all you can do, but whom did you think of having? There are the two Miss Stewards. They are called pretty. I heard a gentleman say so at the last party we went to. So that, I think, decidedly bad policy. I know the men's taste very well, my dear, but it is different to what we call taste. I don't know why, but it is so. Well, Ma, if the Mrs. Stewart won't do, what do you say to the Mrs. Brown? They are anything but even passable. Besides, they are pitted with the smallpox, and very light hair, almost carroty. They are anything but fascinating. That may be all very true, my dear, but you know the Mrs. Browns sing. They are called good figures, and dashing young women, and they are very bold, which might tempt many people, especially when they are looking about for sweethearts. Yes, that is very true. Then there are the Mrs. Smith. They are very young, much too young to be at all likely to cause men to have any fancy for them. There, my dear innocent girl, you are entirely wrong. Most entirely wrong. Indeed, Ma? Yes, my dear, you are innocence itself, because you have been brought up at home. But look here, men are the nastiest creatures alive. Why, some of them would fall in love with a girl 16 or 17 years old. Aye, more than that, I have seen some of them married at that age. Oh, I am shocked, said Margaret, as she lifted up her hands in amazement at this description of the vices of men. Ah, well, they may say at church, and there is no good in us. Indeed, my dear, you are quite right, and so is the prayer book. But it is as I tell you. Besides, men never forget these things. They will remember faces they have seen for a year or two, and then they will begin their games. Dear me, Ma, what shall I do? That is the difficulty, my dear. I would not have unfolded this book of vice before you, had it not been necessary for your happiness. Oh, fiddle-dee-dee, Ma, it's the money that I care for, it ain't the Colonel, poor old cripple. He may do as he pleases, as long as I get the gold. Well, my dear, said the careful mother, who felt the sedative effects of this speech. Well, my dear, but you know they do waste their means in these affairs, and that most outrageously sometimes, to cause a ruinous effect upon their home. Oh, but he's too much of an invalid. Do you know, Margaret, I think the Colonel is more of an invalid from habit than reality. Sometimes, when nobody's looking, he can walk and use both feet alike, and even use his left hand without any trouble at all. Do you really think so? Yes, but I don't mean to say it is all sham. Oh dear no, but long habit and the laziness of these rich Indians is so great that there is no knowing its extent. I don't believe they would eat if it wasn't for their being hungry. What is to be done? I will tell you, my dear. Have Miss Twistle and her friend. Miss Twistle and Martha Briggs? Exclaimed Miss Meredith with a giggle. What a fright! So much the better, my dear, so much the better. It is just what you want, the very thing above all others. Have a fool and a fright, and you can drop their acquaintance whenever you like, and I think there can be no danger of the Colonel's falling in love with them, at least, added Mrs. Meredith, with emphasis, at least upon such an occasion. Very well, Ma, let it be Miss Twistle and Martha Briggs. Goodness me, how I shall be attended upon this occasion. It will be quite laughable. I mustn't let the Colonel see them before the morning arrives, else he will be sure to laugh at them. Ha ha ha! Laughed both mother and daughter at the idea of the two frights, as they called them, being bridesmaids, and in high good humor they both retired to rest for the night, to dream of the forthcoming occasion. End of chapter 137 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. Read by Richard Wallace. Liberty, Missouri, 13 February 2010.
Chapter 138 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carolyn Power. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 138. Mr. Twistle's misfortunes, and his resolution never to give in. The next day, after that on which the conversation respecting the choice of a bridesmaid took place, was the day on which the Colonel was to visit the South Sea house. Early that morning he ordered a coach to be in attendance, and left the house, saying that he would be back in time for tea, that he had to make several purchases, and transact some necessary business that would occupy him until that time. He kissed Margaret, and whispered in her ear that he should call and see about the jewels, and urge the jeweller to get them ready. These people are so dilatory, he said, that, unless I worry them, they will disappoint me of them, and I would not be without them on the occasion of our marriage for a trifle. We must not set our happiness upon such things, said Margaret. Ah, what self-denial you can exert, said the Colonel, playfully. No, my happiness is not fixed upon such objects as those, and therefore it is no trouble to renounce them when it is necessary to do so. I hope there will be no need. I believe there will be none, but good-bye till tea-time, then we shall pass a pleasant evening together." The Colonel left the house, and no sooner had he done so than Mrs. Meredith wrote a short note to Mr. Twistle, informing him of the Colonel's departure at a much earlier hour than she had anticipated. "Here, Mary," she said to the drudge. "Yes, ma'am," replied the domestic. "Just run as fast as you can to Mr. Twistle with this note, and don't let the grass grow under your feet. Do you hear?" "Yes, ma'am." Away went the drudge as fast as she could to the man of law, and arrived there out of breath, and having gone there fast, according to orders, she thought herself at liberty to take her own time in going back, which she performed to perfection. Mr. Twistle cursed himself for this unexpected departure, but there was no time for deliberation. He crushed on his hat, took a coach, and drove as hard as a mysteriously kept-up cattle could carry it, and was fortunate enough to see the Colonel go by in another. He jumped out, paid the jarvey, and then made a rush after the Colonel, whom he saw going up the steps. Determined that he would not be outdone this time, he rushed through a crowd of men who were near at hand, and jostled them so that they gave him more oaths than was consistent with courtesy, and one of them desired to know if he were running after himself or anybody else. Heedless of this, he pushed on, and trod upon a bricklayer's foot so hard that the man gave a great shout, and, by way of retaliation, brought his heavy hand down so hard upon the attorney's hat that the article of wearing apparel was forced below his chin, much to the detriment of his vision, which was totally eclipsed. In an instant he was struggling with his hat, and yet was unable to release himself from the durance in which his head was held. But he found this was not all he had to contend with, for he felt himself pushed and hustled about in a strange manner, till he was thrown on a doorstep, and then he was suddenly left to himself, with no soul near him. "Upon my word, this must be done on purpose, I do verily believe," said Mr. Twistle, as he at length succeeded in wrenching his hat off his head after many violent efforts, but even then it was at the expense of the lining and skin of his nose, which was a very disagreeable affair after all. Mr. Twistle, for a moment or two, stared round him, and wondered where he was, until, at length, upon some examination, he found himself round the corner. "Oh, I must have got hustled round the corner. Yes, I see how it is. It's a downright conspiracy of theirs. There can't be two minds." But then again, he thought what conspiracy could there be necessary to marry a girl without money? If she had money, he could have understood it, but not as the matter stood. That was quite impossible. It was an impenetrable mystery. As these thoughts passed through his mind, he was sitting on the step of a door, and, seeing the blood trickle off his nose in vermilion drops upon the pavement, he felt for his handkerchief to wipe the injured feature and stop the bleeding. But alas, it was not in this pocket, nor in that. It was not in his hat. He never carried it there. If he had, his head would never have reached the crown of his hat. That was quite certain. It would have been better had he done so. But, as it was not about him, where could it be? He knew that he had had it before he left home on this errand. The truth, however, was not long before it came across his mind like a flash of light. He had got among a gang of London thieves, who had hustled and robbed him of his handkerchief. This was suggestive of other matters, and he, in consequence, put his hand to his watch-fob, but also that was gone too. He gasped, felt his breeches pocket, and then he sank back, for he found his garments had been slit open by some sharp instrument, and his purse had fled. "Damn," said the attorney in a fury, but this subsided in a moment. The loss he had felt, and the pushing about he had experienced, was too much. He felt weakened and disheartened, and paused to think upon what he should do, and which way he should go. "It's no use giving in," he muttered, "no use at all. I must go on. And yet I had better go and see if the coach is gone, for if it is still there, and it can't have got away yet, I'll yet go in and see if I can find him." He walked round the corner, much shaken with what he had received in the way of knocks and kicks, but when he did get round, he saw the coach was gone. There was, however, a ticket porter at hand, and he determined to go and ask him a few questions. "My friend," he said, feeling in his pocket, "do you know a Colonel Devereux?" "No," said the man, "never heard of him. Where does he live?" "He came in here just now." "Oh, did he?" replied the man, kicking a piece of orange peel off the pavement. "I don't know him. Do you recollect a hackney coach coming up to the door just now with a lame gentleman who got out?" "Yes, with a green shade over his eye." "Yes, that was the man." "Oh, well, I never seed him before. I don't know him. He didn't stop a minute." "Oh," said Mr. Twistle. Then he turned away and walked towards his own house. However, he felt in his pocket for some money. A small sum in silver was loose in his pockets, and this he had saved, and he determined to treat himself to some brandy and water, for he was really much knocked about and terrified and nervous. So he went into the first public house he came to. This was a low house, the parlour of which was situated a long way back, and he walked in and threw himself into a seat. "Well, well, here I am. This is disaster the second. Well, who would have believed I should have met with such misadventures as those I have just gone through? There's a fate in it. I'm sure this is an unlucky business altogether. Of that I am certain. I got into the watch-house on the first occasion, but now I am worse than that. I have been knocked about and robbed of money and goods. £15 in my purse. Confound Colonel Devereux, I say." "What will you take, sir?" "Eh?" inquired the bewildered attorney, who forgot that he had entered a public-house, and the waiter was desiring to know what he wished to have. "What will you like to take, sir?" inquired the waiter again. "A glass of brandy and water, and a biscuit." The man left the room, and Twistle retired within himself to contemplate the evils he had suffered, and those he was likely to endure. "Well, I never thought I was in such a thing as this. Who would ever have believed it? None, I am sure. No one would. Confound them! I'll give it up as a bad job, and a bad job it has been for me. I am quite confident of that." "Brandy and water and a biscuit," said the waiter, laying down the articles enumerated, and Twistle gave the necessary cash, accompanied by the customary gratuity, which ranges from 10 to 25% upon the money paid for the articles purchased. We have often thought this a most exorbitant tax upon those who require accommodation. If people cannot pay their own servants, they ought not to keep them. To be sure, you are told you need not pay anything. It is entirely voluntary, and that they do not wish it. But you only obtain a flippant answer, so as to attract everyone's eyes in the place, and the end of it is, if there is much business, you don't get any attention at all. "Well, I won't give in," said Mr. Twistle, with a thump on the table, but he had drank nearly 2/3 of the brandy and water. "No, I won't give in." He swallowed down the remainder, finished the biscuit, and leaned back in his seat, and then he began to talk to himself. "I will not give in. After all that has passed, it would be a shame to be done, robbed, beaten, and kicked, and then give in. Nonsense! I will go through the whole affair, and that shall repay me in the end. I'll lay it on the thicker for this." This was a comfortable resolution on the part of Mr. Twistle, and which appeared to please him well, for he smiled quietly, and then rose much refreshed and left the house. This last allusion of Twistle's was consolatory, and had an intimate connection with certain imaginary charges he would make to the Devereux family when he got the business. But as that was a matter buried in the womb of futurity, we will not follow him in his speculations. "I won't give in," he said, as he walked on and thrust his hand into the slit that had been cut in his trousers to extract his purse, but this only confirmed him in his resolution, and he uttered again and again, "I won't give in." "I won't give in," he murmured, as he sought the knocker of Mrs. Meredith's door. "I won't give in. I'm not a man whose resolution is easily shaken. Oh dear, no. I'll tell my good friend Mrs. Meredith all my troubles, and then ask her what she thinks of me, if I ain't an indefatigable friend, one who will never sink under difficulties." End of chapter 138 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3.
Chapter 139 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 139. Mrs. Meredith has a conversation with Mr. Twistle. The announcement and the invitation. When the servant answered the knock, Mr. Twistle learned, to his severe disappointment, that Mrs. Merideth was from home, and he was about to turn from the door, after leaving his name, when the girl said that her mistress had left a message, the purport of which was, that if he, Mr. Twistle, was to call, she would feel obliged by his awaiting her return, as her absence would be but short, and the subject upon which she wished to see him was one of particular importance. Mr. Twistle was shown into the parlour much about the same as usual, but he himself was somewhat of a different state. He himself was considerably disgusted with his share of the business, but, as we have before stated, he was resolved never to give in. No, he was resolved to carry it on to the end. It must come to a wind-up somehow or other, and at some time or other, but, at the same time, as I have taken so much interest in that I am resolved to see it out, I won't lose all I have lost for nothing. It shall be with me a neck or nothing affair. And however aggravating it may be, you will have a greater chance in the long run of coming off victorious. Several minutes passed away, and still Mrs. Merideth came not. At length the attorney began to grow somewhat impatient, and he looked around the apartment, as if to find some object to pass away the time until her arrival. On a table in the centre of the room lay several books, and he opened one or two of them for the purpose of ascertaining the nature of the contents. The title of one of them attracted his attention. It consisted of a collection of tales of the supernatural, and he opened it upon a legend called "The Dead Not Dead." It possessed considerable interest, and Twistle was soon lost in its details. It ran as follows: The moon, with her train of glittering satellites following with silent grandeur in her wake, is sailing in lustrous glory through the heavens, and shedding such a flood of light over the face of nature, that the mountains and trees look as if some mighty hand had tinted them with silver. Our scene is a rocky pass amidst the stupendous Apennines, one of the wildest and yet most beautiful of that romantic region. At the foot of a tree, and on a spot on which the rays of the moon fall with all their power, sits a young man, who is evidently watching over what appears to be a dead body that lies prostrate at his feet. His head is resting on his hand, and he is regarding the form before him with mingled fear and determination. Hark! He speaks! What are his words? For full an hour have the rays of yonder luminary poured their radiance upon the ghastly features of my dead master, and yet there is no visible effect. Surely he must have been laboring under some fearful delusion of mind, and the dreadful compact of which he has spoken had existence but in his imagination. I certainly had some little faith in the existence of those scourges to mankind, vampires, but now, I am inclined to think, my faith will be terribly shaken. In God's name, I hope it may. The moon rose higher and higher, until, as she reached her zenith, everything was so bathed in her gentle light that scarcely a shadow was thrown around, save by the tall pines that were scattered here and there upon the face of the rocks. Suddenly there was a movement in the form of the dead man, a spasmodic jerk of the whole muscles of the frame, as if a galvanic battery had been applied to it, and then the eyes slowly opened, though at first there was but little or no expression in them. The young man started to his feet with an exclamation of horror, and stood glaring upon the form with fixed and protruding eyes, his limbs trembling, and every feature distorted with mental agony. "Holy Mother of God!" he murmured in a low tone. "He moves! He moves! The terrible compact is too true!" At this moment, though there was not the slightest appearance of a cloud in the whole heavens, mutterings of thunder were heard, and the lightning was seen playing around the tree-tops with a pale and sickly glare. The young man, so intensely was his attention fixed upon the corpse at the foot of the tree, did not notice this phenomena, and he was at length horrified at beholding a ball of blue fire dart from the air and glide into the ground immediately at the head of him whom he had named as his master. Then there was a loud explosion and a glare of light so broad and strong that the watcher of the dead was obliged to veil his eyes with his hands, and he could scarcely tell for some moments whether he was deprived of his sight or not. When he opened his eyes again, it was with a start of surprise, for before him, with his arms folded on his breast, and regarding him with a calm and untroubled countenance, stood his master, while the moonlight streamed out upon the landscape, and as great a silence as when he lay in death upon the ground reigned around. "Oh, Señor," he at length stammered in broken tones, My vigil has been one of the most terrible. Silence, Spalatro, said the resuscitated one in a deep and hollow voice. Silence! Not a word, now or henceforth, must pass your lips respecting what you have seen tonight. Breathe but a syllable of what I am to a human being, and naught on earth shall hide you from my vengeance. Spalatro bowed before his master in obedience, while his frame gave a shudder of horror as he regarded the deathly appearance that still lingered in the signor's features. Spalatro, resumed the signor after a slight pause, you have rendered me great and faithful service, and your reward has been proportionate. But there is yet another service which I would seek at your hands. The Lady Oriana, for the possession of whom the Signor Fracatti and I have fought, and for whose sake I received the wound which deprived me for a time of life, is at Florence, and at present ignorant of the mishap that befell me. The Signor Fracatti and yourself are the only persons who are aware of it. He will carry to Florence the news of my death, and, on my reappearance before the Lady Oriana, what tale can I invent to satisfy her? No, no, he must not reach Florence. He must never look upon the Lady Oriana again. You, Spalatro, wear a poniard. You have a powerful hand, and you know well where to strike. Rid me of this hated rival, and wealth shall be yours. Spalatro stood rooted to the spot while the signor spoke, and an expression of mingled horror and disgust crossed his countenance as the latter proceeded. When the signor had concluded, he stepped a pace or two back, and in a tone full of indignation said, Signor Waldberg, I am no assassin. My poniard is yet guiltless of shedding human blood. I saw you receive what was thought to be a mortal wound in honorable combat with the Signor Fracatti, and in these arms I beheld you sink in death. You had extorted from me a promise that after a certain lapse of time I would convey your body to this vast solitude, and lay it where the moonbeams should fall upon it, for that then life should once more revisit you. All this I have done, and faithfully. I feared to fail in my promise, for I knew the penalty you would pay if you failed to fulfill the conditions of your compact. But, Signor, I am now no longer bound to you. You have commenced a fresh existence, which you would baptize with blood. You have passed the portals of death, and I will no longer serve you. I will seek another service and another master, who will require less at my hands, though his pay may be lighter. Farewell, Signor, and better thoughts to you. Spalatro turned upon his heel as he spoke, and with a hasty wave of his hand was leaving the spot, when the signor drew a pistol from a belt that was fastened round his waist, and exclaiming, He knows too much respecting me to be suffered to live, fired it full at the head of the young man. The latter uttered a yell of agony which echoed loudly amid the awful silence, and fell lifeless on the earth. When the smoke from the pistol had cleared away, that lonely spot was deserted save by the body of Spalatro, whose blood, streaming upon the ground, reflected the moonbeams with a dull red glare. When the morning sun broke over the mountain tops, its rays fell upon the form of the still insensible Spalatro. It was but seldom that any footsteps, save those of the wolf or the goat, left their impress on those rocks, and it was almost a miracle that the body of the unfortunate man was not left a prey to the former. About an hour after daybreak, the bells of a string of mules were heard in the distance, accompanied by the cheerful song of the muleteer. A short time sufficed to bring the cavalcade to the spot where lay the body of Spalatro, and the muleteer, with a cry of alarm, brought his train to a stop. Finding that life still remained, the humane mountaineer raised him from the ground, placed him across one of the mules, and then hastened forward to the next inn, which, however, was at some miles' distance. On arriving there, he found that the only apartment was occupied by a signor and his daughter, who, however, when the condition of the wounded man was made known to them, instantly relinquished it to him, and, after seeing his wounds looked to, ascertained that no mortal result was to be feared, and giving orders that he should want for no attention that money could procure, they pursued their journey. It was many weeks before Spalatro recovered, and when he did regain his strength, he learned, with a feeling of deep gratitude, that the lady who had been so instrumental in his recovery was no other than the Signora Oriana. In an instant a vow was upon his lips that he would save her from the power of the fearful monster whose only mission now on earth seemed but to destroy the most beautiful of nature's creation. With this purpose fixed in his mind, he he one morning bid adieu to the residents of the little inn, and set off on his self-imposed errand. Some days after the scene we have described as occurring on that lonely mountain pass, a report reached Florence, where the Signora Oriana was then staying with her father, that the Signor Fracatti had met his death at the hands of a bravo, and that his body had been discovered stabbed in innumerable places. The grief of Oriana was intense, for she held the Signor in great estimation, and she would have had but little hesitation in bestowing upon him her hand, if her father's consent could but have been gained to the union. Signor Vivaldi, however, had been captivated by the great wealth, personal appearance, and captivating manners of the Signor Waldberg, and he had fixed his mind upon him becoming the husband of his daughter. Weeks passed away, and the memory of the murdered Fracatti was gradually fading from the mind of Oriana. The respectful yet warm attention of Waldberg won upon a young and innocent heart that had always felt a slight esteem for him, and as she knew that her father's happiness in a great measure depended upon her consent to the union, it was at length given with a freedom that brought joy to the old man's heart. It was arranged that the ceremony should take place at a chateau belonging to Waldberg, in the neighborhood of Lucca, whither it was resolved at once to proceed, and for this purpose Signor Vivaldi and his daughter, accompanied by Waldberg, left Florence for that city. As they were passing through the gates, a monk, with his cowl drawing carefully over his face, stepped hastily up to the carriage window, and, thrusting a letter into the hands of Oriana, as hastily disappeared. With some surprise she opened it and read it, and then a paleness overspread her countenance, and she sank back in her seat, almost insensible. Her father snatched the paper from her trembling hand, and hastily glancing over its contents, with a look of anger handed it to the Signor Waldberg. "See, Signor, what some meddling fool, envious of your happiness, has done to alarm my daughter's fears. Does he deem us so grossly superstitious as to believe in such children's tales?" The Signor took the paper, which he found to run thus: "Signora, a grateful heart warns you. Wed not the murderer of Fracatti. Wed not him who, once returned from death to life, seeks but your hand to provide a victim for the purpose of prolonging a hateful existence. If you despise this warning, at any rate postpone the ceremony but for 7 days from hence, and then his power of injuring you will have departed from him." "Do you know the writer, Signor?" asked Vivaldi. "It is evidently the handwriting of a servant of mine, whom I dismissed for insolence some few weeks since," returned Waldberg, a shade of vexation evidently passing across his brow. "And he now takes this means of endeavoring to obtain his revenge, but I will take means of having him punished." They now endeavored to soothe the agitation of Oriana, but the incident seemed to have taken a firm hold upon her imagination, and in spite of all their efforts she found it impossible to shake off the effect it had upon her. The chateau, the place of their destination, was at length reached. Preparations were instantly commenced for the celebration of the marriage, which was to take place, by the Signor Waldberg's express desire, on the 6th day from that on which they had left Florence. As the day drew near, the spirits of Oriana grew gradually depressed, and a slight feeling of dread seemed to steal over her, whenever she found herself in the presence of her lover. Her father questioned her as to its cause, and then she confessed that the mysterious warning she had received preyed deeply on her mind. It might be a superstitious weakness, but she could not repress it, and she requested her father, however reluctant he might be, to consent to put it off for at least another day. The entreaties of his daughter, though he laughed at her fears, prevailed upon the old man, and he gave his consent to her request. But when he mentioned the alteration in time to Waldberg, the countenance of the latter underwent a complete change to the hue of death. No prayer, however, could prevail upon the old man to recall his consent to his daughter's wish, and the Signor departed evidently in a state of the greatest despair. That night the Signora Oriana was missing from her chamber, and though the strictest search was made for her, not the least trace of her presence could be found. The grief of the father and the lover knew no bounds, and there seemed to be no hope of consolation for them. It is the night of the 6th day, that day against which Oriana had been so mysteriously warned. In a large vault, far beneath the chateau, and lighted by innumerable torches, that threw a red and smoky glare around, stood the beautiful Oriana and the Signor Waldberg. The former was pale as marble, and an expression of the most intense despair was upon her countenance. The Signor, resolved that she should become his wife before the expiration of the 6 days, had torn her from her chamber, and immured her in that fearful place, with the hope of forcing her to become his bride. But Oriana revolted at such usage, and feeling more convinced than ever that the warning she had received had its foundation in truth, had resisted alike his persuasions and his threats. The hour of midnight was fast approaching, and before an altar that stood at one end of the vault was an old and venerable priest with an open book in his hand. Waldberg drew Oriana towards him, and forced her to kneel at the foot of the altar. She entreated, she supplicated, she appealed to the priest. His only answer was a solemn shake of the head, and then he proceeded to read the marriage ceremony. Waldberg took her hand, but she suddenly flung it from her and uttered the most piercing screams that echoed fearfully amidst those cavernous places. Still the priest read on, and despite her emotion and her agony of terror, Waldberg regarded her with a cold and determined gaze. "Faster, faster," he muttered to the priest, "or all will be lost," and he glanced anxiously around the vault. At the moment, striking fearfully on the silence, came the sound of the turret clock telling the hour of midnight. On the first stroke, the most fearful sounds the human ear ever listened to filled the place. Strange, indefinite shadows flitted around, filling the air with a rushing sound, as if of mighty wings. The altar changed to a heap of human bones, the priest to a ghastly skeleton. Then came darkness, terrible and distinct, and Oriana swooned upon the damp floor. When she recovered, she found that day had broken, and the sunlight was streaming upon her face, while her father and the young man whom she had seen wounded at the inn in the mountains were stooping over her in alarm. The inhabitants of the chateau had been alarmed in the dead of the night by a terrific storm, which had thrown into ruins a part of the castle, and a vast chasm had been made in the foundations, disclosing the vaults, the existence of which had been until then unknown. Beneath the rich vestments of Waldberg, and lying in a heap on the ground, were the remains of a human skeleton, all that was now left of the guilty being who had thus paid the penalty for failing in complying with the conditions of the fearful compact into which he had entered with the unholy powers of darkness. It was many months before the mind of Oriana recovered its strength, and when it did, she entered a convent of Ursuline nuns, and endeavored to forget, in the consolations of religion, the fearful trial she had undergone. Twistle laid down the book which he had been reading, and fell into a strange kind of musing, in which the vampire, Waldberg, and the East India colonel were strangely mixed up together. From his reverie he was awakened by a rap at the street door, and then, in a few minutes afterwards, Mrs. Merideth entered the room, exclaiming, "Well, Mr. Twistle, you always come in luck's way." "Indeed," said Mr. Twistle, involuntarily thinking of what he had that morning undergone, as well as what he went through a day or two before, and for the life of him he saw not what might be called luck, unless it was that species known as ill luck. "Yes, Mr. Twistle, you are. You've just come in time to hear the news." "What news, ma'am? What news? If you'll be pleased to enlighten me upon that subject, I shall be better able to understand what you allude to." "Why, you see, the colonel has been so pressing, that my daughter has been induced to name the day. Yes, Mr. Twistle, she has named the day. Not a distant day, either. He begged and entreated you don't know how hard, which, at least, shows how much he meant it." "Well, truly it is news, Mrs. Merideth," said the attorney, "but at the same time it is just what I expected, though not just at this juncture. The fact is, there is but little can be said against Colonel Deverill, but at the same time there will be but little said for him. I am by no means sure that there will be any property found. If he were a man of money, he would not hesitate to lay his circumstances open." "He is too proud for that." "Well, it may be all very well to attribute it to that cause. However that may be, there can be no doubt you have a right to do as you please, and I bow to your decision. But still I do so, having expressed my opinion to the contrary, being very suspicious of him. But, as I said before, you are entitled to do what you please in the affair. I have no right to do more. My daughter and I have been considering the matter over and over again, and we have come to the conclusion that it should take place, and she has consented that it should take place in about 10 days' time, when we shall expect to have your company, Mr. Twistle." I am obliged to you, and assure you my opinions upon this matter are not at all personal. I will meet the Colonel, and I will be present with you all on that happy occasion with much pleasure, and I hope it will be a fortunate and happy marriage." "I hope so too," said Mrs. Merideth, "and I have every reason to believe so." "That is good," said the attorney. "And now, Mr. Twistle," said Mrs. Merideth, "what did you do this morning at the South Sea House? I could not send to you as early as I could have wished, as I did not know he was going till the coach was ordered, and he went away almost immediately. I then sent Mary to you. I don't know at what time she came to you, but at all events she was not back here until late." "She must have got to my place in good time, if she only started after the Colonel had left this house," said the attorney. "I am very glad of that, at all events, but what success did you have?" "Success indeed," said Mr. Twistle with a shrug of mortification. "I have only succeeded in getting myself into a very serious difficulty, and the Colonel has eluded me again. I can't understand it all. I don't know what to think, but I am sure of this, that I have been in a series of disasters ever since I undertook to follow him about, and I have discovered nothing concerning him." "What has happened to you today, then?" inquired Mrs. Merideth. "Oh, as for that, what seems to be but natural in itself, and therefore it may be said not to be connected with him. Indeed, though that were really the case, yet there is so much concurrent action, I cannot divest myself of the idea that it is a fatal affair as far as regards looking after him." "Then don't do so any more, Mr. Twistle." "I'll never give in," said Twistle. "Well, but what need you trouble yourself more about the affair? I assure you we're all well satisfied that Colonel Deverill is Colonel Deverill, and that he had property. That being the case, I am sure you have nothing to trouble yourself about, or to blame yourself for." "I am conscious of that," said the attorney, rubbing his knee. "I have done all I can, and I have given my advice. I hope I have done my part." "Yes, you have," said Mrs. Merideth. "I am quite satisfied. But what has happened to you?" "I will tell you, my dear madam, I will tell you. I have been assaulted, knocked about, robbed, and my faculties all confused, and no use to me. I have lost my handkerchief, watch, and purse, and I have had my trousers ripped open, and I can't tell what besides. I am safe, however." "Well, that is right at all events, but it is most annoying to me that you should be subject to these terrible accidents. I can't understand the meaning of it." "I can't," said the attorney. "But why should you, more than anyone else, be subject to these misfortunes? I can't understand it at all, Mr. Twistle. Perhaps you do something or other unusual on such occasions, which had been the cause of such terrible trouble." "Not that I am aware of," said Twistle. "But the fact is, I don't know of anything peculiar in my appearance or behavior that should cause this disaster. But I am sure of this, that there is nothing more singular about me than what there usually is, and why it should only attract notice on these occasions and no other, I cannot tell." "Nor I. Well, I suppose it must have been there was some other circumstance, independent alike of him and you, that had caused this disagreeable affair." "Perhaps there might be." "Well now, Mr. Twistle, there's another affair I wish to speak to you about, or rather, it's a thing my daughter Margaret should speak to your daughter Elizabeth and Miss Martha about. You see, as they are not very often together, I thought it right to speak to you first." "Yes, ma'am, go on, pray." "Well, my Margaret is to be married in a few days. Now, we don't want relatives at all, and I was advising her to beg your permission to have the two young ladies whom I have named as bridesmaids, and who will be of essential service to my daughter. I have no doubt but they will feel very much gratified with the proposal, and one could not have been better devised than this one to please them. Then will you invite them to come here and spend the evening with Margaret and yourself, Mr. Twistle, the first evening you find leisure and inclination?" "Well, I have destroyed today so far as a business day by drinking brandy and water early, and I may as well finish it in an agreeable manner." "That is very good. We shall expect you to tea this evening." "You may," said Twistle, "if you are not otherwise engaged. I may as well do all that is necessary so as to have as little to do, by and by, as possible. Has the Colonel come home?" "No, not yet. I did not expect him to come home so soon as this, but he will be back in a very short time now, I dare say." "Then I will bid you good bye, for it will be unnecessary to meet him in this plight. Indeed, he might think I paid him no respect to do so, and besides, it will be better, altogether, that he should not see me so soon, lest he should have caught sight of me in the city, which indeed I think wholly impossible, for I only had a distant glimpse of him. Then good-bye, sir. I shall see you and the young ladies, both my daughter and her friend Martha. Mr. Twistle arose, and left the house to return to his own house, and get his daughter prepared for the visit, and her friend also, while Mrs. Merideth and her daughter Margaret consulted together as to what would be the best method of doing honor to the occasion of the forthcoming marriage. "You see, my dear," said Mrs. Merideth, "we cannot very well invite our own friends, because they are such a greedy, rapacious set. They would sooner spoil a good chance for us than let us have it unmolested. They are by far too greedy. No, no, they must not come. They will think themselves injured if they cannot share the harvest. And all will be lost. To be sure, and moreover, we could not shake them off when we wanted, and which we must do very soon, for the Colonel will never abide them. No, Ma, I think not indeed. They are decidedly low people, who are genteel only of a Sunday. It will never do to have such people about us." "Oh dear, no." "Here is the Colonel come back. See if that girl has got the water hot. He will like his tea early. I am quite sure he hasn't got it ready. What a provoking girl that is, to be sure. She does nothing all day. I must get rid of her." "Yes, but she is very ugly." "That is one great recommendation in her favor," said Mrs. Merideth. "One very great recommendation. It ensures domestic peace, to say the least of it, and there's not so many followers usually. Now, however, we must do the best until we have money. But here he is." At that moment the Colonel entered the house, and proceeded at once to the drawing-room, having first divested himself of his hat and cloak in the passage. Upstairs was a good fire and an easy-chair, with ottomans for his feet, and a comfortable, well-furnished apartment it was. Mrs. Merideth followed him up, and entered the room after him to inquire what he would like done next, and with her assistance he took his boots off and put on a pair of splendid slippers, and reposed with a groan of satisfaction on the chair. "I think, Mrs. Merideth," he said, "that the best thing I can have will be some tea. Where is Margaret? When she is at liberty, I wish to see and speak to her." "She will be here in a few moments, Colonel," said Mrs. Merideth. "I will send her to you." "No hurry for a few moments," said the Colonel. "Something about the jewels, I'll be sworn," said Mrs. Merideth to herself. "I wonder what he has in that parcel. A present, I dare say." Mrs. Merideth sought Margaret, and related what the Colonel said, with his desire to see her, and that young lady at once proceeded to the drawing-room. "Oh, my dear Margaret," said Colonel Deverill, "I see you are pleased to see I have returned. Your very eyes tell me so. Come here to me, dearest." "Ah, my looks, I am afraid, say too much." "Not at all, not at all," said the Colonel. "I love to see them, especially when I know they are sincere. When they come from the heart, you know. I love to see innocent and heartfelt satisfaction beaming from such a face as yours." "Oh, Colonel, you are really too complimentary. Not that I think you don't mean what you say, but your partiality is too great to allow you to judge as a stranger would." "I do not desire to judge as a stranger would. It does not give me any satisfaction. To look upon you with the eyes of a lover is a privilege I most desire, and very soon with those of a husband, and then my happiness will be complete. How I long for the days and the hours to fly by! They cannot go too fast now. By and by they may pass as slowly as you please. That done, then I am quite content, because I shall pass them happily, rapturously. Ah, you are so kind-hearted, so good, that I can never repay you. Do not seek to do so. You will only make me the heavier in debt. But come, there is a small parcel, with a few trinkets I have purchased. The jewels I spoke of are in hand, and they will be ready in time for our marriage. Nay, do not think about them. Do not disturb yourself, Colonel. I am quite content if I am dressed as befits the occasion, but I am really obliged to you for your present, whatever it may be, and I may as well tell you, I have thought, indeed I have said as much. I should like to have a couple of female friends to visit me on that occasion." "Yes, my dear, you may depend upon it. I shall be the more happy when I know you are so too. But no matter, ask whom you please. As far as I am able, I will make them welcome and happy. I suppose, however, you are alluding to your bridesmaids." "I am," said Margaret. "I shall be most happy to see them, or any friend you may desire," added the Colonel. "And will you have no one on the occasion?" inquired Margaret. "Won't you have somebody to keep you in countenance upon the occasion?" No, said the colonel, I shall not. I have no friends with whom I am intimate enough, that I know of, at this present moment. There may be people in London with whom I have been in India intimate with, but I do not know for certain. But time and accident will turn up old friends, and I have not the desire to seek them. But if we must have someone, I do not know whether Mr. Twistle would not do quite as well, if he would come, and your mother had no objection. I am sure she would not. Mr. Twistle was an old friend of my father's, and consequently he would be no stranger at all to the family. Besides, it is his daughter and her friend Martha that I have invited upon this occasion. Have I done wrong? Not at all. It could not have happened better. I am sure they must be very worthy people, and any one whom you please, or they know, that you feel disposed to invite, do so, with the confidence that whatever pleases you on the occasion will please me. At that moment there was an alarming rapping at the door, which caused them to pause a few moments. Then they continued their conversation until the servant announced to Miss Meredith that Miss Twistle, her papa, and her friend Martha were come. End of chapter 139 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 14 February 2010. Happy Valentine's Day. Chapter 140 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 140. A Pleasant Evening, The Bridesmaids. I know how that is, said Margaret, before she left the drawing-room. That was through my ma. I dare say she has invited them to take tea with her tonight. I should not at all wonder about that. I have not seen them for some time. They keep a great deal at home, and visit but little. They are playful, homely girls, but good-hearted, and that is why I prefer them to more fashionable friends, whose goodness of heart I cannot rely upon. They are insincere. You are very right, but you will, I hope, let me see your friends, and unless you have family matters to speak of, perhaps you will take tea up here with me. I shall be all alone if you do not. So, you see, I am speaking from selfish motives. But do not think I shall be at all hurt if you do not see fit to accept the invitation for them. I will accept it for them cheerfully, and shall be much surprised if they do not do so too, said Margaret, as she walked towards the door, and then left the apartment, to proceed first to her own room, and there to examine her present, before she sought the visitors to give them their invitation. The parcel contained some handsome laces and other matters, beautiful and expensive, such things as she could wear and excite the envy of others, which was, of all things, and usually is of women in general, the most enchanting thing in all the world, and gives intense gratification. After admiring for a moment or two the beauties of the laces, she could not help involuntarily exclaiming, "This will be beautiful, so very becoming, and so much above anything else that can be brought by my bridesmaids. I shall be a queen amongst them. Indeed, they will but set me off to the utmost advantage. I shall be the glory of the occasion." Having secured her new acquisition from inquisitive eyes by locking it up in her drawers, she returned downstairs, and then entered the parlor, where, truly enough, as she had imagined, there was Mr. Twistle, Miss Twistle, and Miss Martha, all of whom were dressed out for the occasion. There was some truth in what Margaret had said to her mother, that the two intended bridesmaids were not likely to induce anyone to fall in love with them. They were oddities of the first water. Miss Twistle had light brown hair, bushy eyebrows, a straight masculine nose, a mouth that turned up on one side, and one of her eyes had a gentle inclination to gaze at her nose, while her complexion was increased by a vast quantity of sun freckles. Then, as for Miss Martha, she was another beauty of a similar class, hooked nose, with one eye paying undue attention to the auricular organ, while the other was somewhat injured by a blank appearance. Her hair was red, and she was pitted by the smallpox to a fearful extent. Such were the two friends whom Miss Meredith had chosen for bridesmaids, with the laudable view of putting no temptation in the way of the Colonel, which Mrs. Meredith, her mother, most strenuously advised, as she had experience of the men. "My dear Miss Twistle, and you, Martha! Ah, Margaret, God bless me, who could have imagined, above all things, what I have come about? What can you be thinking and doing? Here you've no friends to help you. I see you have done it all yourself. What can you think of people? You have no mercy." "Ay," said Martha, "there's no doing anything while you are about. No one else has a chance, but you must tell us all about it." "Yes, yes, I will tell you all about it, and more than that, you shall see the Colonel, if you please." "That is what we should like above all things." "Oh, it is a colonel, then, a rich Indian colonel. Upon my word, you will have to be presented at court next." "You are joking me now. Well, never mind, I shall joke you some of these days. You may depend upon that. My turn will come next, and then I won't forget you. But seriously, there are more unlikely things may come to pass than that." "Well, now, I dare say. Who would have thought of that, now? But then, you are so lucky, you see. Only think what might have been the case if the Colonel had been a young man. Why, he might become as great a man as the Marquis of Granby. Why, you'd have been a marchioness then. Why, bless my heart, how things do come about!" "Well, you had better come up to the drawing room," said Margaret, "and see the Colonel, who is waiting tea for us all. Come, Ma." "Yes, my dear, I am ready. Mr. Twistle, will you come?" "If you please," said Mr. Twistle, "if you please. We shall now soon have the pleasure of seeing an end to this affair, for, as it is to come off, why, when it is over, it will be all the better. Expectation is always a time of uncertainty and anxiety, at least to most people." "So it is, Mr. Twistle, so it is, and I am not without my share of it, for in the first place human life is short, and circumstances may alter cases. So I am anxious to see it over, and offer no impediment in the way of the completion of the marriage." "Certainly, you are quite right. Having made up your mind to permit the marriage to take place, why, the sooner the better." They were all now introduced to the Colonel, who was very polite and courtly, which in some degree embarrassed the young ladies, who were compelled to put on, as they expressed it, their best behavior, and so did not become quite so familiar. However, that did not spoil the harmony of the meeting, for the young ladies considered there was more respect paid to them, and the less they were able to appreciate the politeness with which they were treated, the more they believed themselves honored. They were well enough pleased, and the conversation turned upon various matters, while Mr. Twistle was uncommonly attentive to the Colonel. Indeed, he watched him most narrowly, every turn and every expression, as if he were resolved to ascertain, by constant surveillance, whether there was any foundation for his half-inspired doubts respecting him, and also as to whether it were possible that he could have had any hand in the disasters which he had on two several occasions suffered. But yet he could see nothing, nothing at all that gave him the slightest pretext for persisting in his suspicion. He appeared the same easy, careless individual, who would not trouble himself to consider whether he was watched or not, or whether his actions were the subject of other people's thoughts, or whether they were unnoticed. It mattered nothing to him. "It is singular," he muttered to himself, "very singular, how it could all happen by accident, and only at moments when I was watching him. I can't tell, and yet the occurrences were of that character. To another they would seem wholly unconnected, and I am unable to connect them save by fancy. But he looks not a very old man, but rather like one who has the full use of his faculties. He is singularly pale, to be sure, and yet at times he does not appear so old, nor does his arm and leg seem quite so bad at others. Perhaps it varies according to circumstance, weather, the moon, or unforeseen changes." He remained cogitating very quietly by himself. He was thoughtful, and could by no means divest himself of the idea that there was something more than common about the colonel. "He don't seem so blind with that eye as he might," he muttered. "But there is no use calculating about an Indian. They have got such luxurious habits and fancies, that if he fancies one of his eyes is in any degree weak, he will wear a shade for its preservation. Well, he is entitled to do so, but he ain't so old as they imagine. And that will be no detriment to him or to them. So much the better, unless they reckon upon the colonel's death, which would hardly be an object to them, seeing that it could bring them no more. Indeed, it would diminish their income. But he is a tall man now, and if he did not stoop so much, would yet be a fine man." These thoughts passed through his mind time after time during the whole evening, while the colonel himself was at times conversing in the most refined and courtly language, and doing much towards amusing them with anecdotes of the places he had seen and the battles he had fought. "You would be surprised," he said, "to hear that, in India, there are places so cold that they more resemble the polar regions than Central Asia, of which we only used to think of as being one of the hottest regions in the world, filled with wild animals and numerous serpents." "Certainly we hear more of that than anything else, the yellow fever, the cholera, and all these kinds of things caused by exposure to heat." "So they are, but it is only in the plains, and not on the high tablelands and mountains, where you gradually meet with more temperate climates, many of which equal northern Europe for salubrity, and further up you come to frozen regions." "Indeed, that is a phenomenon." "Oh dear no, the altitude of the plain and the exposure make the sole difference. I remember once I was sent with some other regiments to chastise some of the hill tribes." "Under whom was that?" inquired the attorney. "General Walker," returned the colonel. "He was a very able general, and we performed some extraordinary marches under him, as well as some service." "Oh, indeed," said the attorney. "What might have taken place?" "I will tell you an incident that did take place, and not relate more scenes of carnage that we passed through in the execution of our duty than shall be actually necessary. We had, on one occasion, to storm a city, on another a fortified town. It was strong, and well protected by nature and art. Well, we arrived there, and the gates were closed against us. Guns were brought to bear, and men appeared on the walls. We expected, of course, a sharp time of it, and being only the advance guard, we halted for the main body to come up with us, and, after having summoned the garrison to surrender, we put posts and watchers for the night, not expecting to do anything upon that occasion. Nor did we expect the main body up with us till the middle of the next day, they having sent word on to me that they would not be up in consequence of some accident to some part of the train, which would have to be repaired. But a portion of the troops would advance a stage nearer to me in case of an accident, upon which I could retire for support, or send to them to come up as the exigencies of the moment should most require. But they did not anticipate any movement at all. Nor did we. The fact was, we had made a forced march of it, and had got over more ground than we had expected, and our main body did not think we should have been so near the scene of action as we were. However, a council of war was held amongst the officers, and it was resolved that we should attempt nothing without the assistance of our comrades, as the place was very strong, as I have before told you. Well, sir, half the night was over, and we lay fast asleep, having had a hard, very hard day's work of it, so hard that we could sleep sound on the bare earth. We were all suddenly awakened by a loud explosion, which shook the very earth under us, and upon starting up, and rushing out of our tents, we saw the earth and air illumined by the explosion of, as we afterwards learned, and guessed at the moment, one of the enemy's powder magazines. In another minute we found there were plenty of falling missiles, with the debris of the magazine and the mangled corpses of the men who were near it. There was an instant order to muster the men. Everybody knew what was meant. They were all ready in a few moments. Indeed, we slept by our arms, fully accoutred, so it did not take long to be ready for action. We were ordered to form in divisions and bodies, and as there was ample breach made by the explosion there, I was ordered to mount the breach and enter the town for the purpose of assault. We did this. We marched down upon the breach after some difficulties, and were fairly in it, but had our commanding officer known any of the difficulties, he would not have incurred the responsibility of ordering us to advance, for the ruins we had to scramble over were dreadful, and had there been light, we could every one have been picked off by the enemy. Darkness was our friend, and we got into the town with a comparatively trifling loss, and when our men got together they began to tell a tale, for their volleys were well directed upon the enemy, who were drawn up in masses, and whose fire directed ours. We were not completely exposed to their fire, for the same objects that exposed our men, as they were surmounted before reaching the enemy, protected them from immense volleys of musketry. However, we carried the point, and at that moment another explosion took place in some other part of the town, which illumined all around for a moment or two, and then came masses of bricks and stones and timber, killing friend and foe. For a while we were staggered. We did not know what to think of this affair. We knew not whether we had an enemy to fight, or even where he was. We were completely at a standstill. But this did not last long. The defenders fled, and left us masters of the field. We remained under arms all that night, till daylight. Glad were we indeed when daylight came. We were fatigued, so much so that our men could scarcely stand in the ranks. Then parties were sent out to look after the wounded, who had been left in all imaginable situations. It was at such a moment that I was discovered my leg was shattered by a musket bullet. And you lay bleeding all night? Yes, not exactly bleeding, for I had some sense left to me to bind a ligature over the wound to stop the effusion of blood, which would have killed me in a very short time. However, there was no necessity to lose my leg, but it has made me permanently lame. I see you are so, sir, said Twistle. But do you never feel it worse at some times than at others? Yes, I do. There are times when I do not know that I have received a hurt at all, but sometimes I suffer a little, and am a little more lame in consequence. It was fortunate, said Twistle. It was your leg, for it might have been your head, you know, and that would have been a death blow to your fortune. Yes, said the colonel mildly. I might have been killed, as you observe, but at the same time I should have done my duty, which in these cases is all we look to. I might have saved a better man, who had a wife and family. I had none. Conversation now ran on the forthcoming event, and Mr. Twistle was invited by the colonel, and the whole party were well satisfied with each other, and parted very good friends, with the promise of meeting again before the propitious morning which was to unite the fates of Margaret Meredith and Colonel Deverill. End of chapter 140. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 25 February 2010.
Chapter number 141 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 141. A New Character. Miss Twistle's Visitor. The Invitations. Nothing could exceed the smoothness and easiness of the course of things in the wooing of Margaret Meredith. All things appeared so well ordered. People were all of one mind, and it is needless to say that the young lady was elated. She was elated, and we might not be out of the way in saying she was elated overmuch, and knew not how to keep the exhibition of her joy within proper bounds. She could not help showing she was to be the lady of a colonel. Mrs. Meredith, too, was well pleased. What could she do but feel proud at the change that was about to take place? She would go to watering places in the summer, and remain in town during the winter. They would lead a very fashionable life. They would be of the elite, and all their acquaintances would be compelled to cut, or at the most only speak to them when they were unseen by any others. It is astonishing how a change of circumstances produces a change in our habits and feelings. How it happens that those who were considered respectable acquaintances suddenly become the objects of our aversion, and we begin to devise all sorts of methods for evading recognition, or of speaking to them when we can avoid it. This arises merely from a change in one's circumstances, which causes us to look for something much beyond what we have been used to, but unfortunately it brings ingratitude often in the train of its consequence. "My dear," said Mrs. Merideth to her daughter Margaret, "we really cannot know the people at the corner house over the way who invited us to their parties." "Oh dear, no, we cannot think of it, but we must get rid of them in the best way we can. You see, they will not be quite the thing for us when we come to have our change of circumstances, you may depend upon it. It will become necessary to weed one's acquaintance." "Yes, that must be done," said Mrs. Merideth, "and the sooner we set about it the better. For the more intimate we continue now, the more trouble will there be of getting rid of them afterwards." "Certainly we need not accept their invitation for tonight." "Oh dear, no! I have dismissed the whole affair from my mind, and there is no need even of thinking of it any more. I shall not even think of sending them an answer. The consequence will be they will be angry, and expect we shall go and apologize; and when they find we don't, but that we try to get rid of them, they will be baffled, and the whole affair is settled." "That is a very good plan, my dear. Then you know there are the Morgans. We must positively get rid of them. It will never do to have those young men hanging about. The Colonel would do something dreadful, to say the least of it. Why, he would shoot them, and perhaps have a separation. Who knows? But then I should be entitled to a maintenance." "You would, my dear, but unfortunately you well know that you have no property, and that, added to an early separation, would put it in his power to offer you and compel your acceptance of a very small sum, which he may pay as he pleases, weekly, monthly, or quarterly." "I see, Ma, but we will run no risk of that kind of thing. Moreover, there would be those girls. They would be a nuisance, hanging about the Colonel." "No doubt, and the cause of unhappiness in the extreme. Better to leave all such people. You are a great deal better without them. Why, I can tell you what, you will be at no loss of company or acquaintances. You will find they will be sure to spring up. Property is sure to enable you to choose those whom you will have, and whom you will not. The reason is obvious enough. Moreover, like loves like, you know, and people with means soon find out people who have none." "Yes, Ma, and those who have plenty, besides a colonel and a man of rank and standing, and everybody knows that a colonel in the India service is a rich man, and that would bring us all into the best society. Only think of my going to Bath, Bristol, and Brighton in their seasons. Of course we couldn't keep company with people who can't afford to go to some fashionable place at least once in a year." "Oh dear, no. Certainly not, my dear. But there is no need of our troubling ourselves about that matter. We shall go only when the Colonel goes, and we shan't be seen without him, and he'll be a constraint upon them, and therefore, where they find themselves uncomfortable, they will not come again." "That will be a very good plan, for it will appear as their own faults. But at the same time I do not trust to that upon all occasions. It might fail, and then we should have to take some unpleasant steps to get rid of them, which is certainly easily done, but unpleasant." "Yes, yes, certainly," replied the mother; and then suddenly, as a knock and ring came upon the door, Margaret said, "Dear me, who is that? I hope none of these people whom I have been speaking about. It will be a dreadful nuisance to all, especially when I am to be married in 3 days more." "You needn't be seen, Margaret. I'll see them. Do, Ma, and I'll go upstairs. But let's hear who it is first. Who comes to-day?" At that moment she heard the door open, and her own name pronounced, and at once knew the speaker, and said to her mother, "Oh, Ma, 'tis Miss Twistle, my bridesmaid. What an infliction! But then I must see her. She has come, I suppose, to consult me about some new gown, or the way in which she and her friend will have their hair done up on the occasion. Nothing more important, I dare say." "Very well, my dear, they had better come in. Send them in, pray," she added to the servant. "Oh, Miss Twistle, how glad we are to see you!" "Now, really," said Miss Twistle, "how kind you are! For I am sure you speak the truth. Oh, Margaret, don't you feel all of a flutter?" "I don't, indeed. I am very comfortable. I hope you are all quite well. Don't put yourself out of the way on this occasion. You need not, I assure you." "Oh, I have got my pa to give us new gowns and some lace. But I did not mean to tell you that. I and Martha had agreed that that should be a secret between us, that we should not say anything about it to anyone, but surprise you on your wedding morning. Ah, you really have been at a great deal of trouble and expense about this affair, I am sure. You really must not think I wish you to do all this. I really don't know how to scold you enough, for I shall be dressed very plainly indeed. Oh, but then you are the bride. We ain't, you know, and that makes the difference. Besides which, we have a visitor come up to London to see us. Indeed, some young gentleman, I suppose, whose heart you want to run away with, and so have another wedding, and upon your own account this time. And perhaps you are helping Miss Martha to a husband. What is he, a physician or a divine? Neither. But I will tell you he is only an old man. An old man! What a sweetheart you have chosen, to be sure! But I dare say you have your reason as well as other people. But have you known him long? No, we haven't done so. But the fact is, Pa and he have had some business together, and they are very much in each other's company. He's a man, however, of great rank, though a very odd man to talk to, I assure you, but a man of rank and property. Indeed! Oh, tell me, what is he, a lord? Well, he is not much short of it, and he is higher than a great many lords, I assure you. Why, he is no less than an admiral, only I wasn't to say anything about it. Oh, will he be with you when my marriage takes place? Yes, he will, and I wanted to know, as he will be much with my father, and as a visitor, shall we be intruding to bring him here to grace your wedding? Oh, yes, by all means, said Margaret, who thought the presence of an old man could in no way interfere with any of her schemes. Besides, a man of rank such as an admiral would greatly increase the noise of her marriage. Indeed, here was probably a new acquaintance with whom she could be intimate. Besides, it was some one of consequence on her side that the great man was to come, and would, she thought, add some lustre to herself. Well, then, I would not ask him until I had seen you, because it might turn out you would be displeased, and as I have not done so, I cannot tell you whether he will come or not. He's a strange man, and I won't ask him until the night before. Very well, we shall be quite happy to see him. I dare say he'll come if you tell him who's going to be married. Indeed, if he's likely to come, I'll invite a few friends to meet him, but I won't say anything to anybody about it. No, let it be a surprise to them all, and let nobody know whom they are going to meet. That will be delightful, certainly, very delightful. What a surprise it will be to them to be introduced to the Colonel this and Admiral that! I declare I long for the day on account of the confusion that some persons will be in. I must now bid you good-bye, for I've got to call upon my dressmaker to give her some orders. Will you stop and take tea with us? Surely you won't run away? Oh, but I must, said Miss Twistle, and so said Miss Martha, and after much pressing and refusing they parted, and left Margaret filled by other thoughts than those she had so recently held. Ma, she said, after a long pause, do you know what I have been thinking of? No, my dear, I do not. Well, then, it is this, that after all we may as well make a bit of a figure of it for the last time, that we will have some friends who will figure upon that occasion, and no other. What makes you think so, my dear Margaret? Why, you see, Ma, we are likely to have a distinguished visitor, and we may as well have as many as we can. Their number and dresses will look well, and as we shall leave town immediately, I don't see that we shall be at any future time annoyed by their visits. Indeed, it will be retiring from their society after giving them a feast. Well, to be sure, I never thought of that, said her mother. I never thought of it. What shall we do now? How can we provide for so many? Send an order to a pastry cook to provide breakfast for so many, whether they come or not, and then we need trouble ourselves very little about giving them time. If we tell them about the day before, they will have all in readiness for us. Well, well, and as for the expense, it will be of no consequence. None, said Margaret. I shall be able to pay that and others if we owe any. But now comes the job of inviting visitors, and we must only invite those who will make up a show, dress well, and pass off on the occasion for fashionable people. Oh, as for that, there are many people who never had a penny in their lives to call their own, may be very fashionable-looking people, and pass for men of 1,000 a year, to say nothing of a lord looking like a workman, and the like, which is common enough. Then we'll settle it at that point, Ma, and you had better superintend the invitations and the other affair, the breakfast, I mean. Very well, my dear, you know that I have no objection. I have seen such occasions before, and I well know what they ought to be. Therefore you may safely rely upon my judgment in such an affair as that, at least. And about the selection of friends, visitors, I mean. That you may also leave to me," said Mrs. Merideth, "and depend upon it, I will not invite one party whom we shall have cause to say we are sorry they came, though you know every allowance would be made for them by the Colonel or Admiral if he come. By the way, I would not tell the Colonel a word about it, for sometimes the land service hates the sea service, and the latter often laugh at the former, so it will be safest to say nothing. No, Ma, I won't. I didn't intend to do so." Thus both mother and daughter had suddenly changed their views of what was to take place on the day of the intended marriage. They were now resolved they would have as many of their old friends as they could get together upon the occasion, to cause the affair to go off with all the éclat that it was possible. It would be the last ball of the season; that is, it would be the last she ever intended to give them, and that would be the last occasion upon which they would meet. Her respect for Miss Twistle was augmented by the knowledge that she had an admiral for a friend or a visitor, it didn't matter which. Who could tell what might happen? Mightn't Miss Twistle marry an admiral, as ugly as she was, as well as she should a colonel? But there were many reasons why she should. She, too, might have had some means of entangling his heart. Perhaps, after all, she only came there with him for the purpose of showing him off. "At all events," said Margaret to herself, "at all events, he is one that we can keep on terms with, and it will look well to be acquainted with some person of rank. I am, at all events, well pleased it has happened as it has." Mrs. Merideth, on the other hand, appeared to think her daughter's marriage with the Colonel ought to be celebrated by no common rejoicings; that indeed the marriage ought to go off with as much disturbance to the whole neighbourhood as it was possible to make. This could not be better effected than in the manner we have referred to, namely, inviting a number of persons to come and be present at the ceremony, and to take a late breakfast, and to wish the bride joy, to see her depart, and then to lose sight of her, as she hoped, for ever. This purpose Mrs. Merideth ably carried out, and she succeeded in inviting about 2 or 23 persons together, and any person who had a carriage and would come in it was sure of an invitation. That was a passport to the marriage feast. "Well," she muttered to herself, as she reckoned up the number of persons whom she expected to be present upon the occasion, "well, I don't think I have omitted any one who ought to be present, nor have I invited any one who ought not to be here. I shall have a busy day of it, very busy day, but the result is everything. So long as the marriage takes place, and we are really married to an East India colonel, why we shall do there can be no doubt of it." This was a consolatory reflection. There was but little else indeed that could be done. Little indeed. The cook had the orders for the entertainment the next day. They had but little to do in the household with that. Indeed, they had extra hands, lest there should be any need of them, as she would not have anything go wrong upon such an occasion for worlds. But there was one thing that gave her some satisfaction, and that was, Mr. Twistle had not been to them lately to give any doubtful counsels. Ever since she had announced her intention of permitting the marriage to take place, he had not been to express any doubts about the matter, but had been a mere spectator, doing all that was necessary. He had forgotten all objection, and never made one. He was perfectly quiescent, but would now and then look very hard at the Colonel, but that was all. He never discovered anything, and all was smooth and pleasant. End of chapter 141.
Chapter 142 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Floyd Wilde. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 142. The Wedding Morning. Disruption of Harmony and the New Acquaintance. The Conclusion. Accident, strange to say, had taken our old acquaintance, Admiral Bell, to the house of a lawyer, there to transact some business, as well as to lodge at his house. The fact was, the old admiral, hearing that a brother officer was in trouble, one who had shared with him the dangers of the sea and the fight. He came to town to see, himself, what could be done, and finding the affair beyond his comprehension, or at least beyond his power of personal interference, that, in fact, it required the aid of a third party, and that third person must, of necessity, be a lawyer, he determined to employ the man who happened to be conversant with the circumstances of the case, and this was no other than Mrs. Meredith's friend, Twizzle. However, the Admiral's goodwill toward the race who follow the law, not being so great as his philanthropy, he determined to watch every stage of the proceedings, and to permit nothing to be done without his knowledge, and to see that nothing was neglected. Hearing from Mr. Twizzle the affair that was to take place, a sudden crotchet entered his head, that he should like to be present at the ceremony, and he broached it to Mr. Twizzle, who turned to his daughter to ascertain if it were at all possible. That young lady was desirous of shining among her acquaintances, as one who could introduce an admiral, and who did not like the idea of Margaret Meredith being so fine a lady as she now attempted to make herself appear. Indeed, she would have been willing to have assisted in raising her some species of mortification. She felt more than true pleasure in the disaster that would be the cause of such feelings. There was a very general dislike to Miss Margaret Meredith, and the truth was, she was much more than usually arrogant and proud, and took all imaginable methods of vexing and mortifying those around her. But there is little to be said about that. The consent was brought back to the attorney, who felt somewhat elated at it, and communicated it to the Admiral, with some remarks upon the kindness and condescension of the persons who had done him so much honour. This, however, only had the effect of drawing from the Admiral the word swab, and then he became silent, and did not appear to be at all taken aback by the knowledge that an East India colonel was the bridegroom on the occasion, and one of a very large property and singular behaviour. The evening before the marriage was a busy one. The young ladies had to arrange and rearrange all their finery, and the bride herself had the task of seeing how she became her bridal dress, to do an infinity of other little matters, and to contemplate the change that was about to take place in so short a period. A few hours more and she would become a wife. The colonel himself did not in the least fall off in his ardour. He was particularly anxious it should on no account be delayed after the day fixed. A later day he appeared to have the utmost objection to. Indeed, he declared he would do anything if it came but a day or two earlier. However, this was considered impossible, and the young lady was permitted to have her way, though it was expressly stipulated that it should not be an hour after the appointed time, for he declared himself dying with impatience to call her his own. "Now, Ma," said Margaret, as she sat talking to her mother the night before, "now, Ma, I hope you will not give any of these people countenance when I am gone, and throw off their acquaintance. You will be firm on this point for my sake." "I will, my dear," said Mrs. Meredith. "I will. Then when I come back, I shall know more of the colonel's mind about where we shall live and how we shall live. He must let me have something handsome. I have no doubt but that he will. He does not appear to be a close-handed man, quite the reverse, and all things considered, we shall be able to make a very agreeable living out of it." "Why, yes, my dear, I cannot doubt it. He is no doubt a man of property, and can well afford us enough, and some sum as pin money, indeed. He is too liberal now to be otherwise by and by. Perhaps he will keep on this house, and pay for proper domestics, and keep a carriage. What a change it will be for us all, and how the neighbourhood will stare." "Yes, Ma, they will. But suppose we were to reside out of town, we should have our carriage driving into town, as a matter of course, and now and then sleep in town when we made up a party, or went to the theatre." "Yes, my dear. What time shall you see the colonel in the morning?" "Not before I am ready to go." "To church? Well, but you will have some breakfast with him." "No, he will be in his own room, I dare say, till late. He will scarce present himself before the time has come to start. You know his habits. He does not get up very early, and I do not expect to see much alteration. At 11 o'clock we are to be at church. We breakfast at 9, you know, so we shall have time." "Oh, he is sure to be down to breakfast. There can be no doubt about that, indeed. He must be called for the purpose. Of course, there must be some deviation from a regular rule upon extraordinary occasions like the present." "Well, well, there may be. But have you given all the invitations you intended to give? And have you got answers to them so as to ensure their attendance?" "Oh, yes, that is all safe and fixed. We shall have a good many here by 8:30 in the morning, at the latest. But you must contrive to let me have money very soon, or to send me some up, as I am getting very short, for I have laid out a great deal of money lately, and much more than I could, under other circumstances, spare or afford. Of course, Ma, you will not lose anything by this. I shall take care of you. Not a penny that you have laid out but what shall be repaid, and with a handsome return. But do not think about this. It grows late, and I must to sleep. Do, my dear, and I will wake you in time in the morning. The morning came, and some of them were about early. Mrs. Merideth was up, and so was Margaret. She could not lie so late as usual. She had done much, and yet she had much to do still. It was really astonishing to see what there was to do. No one would have believed it, and even Margaret became surprised. The morning was now fairly come. The servants were about in the house, and the neighbors were up and about. She could hear her mother chiding and scolding. She could hear the sound of her voice, and she began to believe there was now no time to lose. The hour of 9 was now gone. The knocker and the guests had been heard for the last half-hour at the door, and she could hear the voices of the guests below, some of whom spoke audibly enough. Then they soon after descended to the breakfast-room, which, by the way, was the drawing-room, as there was not enough room below. The Colonel at the same moment entered the room, and a vast number of congratulations were given and received from side to side with the utmost urbanity and goodwill. The Colonel, for the first time, had thrown on one side the green shade which he usually wore, but he looked remarkably pale, though he had still the looks of a hearty and healthy man. The paleness, which seemed to be constitutional, was very extraordinary, but that was explained by the Colonel saying that he had been so ever since he had the yellow fever, which had had that effect upon his complexion. There was much rejoicing at the occurrences that were now in progress. Everybody praised the viands. Everything was of the best and first-rate quality, and there were many attendants, which made it so much the better, and the more comfortable, as everybody had an abundance of everything. Mrs. Merideth now shone in the greatest triumph. There was none so great and grand. She patronized everybody and appeared remarkably condescending, considering she was the mother of a daughter who was about to marry a retired East India service colonel. There were few who did not understand fully the nature of the condescension of the lady herself. Besides, she was the presiding goddess of the feast. Among those who had been invited was the Miss Smith and Mr. Smith. This was the young lady who had been so terrified at the attack that had been made upon her the first night that Colonel Devereux lodged there, and on the night he was so terribly vexed and disturbed. Mrs. Merideth had invited them, because they were people of means, and Miss Smith could not now do any mischief, because the Colonel was pledged to Margaret too far to retract, and as there were several young females, why, the more the better, because it would divert his attention. Miss Smith, however, came out of curiosity, and because it was a wedding party, which is the delight and admiration of all young females, and Miss Smith was no exception. Mr. Smith was civil and polite, and hid his internal dislike to the Colonel, which he felt and could not account for it. Neither did his daughter. She had a great aversion to him, but at the same time suppressed it. The Colonel was courtly and complimentary, and made civil speeches to such as spoke to him. Indeed, he never for a moment lost his self-possession. He stood in a less stooping posture than usual, and he was considered a tall and handsome man, a fine man. "Mr. Twizzle," said the Colonel, "I am happy to see you, especially gratified to see you. You will be witness of my happiness today. You will mark my progress in this affair, and learn what lesson it may teach. That is the way we should pass through life, Mr. Twizzle, is it not? Gain knowledge by experience, and become, in old age, a wise man." "Why, yes, oh yes," said Twizzle, who felt there was something in the remark that touched him to the quick, and he winced under the smart, but he thought it might have been accidentally given, and the Colonel was quite ignorant of his disasters, and yet it was a very home thrust, without any previous introduction to it, that made it all the more uncomfortable, and he merely replied, "I am happy to see you, Colonel Devereux, and to see you so happy, and the young lady, who I am sure deserves to be happy. In fact, I think you both deserve happiness, I am sure. I wish you every imaginable joy, and it gives me great pleasure in seeing it." "I am sure you do, sir, but you do not seem to eat and enjoy yourself." "I am so occupied in witnessing the felicity of others that I had forgotten it. Moreover, I expect a friend to be present who happens to be late. He is quite a stranger to all present, and therefore I wished to countenance him as much as I could on that account. Then I will not press you now. Perhaps you will do me the favour of introducing your friend to me when he comes, yourself, and I shall be most happy to receive him. Thank you, Colonel. You do me much honour. I will accept of your great kindness, and do myself the pleasure of presenting him to you, and to Miss Meredith, whom I hope to see soon changed in name. I hope the time will now be very short. What hour is it? 9:30, said the attorney, consulting his watch. At 11 we must be at the church. Well, if we leave at 10:30, then we shall be there in ample time. I would it were over, and that we were on our journey. Ah, you are impatient, Colonel, said Margaret, as she came up to him. My dear angel, replied Devereux, bowing. How could I be otherwise when you are the object of my affections? It is not impatience to leave this good company, quite the reverse, but it is because the change of scene, travelling, and change of air will do you much good, and is, I can see, quite necessary for you. I think it will do me no harm, said Margaret, but here comes Ma, who really looks tired. Well, my dear, I am a little fatigued, but you know, I shall have ample time to recover myself. I shall have nothing to disturb my repose. Indeed, Mrs. Meredith, said the Colonel, I am sure we must alter that. We must find some other kind of employment for you, and not suffer you remain hidden at home. You have catered so well for us this morning, that I am sure you are a most valuable acquisition to a household. With such a superintendence as yours, we should have everything in the utmost plenty, and at the proper moment. Ah, Colonel, you are flattering, you are. We shall soon show that we are not flattering, I hope, said the Colonel. My dear Madame, you are the life and soul of the whole company. What should we have done without you? I hope all your friends are happy and comfortable. I do not know them well enough to pay them all that attention and respect they deserve. Exactly, Colonel. They all know that well enough, and you are fully alive to the honour you do them in being present in the midst of them. Who is that young lady who was looking here just now? Inquired the Colonel. Who? The young lady with the elderly gentleman by her side? Yes, I should like to be introduced to her, said the Colonel. Oh, certainly, said Mrs. Meredith, vexed in her own heart that she had invited her and her father now, for she had no wish that any one present should be future acquaintances. But there was no help for it. She must introduce them, and accordingly she went up, with the best grace she could put on, to them both, to request they would be introduced to the Colonel, who desired the honour of their acquaintance. There was no hesitation, of course, and they at once advanced to meet him, and were introduced to the Colonel as Miss and Mr. Smith. I am most happy to see you, sir, said the Colonel, and the young lady here is your daughter, I can see, by the family likeness she bears to you. Miss Smith, however, could not repress a convulsive shudder as she looked upon the Colonel. It might have been his complexion, or it might have been that his features brought some terrible recollections to her mind, but she could not for a moment or so speak. The young lady is ill, said the Colonel, who noticed the emotion. What is the matter, Clara, my dear? Said Mr. Smith. What's the matter? You are ill. No, no, said Miss Smith. It was a sudden dizziness that came across me, I dare say. I shall be better by and by. I am sorry it should have come upon me now. Ah, my dear young lady, said Colonel Devereux, drawing up to his full height, and looking gravely, but speaking with the utmost courtesy, you have nothing to regret respecting the occasion. The illness itself is a matter of regret to us all. I am sure, however, let us hope it will be but temporary, and that you will be able to wish me joy and my beautiful bride. You see, Colonel Devereux, ever since the night she was disturbed by the strange attack of what she believes to have been a vampire, or something that had the form of a man and a taste for blood, she has been affected thus. Dear me, said the Colonel, what a shocking thing, a very shocking affair. I think perhaps the young lady is subject to illness, and he touched his forehead as much as to intimate an insinuation that the young lady might be somewhat affected in her intellects. No, sir, quite the reverse, said the father. I myself saw a tall, gaunt figure gliding away, which felled me in an instant, and I lay half a minute stunned. God bless me, said the Colonel, this affair is quite romantic. If a German writer had such material by him, what would he not make of it? There had been a loud knocking at the door, and someone announced, but nobody took any notice of it. Colonel Devereux did not hear it, but stood talking to Mr. Smith, while Admiral Bell was introduced by Mr. Twizzle, who led him towards the group, explaining what had happened. By God, said the Admiral, Do you see how they are crowding about the poor girl? Why, they'd extinguish a fire, if there was one. Why don't you give young woman air? If you don't stand on one side, I'll put the whole broadside into you, as I would into a Frenchman." The singular address produced an immediate sensation, and many moved away. "Colonel Devereux," said Mr. Twizzle, "allow me to introduce my friend Admiral Bell to you. Admiral Bell, this is Colonel Devereux." "Eh? Oh, eh?" These later exclamations were uttered in consequence of the extreme surprise depicted on the countenance of both parties. Admiral Bell's surprise was nothing out of the way, but that of Colonel Devereux was a matter of consternation to many of them. He stepped back a pace or two, and his lips parted, as though he would speak, but he could not. He panted, his eye glared, and his nostrils dilated. "Shatter my mainmast, upset the caboose, turn my state cabin into a cockpit, and the quarter-deck to a gambling booth to the whole ship's company." "What's all this about?" exclaimed Mrs. Meredith. "Oh, that odious man! Who is he? What is?" "Why, ma'am, I'm old Admiral Bell, very well known for having beaten the French, and the terror of all vampires. Why, look at the swab. But you ain't going to get off this time." "What is the matter, dear Colonel?" said Margaret. "You are ill. Speak. What is the matter?" "Ah," said the Admiral, "let him speak, and he'll tell you he's no colonel, and his name ain't Devereux, or, if it be, it ain't his only name. He is Varney, the vampire." "A vampire!" said Miss Smith, starting up with a shriek. "A vampire! Good heavens! I was not mistaken, then. That must be the man," and she sank back into her father's arms. "What? Has he been at any of his tricks again?" exclaimed the Admiral, and he made a stride towards him. But Varney, for it was he, avoided him by stepping aside, and placing some other person between himself and the Admiral, and then he said, "What this madman will say you will not listen to. You, madman! Well, I'm hanged. Call me a man," said the Admiral. "I wish I had my sword by my side, and I would teach you how a madman can fight. But you are not going. I have something to say to you first. If he's going to marry that young lady, all I can say is, she will be food for him. She'll never live till tomorrow. Her blood will make his pale face ruddy." Varney stood no longer, but seeing many around him who appeared to have an inclination to stop his passage, he suddenly made to the door, which he secured for a moment on the outside, and then in another he was clear of the house. This was no sooner done than all present, who were staring at each other in mute amazement, and unable to account for what had happened, looked at the newcomer, the Admiral, who immediately began to relate enough of Varney that made it apparent to all present that he was not what he had represented himself to be. Amid the commiserations of their friends and their jeers, Mrs. Meredith sold all her furniture, and with her daughter retired to some little place, where they opened a small shop, to eke out a living by such means. They were unable even to pay many debts they had contracted on account of this marriage, and they were, moreover, ashamed to be seen by their former acquaintance. End of chapter 142. Recording by Floyd Wilde. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 142.
Chapter 143 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 143. A scene in Winchester Cathedral. The cathedral robbers. A storm. The vaults beneath the aisle. The flight of the robbers and the resuscitated corpse. The sun had long deserted the horizon, and the good city of Winchester had been buried in darkness many hours, while the moon, though high in her course, was obscured by the hazy clouds that drifted from the southwest. The gusty winds whistled round the walls of the cathedral church, producing an unpleasant sensation, with a foreboding of a coming storm. The inhabitants of the quiet, orderly town were steeped in repose, and a stranger who might by chance have wandered at such an untoward hour abroad would not have found one single ray from any window, save perhaps at one or two hotels, which merely keep open till the London mail pass through, lest any passengers should make their stay at Winchester. save at these places all were reposing peaceably in their beds, and the tower of the cathedral frowned majestically upon the tombstones below, and upon the surrounding buildings, which appeared to peep upon the limits of the graveyard, while the fir trees that were yet standing bent beneath the blast as it swept across the low walls, by which the cathedral on one side is bounded. But the solitary churchyard was not without its occupants, living or dead, for its sanctity is invaded by the presence of 3 men, who emerge from the narrow streets and courts situated between it and the cross, and then, crossing beneath the shade of some object, they stood beneath the low wall which surrounded the churchyard. They paused for several moments, and gazed around them in every direction, and up at the houses that were nearest to them, but there was no sign of light or anything stirring in any of the houses adjacent. "I think all is right tonight," said one of the men to his companions. "Aye, right enough. There will be nobody near us tonight." "No," replied a third, "and if the signs of the weather are good for anything, why, we shall have a rough night, and though that is unpleasant, yet it makes interruptions less likely, and success more certain. You are right, Josh, we shall have a good job this time. There then, that will do until we are safe. It's no use talking here. If the old watchman comes around, we may have to book it, and then we may not have a chance." "Ha ha ha! As for the old watchman, he is not the fool you take him to be if you imagine him at all likely to disturb himself on such a night as this. He'll sleep in his box till he wakes and finds it is fine." "Well, be that as it may," said the other impatiently, "it is all right now." "Yes, all right. Then just help me over, and I'll get down on the other side, while one of you can get up on the wall and hand the tools down to me." "Can't you throw them over?" "I could, but it is not worth while to make any noise, even though we felt sure that it will not be heard. There have been most strange things done in our time, you know, and there's no telling what may happen." "Ah, the dead may come to life, Josh." "So they might, and a pig might fly, but, as they say, it is a very unlikely bird." "Well then, up with you." As he spoke, one of the men gave one of his companions a lift up, and with this aid he got on the wall, and then quietly slipping down into the burial ground, he awaited his companions, one of whom immediately mounted the wall in the same manner, and who received a bag, which he handed down to his comrade, who was in the graveyard belonging to the cathedral. "Well, is all right?" he said. "Yes, all right. Don't stay up there like a cat on a wall. Come down, or you may by chance be seen." The other 2 men immediately came over the wall, and they all 3 collected round a monument that stood up, and here a short consultation took place. "Now, how shall we proceed?" "We must get into the vaults somehow or other, if we dig our way in, which I think is much the most easily done." "What, undermine the building?" "Scarcely so much as that." "Well, but we can get into the body of the cathedral, and then into the vaults that way. There is a door." "Yes, there is a door, but it is so close to the verger's door that you are sure to awake him." "I have opened more than one door in my time, and yet I never awoke anybody in doing so. He must sleep wonderfully light." "Aye, so he may, but in this case the door is so strong that there is no chance of breaking it open without great inconvenience and noise. There is no room to work in, and moreover, the verger keeps a little cur always sleeping on the mat close to his door, so that no one can approach without his giving alarm." "What a brute!" "Yes, but there is a means of entering besides that." "Where? And how?" "In the back of the cathedral there is a large marble slab, on which is carved some letters, that I never could make out, but I'm told it says that somebody lies buried underneath that stone, but I know immediately below are the vaults." "Well, but the marble you speak of would weigh 14 or 15 hundredweight, which would be no joke." "No, by Jove," said his companion, "we had better by far dig our way in, since we shall have so much difficulty in getting in. We can soon dig out soil enough to let us get down into the vaults." "Well, we had better set to work at once, lest we lose all chance. If we have a long job, we had better set to work early, as well as stop here, for if we are surprised we shall have to run. And the yard will be watched ever afterwards, as sure as we shall have a storm presently." "So we shall. Work away, Josh. Where are the tools?" "Here they are," said the man, throwing the bag down and opening it, and then he pulled out some tools, consisting of pickaxe and shovels, and a crowbar or 2, and several other little materials which were useful upon such occasions. "Well now, where shall we commence?" "Just at the side here. We are safe to get in somewhere where the wall is weakest, for I believe the vaults are all walled in." "They must be, to have a secure foundation for such a weight as there must be about it, and, to my mind, we have got a decent job. It's very much like a fortress, and if it was easy to get in this way, we should hear of such things being done much oftener than they are. That is my opinion." "And a very good opinion it is, too, until another is heard. But it is no use being faint-hearted. The harder the job, the harder we ought to set at it, that's all. But there are some few things not thought of by others, you know, and it is sometimes the hardest thing in the world to think of the most simple. There's some truth in that." The men having found the spot they most desired, they set about digging and picking it up in good earnest. But it was difficult work, and the soil about the cathedral was very hard, owing to the quantity of rubbish that had been driven or trodden into the earth for centuries, either through accident or design, to harden and secure the permanency of the work around. There were many heavy and large stones, as well as small broken stones, also flint in no small quantity, that every now and then resisted the blows of the pick. Well, I'm thinking we have all three worked half an hour and have not got a foot deep yet. We have not got much deeper, certainly. Do you think we shall get in tonight? Tonight or never, said the third man. You are right, comrade. Shoulder your picks, and then we shall see what way we can make in another half hour. Who can tell? We may come to a softer soil below. This is only the filling up. The men again set to work heartily, but they seemed to have no success. They could not make anything of it. It appeared to resist all their efforts, and the sparks often flew from the blows they made with their tools. The perspiration ran down their faces, and as they paused to wipe their foreheads, they gazed upwards at the clouds. It was heavy, and the wind was blowing fresh, and now and then a heavy spot of rain. By St. Peter, said one of them, I expect we shall have a storm presently. I already feel the heavy drops that fall occasionally, and if one may judge by them of what we may expect, we shall have it heavily. So much the better, we shall have less interruption. Well, I don't know what you call interruption, but this is a complete stopper. I can't make any impression with the pick. It is as hard as rock. And then come some of those old walls that are rather harder than granite. You may as well pick at a cartload of pig iron. As this was said, the clouds suddenly appeared to open, and such a deluge of rain descended that the earth seemed to smoke. The drops appeared to be continuous small spouts of water. A shower is too mild a word. It was a deluging, as if some water-spout had burst. The men stood a moment or two, but it was useless to work. They could not do it, and they rushed to a part of the wall which sheltered them from the fury of the storm that was raging. Well, I never saw anything like this before. Nor I. Hark at the thunder. There's a flash. Who would have expected that at this season of the year? Not I, nor anyone else. But it seems to me as if we were to be defeated tonight. I am sorry we made the attempt, since we are sure to find the yard watched after this, for they will see what we have been up to. Yes, it is vexing, but we cannot help this. It is quite impossible to do anything in such weather as this. I do not care about a wet jacket, but I cannot see, and hardly breathe, with so much falling water about me. Nor I, but yet I am loath to give it up. Consider the jewelry and the money he had about him. It will pay us handsomely. Well, it was a strange start of him at all events. I wonder how he came to be buried in such a manner. How was it? I don't know. All I know is that the thing was kept secret because it was considered that it would be a temptation to disturb any grave when it was known that he was buried in his clothes and jewelry, and that his money was buried also with him. It was certainly a temptation I could not resist. Are you sure? Yes. I will tell you, another time, how I came to know all about it. Indeed, I saw him screwed down, and the consequence is, I know that he has the money and the valuables about him. Then I am sure we had better get into the church itself. We can do more with your slab of marble than on the outside of the wall, and besides that, I do not think that this rain will give over. The hole we have already made is fast filling up with water, and we shall find it impossible to work. So we shall. What do you say to getting inside the cathedral? Agreed, my lads, as quickly as you like, for if we stay here much longer, we shall certainly be drowned. I'm wet through as it is. So am I, but never mind, my boys. Bright gold and jewels will warm your hearts, and that will keep your outsides dry, or at least you will not feel it. I am sure that I should not if I can but get it. Aye, that is all I care about, but if you get foiled, you may depend upon it you don't feel any better. You are rather worse, and feel everything more. But what do you say to yon window? That will do if we can reach it. That is my only difficulty. That is one that is easily overcome, said his companion, for I know where the ladder is, and that is just over our heads. All you have to do is put the point of the crowbar under the staple to which the chain is fastened that secures it, and then you have the means at once of entering. But if we get in and are detected, how shall we get out again? Are we not 3 to 1? If the old verger should come, I think we could make a dead body of him in a very short while, and I cannot tell where you will be if you can't get the better of the old man. Well, say no more about it. Up with the ladder, and we will get in and chance it. Such a night as this, it would be strange indeed if anybody heard us. But, as there is much to be got, why, we can't grumble at the risk. The 3 men set to work about wrenching the staple out to which was attached the chain which secured the ladder. That was soon effected, and the ladder placed against one of the lowermost windows, and then one of the men went up, and forcing the window open, said, after he had looked in, "All right, come up. We have got to the right place." They all three came up, one after another. When the first up crept in at the open aperture, and by means of ornamental work, and a monument that there projected from the wall in a manner that enabled them to descend with ease, and in a few moments more the whole three stood in the old cathedral of Winchester. At that moment the bell tolled heavily the hour of 12. The sound was solemn, and it made a deep impression upon the robbers. "What a dismal, hollow sound that has, to be sure," said one. "Yea, it sounded like tolling." "Pshaw!" said one of them. "'Tis no matter, if it be tolling it is not for us, nor for the man we come to visit, so no more old women's fears. If you don't like stopping in this place, you had better set to work and be quick, when we shall have no further need of staying. Of what use is it for you to stare and gape about with white faces and swelled eyeballs like so many cats? Be men, be active, and use your arms." "Well, where are we to use them? What are we to do? You brought us here, and yet you do not tell us what we are to do. You know all about this matter, and you cannot or do not point out where we are to commence." "Here, then, on the very stone you are standing. Set to work to raise this, and then we shall soon find our way into the vaults below, and we shall then satisfy ourselves for our trouble, and be well paid too, I hope. I hope so too, Josh, for, to tell you the truth, I don't ever recollect so uncomfortable a job as that which I am in tonight." "Well, you ain't got paid all, I'll warrant." "I haven't got paid at all yet, but we waste time. Lend me a pick. I don't see how I am to get a tool in here. The chinks are all so small that you can hardly put in the blade of a penknife." "There is a hole somewhere near the head. There is a small piece of black marble." "Yes, here it is." "Well, chip that out, and then you may insert a crowbar or a pick beneath the stone, when you will find that it will lift up, and then by main strength lift it back, and we may go down." These instructions were followed out. The black marble was discovered and then knocked out, when a large crevice was discovered, into which a powerful crowbar was immediately thrust, and then by one united effort they contrived to lift the marble slab up out of its place, though not above a foot, which required a great effort when it is considered that it was embedded in cement. "Well, we shall be able to get it up now, I think. Don't be too sure, for we have not got it far. It is enormously heavy, and the lever has done all as yet." "Well then, are you all ready? A long pull, you know, comrades, and a strong pull does the business. Now then, all together." "Heave ho!" whispered another, and they all three made a prodigious effort. It was not only a strong pull, but a very long pull, for the stone was so heavy it came slowly and unwillingly upwards, and it was nearly 3 minutes before the enormous mass stood upright in the aisle. "Well, I didn't think it would have been done. That's the hardest job that ever I had a hand in, and don't desire to have such another, but yet, hard as it is easier than what we had to do outside." "Yes, much, and you will soon find it so. Lend a hand to clear away the rubbish that lies here. There's a trapdoor underneath that leads into the vaults. It belonged to the monks of old, of whom it is said it served either for the same purpose of burial, or for a cellar of wine." "Well, well, there are some things better than wine, I trow, in the cellar. Now, if we can find the coffin. There has been no other burial in the vaults since he was buried, so we shall not have much trouble. But what are we to do with the stone? If we let it down again, we shall do some mischief. We must turn it corner by corner until we get it against the pillars, and there leave it. For if we let it down, it will go down like the report of a gun, and smash all that comes in the way." That was agreed to, and it was not long before they propped the heavy mass of stone against one of the pillars, and then returned to the place where it had been raised, and began to clear away the rubbish, when a trapdoor was plainly observable, and after much labor and force they contrived to open the door, where there appeared a dark aperture, into which they could not look without some misgivings, for nothing could be seen. "Well, who's to go down?" This was a question that no one liked to answer, and certainly no one would volunteer to go below. It was too dark to be inviting, and the men looked at one another as well as they could, for it was total darkness, or nearly so, in the aisle, and below it was so utterly dark that it was impossible to make out anything. "What is to be done now? Have you got the lantern?" "I have, and matches, but did not think we ought to use them before, lest we attract attention. However, we will have a light now, and should anybody look down, they will think there is a general meeting among the dead." So saying, he lit the lantern, which threw a light into the vault, and rendered visible a flight of steps that ran up to the opening, but which were invisible in the darkness that had reigned in the place. "Now then, jump down and see where the last coffin is placed. It is easily known from all the others, for I don't think there has been a burial here for many months. The old cathedral is not often disturbed for the reception of the dead, and only when some rich man dies, and fancies he may lie more comfortable here. Aye, rich men can afford to be buried in a good suit of clothes, and money in their pocket to bribe St. Peter to open the gate. Ha ha ha! Well said! Peter has the keys. Yes, and here we have the coffin. Have we? Is this it? Yes, don't you see that it has all the signs of newness about it? There is hardly any dust collected upon it. Here we shall find our treasure. The coffin is a strong one, and will, I think, take some trouble to break open. Indeed, we shall be choked with the horrible stench which we have below. I can't stand it another minute. I shall be sick. Aye, and I too. Here then, I have the lantern. Lay hold of the coffin and bring it upstairs. We can carry it amongst us. Aye, anything but remain here. That I cannot do. Be quick, for confound me, but such a mass of putrid flesh as there must be here is horribly sickly. I would sooner be hanged than pass an hour here. I'm not so afraid of death as all that. I could manage to live through a night. You might, but you would soon find out the ill effects, and die of some fever or other, and that is what we shall have if we remain here much longer. The three men then shifted the coffin from its place, and then onto their shoulders, one at either end, and one under the center. The coffin was heavy, very heavy, and the men were tottering under their burden. They were strong men, but hardly equal to the task of carrying so dead a weight, but yet they never shrank from it, but, with slow and unsteady steps, they gradually neared the stairs that led upwards. They paused. If it was a task before, it was worse now. What more exertion could they make? Do you think the steps will hold us? Said one. I'm sure I cannot say, and perhaps not. I think they are rotten, or partially so. What do you say? How shall we get the body up? There is a rope, is there not? Yes. That will do, then. I will get that. By its means we may hoist the coffin up to the stone pavement above. I'm almost sick. And I, too. This place is enough to breed a pestilence in a town. The smell in the vaults was certainly very strong, and very pernicious. The fetid odor that rose from the vaults was especially disagreeable. The smell that comes from the accumulated and putrefying remains of human bodies is of all odors the most noisome, and, to our tastes, the worst. Right glad were the men who had propped the coffin up against the ladder, to get up into the aisle above, to breathe a less impure atmosphere. They gasped again, and one of them climbed up the monument to get to the open window, at which they had entered, to inhale some of the pure moistened air, and then, after a few inspirations, he returned, at the call of his comrades, to aid them. The rope was procured and secured round the coffin, and one man remained below to guide it, while the two others remained above to haul up the rope, which would bring the body, coffin and all, to the top. Well, Josh, how goes the storm? It is blowing over, I think. It does not rain, and it is breaking. I shouldn't wonder if we don't have moonlight after all, and if we should, we shall have trouble to get away unperceived. You forget what hour it is. Hark! There are the chimes. The 4 quarters now chimed from the great clock, and sounded solemnly and mournfully in the dead of the night. The iron tongue struck 1, and the last sounds of the clock died away before any of the men moved or spoke. Well, we have been here an hour, and nearly 2 hours since our first commencement. It's nearly time, I'm thinking. Yes, said the man below. Heave ho! Called out the leader of the gang in a low voice. The 2 men at the top hauled at the rope, while he below pushed the coffin up with all his strength, and after a time they succeeded in causing it to rise about a foot, or something less, at each haul, and as it got higher, the man below could better apply his strength to it, and at length it came up to the top. Here, however, they experienced another difficulty. It was hard to pull up so high as to enable them to throw its weight on the pavement, and the rope was almost useless as a means of pulling it up higher, and the only one who had it in his power effectually to apply his strength was the man below. However, after a while, to their great relief, the coffin lay fairly upon the stone pavement. A good job done! So say I, Josh, and such another would completely finish me for the night. I might lie down and defy the world. How about the coffin? There's no time to rest. I have a small flask of rum in my pocket, which we will discuss as soon as we have broken open the coffin, which I expect is the last hard job we shall have. And a hard job it would have been had I not come provided with a screwdriver, one that is used by undertakers in such work. Set to work. Good luck to you. I am quite dry and quite tired too, and the sooner this is over the better. There, the screws come out easily enough, though they are long and hold firm. Yes, they go deep, but they have a wide worm that carries them down or brings them up so quickly. In a few minutes more the whole of the screws were drawn, and the lid of the coffin was thrown on one side, and the corpse was at once discovered to them. It lay calm and quiet, but yet it was terrible to look at. The living man had been tall, remarkably tall, as well as remarkable looking. He was dressed as if for walking. It was strange, the corpse was apparelled as if were in life, and this, perhaps, caused the extreme paleness, even extreme for a corpse, to be so apparent that they spoke not, but gazed in silence upon it, until at length one of them said, "Put out the light. We have the moon's rays. At least there is enough to enable us to see what we want, and the light is dangerous." The light was put out, and the subdued light of the moon rendered all apparent enough to the robbers. The storm had lulled and altogether ceased, while they had been busy in the vaults, and getting up the body, and now it was a perfect calm. The moon, though obscured at the moment, promised to shed her rays upon the earth, and as it was at the full, and the clouds clearing off, the probability was that the town would become as light as day. "There he is," said one of the men. "Yes, and about as ugly a chap as ever I saw." "He is no beauty, but he's been a fine man." "If you mean tall, I dare say you are right, but he's not as fine as I take it. He's not quite full enough about the chest and shoulders. He's got some fine rings, and a gold watch and chain. Well, there's a good 10 or 15 pounds each, and if his pockets are well lined, why, he will afford us a tolerable good booty. Yes, we must not complain. Shall we replace all?" "It is not possible to do so either in time to enable us to escape, or to do it so as to escape detection. Besides, there would be no use in it. See how bright the moon is getting. We shall have as much to do as we shall get through to escape being seen. I am sure we shall run a great risk." "I think so too." "Well then, commence proceedings. Ha!" The moonbeams had fallen upon the corpse just as he was speaking, and he thought he observed a motion in the body. "What is the matter, Josh? Didn't you think he moved?" "Ha ha ha ha! Dead! Ha ha! Dead moved! Buried moved! Ha ha ha! Eh? Why? Oh, it's all fancy. You'll see me believe it presently, I do declare. Well, a man dead and buried, I suppose a week. No, I think so. Well, it does not matter much how long he has been buried, but he can't move unless you move him. Damn!" As he spoke, he started to his feet, and his hair began to straighten, and his limbs quiver, and yet he appeared to think he might be mistaken, for he endeavored to speak to his companions. Pointing to the corpse, he contrived to say, I take the jewels. He moves." "Eh? Well, I told you I thought so, but you said no, and only laughed at me for doing so. But stand on one side, and let the moonlight come down upon him. We can tell better than if he really does move, though notwithstanding all I saw, am inclined to believe it is quite an impossibility, but the more light we have, the better we shall be able to tell how the mistake arose." I thought I saw his eyes move." As he spoke, he moved on one side, as he had been standing between the corpse and the moon's rays, and for the most part intercepted them. But the moment that he did move away, and the rays came full upon the corpse, a shivering motion appeared to pervade it, to the intense horror of the robbers, who could not believe what they saw, but believed they were mistaken, though they were too much terrified to speak or even move. They stood gazing upon the body with bursting eyes and gaping mouth, as if they had suddenly become spellbound by the wand of some magician. Presently the corpse opened his eyes and glared full at them. Oh, such glistening, lead-like orbs, that froze the very current of their blood! They knew not what to think, but when the body turned on one side, towards the moon's rays, all doubt vanished, and the spell was broken. "The devil bite!" exclaimed Josh. Not another word was uttered by either of the other two, but they sprang like emancipated madmen up the slippery sides of the monument and out at the windows, as easily as a fly can run up a wall. It did not occupy more than a few seconds to enable them to clear the place. Half a minute had not elapsed before they stood shivering by the beautiful old cross at Winchester. The corpse in the cathedral, which mysteriously became animated when exposed to the moonlight, turned towards the moon's rays, and gazed upon the flying and terrified robbers who had just exhumed him. No word passed his lips, and he looked around him for some time in silence upon the scene before him. The moon came in at the tall windows of the cathedral, throwing long streams of silvery light upon the stone flooring, and upon some of the monuments that were erected by the pillars, or columns that rise to the roof. All was silent, all was still, no movement was discernible, save in the form that now sat up, and leaned on his elbow in his coffin, and he but turned his head slowly from side to side, as though he were meditating upon the lovely and solemn beauty of the place. At length he arose, but he appeared to move with extreme difficulty, and once or twice he placed his hand in the region of the heart, as if he felt something there that pained him, and tottered about, but seemed to recover himself a little after a time, and muttered to himself, in low but distinct tones, "I must have been another victim. I am weak, the vital action is languid, and my veins are empty. I must satisfy the instinct of my nature, and another victim must restore me to life and the world for a season." He looked up towards the window, gave one look around him and on the coffin, while a shudder passed through him, and then gazing on himself and feeling for his valuables, he slowly clambered up the monument, and carefully got through the window, and thence into the open air, and he finally disappeared from Winchester churchyard. End of chapter 143 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 29 April 2010.
Chapter 144 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest.
Chapter 144. The Star Hotel and the Stranger's Arrival. A Remarkable Countenance. The Illness and Death of the Stranger. A Strange Request Complied With. Some days previous to the scene related in the previous chapter, the London coach drove up opposite to the Star Hotel, and, as usual, out came a couple of waiters to see what there was from the metropolis in the shape of a passenger who might become an inmate of the hotel, and a customer, of course. "Now then, Billy," said the guard, a stout, good-humoured fellow, to a very stiff and punctilious waiter, dressed in black, with a white neckerchief. "My good friend, my name is William. If you must be familiar, though I am sure I don't number you among my acquaintances." "Very good, Billy. I declare you are one of the politest waiters that is to be found between Portsmouth and London. And more than that, you are the politest. Didn't you say you were educated among a lot of gals, or young ladies, I mean?" "I never held any discourse relative to my early days with you, my friend. I am not, just this moment, aware of it." "Ah, I see you are too polite to pass an east wind without taking your hat off to it. How do they when they have none?" "Have you anybody for us?" said William mildly. "Yes, my pink, I have." "Who is he, and where is he? I must not waste my master's time. It is an impropriety I am especially anxious to avoid." "You needn't be in a hurry, nevertheless, especially as I see he is fumbling about for small change. But what will you say if I introduce a customer to you, a good 6 foot high, and perhaps a little to spare, and the colour of a well-scraped horseradish, eh? What do you say to that, my Primrose?" William did not know what to say, but after a moment's hesitation, he said, "We don't charge our customers by the room they take, or by their personal appearance. A gentleman is a gentleman, Mr. Guard, all the same whether he have a red face or a white one." "Well, that's good, Billy, but the chief thing is, after all, of what colour his money, and how he parts with it, eh?" The guard winked, and William's impassive features were lit up with a spark of intelligence and vivacity, which, however, was only transient, and he relapsed into his old state of extreme and unimpeachable gentility. "Hold your tongue, Billy, here he comes." At that moment the gentleman pulled down the window, and said to the guard, "Open the door, if you please. I shall get out here." "Yes, sir," said the guard, who immediately obeyed the injunction, and a tall but awfully pale individual descended the steps, wrapped up in a huge cloak, so that but little of his person was seen, or features either. What little there was visible was not prepossessing by any means by the colour. "This is the Star?" said the stranger, inquiringly. "Yes," said the guard. "I'll stop here. Are you the waiter?" said he, addressing William. "I am, sir," said William. "Will you walk this way, sir?" "Yes. Show me into a private apartment. Let me have a good fire, for I am exceedingly cold." William immediately took him into a room where there was a fire, saying, "If you please, remain here, sir. We will make you a fire, and warm the room, and as you are cold, perhaps you will prefer this to going into a room without a fire there already lighted for your reception." "Certainly, I much prefer it. Would you like to take any refreshment, sir?" inquired William. "Not now," replied the stranger, in mild accents. William left the room, muttering to himself, "Well, he deserves to be a prince. He is as mild and gentlemanly as a prince. I vow I never heard anyone speak in such a tone, and with so much amiable condescension. What a pity he is so white, at least that he is so, I only infer from the nose, and part of the forehead, and cheeks around the eyes, these being the only parts that I have noticed. He is, indeed, not much unlike, in colour, to the guard's vulgar simile, a well-scraped horseradish. I never saw white so opaque and dead before." While these thoughts passed through the mind of William, he saw the apartment was placed in readiness for the stranger's reception, and placed himself in communication with the proprietor, and obtained his orders, and then returned to the stranger, and conducted him to his proper apartment, and then awaited his commands. The stranger gave him some orders, which were at once executed, and then he said, "I shall sleep here, of course." "Yes, sir," said William. "I am very particular about my beds. I must have my bed well and thoroughly aired." "Oh, yes, sir," said William. "We always—" Never mind all that," said the stranger blandly. "Never mind all that. I know what you would say. All your beds are always aired. Well, be it so. I have no desire to dispute it. But I once slept in a damp bed. I felt ill, and have never entirely recovered from it." "Oh, that makes him look so horrible pale," thought William. "So you perceive, my friend, that I have cause to be particular, and therefore you will excuse me when I inquire minutely into the character of the beds." "Oh, certainly, sir. Certainly, sir." "Then you will see that my bed is aired, will you not?" "Yes, sir. I will take care that it is especially aired, and if you approve my doing so, sir, I will have a fire lit in your bedroom." "If you please. If you will do all this, you will greatly oblige me. Are there any females in the family?" Yes, sir, the servants," said William, fearing some impropriety was meant. "Oh, the servants, and no others?" "None," said William, quite suddenly. "Oh, yes, that is right. None but the servants. Then my requests will not put you at any serious inconvenience?" "Not in the least, sir," said William, pleased to find that the females had only been inquired about for fear of annoying them. The stranger sat up in his room, and appeared to be very ill, and ate and drank but little. Though he ordered whatever was requisite for a liberal individual, and though taken away untouched, yet it was clearly understood he would have to pay for it. The bed was used and approved of, and the tall, remarkable-looking stranger expressed himself satisfied to the proprietor of the hotel, who came to inquire if he should desire anything more or different from what was already done. This was at once answered in the negative, and the proprietor retreated by no means prepossessed in the stranger's personal appearance, which was remarkable to a degree that was noticed by everyone in the hotel. "Winchester is an old town, a city, sir," said the proprietor, by way of entering into a conversation with his guest. "Yes, very old," said the guest. "And the cathedral, sir, has been built in part ever since the Saxon times, and then increased by the Normans." "Ay, it is very beautiful. One could wish to lie there, it is so calm and beautiful," said the stranger, with a shudder, which he endeavoured to suppress, and then he added, "The graveyard is quiet and retired." "Yes, sir. You have been at Winchester before?" "I have," replied the stranger. Finding any further attempt at conversation likely to appear intrusive, the landlord quitted the apartment with a bow, which was condescendingly returned by the guest, who folded his hands one over the other and turned towards the fire, upon which he gazed thoughtfully for some time in silence. The strange and ghastly-looking countenance of the stranger had created quite a sensation among the individuals at the hotel, all of them declaring they never heard of or saw anything equal to it in all their lives. But what was it? How did it happen so? They had seen dead men, but they had never seen any so ghastly and so fearfully pale. "He doesn't seem long for this world," said one of them. "If you had said he didn't belong to this world," said another, "I should have been inclined to believe you." "He does look like a corpse," added an old woman. "Yes, and what a tooth he has projecting out in front! Upon my word, I have never saw his like." "And I," said another, "never beheld such eyes. Why, he is scarcely human. Such eyes as those I scarcely wish to look at again." "He always appears to me to be in some dreadful agony," said the cook. "He really looks as if he had a perpetual pain in his stomach, and had eaten something that had disgraced with him." There was some truth in this last assertion, for the stranger always did appear as if suffering from some internal pain, mental or physical, or both. And it was soon seen that he was rapidly losing strength, and could scarcely walk abroad. The cause of all this none could tell. Possibly it was only a sudden illness, or perhaps it was a long affliction to which he was used to, and hence the terrible expression upon his countenance, which appeared as if it had never been otherwise, so deep and so settled was the expression of pain. The stranger appeared anxious to get out, but was unable to do so. He could just walk across the room several times in the day, but was unable to get downstairs, and whenever he attempted to do so, he sunk down, his limbs losing the power of sustaining his weight. "I can go no further," he muttered to himself, as he endeavored to walk down the stairs. "I am lost." As he spoke, a truly horrible expression came across his countenance, that made William, who came to his aid, step back, terrified. You are ill, sir," he said, in somewhat uncertain accents. "I am ill," he replied, "very ill." "Will you allow me to help you up, sir, to your room?" "If you please," said the stranger, who was endeavouring to rise by the aid of the banisters, and by these, and with William's assistance, he got up, and then, with some difficulty, he reached upstairs, his own bedroom. "I will send master immediately, sir." "You need not be in any hurry," said the stranger. "I do not desire his presence." However, William left the stranger to seek his master, and when he found him, he said, "Oh, sir, the strange-looking gentleman in number 5 is very ill." "Is he, William? What is the matter with him?" "I am sure I don't know, sir. He sank down the stairs just now, and could only get up to his room again by my help. Something serious, I think, then. I thought he appeared ill when I first saw him, from the expression of his countenance." "Yes, sir, 'tis very strange." "Very," said the landlord thoughtfully. "I'll go and see him, but in the meantime you had better send for Dr. Linton, who knows me, and will come at once." "Yes, sir," said William. The landlord immediately sought the stranger's apartment, which he entered without any ceremony, and advanced to the bed in which the stranger lay, and upon his first glance at the occupant, the landlord stepped back in a fright, so truly terrible did the countenance of the stranger appear. "Ah," said the stranger, as he turned his glassy eyes upon him. I have come to see you," stammered the landlord. "I have come to see you. My servant informed me you were ill." "I am very ill. I feared so, and I have sent for Dr. Linton, who will be here immediately." "It is of no consequence, I believe. I am too far gone to recover." Another horrible spasm passed across his countenance. "What does your illness arise from?" "Decay of the system. I want renovating," said the stranger. The landlord paused. He didn't understand this at all, for the stranger did not bear the appearance of decay about him. He was tall and seemingly of middle age, he thought, and nothing about him to savour of decay, save, indeed, the terrible and remarkable paleness which his flesh appeared to bear, and his system generally, in other respects, bore nothing of the appearance of the general decay. "Shall I send for any one, sir? Have you any friends I could write to for you?" "None, sir, thank you," replied the stranger, who, however, bated nothing of his politeness, even in his present position. "Have you any desire to see anyone in particular?" "No one, I thank you." At that moment Dr. Linton was announced, and the proprietor, having introduced him, left the apartment, leaving the doctor and his patient together. The former at once perceived and wondered at his extraordinary paleness. After a few preliminary questions, he appeared quite puzzled, and said to him, "May I inquire what is the cause of this extraordinary complexion?" "Certainly," said the stranger. "It was caused by damp beds." "Damp beds," muttered the doctor, amazed, and hardly comprehending what was said, or the nature of the reply. He was at a loss, but did not say so. What was the connection between cause and effect? "Yes, damp beds," said the stranger. "Have you ever suffered in this way before?" inquired the surgeon. "Yes, more than once." "And have you ever recovered?" said the doctor abstractedly. "I am here," said the stranger mildly. "Truly you are," said the surgeon. "I had almost forgotten that. Your case is so singular. Your pulse is very low and irregular." "It is," coolly replied the stranger, but immediately a kind of spasm shot across him, as he had before exhibited to the landlord. "Do you feel much pain? Does it happen often?" "No, only occasionally." "I don't think you are at all likely to benefit me, sir," said the stranger, with much more courtesy in his manner. "I do not mean any disrespect to you, but my complaint is a fatal one in our family." "Are you all afflicted in this manner?" "Yes, all before me died," replied the stranger. "And when it does come on, we have no means of avoiding the end that approaches. There is no medical aid that can be rendered, ever did us any good." "You are quite an exception to nature," said the medical man. "Quite an exception. Your case cannot be beyond the assistance of medicine, if not cure, to ameliorate, though its nature may not be ascertained. But if we could do so, we could tell you what we might be able to do." "That has been attempted before," said the stranger mildly, "and hence it is I am loath to give you needless trouble. Well, I will call upon you, and see you again. But you ought to take some medicine. I am persuaded that it is some great and extraordinary derangement of the system, a complete sinking of the whole system." "Most undoubtedly it is a sinking of the whole system, a sinking which has never yet been stopped by human aid. But you can pursue what course you may deem proper." "Will you take medicines if I send any?" "Yes," replied the patient. "I will take them when you choose to send them." "I will endeavor to send you something that shall infuse something like vitality into the system. That will help you to rally." "That will, indeed, be doing something more than was ever yet done by any one who attended any individual of our family. I feel I am very weak, and am sinking fast, and do not expect that I shall again have the honor of seeing you." As he again spoke, the same spasm seized upon him. His frame was convulsed for more than a minute, and his pallid features appeared to give forth expressions which it was impossible to describe. The doctor paused, and gazed with something like fear and awe upon him. He had never before seen such a case so destitute of facts, nor yet such a man. It was quite beyond his experience. There was nothing like it in all his previous experience. There was no apparent cause for all that he saw. It might be some severe chronic disorder which did not manifest itself outwardly. If this were the case, it was most extraordinary. But more extraordinary than all was, apart from the medical question, the strange and terrible appearance of the stranger. His paleness, the terrible expression of his features, the strange and even revolting cast of his eyes, that completely baffled all his attempts to understand them, or to remember anything he had ever heard of or seen. The stranger languidly turned in his bed, and then closed his eyes, leaving his medical attendant to his reflections. "Well," muttered Dr. Linton, as he looked at his incomprehensible patient, "I never met with so fearful a human puzzle before. I never saw such an expression of countenance in all my life, nor did ever I meet with such a case. Had he been one of the fabled monsters of old, the creation of the German mind, he could not have been more unlike a human being to wear a human form." As he spoke, He quitted the room, and made his way to the proprietor of the hotel, who was as anxiously waiting to see him as he was to meet him. "Well, doctor, what do you think of the patient?" "Why, I don't know what to think. I never saw such a man before in all my life. I cannot make him out." "Nor I. I can't understand what he means, or what he is. Nor anybody else. But he is quite a gentleman. And yet there is something very frightful to be seen in him. I don't know why it is. I don't care about going oftener to him than I am obliged. I don't doubt it. There was something in the feel of his hand more of a corpse than anything I ever felt before. Indeed, it is a queer affair." "Do you know him?" "No, I do not," replied the proprietor. "He has not been here more than 2 days, and when he entered he had that deadly paleness which he has now." "Did he indeed? It is, I dare say, natural to him, though it must create an unpleasant sensation, go where he would." "He must feel it to be so, no doubt, but, at the same time, he could not avoid it. Have you come to any conclusion respecting his complaint?" "I have not, indeed. I will send him some medicine, though, to tell you the truth, I can hardly tell you what is the matter with him. His disorders seem to consist of a rapid sinking of the whole system, accompanied by a few minor symptoms, and a spasm, which must be very painful, for it produces an extraordinary effect upon his visage, and his eyes glisten like a piece of tin." "That's it, doctor. Do you know, I have been thinking for something to which I could liken those eyes to, but could not do it. When do you see him again?" "Tomorrow sometime. In the meantime I must bid you good day, for my presence is wanted in the Dundrum family." "Oh, have you any of them for a patient?" "Yes, 2. Good day. Good day." "Good day, doctor," said the proprietor of the hotel, as he bowed the doctor out, and then, returning to his own apartment, he wondered, in his own mind, at all that had been said by the learned individual when William entered his room with a hastiness of manner quite unusual to him. "What is the matter, William? Oh, sir, I beg your pardon, but the strange gentleman—" Well? What? Why, he's dying, and he wants to see you, sir." "To see me, William, and dying?" "Yes, sir. It's very sudden, but good Lord, how dreadful he looks! He clasped his hands and shook. It made the bed shake, and the windows rattle, just as if an earthquake were taking place." "Goodness me!" muttered the proprietor, who immediately quitted the apartment, and followed William to that of the stranger, who lay in the same attitude as that described by William, but he was evidently endeavouring to repress all nervous emotion, and by the time he was spoken to he succeeded in this endeavour completely, and lay apparently calm and collected for the landlord's appearance. "I believe you sent for me," said that worthy in a subdued tone. "Yes, I wish to speak a word to you before I die." "Die!" said the landlord with a start. "No, no, you cannot mean that. You will get better. You are deceived." "No, no. Do not endeavour to persuade me from believing what I know is truth. I shall die, and that, too, before many hours." "If the case is so urgent, let me send to Mr. Linton. He cannot have gone far, and he will return." "Nay, do not do that. His aid is utterly useless. Utterly. He is a clever man, but still. If your own feelings tell you that you can't live, allow me to send for a clergyman." "My friend," said the stranger, "I have settled all that in my own mind. My affairs are all made up, my account is cast, and I shall learn the balance where I am going to. I wish, while I have breath, to beg a favour of you." "Anything on earth that I can do, I will," said the landlord. "Nay, I do not decline all that. I only want you to promise me you'll attend my funeral." "All shall be done as you desire." "My breath, I feel it going. I have money enough about me. You will find my pocketbook and purse, a certain sum." "Yes, sir, yes." "And with that you will have the goodness to liquidate my debt to yourself, my funeral expenses, and place the residue of that sum about my person." "When you are dead!" exclaimed the landlord. "Yes, will you promise me? Will you swear to see it done?" "Yes, I will. I do swear." "See you keep the oath. My breath is going fast. My strength is leaving me, and And I will do all, said the landlord again. Will you have any friend attend your funeral obsequies? It's melancholy, but I am obliged to speak of it to you, because I cannot otherwise know your wishes. Do not mind that, said the stranger, turning towards the landlord. But when I am dead, dress me in my clothes, just as if I were about to walk. Let me have all my property and my money, such of it as remains after paying all charges, the remainder cause to be placed about my person. In fact, all that belongs to me, and place me. Where would you be buried? Said the landlord. Place me, gasped the dying man. Place me in the... A gurgling noise, succeeded by a sharp rattle in the throat, was all the sound that escaped him, while his glazed eyes were fixed with a truly horrifying expression upon the features of the landlord, whose presence of mind appeared to forsake him. And he exclaimed, falling on his knees, affright, Lord, have mercy on us! What a dreadful affair! Horrible, sir, said William. Oh, are you here, William? Inquired the landlord. Yes, sir, replied that individual. Oh, I'm glad of that. Did you see him die? I did, sir. How dreadful. Very, but I am glad you were here, because he has made some singular requests about burying him, and in a certain manner, with all his clothes on, and his jewels and money about him. Now I should be considered foolish if I did anything of the kind, but I have promised. As he has no friends, I will do what I have promised. It is very good of you, sir, though I think he has been very silly in making such a request. Yet you cannot be so considered for performing the wish of a dying man. It is the duty of any one so promising to perform it. Quite right, William, quite right. But did you understand what he meant by his last words? I mean, where he wished to be buried? I don't know positively, but I think he meant the cathedral. I thought so, at least. I am not sure he said so, but I believe he meant to do so. Well, I think so myself, and in the cathedral he shall be buried. But it is a terrible-looking corpse. I could not sleep in the same room with him, poor fellow. What he'll come to at last there is no telling. Yes, sir, he does look dreadful. You needn't tell anybody we have a dead customer in the hotel, William. No, sir, because people might be curious and wish to see him, and if they were to do so, I'm sure they would leave the house. So they would, sir. He's a dreadful-looking corpse. I never heard of such a one. What can be the cause of it? And to be buried in his clothes, too? And his money and his jewels, that is very strange. Very strange, sir, indeed. And the fewer persons who know of it, the better, else the body will not lie very long in its grave. There will be those who would not mind turning resurrection men for the value of what he had about him. So there would be, William, and now I think of it, the authorities of the cathedral shall know nothing about it, for who can tell what fancy they may take concerning it being an unchristian burial? And yet, sir, he paid all of his debts like a Christian. Yes, and left a remembrance for the waiter. There could not be a more Christian act than that, for who could be more Christian-like than to remember the waiter? And William at once admitted the truth of the assertion, and they both left the room, and instructions were given to William to obtain the proper aid respecting the funeral, and an order was given to the undertaker to come and measure the corpse for its last garment. All these things were duly attended to and kept secret, so that a very few persons were aware of the fact that so strange an occurrence had taken place in the good city of Winchester. Much less were they acquainted with the precise locality of the very house in which the occurrence took place. When the morning arrived on which the funeral was to take place, some persons were surprised to behold a couple of mutes standing side by side at the door of the Star Hotel, and there had been no previous sign of mourning. The hearse and one mourning coach, however, was all that attended, into which one solitary mourner entered. There were several others made up for the occasion to give the cavalcade an uniform appearance. The body was carried down by 8 men. It was very heavy, and the men bent beneath the load they bore, and when it was placed in the hearse, the one mourner got in, and they proceeded towards the cathedral, which was quite close at hand. A few, very few minutes served to bring them to the goal, and before the entrance of the cathedral they stopped, and out came the undertakers, who contrived, with much exertion, to carry the body into the church, and then, after some preliminary ceremonies, it was conducted into the vaults, where it was deposited, and the burial service was said over it most duly and solemnly, and then left, it was presumed, safe and secure to abide its final doom at the day of judgment. But many thoughts prove but the shadow of our wishes, and this seemed to be as a mocking shadow, as our readers are aware by this time of what actually took place in the dead of the night. In what name was the deceased registered? The burial, I mean, inquired the clergyman, whose memory, like some of his other faculties, was obscured by age. His name was Francis Varney, replied the chief mourner, who was no other than the proprietor of the Star Hotel. End of chapter 144.
Chapter 145 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shane Nolan. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Press. Chapter 145. A rural scene by moonlight, the storm, an accident on the road, a new and strange acquaintance acquired, a disappointment. It was one of those pleasant, moonlit evenings that are frequently felt, as well as seen, towards the end of August, that a party of individuals sat in a traveling carriage, and were proceeding at an easy pace on one of the crossroads that run from Winchester to Bath, and also from Southampton, the Isle of Wight, between Salisbury, more properly speaking, and Bath. The evening was lovely. The day had been sultry, and the sun had not been gone down so long but that the heat of its rays yet remained. Indeed, though the moonlight gave light, yet the radiated heat from the earth first received from the sun was so great that the light evening breeze barely tempered the air. The party thus proceeding had been spending a few weeks in rambling about Southampton, Portsmouth, and Salisbury, and were now wending their way to the city of Bath. They consisted of but 4 individuals: Captain Fraser, his wife, her sister, and younger brother. The latter did not count more than 12 years, while the sister, Miss Stevens, was just 17 years of age. Captain Fraser had scarce been married 6 months, and was upon one of the early matrimonial jaunts which often take place in the earlier part of the married life, when all is sunshine, and the matrimonial barometer might have always have the index nailed to "set fair" at such periods. The lady's sister and brother were residing with her, for their parents were dead, and hence they, the captain and his lady, were their natural protectors. They were riding in an open carriage. They had parted and thrown back, and even in this manner they felt the evening air was scarcely, though riding, cool. "I don't think," said Mrs. Fraser to her husband, "that ever I beheld so beautiful a scene. The time, the warmth of the air, the occasional delicious feel of the light evening breeze, the serene light of the moon. Altogether, I never felt so comfortable, or, may I add, so happy as I do at this moment." "I'm glad to hear you say so," said the captain. "It gives me an additional pleasure to find I can please you." "Now, Fraser, that is too bad of you." "What is too bad, my dear?" said the captain inquiringly. "Why, to say you are glad you can please. That is as bad as to say it is a very difficult matter, and you know I am very easily pleased, especially when you make the attempt," said Mrs. Fraser. "Well, we will not quarrel about that, my dear, but I must say with you this hour, time, and place are all one could desire, and such as we seldom meet. The scene across the country is truly beautiful." "Yes," said Miss Stevens, "it is beautiful as far as we can see." "What river is that yonder?" inquired the brother. "That is the Willie, the same that we saw at Salisbury," said Captain Fraser. "Indeed, I thought that came from another direction more northerly." "That was another arm of the same river, and joined this about there, and all the low grounds on this side of yon hills are called the Valley of the Willie, and a beautiful little vale it is, too, fruitful and picturesque. How beautiful the moonbeams glisten on yonder water!" "They do, but not so strongly as they did." "No? What is the reason of that?" "The air appears to darken. I have noticed it for some minutes past." "Why is that?" "I suppose it is caused by the evaporation from the grounds, and heavy dews, to compensate for the want of rain that usually takes place at this time of year." "Then we shall be obliged to shut up the carriage, for the dew is more likely to cause cold than anything else." "It is so, but we are upon comparatively high ground here, and moreover, they will not reach us yet. But here are shawls you can wrap up if you feel chilly, or you can put on your veils." "It's yet so warm," said Miss Stevens, "that I should be reluctant to put on any more clothing yet awhile." "Do as you please, but do not take cold," said Captain Fraser. "How indistinct the scene becomes around the river, which we just now saw so plain, is quite obscured, and you can scarcely tell where it is, save here and there, where the dotted willows appear, and which mark out the course of the stream." "It is so," said the youth. "I can see the green tops of the trees appear above the thick mist that rises from the river below." "Exactly. That is the fact. And see how it spreads itself over the cornfields and meadows." "Was that not a flash of light?" said Mrs. Fraser suddenly. "Light? I saw no light," said the captain. "Nor did I," said the youth. "Did you, sister?" "No, I did not so, but it is very sultry, and therefore it is very likely just at this time of the year. How much farther have we to travel before we stop for the night?" "I suppose 7 or 8 miles, not more." "There! That was no mistake, however," said Mrs. Fraser, as a flash of light shot across the heavens and left not a trace behind it. "No, there was no mistake about it, nor did I think so before," said Captain Fraser. "Only I have not noticed it, but it is harmless. It is what is called summer lightning, and has none of the ordinary results of lightning." "It will possibly make the air cool," suggested Mrs. Fraser, "and in that case we shall have a more agreeable temperature. To tell the truth, the extreme warmth and dryness of the air gives a strange uneasiness to the body." "Another flash. Ah, that's a change in its character." "Yes, that is the blue forked lightning, and I am much mistaken if we do not have a sudden change. Hark!" At that moment a sullen and deep rumble was heard in the heavens, followed by another flash, and then such a peal of thunder that boomed and rattled through the air in a manner that startled the dull echoes of the night, and made the welkin resound with the fearful sounds that filled the heavens. "We shall have a fall of rain in another moment," said Captain Fraser. "Push on, drive on, and let us get out of this soon as we can." "Aye, aye, sir," said the driver, and crack went his whip. The horses increased their speed, and they rattled on at good pace. "Had we better not stop and have the hood closed?" "No," said the captain. "I can manage that very well, with the assistance of your brother, and we shall not lose time." Captain Fraser and the young gentleman alluded to brought the coach top up and secured it, just as a heavy shower descended in such torrents that they could scarcely hear themselves speak. So heavily did it rattle upon the leathern covering of the vehicle, and they sat there for some time in silence. Soon, however, the thunder and lightning filled the air with sounds and flashes in a manner that began to create a feeling of alarm in the minds of the ladies, and some uneasiness in the mind of the captain, not upon their account only, but because the cattle might take flight under the circumstances, especially as they were fresh and had now scarcely run 3 or 4 miles, for their stage was a long one before they reached their destination, which was now about 2 days' easy journey. The thunder and lightning appeared to become more and more terrible. The storm, indeed, appeared to increase rather than diminish in intensity. The very center of the storm appeared to be fast approaching, and making the spot on which they stood the pivot on which it turned. Its fury increased, and with it the horses were each moment becoming more and more unmanageable. Though in some measure aware of the fact, Captain Fraser kept his place, fearful lest he should alarm his wife and at the same time distract the coachman. Suddenly there was a bright and vivid flash of light, such as they had not seen before, but which illumined the whole place around them, and made everything as visible as if placed in the strongest light imaginable, followed by such a crashing peal of thunder that the living earth appeared to rock again. It wanted but this to make the horses perfectly ungovernable, and they dashed away at a furious speed along the road. "Good heavens! The horses have taken fright," said Mrs. Fraser, as she became aware of the speed they were going at. "They have merely taken fright, my dears," said the captain, unwilling to increase their alarm by informing them of his own. "He will keep them in the middle of the road, and we shall be at our journey's end the sooner, and the more so the better." They were upon the point of being satisfied, when the jolts of the carriage, added to its eccentric course from one side of the road to the other, attracted so much of their attention that Mrs. Stevens said, "See, Captain, how the carriage sways from side to side. We shall all be over in a minute or two. We shall all be killed." "There goes the thunder again, worse than your kettle drums," said young Stevens, who appeared to think it rather a joke. "The lightning flashes, too, as if we had got an electrical machine." "Do not talk in that way, Charles, for goodness' sake," exclaimed his younger sister. "We shall all be killed presently." "I hope not," said Captain Fraser, "though I admit it looks serious. But all you can do, and the best under all the circumstances, is to remain calm and quiet and see what happens." "See what happens? Dear me, Captain, what do you think we all are made of that we should sit calm?" said Miss Stevens. "And see what will happen when there may be broken limbs at the least, if not death." "It's the best advice I can give you." "Had we better not get out? I don't mind trying." "Aye, if you wish to run imminent risk of instant and violent death, you will make the attempt. If you remain in here shut up, you have every probability that, if we do have an upset, which is not yet certain, we may all escape with a little fright or at most a few bruises." "Yes, sister, you had better wait for the worst, if the worst must happen, rather than rush into it." This was sensible advice, and the whole party fell into a deep silence, which was unbroken save by the sound of wheels, the rattling of the carriage, the rain, and the roar of thunder, enough to employ their minds, and at the same time keep them in momentary dread of the fearful catastrophe. Suddenly there was a crash and a dreadful jolt. They knew not what had happened, except that they felt the vehicle was turned over. In a moment more the door was opened, and a stranger lent assistance in getting out the unfortunate travelers. "Do not be alarmed, ladies," said a strange but courteous voice. "No further mischief can happen now beyond inconvenience." As the stranger spoke, he lifted the 2 ladies out of the carriage and placed them in a sheltered position by the body. "Are you hurt?" inquired the stranger, as he assisted Captain Fraser and young Stevens out of the falling carriage. "No, sir, I am not. Thank you for your timely aid. Where are the ladies?" "They are, I hope, uninjured." Captain Fraser immediately ran up to them, and seeing them in safety, said, "I am glad to see you are safe. I was stunned at first by a blow on the side of my head." "Yes, we are safe, but we have to thank this gentleman that we have been so speedily and so easily extracted from our unpleasant prison." "I am much indebted, sir, for your aid to the ladies. May I trespass upon your kindness to lend me a little further assistance?" "I shall be happy to assist you under these unpleasant circumstances. But allow me to suggest as the first thing that the cushions be placed under the hedge for the use of the ladies, and what cloaks or coats you have should be thrown over them." "Right, sir. I thank you." "If you are deficient in them, my cloak is at their service, though I am afraid it is almost saturated." "I have enough here," said Captain Fraser, as he pulled out several articles of that nature, and then he, with the assistance of the stranger, placed them so that Mrs. Fraser and sister were almost, if not entirely, sheltered from the storm. "Now," said the stranger, "the first thing that can be done will be to right the carriage and place it in a position where it will receive no further damage." "But the driver and horses," said Captain Fraser. "I must look after them." "Had we better not look after them? He may be dying." "By no means," said the stranger. "He will do very well if we place the carriage upright. We shall be able to replace the ladies." "We can," said the captain, who appeared to be divided between the duties of humanity and the tender anxiety he felt for his wife. "Exactly," said the stranger, "and permit me to suggest that he has either gone on beyond our aid or does not require it." "It is possible, and very probable," said the stranger. "But if you prefer it, and think the ladies will not suffer, we can walk on ahead till we come up with them, if they stop before the end of the stage." "No, no, sir, you are quite right. I will get the carriage up if you can so far assist me. We shall then place the ladies in comparative safety." "We shall so." They immediately walked round the carriage and examined its position, as well as they were able when, to the captain's great relief, he found that it was still on its wheels, though the body was thrown over on its side. "How can it have happened?" inquired the captain. "I cannot well see," replied the stranger, "but you will perceive something must have caught the off-side wheel and turned the whole of the fore carriage that way, which has left this corner of the body without support, added to which the speed of the momentum much have acquired in this course has thrown it over." "Precisely. I see now how it is. But if we get the body up, it will fall again over on this side, since it has no support." "Oh, yes, it will remain up, since it has lost all force, all moving power, unless, indeed, any of the straps are broken. We can try." "Here, Charles," said Captain Fraser, "we will want your aid." "Oh," said the stranger, "the slightest assistance is valuable. It is the last strain or effort that may complete the removal. Now, if we can lift it up from the side, we shall soon right it, and then the fore carriage can be forced round, the ladies replaced, until we get better dispose of them." The stranger placed his shoulder to the carriage, as well as the captain and his brother-in-law, young Stevens, and thus aided, he soon lifted it up into its old position, and there it remained very quietly. "Now we had better pull all the wheels round." This was done, and the carriage assumed its former state. "Well, how could they have gotten away?" inquired Captain Fraser, examining the axles and the bars. "All appears right." "They have broken the splinter bar, and here are the remains of the traces. The splinter bar, I find, has only lost its hooks, so it will do again. Come, sir, you have less damage to regret than I at first thought possible. You could have escaped with. I am truly glad it is so." "Thank you, sir. Your kindness and assistance has been truly great and efficient. But I have yet to find the poor fellow who drove us." "We will seek after him, or I had better ride on to the next town or house where I can obtain assistance, while you will be better able to protect the ladies by remaining with them, and my horse will carry me quickly enough." "Oh! You are mounted." "I am, but the ladies wait." Thus admonished, the captain turned to the ladies, and with the stranger's assistance, he conducted them back to the carriage, where they were replaced without any material damage or misfortune of any kind, save what might arise from fright. "Someone is coming this way," said the stranger. "If I mistake not, they are your runaways by the sounds." They listened, and distinctly heard the sounds of horses' feet coming along, with the jingling of harness. That made it pretty certain that what the stranger said was correct, and that it was most probable that this was indeed the man who drove them coming back with the same cattle or some fresh. A few moments more decided the speculation, and the man himself rode up and looked at the carriage, saying, "Well, I thought it was upset." "So it was, but we have righted it now. Has no accident happened to you? But these are the same horses." "Yes, sir. When they got loose or broke away, they went as if they were shot out of a gun, and away they went for some miles, until I contrived to stop them, which was a hard job. However, I thought then, as there was nothing the matter with them or me, I'd better return and see what was become of you, sir, and the ladies." "Quite right. Do you think they will go quietly in the harness again?" Oh, yes, sir." "Then we will harness them and go to the end of the next stage, when we can see exactly what mischief, if any, has been done." This was immediately put in practice, and they were soon harnessed, the broken straps and traces being mended in the best way time and circumstances admitted, but effectually enough for the present purpose. "Now, sir," said Captain Fraser, "do you continue on this road or the one we have come? I suppose we must have overtaken you as you were coming this way." "No, I was a traveler going in the same direction. I saw your speed from a distance, and believing your horses to have taken fright, I rode on, and being well mounted, I overtook you just as the accident happened." "Then we may have the pleasure of your company on the road for some distance to come, I hope, sir." "As far as the next place to stop at all events, for I do not desire to travel further than I can avoid tonight." "Then I shall be able to thank you more at leisure, and at a better opportunity than at present," said the captain. "Do not name it. I am too happy to have had it in my power to render you any assistance. Shall I ride on and secure your proper accommodation when you do arrive there?" "Your kindness is very great," said the captain again. "I am much beholden to you, but if we can get as far as we hope to, we shall not require it. There will be sufficient for travelers under the ordinary course of events. We shall do very well, and if we should not be able to get so far, we must make our accommodations content with whatever chance accommodation we get on the road." "Then we will journey for that distance in company," said the stranger, as he mounted his horse, which had stood quietly by while the tall stranger rendered the timely assistance he had to them. They proceeded along now at a cautious pace. The weather had abated, and the rain was now less severe. The thunder only heard in the distance, while the lightning could only be seen in occasional flashes in the distance, in a direction away from them. The clouds began to lighten, and then the diffused light of the moon came and shed a gentle light upon the scene, though it was very scarce and of comparative little use, save it enabled them to see their way all the better. The roads were good, and they travelled onwards with some increase of speed, and finding none of their amended horse tackle had given way, they still kept journeying onwards at the same pace. Time brought them to their destination, and when they arrived at the inn, at which they were to stop for the night, they found it had not made much more than an hour or an hour and a half's difference. When they were fairly housed, the stranger took an apartment to himself. It was while he sat before the fire that Captain Fraser entered his room. "I must apologize for my intrusion," began the captain. "Don't say a word on that head, sir," said the stranger. "It is no intrusion. You are welcome. Be seated, if you please. I am alone and perfectly at leisure. I have come to thank you for the service you have done us, and to beg that you sup with us, and permit the ladies to have an opportunity of thanking their preserver in person. You will oblige us all by accepting the invitation." "I am much obliged for your courteous offer," said the stranger, who was a tall, dignified man. "I will come after supper, if you please, and shall feel it a great honor, I assure you. But I am so truly sensible that my efforts were more owing to accident than to anything else, that I do not wish to hear anything more of it." "You must not be so self-denying, sir. We do not wish to put any more merit on your act than we think it deserves, but that much you must accept, if you will permit me to use such a word. Shall we have the pleasure of your company? After supper. I will not press you against your feelings, but you will come after supper, sir. I hope I may have the pleasure of drinking a bottle of wine with you. Will you come? I will, sir, and thank you for the honor. May I have the pleasure of being able to introduce you to the ladies by name? Said the captain with a little hesitation. Oh, certainly, certainly. I beg your pardon. I am somewhat forgetful. I forgot I had not passed through an introduction, said the stranger. Permit me to give you my card. As he spoke, he handed Captain Fraser a beautifully embossed card upon which was printed in Italian characters, Sir Francis Varney. Captain Fraser took the card and read the name, and then passing a compliment, he said that since he could not have his company to supper, then he should expect him when he felt at leisure and disposed to do. I am sorry he will not come, though under other circumstances I should have been glad of it, but I am sorry on this occasion. And why would you have been glad? Because after the flurry and upset we had, I am hardly fit to see anyone, much less a stranger, but he so kindly and promptly rescued us from our danger that I cannot feel a reluctance at any time. Yes, said her sister, and I must say I never heard a voice that sounded so really like a gentleman's indeed. I could fancy that anyone could speak positively assert that he was a gentleman, only from hearing him speak, without seeing him at all. But be that as it may, I felt convinced he was such. He's very courteous, I must say, said Miss Fraser. And who do you think he is? I have no means of forming any judgment. Well, then, he is Sir Francis Varney. Sir Francis Varney? Well, I do not know the name. I've never heard the name before that time, but I think there is some one of that name in the time of Queen Elizabeth, an attendant on the Earl of Leicester. Are you not joking? Indeed, I am not. I have read so. And do you think this gentleman may be a descendant of his? There is no impossibility nor improbability about it that I see, said Mrs. Fraser, but I am the more obliged to him for his timely assistance. I am sure it was fortunate that he was so close at hand. Yes, it was very fortunate. Mary, my dear, we shall be introduced to a baronet. It was quite a prophecy of yours in saying he was a gentleman, when you only heard him speak. By the way, Fraser, what sort of man is he? Very singular indeed. Singular! Ah, he is very tall. Yes, he is tall, but very pale. More remarkable and dignified than handsome, extremely courteous and polite. What age is he? Well, I cannot tell. Perhaps 40, perhaps not so old by 10 years. It is quite impossible to say. Dear me, how strange. I think I could guess anybody's age better than that. You shall have an opportunity of doing so, then, in an hour or so, when he will come, and I think I may venture upon saying you will be pleased with his dignified politeness, and say he is much superior to most men. The supper ended, and the wine was produced, and Captain Fraser, his lady, and 2 young relatives were seated round a good fire, for the storm had chilled the air. Besides, the damp they had stood in rendered such a precaution necessary and pleasant, notwithstanding the day had been sultry, but the change in the temperature was sudden and great, awaiting, with something like impatience, the stranger's arrival. He does not appear to come, said Charles Stevens. He is not here, certainly, but he will come, no doubt. The moment he is quite sure that we had done our supper, and he had finished his own, perhaps he takes longer than we. Perhaps so, but I am strongly tempted to go to him again. It might be construed into undue urgency or something of the sort, said Mrs. Fraser, and yet he might be waiting for something of the sort. So he might, said the captain. At all events, I will go and see. If he were inclined to do so under other circumstances, he would not take offense under the present. Perhaps not. At that moment the door was opened, and the waiter presented a note. A note for me, said Captain Fraser. Yes, sir. Who can it be from? From the gentleman upstairs, sir, who came with you an hour back. Oh! exclaimed Captain Fraser. He has taken ill and obliged to go to bed, sir. Captain Fraser immediately tore open the note and read as follows. Sir, I deeply regret I cannot keep my promise to take a glass of wine with you, and have the honor of being introduced to the ladies. Favor me so much as to make my excuses to them. It is a great pleasure lost to me on the occasion. Permit me to say deferred rather than lost. And if I might venture to make an appointment under the circumstances, I can only say that, if convenient, I should be happy to breakfast with you, and then have the honor and happiness I have now the misfortune to lose. Sudden and severe indisposition alone have caused me to retire before I have the honor of seeing you and expressing my inability to attend you. Yours obliged, Francis Varney. There was a blank upon the countenances of all present. Evidently a deep disappointment was felt by all, but the captain was especially surprised, and turning to the waiter, he said, Did you see this gentleman? Yes, sir. Was he unwell? Yes, sir. I mean, was he, or is he, dangerously ill? He was very ill, sir, but I don't know that he is dangerously ill. He suffered much pain, and he was obliged to have aid to go upstairs. Did he say what it was that ailed him? Pursued Captain Fraser. Not that I heard, though some say he had got the cramp and cold by being too long in the wet. Perhaps so. Very likely, that will do. Let me know how he is the first thing in the morning, do you hear? Yes, sir, I will take care. Well, said Mrs. Fraser when they were alone, I did not expect such a disappointment this evening. However, he makes up for it by appointing the breakfast hour for our meeting. It is the more agreeable, as we shall have had a good night's repose, and shall be the better able to appear to advantage. End of chapter 145. Recording by Shane Nolan.